Zazen was as foolish as ever, she didn't even realize my intention, yet she unhesitatingly became my shield, just as I predicted. Gyro, thinking this, still maintained a grave expression. He used the fleeting seconds Zazen bought with her life to fully complete his enhancement. The Ant Queen's sudden death only caused the tide of the Devil Army's assault to pause for a moment before they again surged forward, heedless of their lives. Zazen's death freed the devils from the shackles of injection reincarnation, but they still bore the chains of the DD Devil drug. As long as Gyro didn't call a halt, they would continue to fight endlessly, as if it were an instinct as fundamental as eating and breeding for their existence in this world. Gyro's will was to unleash his malice upon the entire world, which in turn fixed his inability in this direction. After consuming the DD Devil drug, the devils' hearts would be consumed by brutality, and they would take pleasure in spreading terror for Gyro, completely disregarding life and death for this purpose. However, ultimately, they could only rely on quantity to delay Germain for a moment, they couldn't even injure Germain. Boom. After another slash wave, Germain's path ahead was finally clear, and in his sight, only Gyro remained. As for the other devils that surged forward, Shizuku, Kurapika, Maki, and Pakunoda blocked them behind Germain. Germain's black robe flapped in the night wind as he squelched through the puddles of blood, walking towards the already twisted and deformed Gyro. The robe on Gyro's body had been torn by his swollen physique, falling to the ground in strips. His body no longer resembled a human, it was as if his entire form was covered in a grey, hard carapace, gleaming with a mechanical luster under the moonlight. A western dragon's head emerged, sharp claws protruded from his hands and feet, and a pair of bat wings unfurled from his broad back. This was the ultimate form of his devil. From Gyro's perspective, Germain's image emerging from the shadows also constantly shifted, as if composed of several figures. First, his father, then the opposition leader of NGL, then the Chimera Ant who killed him, and finally, Germain himself. They all shared one commonality, they had all brought Gyro the deepest level of fear. Gyro realized that he hadn't completely let go of the past as he had imagined. And indeed, without special means, who could truly forget the past? It was precisely that past that shaped his current self. The intense pain from the dozen or so DD Devil drugs persisted, yet they stimulated his brain, making his mind exceptionally focused, and his physical abilities surged. This feeling gave him a sense of finally possessing the qualifications of a hegemon who could look down upon everything. Germain. Gyro's voice was deep, mixed with strange static, as if another person was hidden within him, speaking simultaneously. You are Germain, right? Germain's silence was his answer. I know you are the one who killed the Ant King in the East Gordo Republic. That means you are one of the few people in the world who has witnessed 2 Ant Kings. Tell me, who is stronger, me or that Ant King? Germain did not answer Gyro's question, he merely approached Gyro calmly, raising his sacred moonlight greatsword, causing it to scatter blue light in the darkness. This attitude once again stung Gyro's heart, but he didn't show it. Instead, he unleashed the fierceness from his body without any further concealment. Is that so? Since you're unwilling to answer, then let the actual combat performance reveal the answer. Bang. Gyro's face was ferocious, his eyes revealing a murderous glint. The dark killing intent exploded from beneath his feet like a shockwave, forming a semicircular crater, and the needle-like malice made all surrounding creatures instinctively want to flee. Except for Germain, he had no intention of backing away. He stepped forward, and in the next instant, he broke through the seemingly unapproachable barrier, and in Gyro's wide eyes, he slashed down with his sword. Hiss. The sound of the solid carapace shattering disrupted Gyro's composure. He retreated abruptly in astonishment, simultaneously looking down at the massive wound on his body. Puff, puff. Flesh and blood wriggled and rolled, piercing through the skin like needle and thread, stitching together the organs and blood vessels beneath the wound. If he hadn't consumed the DD Devil drug and temporarily gained such hyper-regeneration ability, that blow just now might have already taken his life. Gyro flew back a dozen meters before stopping, panting heavily, and then vigilantly stared at Germain, who stood there without making any further moves. So that's it. I was still careless. My defense still can't withstand your full power strike. The reason I didn't answer your question just now, Germain suddenly spoke, interrupting Gyro, is because I wanted to give a more accurate answer. He looked down at the blood dripping from his sacred moonlight greatsword. In terms of physical strength. You're probably at the level of Neferpitou or Yuppie before they went berserk, perhaps. All the words Gyro wanted to say were choked in his throat. It took him a while to understand Germain's meaning, he certainly knew who Neferpitou and Yuppie were. The level of Neferpitou or Yuppie before they went berserk. Is that your evaluation of me? Even after taking so many drugs, even after paying so much, I still haven't reached the level of the royal guards? Anger surged, just as it had when he killed his father, hatred accumulated continuously, and the eruption was but an instant. Just a little longer, endure for a moment. The instant my hyper-regeneration ends, I will. Even if it was just a thought, Germain had to interrupt Gyro. A strange power was gathering, so much so that both Gyro and everyone else around them keenly sensed the change. No matter who they were fighting, their gazes involuntarily drifted towards this side. The ground rumbled, like many tanks driving by, and the broken walls, rubble, and shattered tiles all trembled, as if in fear. Puff, puff, puff. Azure light projectiles rose from the ground, ascending like raindrops returning to the sky, then pouring into the sacred moonlight greatsword. Full power strike? You seem to have misunderstood. Germain slowly raised the sacred moonlight greatsword, its tip pointing directly at Gyro. That was just a test. Without even giving him extra time to think, the sword tip, like a cannon, blasted out the immense energy Germain had gathered in a short time. Boom! Gyro instinctively spread his wings, shooting into midair like an arrow, with a speed fast enough to evade most attacks he had encountered. But this strike, he couldn't dodge. His leap was more like actively meeting the impact wave, being instantly enveloped and swallowed. All the carapaces on his body shattered in an instant, then his flesh and blood burned to charcoal, then turned to ash, his bones burst apart, not to mention his fragile organs. Everything made hyper-regeneration impossible to salvage, and his will only had a moment of clarity left. Gyro clearly saw that after unleashing this strike, Germain lowered his great sword and turned to leave, seemingly already knowing the outcome. And the outcome indeed did not exceed his expectations. You bastard! With most of his body's structure destroyed, Gyro miraculously extended the remaining part of his left hand, as if to grasp the corner of Germain's departing robe. Or rather, to grasp the corner of his indifferent father's robe, who had stepped on him that day, present but ignoring him. Gyro realized that he had probably foreseen this outcome long ago. The reason he consumed those DD devil drugs might have only been to make Germain acknowledge him as an ant king. But he failed. Germain, you bastard Gyro's silent roar ended with the termination of his life. The Chimera ant invasion of Meteor City, which lasted for several months, came to an end on this night, but the world didn't seem to care much. Germain slowly began to taste the feeling Netero had experienced for years after reaching his peak on the 6 continents. After each victory, Netero would habitually reach out, shake the loser's hand, softly comfort them, and say things like, "The future is yours." But when exactly would this so-called future arrive? Would it be when Netero grew old, or when a rare talent like Germain emerged, or perhaps both? By then, the future would likely have passed through generations of people, decades fleeting by, and Netero's vanquished foes would have aged before him. Hunter Badge Grudge Gift. Grudge Memory of the Grey Dragon King. Teleportation Lantern. Germain obtained the grudge memory of the Grey Dragon King from Gyro, adding to his previous grudge memory of the Stag Beetle, giving him 2 grudge memories now. They are single-use consumables that can achieve an effect similar to an beast, so Germain did not use them in this crusade, punitive expedition. Then there was the teleportation lantern. He already had 3 unused teleportation lanterns, and this time, the silver triangle finally showed a new reaction. The silver triangle's teleportation lanterns were connected by 3 silver-white lines, and an eye opened in the very center. Germain understood how to use it. By consuming 3 teleportation lanterns, he could activate the silver triangle and choose one of 2 effects. The first option was to immediately reset the cooldown timer to 0. After Germain returned to Greed Island this time, he would theoretically have to wait 80 days before he could use the teleportation lantern again, but using this method would allow him to teleport immediately. Of course, the cooldown doubling principle would still apply. When Germain and his party used this method to reach the Dark Continent, they would have to wait 160 days before they could use a regular teleportation lantern again. The second option was to temporarily increase the quantity of teleportation members to 6. Currently, each teleportation is limited to 4 people. Using this method, the teleportation lantern could transport 6 people to the destination at once. Whichever option he chose, it would be beneficial for Germain at this moment. Of course, he preferred the first option, as he didn't want to wait until April of this year to go to the Dark Continent. After averting his gaze from the Hunter Badge, Germain looked up at the people who were still fighting. Except for Shizuku, everyone he looked at couldn't help but feel a chill down their spine. It was as if that sword of Damocles would hang in the air, pointing at them. No one wanted to be annihilated so helplessly. Kurapika couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Fortunately, his teacher was on their side. If he were still a member of the Phantom Troop, it would be a terrifying disaster. Now, the ones feeling fear were mostly from the demon faction. After Gyro, Zazen, and the Royal Guard were successively killed, the demons no longer had the shackles and chains urging them forward. The emotions of brutality and fearlessness of death rapidly receded. The fear of death and the instinct for survival made them choose more like living beings. They feigned resistance for a while, then began to crumble. They fled like a receding tide, disappearing into the darkness, concealing their figures and sounds, leaving behind a scarred land and countless corpses. The Meteor City people couldn't keep up the chase. In fact, they no longer had the energy to pursue, as they themselves had suffered heavy casualties, and holding their main base was already their limit. However, this was still the biggest victory in several nightmarish months, like the light of dawn cutting through the dark curtain. Jubilation, celebration, and relief whistles, applause, and cheers filled the air, but then, at a certain moment, they strangely subsided all at once. Because they all successively realized a problem. The Meteor City people, sooner or later, recognized that the 2 traitors who had come to reinforce them in their time of crisis were the ones who had decided their ultimate victory. The reviled traitors had, in fact, saved Meteor City, so how should this situation be handled now? Everyone exchanged glances, then their gazes converged on Shulnark, who was being helped up by Sheila, and on Maki and Pakunoda, who remained silent. They were the only 3 remaining Phantom Troop members, and among the high-ranking individuals who had stopped the Chimera Ants' invasion, they were second only to the Meteor City elders. From any perspective, they were the most qualified to lead everyone in making a choice and deciding how to deal with the complex situation before them. Should they kill their benefactors, or let their enemies go? If they were to kill, how would they do it? Everyone had witnessed that terrifying bombardment just now. The ground still bore deep marks, and Gyro's remains were still there. Was there really a way to deal with such a monster? Did they really want to provoke a monster even more terrifying than Gyro? Doubt and unease filled everyone's hearts. Most of the radical extremists had been worn down in the war against Gyro's forces, with only a few remaining, the rest just wanted to catch their breath and not continue the war. What most Meteor City people could think of, Shulnark, Maki, and Pakunoda could certainly also think of, they all frowned, their lips pressed tightly together. To order everyone to charge, completely exhausting all of Meteor City's combat forces to accomplish an impossible task, dragging Meteor City into hell, or to abandon revenge. It was a bitter choice. Shulnark turned his head and saw entreaty in Sheila's eyes, hesitation in Maki's and Pakunoda's eyes, and fear in the eyes of the other Meteor City people. He sighed once more. Being rational, he quickly made his decision internally. They couldn't fight anymore, continuing to fight would not achieve any other purpose and would only lead to Meteor City's destruction. This was completely contrary to the original intention of the Phantom Troops founding. Even now, Shulnark had a myriad of pressing matters. Although Ant King Gyro and Ant Queen Zazan were dead, a large quantity of demons still roamed within Meteor City. How should this crippled army be used to clear and drive out so many demons, and how should Meteor City be rebuilt afterward, while also facing external stress? Just thinking about it made Shulnark's scalp tingle, and the wound on his chest, which Maki had just sewn up, began to ache again. However, even if they didn't want to fight, the other side might not want to stop, as this was the best time to completely annihilate the Phantom Troop. Although Germain had put away his greatsword, his calm demeanor as he walked over made everyone understand that no matter what they did, they couldn't avoid this man. No matter how much they planned or how resilient their spirits were, they couldn't escape a reality that the decision-making power was actually in Germain's hands. Many things, once exposed, would seem ridiculous and vulnerable. It was Germain who could decide whether the war would continue. At this moment, what broke the stalemate was Shizuku, who was half crouching on the ground. She tidied up the old priest's corpse, roughly piecing him back together, then looked up, adjusted her glasses, and found Maki in the crowd. You used to be Meteor City's mortician, right? Help me, tidy up the old priest for me. I hope he can be buried more like a human. Maki glanced at Germain, then looked at Shizuku, her lips mumbling for a moment. He's not just your benefactor, he's ours too. Even if you didn't say it, I'd know what to do. We'll properly arrange for all our fallen comrades. Shizuku blinked. Oh, that's good then. Neither Maki nor Pakunoda knew what to say for a moment. That's good then, is that all you wanted to say? Didn't you notice the tension in the air? Why can you so calmly ask us, your theoretical enemies, to do things for you? Shulnark clutched his faintly aching wound beneath the somewhat blood-stained bandage, and after much deliberation, he was about to speak when he heard a commotion from the direction of the main base. The old, weak, women, and children who had been in the underground air raid shelter, for some reason, surged out one after another, then, like Moses parting the sea, they instinctively made way for a path. They looked at the corpses strewn everywhere, their eyes filled with worry, fear, and bewilderment. They still hadn't grasped the current situation, still didn't know that Gyro and Zazan were dead. When they saw the figures slowly appearing in the crowd, Shulnark, Maki, and Pakunoda all realized, and then their hearts tightened involuntarily. Kurapika retracted his silver chains. He could clean the bloodstains off them by resetting his conjuration, but he clearly wasn't in the mood for that now. He clutched the silver chains, letting the blood flow onto his finger joints. After seeing Shulnark, Maki, and Pakunoda, he realized that his heart no longer held much turmoil, and upon seeing Kurora Lucifer, it became even clearer. He was actually here to fulfill his mission, as his teacher said, revenge was important, but it shouldn't be his entire life. Kurora sat in a creaking wheelchair, pushed out by a terrified old woman behind him, as the night wind whistled, lifting the blanket covering him. The blanket fluttered in the wind, also revealing Kurora's last shred of dignity. He had lost his left palm and his entire right arm, and the parts below both knees were empty. This was why he had never participated in the battle. Kurora's ability was still there. After months of training, he could fight like the Heavens Arena Trio, Seidaso, Revelt, and Gido. However, it would be difficult for him to return to his former level, especially with the loss of both hands, making it extremely difficult for him to use Skill Hunter. Nevertheless, his eyes were calm, showing no signs of self-pity. Even in his current state, Meteor City still needed him, so months ago, he had handed the Phantom Troop over to Shulnark and became Meteor City's new elder. Facts proved that his decision was correct. His many years as the Phantom Troop's leader allowed him to smoothly enter the ranks of the Meteor City elders. It was also because he was in the Elders' Council that he prevented many nearly suicidal and meaningless actions planned against Gyro's forces. Creak, creak. Pakunoda, wiping away the bloodstains from beneath her straight nose, gripped the armrests on both sides of the wheelchair and slowly pushed it forward. I saw the battle just now, Kurora, seated in the wheelchair with a blanket recovered over his lower body, said. You all did very well. Kurora curved his lips into a peaceful smile. The cross tattoo on his forehead was hidden by his lowered bangs, making him appear much younger. But, Pakunoda glanced down at Kurora's head, then looked up again. It wasn't us who decided the victor, nor was it us who saved Meteor City. Kurora nodded slowly. It's all right. To be able to do this much, you've already done your best. Shulnark, bandaged on both sides, and Maki, with her broken hair tie leaving her hair disheveled, walked silently. Kurora's current state prevented him from turning on his own, so he merely leaned to one side, looking at the uneasy Sheila who followed behind him. Sheila. Sheila, who had been rubbing her finger joints with her head down, now raised her face in a daze, revealing several band-aids on her face. These band-aids were for the scratches caused by the demon's claws when it gently grazed her neck while gripping it. She had only just managed to put them on. Kurora also gave her a calm smile. I have no intention of blaming you, nor do I have the right to. In fact, I am very grateful for the choice you made. It was you who allowed Meteor City to find hope in its moment of life and death. Sheila hesitated at that moment, wanting to speak, but in the end, she simply lowered her gaze and chose silence. The situation before them was simply unsolvable, anything she said would be meaningless. The atmosphere was heavy, and the monotonous patter of their footsteps echoed, yet Kurora seemed in high spirits. Pakunoda pushed the creaking wheelchair into a simple but spacious room at the end of the main camp's corridor. After the door creaked shut, only Kurora, Shulnark, Maki, Pakunoda, as well as Germain, Shizuku, Kurapika and Sheila remained in the room. Outside the main camp, Kurora had suggested to Germain that they talk indoors, with all irrelevant personnel dismissed, and Germain agreed. There wasn't much furniture here, sofas of different colors were haphazardly put together, and the only things hanging on the walls were a clock and a map of Meteor City, with hardly any other decorations. Pakunoda turned the wheelchair in a different direction so that he faced everyone directly, then she and Maki lit more candles. In the dim, hazy light, the reflections of the flickering candlelight danced, swayed by the night wind. Kurora asked Germain and the others to sit down, but he did not ask Pakunoda to bring water. At such a time, there was no need to do anything that might arouse suspicion. If everyone was straightforward, the conversation could proceed smoothly. My apologies. Kurora pointed to the light fixture on the ceiling and looked at Germain and the others. The electrical circuits were destroyed by Gyro's forces earlier. Every time repairs were made, it resulted in casualties, so eventually, they were simply abandoned. The few remaining generators here are all used in the air raid shelter below, so we can only talk in the shadows. Although I've said it once outside, I still want to express my most sincere gratitude to you all again. Without your help tonight, the main camp would surely have been overrun. He had lost his entire right arm, and both his legs below the knees were gone. At this point, he could only raise his arm, which had lost its left palm, and rest its rounded end against his chest. Kurora bowed his head to everyone, making an effort to show his gratitude. Shulnark, Maki, and Pakunoda, after a moment of hesitation, followed suit. However, no one from Germain's side responded. The neutral Sheila breathed with difficulty. She longed to close her eyes, to not see, to not hear, but she was also terrified that when she opened them again, there would be a bloodbath. Her feelings for Pakunoda, Maki, Kurora, and Shulnark were always complex and difficult to discern. Kurora did not expect much of a response from Germain's side. After making his gesture, he looked up and smiled calmly. I know why you're here. One objective has been achieved, Gyro is dead, the old priest is freed from his control, and Meteor City has been saved from a precarious situation. As for the other objective, of course, it's directed at me. However, I hope you can give me some time to make my final arrangements. Shulnark, Maki, and Pakunoda all reacted strongly at the same time, but Kurora stopped them with a raised hand, his gaze fixed on Germain. Germain spread one hand, making a please continue gesture. Kurora had to admit, he felt a slight sense of relief in his heart, and then he looked at Shulnark, Maki, and Pakunoda. In the name of the last surviving Meteor City elder and the former leader of the Phantom Troop, I order you to immediately disband the Phantom Troop and never rebuild a similar organization. From now on, Meteor City is a friend of Germain and his companions. We must never do anything detrimental to them again. Shulnark, Maki, and Pakunoda were all stunned when they heard Kurora's command. Sheila still kept her eyes downcast, maintaining a blank expression. At the same time, you will succeed me as Meteor City elders, handling all subsequent affairs. Including but not limited to treating the wounded, burying the dead, clearing out and expelling demons, gathering dispersed Meteor City residents, rebuilding Meteor City, and so on. Kurora, before anyone could react, gestured with his eyes for them to stop. This is my final decision and command. I hope you can respect my decision and command, and also grant my request. Believe me, your future tasks will not be easy at all. Just fighting the demons will be a huge challenge. I, on the other hand, will be much more at ease. You must continue forward. This is our original intention. I don't want to see any more meaningless casualties. Shulnark, Maki, and Pakunoda either turned their faces away or lowered their heads, clutching at their clothes. With their intelligence, they naturally understood Kurora's unspoken meaning. They desperately wanted to follow Kurora, but reason told them that Kurora's decision was the correct one. If they followed him to their deaths, it would merely be an act of willfulness. However, they couldn't bring themselves to verbally agree, so they could only remain silent. This was, in fact, already an answer. Kurora looked at them with satisfaction for a moment, then turned his head, adopting a serious expression as he met the gazes of Germain, Shizuku, and Kurapika. I will let you deal with me as you see fit, but please spare them and let them become the spark for Meteor City's reconstruction. Meteor City will never again be your enemy. This is not a transaction, because I know that our lives and deaths, and the survival of Meteor City, are all in your hands, Germain. This is merely my plea. Sheila finally looked up. Ever since the Phantom Troop was officially formed, Kurora had never again shown his truly vulnerable side to anyone. Saras's death seemed to have taken away all his weaknesses, leaving only another Kurora who could coldly handle everything. That Kurora, who always smiled confidently as if everything was under his control, now completely abandoned his dignity for the future of Meteor City. Germain did not rush to respond to Kurora but instead brought up other matters. Regarding those demons, the Hunter Association has already set up defensive lines outside Meteor City's territory to hunt down the escaped demons. This was the maximum the Hunter Association could do. Netero would issue missions for volunteer hunters to hunt down scattered demons, just as it was during the time of the NGL and the East Gordo Republic. However, they would not arbitrarily enter Meteor City to help its people. At most, they would move along the edges. Because that would incur the dissatisfaction of the V5, who would deem them to be wasting resources and energy on completely unnecessary matters. For your information, the V5 has the power and ability to disband the Hunter Association. The current outcome was only achieved through Netero's negotiations, using the argument of preventing demon invasion into surrounding countries and regions and escalating the situation. But even so, it was a great help for Meteor City. They and the hunters could completely encircle the demons in some ambiguous areas. Shulnark also had a hunter license, and he was very familiar with the Hunter Association's operations, knowing how to circumvent political and procedural issues. Once again, I sincerely thank you all, Kurora said. If the Hunter Association needs any help, please speak to Shulnark and the others. Germain then spoke again, pointing at Kurora's posture in the wheelchair. Before we make a decision, I hope to know, what happened to you? Kurora didn't hesitate for too long, then replied, in the Kaken Empire, I was pursued by Hisoka and couldn't shake him off. Germain already knew about this, what he didn't know was the outcome. At some point, Hisoka suddenly stopped sending updates on his progress. As Germain was thinking this, Kurora continued. Hisoka has clearly changed. Every trap I set in advance, he perceived and didn't fall into, which is something the old him would never do. If it were the old him, he would only see it as a challenge, gladly accept it, and enjoy the thrill of defeating me from such a difficult situation. I originally planned to use this to win, but he didn't fall for it and kept pestering me, like fishing, trying to exhaust all my strength. Finally, I realized I couldn't continue like this, so I engaged him in a hasty skirmish, which was also our final battle. The result was that both of us were severely wounded and fell from a waterfall into the turbulent river. Kurora raised his arm, which was missing its left palm. When I awoke from unconsciousness, I found that someone had saved me, but my injuries were too severe, and the doctors there didn't have many treatment options, so I had an amputation. Germain asked him a question he was more interested in, what about Hisoka? I don't know, Kurora replied, but I don't think he's dead, he just got separated from me and was washed downstream somewhere. The reason he hasn't come looking for me again must be because he's encountered some problem as well. After that, while I was recovering, I learned that the place was a notorious untouchable slum in the Kaken Empire. Those who live here are branded with the mark of untouchable and can never rise above their station. However, although I lost my limbs, I exchanged them for what I wanted. At this, Kurora actually showed a rather joyful smile, and he truly felt that way inside. Germain grew a little curious. What did you exchange them for that you wanted? Are you interested in this? Yes. Alright, then I'll tell you. Kurora first glanced at Sheila, then said, since you are familiar with Sheila, she has probably already explained the connection between us, hasn't she? She told us a part of it, Germain replied, most of it we found out ourselves. That's right, Kurora nodded thoughtfully, the incident with Sarasa back then also caused a huge stir in Meteor City, and quite a few people knew about it. In short, we never gave up on tracking down the murderers, but they never posted the video on our website as we wished. This is illogical, logically speaking, these scumbags shouldn't have been able to endure such a long time without sharing it with others. So, we realized a problem. Those who tortured and killed Sarasa must have had a cooperative relationship with Meteor City, which is why they could come and go so easily. All their actions back then were actually to humiliate us and derive pleasure from it. In that case, they had to complete the most important step. That was to return here and observe us. Our pain and unwillingness were their source of pleasure. It's very possible that they used the guise of cooperation with Meteor City while silently observing us for several years, witnessing how we grew. We might have met them, or even spoken to them, at some point. At that time, the Phantom Troop had probably already made a name for itself. It was too late for them to try and eliminate us, so they instead began to fear us. They were afraid of being discovered and found by us, so they never came to Meteor City again, and it was even less likely for them to actively release the video. Because they knew we already had the means to find them through the video. Kurora paused, then turned his head to look at Pakunoda. After realizing this, we used Pakunoda's inability to search through all the foreigners who had appeared in our memories over those years, and we went to them one by one. It's just that the quantity was too great, and they couldn't possibly stay in the same place forever, so we haven't been able to complete all the investigations in these past few years. This was one of the reasons why the Phantom Troop often split up, they did what they wanted on their respective journeys, while also screening suspects. But, unexpectedly, the clues we couldn't find no matter what, I stumbled upon by chance in the end. The woman who saved me from the river claimed to be from Meteor City like us, but she was tied up by a strange man when she was young and taken away in a van. Germain noticed that the expressions of Kurora, Shulnark, Maki, and Pakunoda all turned cold at that moment, while only Sheila had a sense of relief. I asked her for details about being taken away back then, and she told me some things she would never forget, calling it her a lifelong nightmare. At that time, her eyes were blindfolded and her mouth was gagged, but her ears could still hear. She heard the scream of an unfamiliar girl. The girl struggled violently in the van, constantly shouting cleaning warrior and many people's names. Undoubtedly, she was calling out our names. That girl was Sarasa. The men in the van found Sarasa too noisy, so they gagged her, but she still kept struggling and resisting. Then, the van stopped, and the woman said she heard those men cursing something, then dragged Sarasa out. After that, the woman heard the most chilling screams and laughter she had ever heard in her life, and indeed, someone mentioned words like video. After everything quieted down, the woman and the other kidnapped girls in the van were all trembling with fear, not daring to resist any further. They were later taken onto ships, crossed the ocean, and sent far away to the untouchable slum of the Kaken Empire, with the purpose of fulfilling their so-called untouchable breeding. The Kaken Empire needs untouchables at the very bottom, and the children of untouchables are still untouchables. No normal woman would bear children for an untouchable, so such a dark trade came into being. Maki's pink hair became even more disheveled by the night wind. She got up and closed the window, but the temperature in the room still seemed to be dropping. Kurora's eyes darkened, deeply lost in his memories. I quickly contacted Shulnark, Maki, and Pakunoda, and met up with them, and took that woman with me. With more clues, we finally caught one of those people, and then, following the trail, found the others, as well as the videos they had hidden. We discovered that one of them, we did indeed know. He was the one who sold us the information about the Kurta clan's Scarlet Eyes. Kurapika remained motionless upon hearing this, showing no reaction. After so many years, even if they were afraid of us, they never thought of destroying the videotapes. Many perverted serial killers have this kind of hobbies. Every time the Phantom Troop's name appeared in the newspapers, they would take out that videotape to relieve it, enjoying the dangerous joy of never having been caught by us. After we made them enjoy pain 10 times, 100 times greater than Saras's torment, they finally couldn't bear it and died one by one. But we knew very well that they were just small-time figures, the real culprit was the Kaken Empire. It's just that we didn't have the ability to seek revenge against such a vast empire. At the same time, Gyro rescued Zazan from our hands, intending to establish his empire in Meteor City. So, we had no choice but to focus on confronting Gyro's forces. You already know what happened later. It was a rather somber topic, but Germain handled it lightly, then asked. Since I've learned what I'm interested in, please answer what my companions want to know. Shizuku shook her head and said, I don't have anything I want to know. Germain nodded to Shizuku, then looked at Kurapika, who hadn't spoken. Kurapika, you must have many questions, right? Kurapika indeed had many things he wanted to ask the person in front of him. His original plan was to stab the chains of judgment into Kurora's heart and force out everything he wanted to know. Why they sought out the Kurta clan back then, what they did to the Kurta clan members, who were the ones who acted. But then, he suddenly realized there was no need to ask further. What flooded Kurapika's mind were the expressions of extreme fear on the faces of those old, weak, women, and children just now, yet their immense trust in Kurora and the others. He thought about how Kurora had just pleaded with teacher Germain, hoping that all grievances would only be attributed to Kurora alone. And finally, the entire process of how they avenged Sarasa. It was very sudden, Kurapika no longer had anything he wanted to ask. Instead, he clearly recalled the story teacher Germain had told him on the very first night they met. In a world of ice and snow, there was once a man who received a blessing of regeneration. He and his sister lived in a village with scarce food. He said he repented for what happened back then, he was in great pain, and he wanted to turn over a new leaf. The children protected him, and their eyes revealed their love for their foster father. What else could Fire Punch do? He couldn't possibly burn these innocent children into charred corpses with the flames on his body, could he? Besides, hadn't that enemy already repented? Fire Punch felt that the enemy might not necessarily be an evildoer, he just didn't want to leave behind a cannibalistic bloodline. Even months later, Kurapika still remembered asking his teacher what the so-called Fire Punch ultimately did. The teacher's answer was, it's simple, he turned around, just like you, and came back. So that's how it was. Teacher Germain had already foreseen this day. Kurapika understood. He didn't want to empathize with Kurora, didn't want to understand why Kurora did those things to his clan, and didn't want Kurora to express repentance for what happened back then. It was meaningless now. Kurapika had no right to forgive or pity Kurora, all the people who had that right were already dead, and he had just held their funerals not long ago. To end all grievances with Kurora alone, and let Shulnark, Maki, and Pakunoda rebuild Meteor City, this was already Kurapika's greatest concession. Let it end this way. So, he replied, Teacher, I also have nothing I want to ask. Kurapika had originally intended to pierce Kurora's heart with his silver chains and take revenge himself, but now he had completely lost that inclination. He just felt very tired, holding his forehead and letting out a long sigh. Germain was not very surprised by Kurapika's reaction. Kurora was the mastermind back then, and Phaeton Portor, who was skilled in torment, proposed how to force the Kurta clan members to reveal their scarlet eyes. Phaeton Portor, Yuvijan, Finks, and Franklin were the ones who carried out the massacre. The remaining people, including Nobunaga, Shulnark, Maki, and Pakunoda, were more responsible for control, preventing the Kurta clan members from escaping. He had already asked Kurapika earlier and confirmed Kurapika's thoughts, the previous question was just to ascertain whether Kurapika's thoughts had changed. Since Kurapika had no questions to ask and no intention of acting personally, Germain turned his gaze back to Kurora. Kurora knew Germain's decision from his eyes, so he let out a slight sigh of relief. He obviously knew that Kurapika was connected to the scarlet eyes of the Kurta clan. When Kurapika appeared on the train in the Kaken Empire, Kurora naturally wouldn't miss investigating this young man, and indeed, he found out quite a lot. When he saw the picture of the scarlet eyes, Kurora soon remembered what happened back then and confirmed why Kurapika was with Germain. After returning to Meteor City, Kurora knew that Germain and Kurapika would come looking for him sooner or later. They knew very well that in the situation of Meteor City, as long as Kurora was alive, he must be within Meteor City. As long as they came to Meteor City, they could find Kurora. Kurora knew he was destined to die, but Shulnark, Maki, and Pakunoda still had a chance to live, depending on how much they in Meteor City were willing to pay. Kurora had already completed his revenge and witnessed Meteor City being saved from its greatest peril. Now, he actually had few attachments and could calmly face death. It just seemed that Kurapika was unwilling to act personally, so he had no choice but to, like Seidaso, condense a hand within and reach into his embrace. Kurora took out a strangely shaped knife, named Bian's blade, his favorite knife. Shulnark, Maki, and Pakunoda all watched this scene, their hearts tightening. Pakunoda even wanted to step forward and snatch his knife, but Shulnark held her back and shook his head at her. Before Shulnark could speak, Kurora answered for him. Stop. Let me leave like this, ending everything at once. I beg of you. Bian's blade was raised high by Kurora, and finally, he looked at Germain. Hisoka will come for you eventually, but now, it seems there's no need to worry about you. The one who needs to worry is himself. Bian's blade swiftly cut his throat, and blood spurted out, making a hissing sound like a gas leak. Blood stained the floor. After attending the old priest's brief funeral, Germain, Shizuku, and Kurapika left Meteor City. They stood at the boundary line and made the handover with members of the Hunter Association, letting the hunters know the general situation inside. Sheila remained within Meteor City. Kurapika looked forlorn, completely lacking the sense of satisfaction he had imagined after revenge. Shizuku, after stepping out of Meteor City's territory, turned around again and grabbed Germain's hand. Thank you. Germain also turned around, then clasped Shizuku's hand tightly, intertwining their fingers, and looked towards Meteor City with Shizuku. In that direction, the most conspicuous sights were still the hazy sky and the towering garbage mountains, but it was unknown where Meteor City would head now. February 2nd. At the gate in front of the dormant volcano, Kukuru Mountain Range, Dentora Region, Republic of Padokia. Zebro and Second, the Zaldik family's nominal gatekeepers, two middle-aged men, one fat, one thin, were watching two teenagers in front of them, who were rubbing their hands together in anticipation. One of the teenagers was Gon, whose arm injury had just healed, and who had spiky hair. The other was Leorio, who looked very mature and even carried a briefcase like an office worker. About 20 days ago, after obtaining their hunter licenses, they went straight to Kukuru Mountain, hoping to meet Killua, but were blocked by the gate in front of them. The gate, as tall as a city wall, was called the Testing Gate. It consisted of 7 interlocking doors, one above the other. The first and smallest door weighed 4 tons, adding the second door made it 8 tons, adding the third door made it 16 tons, and so on. If they wanted to enter as guests to visit Killua, they needed to push open at least the smallest door, which meant pushing the first door, weighing about 4 tons. Gon's arm was still bandaged at the time. He and Leorio tried hard with 3 hands, but quickly failed at the Gate of Hell. Afterward, they learned more details from the gatekeeper, Zebro. If they used abnormal methods, such as climbing over the wall or using a key to open a side door, they would be attacked and devoured by the giant hunting dog, Mike. They had already seen Mike with their own eyes and knew what a terrifying creature he was. Gon and Leorio, having no other choice, decided to accept the Zaldik family's rules and enter through the Gate of Hell honorably. Thus, for the next 20 days, they underwent special intensive training under Zebro's guidance. Gon healed his arm injury in just 10 days. As expected of a future enhancement type Nen user, his recovery ability was monstrous. Finally, today, Gon and Leorio once again challenged the Gate of Hell. Looking at them, they seem very confident, Second said lazily, a lit cigarette dangling from his mouth, his eyes half closed like a dead fish. He had opposed Zebro's decision to train Gon and Leorio. Later, he claimed he didn't care whether the two succeeded, scoffed a few times, and left, as if he truly didn't care, but in reality, he had been keeping an eye on them. At such an important moment, he appeared beside the Gate of Hell, like a witness. Zebro narrowed his eyes to a slit, gently rubbing the black mole under his nose, and chuckled. I think they might very well succeed. After all, they are young Master Killua's friends. Ha. Second sneered but said nothing, merely observing quietly. Afterward, Zebro and Second waited on the inner side of the Gate of Hell, anticipating the actions of Gon and Leorio, who were on the outer side. Gon was the first to push the door. He exerted some effort and finally pushed open the first door, but he didn't enter, instead, he stepped back. When he let go, the first door quickly sprang back and closed. Seeing Gon push open the first door, Zebro smiled, as if expecting it, and Second was also slightly moved. Gon shouted excitedly outside the Gate of Hell and hugged Leorio. Because just pushing it open meant he had succeeded, and the training of these past days hadn't been in vain. The reason he didn't immediately enter the Gate of Hell was to enter with Leorio. Then Leorio, with great solemnity, handed his briefcase to Gon, took off his shirt, revealing his lean upper body. He pushed with all his might, veins bulging, and with a rumbling sound, he pushed open the second door. At this, both Zebro and Second showed surprised expressions. Although Leorio indeed had 10 more days of training than Gon, the fact that he actually pushed open the second door was truly beyond their expectations. One must know that young Master Killua can only push open 3 doors at present. This time, Gon entered the inner side of the Gate of Hell with Leorio, both simultaneously spread their arms and ran towards each other, embracing excitedly. Watching the sweaty Leorio and Gon hug each other, celebrating with delight, Zebro chuckled heartily. They're truly amazing. In just 20 days, they managed to push open the Gate of Hell, and Leorio even pushed open the second door. So what? Second pinched the cigarette out of his mouth with his fingers, pouring cold water on the situation. They still have to pass the guide's test before they can find the mansion. Both men shivered at the thought of the apprentice butler named Canary. Second was intimately familiar with Canary's strength. He and his companions had been defeated by Canary when she was only 10 years old. After realizing what it meant to overestimate oneself, Second became the nominal gatekeeper here, but in reality, he was Mike's feeder. Zebro's expression turned serious. Indeed, Gon and Leorio still have many great challenges ahead of them. Even if they pass Canary's test, there are still Mr. Gota and the others. Before he finished speaking, a rumbling sound came from the direction of the already closed Gate of Hell. Zebro and Second, both greatly surprised, and then Gon and Leorio, who reacted shortly after, all looked towards the Gate of Hell. Someone else is pushing the Gate of Hell? And indeed, the Gate of Hell was pushed open. Before they could clearly see who was pushing the door, everyone instinctively began counting how many doors had been pushed open. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Zebro and Second almost thought their eyes were playing tricks on them, so they rubbed their eyes and counted again. This time they counted clearly, it was indeed 7 doors. Both exchanged astonished glances. When would all 7 doors be pushed open? This sight usually only occurred when Lord Maha, Lord Zeno, and Master Silva, among others, entered or exited. But they were all currently at the Zaldik mansion on Kukuru Mountain. Could it be Mr. Netero? Gon and Leorio were also incredibly astonished. They had expended so much effort just to push open the first and second doors of the Gate of Hell. Now, someone had effortlessly pushed open all 7 doors. To them, it was simply unbelievable. How was this even possible? All 4 pairs of eyes turned towards the man who had pushed open the doors. He looked very young, clearly not Mr. Netero. The man, dressed in a hunter's black robe and wearing a tricorn hat, slowly walked in. Germain saw the 4 people inside staring at him, dumbfounded, so he stopped in his tracks, frowned, and began to reflect. Then he spoke. I remember the Zaldik family's rule is that as long as one pushes open the Gate of Hell, they can enter directly. Has the rule changed? Zebro quickly recognized him, Mr. Ger. Germain. What brings you here? He and Second remembered that Master Silva had specifically instructed them to warmly welcome Mr. Germain if he arrived and to immediately notify the people at the mansion. This meant that Mr. Germain, like Mr. Netero, was a distinguished guest of the Zaldik family. Did I do something wrong? Germain pointed to the large door that had sprung back and closed. If needed, I can wait outside. He was not an impolite person and fully respected the Zaldik family's traditions. No, no, no. Zebro quickly waved his hands, his tone somewhat flustered. You didn't do anything wrong. It's perfectly reasonable. Germain nodded thoughtfully, then said. That reassures me, because I told my companions about this, and they are all very interested in pushing open the Gate of Hell. Before he could finish, he heard Shizuko let out a heave-ho, and the Gate of Hell rumbled open again, and she strode in. She adjusted her glasses, looked back at the Gate of Hell, which had sprung back and closed, and began counting on her fingers. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1 less than you, what a pity. She patted the biceps on her left arm with her right hand and said to Germain with a poker face, I'm not in good form today. Yes, you're not in good form today. Germain nodded, acknowledging Shizuko's statement. Zebro swallowed, the cigarette in Second's mouth fell to the ground and Gon and Leorio, who were embracing, seemed to have turned to stone. However, the matter was clearly not over yet. The Gate of Hell rumbled open once more, this time 4 doors were pushed open, and the last person to walk in was Kurapika. It was a bit strenuous, it seems I still need to intensify my training. Kurapika shrugged his shoulders, then greeted Gon and Leorio. Gon and Leorio released each other, both responding dazedly. Second picked up the cigarette butt from the ground and turned to look at Zebro, both saw shock in each other's eyes. To have so many people capable of pushing open the Gate of Hell in one day, and even some who pushed open 6 or 7 doors, this was truly unprecedented. When did the Gate of Hell become such an easy door to push open? Mr. Germain, please wait a moment. Zebro bowed repeatedly, then sent Second to call the mansion, while he stayed to entertain Germain and the others. Second hurried off. Zebro led the group towards the Zaldik family mansion on Kukuru Mountain. Along the way, Zebro's enthusiasm for Germain made Gon and Leorio think he was a different person. He hadn't treated them like this for the past 20 days. Gon and Leorio were more or less ignored. At this point, only Kurapika spoke to them, wanting to know their recent situation. I heard you two on the phone saying you'd stay with the Zaldik family until you could push open the Gate of Hell. I didn't expect you'd actually do it. Of course. Leorio shouted loudly, flinging his removed shirt over his shoulder. We're going to show the Zaldik family our perseverance and patience. Anyone can talk big, but those who can turn big talk into reality are truly capable, and Gon and Leorio were clearly such people. Kurapika smiled, the not-so-pleasant emotions after his revenge finally diluted by Germain's guidance and seeing Gon and Leorio. Gon adjusted the fishing rod on his back, which was his weapon. Kurapika, during the hunter exam, we knew you were very strong. Among the candidates from our class, perhaps only Killua's older brother, Illumi, could consistently overpower you. But we didn't expect you to be this strong. The gate of hell that Leorio and I trained for 20 days to open, you managed to open 4. How did you do it? Leorio also asked curiously, yet, how did you do it? Killua could open 3 gates because he was the third son of the world's #1 assassin family, undergoing brutal training from a young age, far beyond ordinary imagination. Yet Kurapika could display even more terrifying strength than Killua, which was truly incredible. It's a long story, this is an ability called an ability. In short, you'll understand it soon enough. I can't say too much. Kurapika wasn't deliberately being enigmatic, it was about Gon and Leorio's true final test and their future. He himself was only an user who had just started learning an ability for over 9 months, and he didn't want to guide the two with his brave level experience. After all, everyone's ability system is not necessarily the same, and their training directions also differ. He didn't want to mislead them and hinder their development. Professional matters should be left to professional examiners and teachers, who already have mature teaching system plans. Gon and Leorio didn't get any definite clues from Kurapika and were a bit disappointed, but they both started pondering what an ability meant. After a while, Gon, whose brain was overloaded, gave up thinking first, and he asked another curious question. Kurapika. Gon pointed at Germain and Shizuku, who are they? Why are you with them here? He had already been surprised by Germain and Shizuku, who could open 7 and 6 gates respectively, and now was a good time to ask. That is teacher Germain, who taught me an ability. Kurapika paused here, pointed at Shizuku, and added. That should be my teacher's wife, Ms. Shizuku. Teacher Germain received an invitation from the Zaldik family earlier, so he brought us along as guests. Should be my teacher's wife. Leorio's focus was here. Kurapika nodded, admitting, I didn't dare to ask. And Gon's eyes lit up, so Kurapika's ability was learned from Mr. Germain. Can we also ask him to teach us? Leorio also couldn't help but look forward to it. After this experience of having to push open the gate of hell to see Killua, they both wanted to become stronger even more. Kurapika looked troubled, that depends on teacher Germain's thoughts, but I think he's very busy lately and probably won't take on too many disciples. Gon and Leorio once again showed disappointed expressions, but they quickly cheered up, as their purpose for this trip was to meet Killua. As long as this goal was achieved, everything else could wait. An ability, such a magical thing, could be discussed later. Kurapika then thought of something and smiled slightly. Gon, you might have a chance. Hey, why? Gon tilted his head. I remember you said during the hunter exam that you embarked on this journey to follow in your father Jing Freaks' footsteps, right? That's right. Gon didn't understand why Kurapika suddenly asked this, but he already had a vague premonition in his heart. Indeed, Kurapika smiled, if that's the case, you can ask teacher Germain later. As far as I know, he is an acquaintance of your father. Ah. Gon couldn't help but shout, causing Germain, Shizuku, and Zebro to turn their heads and look. Only then did he realize he had shouted too loudly, so he quickly covered his mouth with both hands and bowed to apologize to everyone. Although Germain, Shizuku, and Zebro found it a bit strange, they didn't press the 3 behind them about what they were discussing. As for Gon and Leorio, the 2 main characters, Germain, after observing them for a while initially, did not specifically interact with them. Germain didn't think Gon and Leorio were special. Because he felt, I have my story, and I am the protagonist of my story. Zebro led Germain, Shizuku, and the others to a path in a dense forest. The huge, furry hound, Mike, was lying under a large tree, its 2 eyes eerily staring in their direction, sending shivers down Gon and Leorio's spines. However, everyone had entered openly from outside the gate of hell according to the rules, so Mike did not perceive them as intruders and attack. Excuse me, Mr. Germain. Zebro said respectfully, I can only lead the way to this point. Neither second nor I can enter the subsequent areas without permission. Germain waved his hand, it's all right, we'll just go on ahead. I've been here once, and I still remember the way. I'm truly sorry, then I'll trouble you to continue forward. Second has already notified the mansion, and someone will come to greet you soon. Okay, thank you. You're welcome, you're welcome. This was Zebro's second meeting with Germain, but he had almost no interaction with Germain the first time. Now he was surprised to realize that Germain was quite an approachable person. Second was a pro hunter, so he also shared news about Mr. Germain from the hunter dedicated website with Zebro as after dinner conversation. New rat, fastest single star hunter, troop and shadow beasts killer, greatest contributor to the chimera ants extermination. This man with so many titles, like Mr. Netero, seemed very humble and low-key. Not at all arrogant like young Master Illumi or young Master Miluki. No, as a gatekeeper, dogkeeper, a mere humble me, how could I think of the young masters that way? Regardless of how much Zebro denied it in his heart, he, Second, and many butlers actually preferred Killua over the other young masters. This was an undeniable fact, only no one openly admitted it. The reason was that young Master Killua had no heirs at all, and at the same time possessed talent that could be called genius and extraordinary strength for his age. Everyone was very happy to see young Master Killua become the future head of the Zaldik family. However, young Master Killua, who returned from outside this time, was clearly very frustrated and depressed, and was subsequently confined within the Zaldik family mansion. Zebro only learned about young Master Killua's recent experiences from Gon and Leorio. Unfortunately, he was insignificant and could do nothing. Even if Gon and Leorio could push open the gate of hell, Zebro didn't think they could easily change young Master Killua's current situation. However, someone who could do something appeared. I hope Mr. Germain can free young Master Killua from his current predicament. He thought to himself as he watched Mr. Germain's receding back. Gon, with his small backpack, couldn't get any more information about his father, Jing Freaks, from Kurapika, so he eagerly hurried towards Germain. Mr. Germain! Mr. Germain! Please wait! He ran to Germain's side, clutching his backpack straps, like an excited middle schooler going on a field trip. Given his age and the fishing rod he carried, it was even more so. Kurapika told me you know Jing Freaks? Is that true? Germain looked back and saw Kurapika giving him an apologetic expression. It wasn't strange that Kurapika knew about Jing. They had met in Kaken Empire and Greed Island, and the long time since then was enough for him to figure out who Jing was. I do know Jing. Germain looked down at Gon, and indeed saw a hint of Jing in his face. I also know you're Jing's son, Gon. Yes, I'm Jing's son. Gon admitted joyfully, his eyes wide open. I'm looking for him, do you know where he went? I know. Germain nodded. But I can't tell you yet. He's currently working with me on a secret mission, and I can't say too much. Gon looked dejected upon hearing this, not expecting the clue to seemingly disappear again at this point. He was left on his home of Whale Island before he could remember, raised by Jing's sister, Aunt Mito. The reason he left Whale Island and embarked on a journey to take the hunter license exam was because he heard Jing was a pro hunter. If he became a pro hunter himself, wouldn't he be one step closer to Jing? However, the reality was that he obtained his hunter license, but only learned a little about Jing's past from examiner Toguri. Besides that, he still knew nothing. To see Killua, he had to put aside this important matter for him, but unexpectedly, the path turned, and he met someone here who was familiar with Jing. Shizuku only reacted at this moment, leaning slightly from Germain's other side, curiously examining Gon. So he's Jing's son. His eyes do look a bit similar. Gon was initially very excited, but had now calmed down a bit, and asked, Mr. Germain, has Jing ever mentioned me? Come to think of it. Germain thought for a moment and replied, he did mention you a few times, and he also had something he wanted me to tell you. What is it? Gon's hope ignited once more. He said, Gon, if you really want to see me, your incompetent father, then come find me in a certain place. These were Jing's words to Germain during his first exploration of the ancient labyrinth city, but Germain replaced the original Dark Continent with that place. Gon's curiosity was indeed piqued, that place. Germain felt a bit like a mentor character in a manga, specifically guiding the protagonist's future direction. For example, Roger, Rayleigh, and Shanks in One Piece, Germain was now playing such a role. He only stated a portion of the facts, and said some ambiguous words, to motivate the young people to pursue their goals. To know where that place is, you first need to learn an ability, and then try to get to a place called Greed Island. Greed Island. Gon was surprised, this was a place name he had never heard of. Where is it? Find it yourself, Jing should have left you enough clues. Gon looked dejected, like a child who had to go to bed before hearing the end of a story, but he quickly cheered up again. Then can you teach me and Leorio, Killua an ability. Gon nervously kept adding members, he wouldn't forget his companions, and they also didn't have an ability. Germain shook his head, teaching you all would take at least a few months, and I'm afraid I don't have that much time right now. Gon, and Leorio who was eavesdropping nearby, were once again disappointed. Germain looked back at Leorio. Leorio couldn't help but laugh awkwardly a few times, scratching the back of his head, his gaze drifting into the distance. However, there should be more suitable teachers waiting for you. After you leave the Zaldik family, you will meet them. Or rather, they will come looking for you. Gon and Leorio exchanged glances, nodding as if they understood, yet didn't. Soon, they saw a dilapidated garden appear at the end of the stone-paved path. At the garden's entrance stood two broken stone pillars covered in ivy, which looked quite ancient. At this time, a large group of men and women in black tailcoats had been waiting there for a long time, and they bowed in unison to Germain and the others. Leading them was Gota, whom they had met once before. With his wire-rimmed glasses, he maintained a stern expression, meticulously completing the reception task. Canary, with her dreadlocks and a domed cane, whom Zebro and Second called the guide, was also among the many butlers. As an apprentice butler, she was originally stationed here to prevent uninvited guests from breaking through the gate of hell, such as Second and his companions back then. However, with Gota bringing the order to the mansion, Canary also became part of the welcoming butlers. She silently gazed at Germain. In such an occasion, she did not walk over to say any unnecessary words. The last time Germain interacted with young Master Killua had fled the Zaldik family after harming Kikyo, and was nowhere to be found. Although she was implicated and severely punished for this, she did not blame young Master Killua or Mr. Germain in her heart. On the contrary, she was actually very happy that Mr. Germain was able to make young Master Killua decide to leave the Zaldik family. Deep down, she always hoped that young Master Killua could gain freedom and live a happy life, even if it meant sacrificing her own life. Unfortunately, young Master Illumi still forced young Master Killua to return. Seeing the lonely expression on young Master Killua's face when he returned that day, and his words to her, "I made friends," broke Canary's heart. This time, young Master Killua might be grounded for a very long time. But after this, will he still have the courage to escape the excessive control of young Master Illumi and the others? Canary felt deeply helpless about this, and truly hoped someone could do something. But in the vast Zaldik family, who could convince the masters in the mansion? Not a single one, not even Subone or Gota, could change the masters' minds, or even had the right to persuade them. They could all only watch silently. At this moment, Mr. Germain appeared before her eyes again. Last time, he briefly changed young Master Killua's fate. This time, would he do something again? Canary hoped so. As they walked towards the Zaldik family mansion on Kukuru Mountain, the number of butlers following them dwindled, until only Gota was left to lead the way. The other butlers all had important duties, and without new instructions, they could not go to the Zaldik family mansion. Apprentice butler Canary was also like this, she could not witness the subsequent developments, so she had to suppress her regret and silently leave. Gota, with his full beard, pushed the center of his glasses with his middle finger. He had been quietly leading the way, but then suddenly spoke. "Are you just here to see Master Silva and the others?" Germain glanced at the expressionless man and replied, "No." "Is that so?" Gota didn't ask further. He then silently led everyone to the front gate of the Zaldik family mansion, then continued to maintain a stern face and stepped aside. At the mansion's front gate were Maha, Zeno, Silva, Kikyo, Illumi, and Kalito. Such a welcoming reception, even for Gota, a butler who had served the Zaldik family for decades, made his eyelids twitch wildly. However, he said nothing, merely keeping his eyes downcast, for he already knew what he wanted to know from Mr. Germain. That was enough, now he would quietly await the developments. Out of politeness, Germain spoke a few words to almost every Zaldik family member present. Shizuku, Kurapika, Gon, and Leorio quietly stayed in the back. The first person Germain spoke to was, of course, Maha, who was around Chairman Netero's age. He was much shorter and thinner than Chairman Netero, with a chestnut-shaped head, and looked quite kind and benevolent. He smiled and asked Germain about his relationship with Chairman Netero, then offered a few words of encouragement, similar to "the future is yours." Afterward, Maha patted Germain's hand, like a normal old man, and let him go. However, Germain knew that Maha was no normal old man, he was still working as an assassin, though his take actions were becoming increasingly rare. Compared to him, Zeno, his grandson, who was active throughout his career and 1 kill a day, was much more diligent. If not for Germain's appearance disrupting the original future, Maha would have formed a 3-person team with Illumi and Kalito, accepting a commission from Kurora to assassinate the 10 Dons. No, it should be said that they would have directly breached and forcefully killed the 10 Dons. The Zaldik family just liked to use the term assassination. Just as the Phantom Troop used to like the term Thieves Guild, in reality, their actions were mostly outright robbery. Next were Zeno and Silva. When the Chimera Ant extermination war had just ended, they invited Germain to visit the Zaldik family when he had time. Unexpectedly, after several months of no news from Germain, he suddenly showed up to visit. Both of them smiled, but inwardly they wondered about Germain's intentions. Father and son exchanged glances, simultaneously thinking of Killua and another person. Then came Kikyo. Her attitude toward Germain was clearly lukewarm, probably because Silva had reminded her. She barely managed to put on a polite demeanor and asked a few concerned questions. Next was Illumi. "I heard the war in Meteor City ended because of you." Illumi stood with his hands on his slender waist, his black hair loose, and his pupils deep and dark, as if completely devoid of life. It was not strange that he knew about Meteor City. The Zaldik family had intricate connections with Meteor City and certainly had intelligence channels. However, under normal circumstances, the Zaldik family usually turned a blind eye to the situation in Meteor City. Even Kikyo, who hailed from Meteor City, did not make any moves when Meteor City was occupied and invaded by Gyro's forces, let alone anyone else. Illumi knew the full story almost the day after Gyro and Zazen were killed by Germain. "In fact, it can't be said that the war ended because of me," Germain explained. "We merely left them leaderless. For a long time to come, Meteor City and the Hunter Association will have to try to eradicate the remaining demons in that area. Only when the last demon is eradicated or controlled will the war truly be over." Illumi nodded, seemingly acknowledging Germain's more rigorous statement. Then he added, "Besides that, I also know that Kurora died by your hand." His expression was cold, showing no emotional fluctuation regarding Kurora's death. "I need to correct you a second time," Germain said. "Kurora committed suicide. Those who were pricked by mine and needle also committed suicide," Illumi said with a cold joke. Of course, no one present laughed. "The connection is that Kurora, like them, was not in control of himself, wasn't he? After I learned of Kurora's death, I guessed you would come to the Zaldik family. You're not just here as a guest, you're also here for Killua, aren't you?" After realizing that, I immediately rushed back, and sure enough, I found you visiting today. However, the truth was that after Illumi learned that Kurora was forced to commit suicide, he, with an assassin's vigilance, had a premonition that his own situation was quite bad. Through the education of Zeno and Silva, he roughly understood the current power gap between himself and Germain. Given his personality, he genuinely did not want to provoke such a person to hunt him down, which is why he never made a move against Kurapika during the Hunter exam. The current situation was that the leader and most members of the Phantom Troop had died by Germain's hand, a few by Hisoka's, with only 3 surviving. He had briefly joined the Phantom Troop and had intended to attack Germain and others, but Hisoka had ultimately foiled his plans. Although the possibility of Germain retaliating against him was not very high, staying within the Zaldik family was always safer. Of course, in this situation, he would not admit that he had chickened out in this regard. At the same time, he also firmly believed that Germain was here for Killua. Roughly a year ago, it was after Germain's contact with Killua that Killua suddenly injured his mother, ran away from the Zaldik family, and disappeared without a trace. Killua then vanished for a long time, allowing Illumi to catch him during the hunter exam. At this time, Germain's disciple, Kurapika, was openly acting with Killua, while the Hunter Association's hunters were secretly watching them. All of this made Illumi even more convinced of his judgment. It must have been Germain, now Rat, who gave the order for Kurapika and the hunters to protect Killua. Because of this, the habitually suspicious Illumi was unable to make a move against Killua throughout the entire hunter exam, instead choosing a short window of opportunity after the hunter exam ended. He couldn't help but marvel at Germain's meticulous planning. He had protected Killua so well throughout the entire hunter exam, but unfortunately, he still found an opportunity. The Hunter Association members still relaxed at the last moment. Of course, Illumi did not know that those hunters were actually mostly watching Kurapika, and incidentally noticed the exceptionally talented Killua, unable to resist looking a few more times. When the hunter exam ended, Kurapika had already successfully obtained his hunter license, so the hunters naturally had no reason to continue following him. In short, Illumi engaged in a void battle with Germain on his own, ultimately ending in his victory. But he believed Germain would not let it go. Sure enough, Germain came to visit today. Germain thought about Illumi's question and frankly admitted, yes, one of my goals is indeed to find Killua. Whether it was Killua's own talent or the relationship between Killua, Aluka, and Nanika, all made it worthwhile for Germain to foster a good relationship with Killua. If he could also take Killua away, and in the future meet Aluka and Nanika to understand their abilities, that would also be good. Upon hearing Germain's words, everyone reacted differently. Maha was still smiling, as if he hadn't heard anything. Zeno and Silva exchanged glances again. Kikyo was clearly a little agitated, her mechanical red dot eyes twitching rapidly. Illumi showed an I knew it expression, hesitated for a moment, pouted, and said, I object. Germain, however, thought their conversation had already ended. While Illumi was hesitating, he bypassed him and turned to the last Zaldik family member present. Kalito was Silva's fifth and youngest child, but he was dressed like a girl, and the beauty mark on his chin further highlighted his cuteness. Both the fourth child, Aluka, and the fifth child, Kalito, embodied the unique meaning of having children. Leaving Kalito aside for now, Aluka clearly identified as female, and Killua was willing to call her a little sister. In a typical family, the youngest child is usually the most pampered, but the Zaldik family was certainly not a typical family. Therefore, Kalito received far less attention than the exceptionally talented and bloodline superior Killua. However, Kalito did not envy Killua, instead, he quietly paid attention to Killua, wanting to do something for his brother, especially in his current state of house arrest. There was a saying that the entire Zaldik family was Killua obsessed, and there was a reason for this. But the Killua obsessed faction was divided into groups, the extremely Yandere control faction, led by Kikyo and Illumi. Next was the Free Growth faction, led by Zeno and Silva. Finally, there was the Neutral Protection faction, led by Kalito. He would decide his inclination based on the situation, he would side with whichever party he judged to be better for Killua. Now, it was time for him to assess the situation. He wanted to know what changes Germain, after nearly a year's absence, would bring to the current situation of the Zaldik family. Kalito, dressed in a kimono, used a fanned-out small fan to cover the lower half of his face, nodded at Germain, then blinked his large eyes, observing Germain. It was always improper to stand outside the mansion and chat, so the Zaldik family members welcomed Germain, Shizuku, and the others inside the main gate, where they sat down in the spacious and bright reception room. During this time, Maha returned to his room to rest, claiming, when you get old, you just want to sleep more. Then, with his hands clasped behind his back, he slowly walked away. He looked like an elder who, after retirement, strolls around with a birdcage. However, based on the Zaldik family members' understanding of this relatively laid-back eldest member, he probably just didn't want to deal with the subsequent matters. Unlike Netero, since he had long ago relinquished the position of Zaldik head, he would never interfere, let alone personally attend to every detail. One must let go when it's time to let go, otherwise, the younger generation, constantly suppressed and afraid to make decisions or fail, would certainly not be able to grow. After Gota served tea and pastries to everyone, he adjusted his thin-rimmed glasses and, using the excuse that he had unfinished business, took his leave. In reality, he had listened to a portion of the conversation at the mansion's main gate and realized that there might be parts of the upcoming discussion that, as a butler, he shouldn't hear, so he discreetly excused himself. It was just a pity that he didn't have the chance to see how things would unfold immediately. Whether Killua's freedom would still be in young Master Illumi's hands or something else, would depend on the outcome. Silva, as the current family head, sat at the head of the table. Although Zeno was an elder, he sat to Silva's left, and Kikyo sat to his right. Only now did he inquire about everyone besides Germain, asking who they were and their purpose for coming. Germain first introduced Shizuku and Kurapika, explaining that they had come to visit with him, and then spoke of Gon and Leorio. Gon and Leorio quickly straightened their backs, unwilling to show any weakness in front of Killua's family. Silva actually knew Gon and Leorio. After all, they had been staying at Zebro's residence for 20 days, Zebro couldn't possibly not report the situation, and Gota would naturally convey the news. It was just that they basically didn't care and hadn't expected Gon and Leorio to actually be able to push open the gate of hell. However, Sylva still pretended to be unfamiliar and surprised at this moment, offering a friendly smile to Gon and Leorio. So you are Killua's friends, who specifically came to find him. As Killua's father, I want to thank you for looking after Killua before this. Gon and Leorio both had a misconception for a moment. It turned out that Killua's father treated people so well, surely, the only ones who had been hindering them from seeing Killua were Illumi and that fierce Gota. Sylva, good person. Illumi, Gota, bad people. This was their simple judgment. It seemed to be just as they had expected. Sylva smiled and turned his head to look at Kalito nearby. Kalito, go and call Killua over. Tell him his friends Kurapika, Gon, and Leorio are here to see him, and ask him to come. Kalito, with his black bob cut, rose from his chair and bowed respectfully. Yes, father. He stepped out of the room in his clogs, head bowed and then hurried away with quick clack-clack sounds. Kikyo, wearing a western hat and a heavy, long dress, sensed that something seemed amiss, and the red dot on her mechanical eye began to flicker agitatedly. Father, what are you doing? This is Killua's most crucial moment. Illumi finally managed to persuade him to come back. But you're letting him out now. Then all this time, wouldn't it be wasted? I absolutely disagree. Kikyo had already exercised great restraint by not directly cursing out the words bad company that she had in mind. Sylva, with his long silver-white hair, remained calm in response to his wife's questioning. Killua was confined because he hurt you and Milwaukee, and left without a word. I believe such punishment is sufficient. Any further confinement would just be a waste of time. The hunched Zeno stroked his handlebar mustache. I think so too, it's about time. Father-in-law, father, you, why are you both like this? Kikyo was so shocked to see this father and son united against her that she almost stood up. However, she ultimately didn't rise, merely reaching up to touch the bandages wrapped around her face again and again. The injuries on her face were caused by Killua, which had completely disfigured her, forcing her to wear bandages to be seen by others. However, Kikyo bore no resentment towards Killua, instead, she felt immensely gratified that Killua was capable of being so ruthless towards his own mother. This was the Killua she wanted to see. Killua would surely become the Zaldik family's most outstanding assassin and most capable family head in the future. Why couldn't father-in-law and father understand? This was clearly Killua's critical period of transformation, yet they were letting him interact with these people, which would bring 100 harms and no benefits. Killua was clearly a good child, it was all these people who led him astray. The more Kikyo thought about it, the more annoyed she became, and she couldn't help but glare fiercely at everyone, manifested by the red dot in her mechanical eye suddenly enlarging. At this point, Gon and Leorio could confirm that Killua's mother was also against and hindering them from seeing Killua. After hearing Sylva's words, they understood the reason for Killua's confinement and vaguely felt it seemed reasonable. And upon hearing that Sylva was willing to lift Killua's confinement, they were overjoyed and, as a result, trusted Sylva even more. Germain silently watched Gon and Leorio, in just 15 minutes, have all the information Sylva wanted extracted from them. He didn't intervene, what was there to stop? He might as well chat with Shizuku next to him about the Zaldik family's delicious pastries. Germain could tell that although Shizuku was expressionless, she was eating very happily, stuffing piece after piece into her mouth like a squirrel. After a while, hurried footsteps were heard from outside, and then two figures rushed in. The one in front was Killua, with his silver-white spiky hair, and behind him was Kalito, clutching the hem of his kimono and chasing closely. Kalito, obeying Sylva's command, went to the torture chamber, stopped Milwaukee, who was personally torturing Killua in revenge, and explained his purpose. While the plump Milwaukee was loudly expressing his confusion, Killua, having heard what happened, joyfully broke free from his restraints and jumped barefoot onto the cold floor. For him, the restraints there were merely for show, he was willing to accept the punishment, which was why he hadn't broken free until then. Milwaukee, since Dad called me, I'll go first. I'm really reflecting, so don't be angry, okay? Ha ha ha. Killua triumphantly waved at Milwaukee and then beckoned Kalito to leave the torture chamber with him. Milwaukee remained in the torture chamber, fuming, and angrily threw the long whip onto the floor. He was one of the Zaldik family members who didn't particularly like Killua, and this time, because Killua had injured him and their mother when he ran away from home, he had specifically come to take revenge and vent his anger. He hadn't expected Killua to be released after only 20-something days of confinement and torture. Milwaukee was certainly unhappy about this, but he was also helpless. Who could blame the family for doting on Killua more? As soon as they reached the corridor outside the torture chamber, Kalito coughed, reminding him. Killua, you're not dressed. Isn't it inappropriate to see guests like this? Killua paused, then looked down. Indeed, his bare upper body was covered in torture marks, looking shocking and quite frightening. However, this was commonplace for him and meant nothing, he didn't even blink when being whipped. However, he didn't want Gon, Kurapika and Leorio, who had specially come to see him, to worry, so he nodded. Then I'll go change first. 15 minutes later, Killua changed into a dry, long-sleeved shirt, making sure all his wounds were covered, and then he and Kalito set off again for the reception room. He quickly stepped into the reception room and heard laughter, then saw his father chatting happily with Gon and Leorio. Sylva smiled at Killua. Killua, your friends are very interesting. They told me the entire process of you all passing the hunter exam. Why didn't you tell me before? Hearing that, Killua's heart pounded rapidly for a moment before returning to its normal rhythm. Father, actually, I was planning to tell you later, Killua stammered slightly. Sylva smiled, unconcerned. I see. Well, come over quickly and properly entertain your friends, they've been waiting for you for a long time. Killua instinctively obeyed, walking over, but his mood grew heavier. Upon seeing Gon, Kurapika, and Leorio, he did feel happy, as they were his few friends. However, Killua couldn't help but worry about them. How would they safely leave the Zaldik family's territory? His grandfather and father were manageable, and he could handle his mother and Miluki, but Illumi, he couldn't defeat Illumi, nor could he talk him out of anything. What was he to do? If Illumi really killed Gon, Kurapika, and Leorio to force him to become a ruthless assassin, how could he stop him? Should he try to appeal to his father and grandfather, begging them to help Gon and his friends leave safely? But even if they left here, Illumi could still act outside the Zaldik family's territory. This was entirely consistent with Illumi's usual style, and his father certainly wouldn't blame him for it. The more Killua thought about it, the more his head ached, and he found himself unable to show too much enthusiasm for Gon, Kurapika, and Leorio as they walked towards him. Killua, who seemed less than joyful during the greetings, inadvertently caught sight of Germain sitting nearby, and his heart skipped a beat. Germain? Was that Germain? How could he be here? Kalito had only mentioned Gon, Kurapika, and Leorio, but said nothing about Germain, which greatly surprised Killua upon seeing him. Then, a daring idea quickly arose in his mind. I remember that about a year ago, Germain, Illumi, and that person named Hisoka were seemingly on par with each other. This meant that Germain and Illumi's strengths should be similar. Even if Illumi was stronger than Germain, Germain could definitely at least stall Illumi. I can sense that Germain seems quite fond of me. If I manage to ask him, he might be willing to help Gon and his friends escape. But with so many people present, how could I subtly ask him for help without arousing suspicion? Killua forced a smile, chatting with Gon, Kurapika, and Leorio, while his mind raced. The next moment, he noticed the half-smile on his father's face. Ah, why is father looking at me like that? Could it be that he already guessed what I want to do? Sylva did speak, but he was asking Killua about something else. Killua, do you want to travel outside with your friends? Killua was stunned in surprise, he had never imagined that his strict father would ask such a question. Was such a thing even allowed? He was dry-mouthed for a while before nodding in response. I want to go. Sylva smiled faintly. Don't be so nervous, Killua. I don't object to you embarking on a journey with your friends. This is your life, after all, I won't interfere forcefully. Killua was truly so astonished this time that his mouth was dry, and he didn't know how to respond. This was completely unlike the attitude he expected from his father. No. Absolutely not. Kikyo finally couldn't bear it. She stood up, facing Sylva who was sitting sideways on the bench, her skirt flaring up and down like a jellyfish. Killua is destined to become an assassin, and he has the potential to be the future heir of the Zaldik family. How can we let him go out and play at such a crucial time? Seeing that it was his mother, repeating the same old words, Killua's face involuntarily hardened, and he retorted. I wasn't playing outside. I was doing something important, didn't I pass the hunter exam? That means nothing. Kikyo lifted her skirt with both hands and quickly walked towards Killua in an undignified manner, looking down at her most precious son. You definitely won't learn anything out there. You are meant to be the Zaldik family's top assassin, you have such talent, it shouldn't be wasted. I'm not wasting my talent, I've always kept up with the necessary training. I've also learned a lot from Gon, Kurapika, and Leorio. What can you learn from these brats? Kikyo was so angered by her precious son's series of retorts that the red dot in her mechanical eye twitched rapidly again. Enough. As soon as Sylva spoke, he stopped the argument between mother and son. Killua and Kikyo had no choice but to stop, huffing. Sylva then looked at the other members of the family. What are your thoughts? Illumi, who had been eerily silent until now, finally spoke in a cold voice. I still object. Father, you know how dangerous the outside world is. Killua is too weak, if he goes to play house with these people, he'll suffer greatly sooner or later. Leorio was already annoyed by Kikyo's words, but out of respect for her being Killua's mother, he hadn't spoken up to refute her. Now, Illumi's words finally made him unable to hold back. What do you mean play house? Whether it's Killua or us, we all participated in the hunter exam prepared to die there. Does that not prove our determination? Leorio pointed at Illumi, shouting at the top of his lungs. If Kurapika hadn't held him back, he probably would have charged straight at Illumi to fight him. What Kurapika understood even more clearly was that if teacher Germain hadn't been present, Illumi might have already attacked Gon and Leorio. Sylva and Zeno seemed to be on Gon and Leorio's side, but in reality, once Illumi decided to kill, they might not necessarily intervene to save Gon and Leorio, instead, they might even go along with it. Gon also spoke up solemnly at this moment. Please believe us. We are Killua's friends, and friends should look out for each other and share both joy and hardship. We would never betray a friend. Kikyo scoffed, while Illumi didn't even glance at Gon and Leorio. At this point, Sylva looked at the last person who had not yet expressed an opinion. Kalito, what do you think? Kikyo fanned herself rapidly with a small fan, as if trying to cool down. Kalito, think carefully before you speak. With his lips pressed tightly together, Kalito's beauty mark became even more prominent, and he hesitated. However, the current situation seemed balanced. Father and grandfather supported Killua traveling outside, while mother and big brother Illumi opposed it. Miluki wasn't present, and Aluka didn't have voting rights. Thinking this way, his own vote was surprisingly the crucial one. Although he believed that no matter which side he voted for, it wouldn't change the outcome, he still considered it carefully. Kalito had to admit that mother and big brother Illumi's words were more reasonable. Big brother Killua had the talent and ability to become the heir of the Zaldik family, he shouldn't waste time in the outside world, especially since it was so dangerous. Even big brother Illumi couldn't say he would never make a mistake. If big brother Killua went outside, wouldn't that be too irresponsible? Kalito. At this moment, Silva urged him. Kalito felt he had thought it through, so he slowly began to speak. I think Killua should see the outside world, perhaps it will help him grow faster. What am I saying? Why did I say something like that? Kalito realized he had uttered something incredible, as if his mouth was no longer under his control. He couldn't help but lower his head. Kikyo looked at him in surprise. Kalito, even you. Silva, however, smiled slightly. I understand all your thoughts. We should respect Killua's wishes and not constantly restrain his freedom. However, your concerns are also very normal. I am indeed very uneasy about letting Killua venture out on his own. At this point, Silva, as if revealing his true intentions, turned his gaze to Germain, who had not spoken a single word to influence the situation from beginning to end. Germain, if I asked you to look after Killua, would you be willing? Shizuko held a pastry in both hands, took a small bite, and after chewing for a while, she finally reacted, involuntarily turning to look at Germain. Her eyes asked, if you don't agree, can I still continue to eat? Germain nodded, meaning, you can continue to eat, it's fine. He turned to face Silva, who had suddenly asked the question, and noticed that both Silva and Zeno had gentle smiles on their faces. All right. I will do my best to take care of him. Germain agreed, not even offering an excuse to decline. The reactions of the other people at the table varied. Zeno and Silva's smiles deepened. Kalito quickly looked up at Germain, then lowered his head again, trying his best to hide his presence after speaking out of turn, which had also allowed him to avoid many scoldings. He had always done this before, not as dazzling as Killua, he was accustomed to being a shadow. Illumi stared intently at Germain, his wide-open eyes and unmoving expression like a vengeful spirit suddenly appearing from a mirror, a wardrobe, or a bed. He looked as if he would pounce in the next moment, but he ultimately only gripped the armrests of his chair tightly, remaining silent. Kikyo, like a startled opera singer, dramatically lifted her skirt and turned, her mechanical eye frantically scanning Germain's entire body. She had initially wanted to instinctively retort a few words, but in the end, her red lips beneath the bandages were slightly parted for a long time, only weakly uttering these two sentences. No, no. How can Killua be entrusted to an outsider? She could only point out this one thing, because both she and Illumi had, at this moment, realized a fact: Germain met many conditions to be Killua's guardian. Even if they were more demanding, they could not deny these. Silva shifted from a solemn posture, leaning against the chair back, to a relaxed one, leaning forward off the chair back with his fingers intertwined, which also served to shorten the direct distance between him and Germain, showing a sense of closeness in his actions. Chairman Netero is also an outsider to the Zaldik family, but does that erase his decades-long friendship with our family? And this friendship began when great-grandfather Maha and Chairman Netero became friends through a fight, and later, Grandfather Zig even traveled with Chairman Netero for a period. I believe our friendship with Germain can also start with father and me, and develop with Killua. There is nothing wrong with that. Germain is a trustworthy man. Zeno chuckled dryly a few times, a nostalgic expression on his face. Speaking of which, not long after I was born, I was held by Chairman Netero. Adding Silva later, 4 generations of our family have been acquainted with Chairman Netero. When Killua has children in the future, perhaps such a family friendship can also continue. Kikyo gripped the ornate, frilly western fan tightly in both hands, also leaning her upper body forward, but displaying aggression. How can that be the same? Chairman Netero is the #1 non-user of the 6 continents. She choked on her words at this point, because she remembered that after Zeno and Silva returned from the Chimera Ant Extermination War, they had mentioned that the #1 non-user of the 6 continents had changed hands. And the successor was precisely Germain, who was right in front of them. She couldn't discern the specifics, but she figured Zeno and Silva wouldn't deceive her on such matters, not to mention Maha's silent assent. So Kikyo quickly changed her approach, intending to attack Germain from another angle. Chairman Netero is the chairman of the Hunter Association, the top hunters he knows, the experience and resources he possesses. Suddenly, Kikyo was speechless once again. No matter how ill-informed she was, being in the circle of non-users, she had still received some information about Germain. Furthermore, her mechanical eye was connected to the internet, and she could now directly access information websites to retrieve data, which was quite intelligent and advanced. Germain was now one of the zodiacs of the association. It was no exaggeration to say that on every continent of the 6 continents, he knew non-users, and his own experience and resources were quite abundant. Speaking of which, wasn't Germain now a young Netero? Perhaps in the future, he might even become the chairman of the Hunter Association. After all, he was only in his 20s, not yet 30. Thinking about it carefully, Kikyo was even a little tempted, which made her feel more torment internally, but she stubbornly turned around in the end, looking at her eldest son. Illumi, why don't you say something? Illumi still raised his eyebrows, neither angry nor resentful, his face remaining calm throughout. After hearing his mother's words, his black pupils finally moved, glancing downwards, then rising again. I am a rational person who is willing to consider practical gains and losses. Germain, if you were to take care of my brother, I actually wouldn't have any complaints. However, you might mislead my brother. He is meant to become the Zaldik family's top assassin, whose principle is to complete missions cold-bloodedly and ruthlessly. You would inject him with emotions he shouldn't possess. Yes, yes, yes. Kikyo clapped the western fan against her left palm, nodding repeatedly, very much agreeing with her eldest son's view. In fact, there was another issue that the mother and son were worried about but couldn't mention in this setting, and that was Aluka. Illumi had inserted a needle into Killua's forehead, making him forget Aluka's existence. However, as long as Killua learned an ability and continuously broke through his limits, there would come a day when he might be able to force out his needle and recall everything. At that time, Killua would certainly not be content to let Aluka remain confined in a heavily sealed, isolated room, or rather, a cage. Of course, as long as father didn't allow it, Killua would certainly be unable to contact the imprisoned Aluka. In that case, all the firepower would be drawn to Illumi alone. Although Illumi firmly believed that the person Killua loved most was him, his elder brother, it was also possible that Killua might strike at the person he loved most for the sake of Aluka, who ranked second. To get revenge on him, to defeat him, Killua might seek Germain's help. That would be troublesome, because Germain could really defeat him. And Killua, at this very moment, vaguely sensed that the atmosphere in the room seemed somewhat different from what he had imagined. Regarding his father's suggestion that Germain take care of him, Killua himself felt it was completely unnecessary, he wasn't a child anymore, from his perspective. However, if a guardian was absolutely necessary, among the people present, Germain really was the best choice. He just thought that such a proposal would quickly be refuted by his mother and Illumi. Yet, he saw his mother stop mid-sentence several times, and then even had to seek Illumi's help. Illumi stewed for a long time, and surprisingly, he also basically approved of Germain, only offering a single, dry reason to object. Was this still his usually talkative mother, and that Illumi who would sneer and say all sorts of sarcastic things to mock his immaturity? Why had they both fallen silent? Killua couldn't help but think of a possibility. He looked in Germain's direction. Perhaps, for some reasons I'm not yet aware of, Germain holds significant weight in the hearts of Grandpa, Father, Mother, and Illumi. I might have underestimated Germain. Could it be that if everything goes smoothly, not only will Gon, Kurapika, and Leorio be safe, but I will also be able to leave with them and regain my freedom? Kurapika had already returned to his seat and was resting with his eyes closed. He could probably already anticipate the upcoming developments. Gon and Leorio, on the other hand, looked at each other, somewhat unclear about the strange and rapidly changing situation before them. Silva beckoned to Killua, who was frowning in thought. Killua, come here, come to me. Killua walked over, hands in his pockets, looking a little confused. Then Silva placed his right hand on his head, gently stroking his silver hair. Killua visibly flinched, seemingly unaccustomed to it, but then slowly relaxed, like a cat being petted, allowing his father to stroke him. Silva recalled the situation of the Zaldik family. He wondered if it was a curse from their assassination profession, but their family had been single heir for 4 generations. It wasn't until Silva and Kikyo married that they had 5 children in a row. Among these 5 children, 4 inherited their mother's black hair, but only the third son, Killua, had the silver hair passed down through their family line. This genetic display made Killua particularly special, and he was the reason for everyone's high expectations, not to mention the talent and potential he later demonstrated. How could such a Killua not be highly anticipated? Illumi's words made sense. Germain had been out of the assassination world for a long time and was unlikely to return to that dark profession in the future. Instead, he would go further and further down the path of a hunter. Germain could still teach Killua some assassination experience, but cold-bloodedly completing missions would probably be impossible to teach. But so what? No matter who Killua's future non-ability teacher or temporary guardian was, one fact would not change. My blood flows in him. My great-grandfather, grandfather, father, and I, which of us didn't have our own ideas when we were young, wanting to defy convention and leave the Zaldik family? My grandfather, when he was young, even abandoned his assassination duties for a time to follow the equally young Netero to the Dark Continent. But in the end, we always return to Kukuru Mountain, inherit the family business, and fulfill our mission. It's like moisture in the atmosphere turning into raindrops, falling to the ground. No matter if it becomes well water, streams, rivers, oceans, or anything else, it will eventually return to the atmosphere. This is because we are all Zaldik family members. Killua will be no exception. Let him, like us, go out and see the world, enjoy a period of freedom without constraints or responsibilities. Eventually, he will understand. Caste resilience. Killua, with his silver hair, can never violate this principle. Killua. Are you willing to have Germain be your guardian outside, to take care of you? Are you willing to listen to Germain? Killua glanced at Germain, who smiled at him, which quickly helped Killua make up his mind. Following Germain would be much better than staying home or following Illumi, right? Father, I am willing. Upon hearing this, Silva gently patted the back of Killua's head and let him go. He didn't seem to intend to establish a blood oath with him in public. That's good. Remember, this is your choice. You must listen to Germain when you're outside. Okay, I know. The usually mischievous Killua now behaved extremely obediently. Dad. Father. Kikyo and Illumi spoke almost simultaneously, but Silva waved them off. This is my final decision. Then, Silva looked at Germain, no longer paying attention to Kikyo, who was about to tear the fan in her hand, or Illumi, who finally frowned with emotion. Germain, I'm entrusting Killua to your care. If he does anything wrong outside, feel free to discipline him, there's no need to hold back. Alright, you can rest assured. At the very least, I can guarantee his safety and growth. That's truly wonderful. Haha, today is a great day. Our friends and Killua's friends have all come. It's perfect for a banquet to celebrate properly. Silva rang for Gota, instructing him to prepare a lavish banquet to entertain the esteemed guests. Gota meticulously carried out the order, never once turning his head to observe the people at the table. However, he had already sensed the outcome from the strange atmosphere. Wearing a tuxedo, he adjusted his thin-rimmed glasses, feigning ignorance, bowed, and then left directly. The dinner was indeed very lavish, and the delicacies on the table captivated Gon and Leorio. At first, the two were a bit reserved, but then, encouraged by Killua, they began to feast heartily. Germain chatted with Zeno and Silva. First, they subtly noticed his relationship with Shizuku, then learned that Kurapika was his disciple. Combined with the matters of Meteor City, everything was praised in a roundabout way. It was then that Killua learned Kurapika was Germain's disciple and that Germain had originally been invited. It was a rare sight, his grandfather and father would actually invite someone to their home. It's getting more and more interesting, Killua thought, looking at Germain. He wondered how many more unique things he could uncover about him. The hall was filled with laughter, but there were exceptions. Kikyo, her face wrapped in bandages, remained silent, while Illumi maintained his stiff, lifeless expression. The surrounding cheer could not dispel the gloom in their hearts, they only found the others noisy. Milky looked displeased, but his eating didn't stop. After he was full, he leaned back in his chair, stroking his large belly. At least in that regard, he was satisfied. Kalito pressed his lips together, not daring to smile. He had been reprimanded by Kikyo for his nonsense and now dared not express his true thoughts. No matter what, as long as the outcome is good, that's enough. Early the next morning, Killua excitedly woke Gon, Kurapika, and Leorio, wanting to show them around the entire Kukuru mountain. Later, Killua led them to meet the apprentice butler, Canary, telling her that these were his new friends. Canary watched Killua and his friends disappear into the forest to catch insects, understanding his intention in coming to find her specifically. Don't worry, Canary, I am very happy. Canary only dared to smile when bowing to young Master Killua's retreating figure. Germain had other matters to attend to and also woke up early, but he didn't wake Shizuku on the other bed. Since they were in someone else's home, they had slept in separate beds last night. Germain was worried Shizuku wouldn't be able to control herself if they shared a bed. In fact, Shizuku really couldn't control herself. Last night, she had wanted to climb into Germain's bed regardless of the consequences. Fortunately, the two eventually signed a truce agreement, otherwise, the next day would have been a bit awkward, unless they had to wash the sheets themselves. Germain let Shizuku sleep in, while he left the room to find Silva, to achieve his second purpose for being there. Gota led him to Silva, then calmly retreated. Silva was stroking his hound. Seeing Germain and hearing his stated purpose, he was not surprised. My father and I were wondering when you would come to see me. I didn't expect it to be so soon. Don't worry, given Chairman Netero's friendship with us, we had already arranged this meeting. Come with me. Silva's tall figure walked ahead, leading Germain down an unfamiliar path inside the mansion, through several secret doors, and then up a staircase. Grandfather likes to sunbathe, so he lives at the highest point, rarely shows himself, and doesn't like to see people. Even us, he's not keen to look at. However, after receiving the communication from Chairman Netero that we relayed, he decided to meet with you. In the seemingly endless staircase, at regular intervals, a candle would ignite as they approached and extinguish as they moved away. This is another reason I'm having Killua follow you. There aren't many things in the world that can make Chairman Netero speak up and alarm my grandfather. Silva chuckled softly in the shadows. The staircase eventually ended, and the end was just a simple-looking door. No guards, no locks, no intimidating seals. Silva placed his hand on the door, turned, and smiled slightly at Germain. While I won't let Killua participate in your affairs, he will clearly benefit from you, and that is enough. Go in yourself. Grandfather only allowed you in alone. It seems he likes you more than his own grandson and has more to say to you. Silva gave a self-deprecating laugh, then stepped aside, allowing Germain, wearing a tricorn hat and black robe, to push the door open. He himself quietly descended the stairs. When Germain entered the house, he smelled a complex mixture of smoke and dust, and then he saw an ancient incense burner on the square table. Cough, cough. Someone was coughing behind a screen with strange patterns. Germain walked around the screen. Cough, 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 cough. The sound came from the balcony with its door wide open. The warm sunlight outside was embedded into the dim shadows of the room like a marvelous geometric shape. Germain, cough, cough, come over here, to the balcony. I'm sorry, it would be quite troublesome if I were to come to you, so it's easier if you come over. Germain, who had taken off his tricorn hat and was clutching it in his hand, had to carefully navigate around stacks of books piled on the floor as he walked towards the balcony. Some of these books had old covers, others new, but their page corners were all slightly curled from being turned. On the balcony, Germain saw a gaunt, dismembered old man in a wheelchair. Strangely enough, this was the second person Germain had seen in a wheelchair with a physical disability during this period. Zigzaldik's withered right hand picked up a handkerchief, covered his wrinkled mouth, coughed violently a few times, and then released it. I apologize for letting you see me like this. You must be very disappointed, right? The man who could once walk alongside Chairman Netero has now fallen into such a pathetic state. Zig lightly waved his right hand in self-mockery, displaying his body, which had lost its left hand and right leg. Old age had clutched his throat, and as he spoke, an odd sound seemed to emanate from his chest, as if something was blocked. However, Germain noticed something peculiar. Zig's severed limbs were completely different from Kurora's, there were no scars at the breaks, only smooth, even dark shadows. If one had to make a comparison, it looked like the shadow effect in a still life sketch. This was highly abnormal. Sit down, Germain. Germain sat down in a rocking chair diagonally opposite Zig's wheelchair. This chair was clearly prepared specifically for a guest, perhaps Netero, perhaps Maha, or perhaps other members of the Zaldik family. Netero has been here more than once. He told me about you, and I know enough, so let's skip the roundabout probing between us. Zig's appearance looked older than Netero and Maha, and only his resolute tone and piercing eyes at this moment proved that he was still resisting old age. Germain did not judge the old man in front of him by his appearance, nor did he underestimate him. You're right, let's be frank then. Mr. Zig, I want to know about you. Chairman Netero specifically asked me to meet you, so there must be a special reason. Zig chuckled, revealing a mouth with only a few remaining teeth. When I heard that someone, like us back then, had bypassed the V5's scrutiny and explored the Dark Continent without leaving any written records, I became very interested in you all. I told Chairman Netero long ago that the rules you set back then, just like the V5's scrutiny, couldn't stop determined fanatics. And indeed, it turned out to be true. Chairman Netero told me that you did even better than us, because you have already brought back 2 hopes. It's a pity that neither the cure-all herb nor the alchemic plant metal lion can resolve my current situation. I mean, my body has indeed recovered quite a bit thanks to the cure-all herb, but it still cannot stop the general trend of aging, and its effect on me is getting smaller and smaller. And the reason I'm aging so quickly is the peculiarity of my current body. You must have already noticed the anomaly on my body. To be precise, my left hand and right leg were not simply amputated, but were taken away. Taken away. Germain had been listening quietly, this was the first time he interrupted Zig. Zig nodded, swallowing with difficulty, as if he were forcing down a large piece of bread without chewing. Back then, I, Netero, and Lin trespassed into the territory of the mist-like being AI, attempting to retrieve the 3 original waters. As a result, we not only failed but also became entangled by the mist-like being AI. To escape and get out of danger, Chairman Netero, in desperation, sought help from one of the mist-like being AI. Looking back now, in that situation, that was all he could do. If it weren't for him, I would have done the same. However, we underestimated the mist-like being AI. Making a wish to it without understanding it comes at a price. Although we did successfully escape, not long after, my left hand and right leg, as well as all my blood, were permanently taken away by the mist-like being AI because of it. Germain sat up in the rocking chair, slightly surprised, and his breathing involuntarily quickened slightly. It was one thing to lose his left hand and right leg, but his entire blood supply? How was Zig still alive? Zig knew what Germain wanted to know, and he quickly explained. But, as you can see, I didn't die. I returned alive from the Dark Continent, but it's no longer possible for me to continue my assassination profession, I can only live a retired life prematurely. Although Chairman Netero never said anything explicitly, he would come to see me whenever he had free time for decades. Perhaps there is a feeling of guilt in his heart towards me, although I don't think it was his fault. I have never regretted it. The Dark Continent journey was the most legendary experience of my life. If I could do it again, I would still go. Of course, I soon discovered the strangeness of my body. I cut open my skin and blood vessels, but nothing like blood flowed out, only darkness like and those wounds would heal quickly as before. The nin in my body leaked out like a breached river, which forced me to control them constantly, but it only slowed down the speed. My body aged faster than Chairman Netero and Lin. As an user, I shouldn't have been like this. After some time, I found that my nin ability had become stronger because of it. Finally, one day, I discovered the root cause behind all these strange occurrences. Without my knowledge, an uninvited guest resided within my body. It was the mist-like being AI that Chairman Netero had prayed to back then. It followed me back here. If it hadn't had a sudden whim to come out and see the outside world, I wouldn't have even noticed its existence. My body became its dwelling place, my blood vessels its moving channels, and the severed ends of my left hand and right leg became the 2 main entrances for it to come and go. That's when I knew that my body had been transformed into a dark space for it to reside in. And I didn't die because my blood, left hand, and right leg were in a bizarre state of being both on and not on my body. Germain couldn't help but ask, dark space. What is that? Zig coughed a few more times then, having to cover his mouth with a handkerchief. After a while, he felt a little better and had thought about how to answer. Chairman Netero and I were also very curious about this, so we consulted many books and had countless discussions on the matter, eventually arriving at some conjectures. We believe that all abilities related to space in the world are actually connected to darkness. Your teleportation lantern, your companion Shizuku's Blinky, Pro Hunter Knuckles' four-dimensional mansion, all actually pass through darkness. My severed arm and leg are also like this, they are connected to darkness, it's just that each of our keys to open the dark space is different. Theoretically, the dark space that several of us use is actually the same one, and they are interconnected. Hearing this, Germain couldn't help but think of Melody and the Dark Sonata. Her description back then was also, in that instant, we were immersed in boundless darkness. Germain, Shizuku, Knuckle, and Zig merely borrowed the dark space, either actively or passively. And Melody, who listened to the Dark Sonata, most likely directly saw the owner of the dark space, but she no longer had that terrifying memory. Mr. Zig, please continue with the story of the mist-like being AI. Alright. At first, it did cause a panic in the family. But as time went on, it stayed obediently inside my body, only occasionally poking its head out from the dark severed end of my left arm to observe this world. But it seemed that was all it did. It seemed to be harmless, and we coexisted peacefully for many years, until I became increasingly weak. Zig looked askance at the distant horizon, his right index finger lightly tapping the armrest of his wheelchair, his brow slightly furrowed. The mist-like being AI has become very restless, and the number of times it comes out to move around is increasing. I felt uneasy, but I was helpless. There are no means within the 6 continents to eliminate it, on the contrary, it has the means to eliminate us. Finally, the situation completely spiraled out of control on the night Sylva's 4th child, Aluka, was born. It crawled out of my body and disappeared. I originally thought it had completely escaped from here. To be honest, I was relieved about that. It wasn't until several years later, when Aluka first displayed an ability that didn't belong to her, that I realized it had actually found a young body to inhabit. Inside Aluka's body, it once again created its own dark space. Aluka didn't know how to refuse, she would even give it control of her body. After that, it became much more active than when it was in my body. While frequently controlling Aluka's body, it also continuously displayed its extraordinary abilities of wishing and coquetry. To prevent the calamities from affecting the entire family and bringing about utter destruction, Sylva had no choice but to confine Aluka in a heavily sealed, isolated room, cutting off her contact with the outside world. Sure enough, once deprived of contact with outsiders and opportunities to observe the outside world, it gradually became docile inside Aluka's body. At least, so far, it has no ill will towards us. However, even actions without ill will can cause terrifying disasters. This current state is the optimal solution. The silvery short hair that Zig once stood upright now hung down disheveled, and his eyes were downcast. But, I'm fine, this appearance of mine is my own doing. Aluka, however, was implicated by me and became that way. Although it has no intention of harming Aluka, and even subtly acts like Aluka's second personality, making moves to protect Aluka, its ability is always dangerous. Sylva, Kikyo, Illumi, and Miluki are thinking about how to control the power within Aluka's body. Killua, who has the best relationship with Aluka, is thinking about how to set Aluka free. But what I'm thinking about is how to completely resolve the hidden danger. In the end, my conclusion is that we can only find a way to send it back to the Dark Continent, separating it completely from Aluka. This is the only way. For it to return to its own kind would be a good thing for our family, and a fortunate thing for the entire 6 continents. When Chairman Netero came here and told me about you, I knew he wanted to return to the Dark Continent. Sure enough, in December last year, he came again, and this time he brought his son, Beyond. Chairman Netero had mentioned this part to Germain, but only briefly, as if it were an insignificant matter. In fact, to cooperate in promoting the return to the Dark Continent, and to make Beyond keep silent about Germain's abilities, Chairman Netero made a deal with his son. The details of the deal were with Zig. The darkness and the mist-like being AI caused some kind of transformation in mine ability, making mine ability Blood Oath Shackles even stronger. Half a century ago, Chairman Netero, to prevent his mad son from dragging the entire 6 continents into an irreversible vortex, sought me out. I agreed to him, and he brought a drop of Beyond's fresh blood, which, under the activation of my Blood Oath Shackles, merged with a drop of his own blood. Blood Oath Shackles was established at that moment. Both parties would jointly abide by a pre-established oath. If either party violated it, both parties would be subject to punishment and pursuit. The closer the blood relationship, the stronger the shackles and the harder it is to exorcism. Once the oath is violated, the more severe the punishment. The oath Netero set back then was that he and Beyond could not return to the Dark Continent, nor even approach its border, before his death. The existence of Blood Oath Shackles indeed prevented Beyond from going to the Dark Continent openly or secretly, but it also led Beyond to launch countless decapitation attempts against Chairman Netero. Chairman Netero never complained about this, and I couldn't say much either. However, if Chairman Netero were truly harmed, how would the subsequent situation be managed? Who could control it? Who would deal with Beyond? There were no definite answers to these questions. For half a century, Beyond's plan never succeeded, but Chairman Netero said that last year's Chimera Ant extermination war was Beyond's closest attempt to success. If it weren't for your existence, Chairman Netero might have already detonated the poor man's rose, perishing together with the Ant King Mirlem. And as long as Chairman Netero is not dead, the only person in this world who can undo Blood Oath Shackles is me. When the father and son came together, I knew they had already reached certain agreements and were now here to fulfill their promises in advance. It proved to be exactly as I had expected. At Chairman Netero's request, I released their original Blood Oath Shackles and added new Blood Oath Shackles. This time, The oath was very detailed, including their cooperation in promoting the reopening of Dark Continent exploration, as well as keeping your abilities secret, and so on. The more detailed it was, the more secure the Blood Oath shackles became. Finally, under my witness, the two established new Blood Oath shackles. After Beyond left, Netero stayed with me for a while, telling me that he would have you come to see me soon. Soon, Zeno and Silva conveyed the news of your impending visit to me, and I have been waiting here for a long time. I believe that with the joint efforts of Chairman Netero and Beyond, humanity's return to the Dark Continent is about to become a new trend and will soon be realized. And you are the vanguard. Beyond doesn't know that you have already retrieved 2 kinds of hope, so you are Chairman Netero's key to defeating him on the Dark Continent. I think you wouldn't just stop here, so where are you aiming next? Double-tailed snake Hellbell and longevity food Night Olamai. Mist-like being AI and 3 original waters. Or nurturing beast pap and nameless stone. Germain blinked, showing no intention of hiding anything, and informed Zig of their group's collective decision. It's nurturing beast pap and nameless stone. I see. That is indeed a relatively wise choice for now. If you had directly chosen mist-like being AI and 3 original waters, I would have been a bit uneasy. Zig coughed several more times, then his gaze met Germain's with burning intensity. Germain, let's make an oath, a verbal oath that doesn't involve my blood oath shackles. If you can retrieve the nameless stone and return safely, I will allow you to interact with Aluka, letting you adapt to the mist-like being AI within Aluka's body in advance. Furthermore, if your next target is mist-like being AI and 3 original waters, we will also provide the necessary assistance. At least my father and my son are on my side. Our goal is to separate Aluka from the mist-like being AI, and then send the latter back to the Dark Continent to eliminate future troubles. On February 5th, Germain and his group bid farewell to the Zaldik family members and departed from Kukuru Mountain. Gota, Canary, Zebro, Second, and others saw them off at the gate of hell. Their premonition had come true. Germain's arrival had indeed allowed young Master Killua to escape the extreme control of Madame Kikyo and young Master Illumi, gaining a certain degree of freedom. Regarding young Master Killua's departure, their feelings were a mix of joy and sadness. Because they knew it would likely be a long time before they would see young Master Killua again. Half an hour later, at the bustling airport, Leorio decided to part ways with the others. Although I'm very interested in that ability you all often mention, for me right now, the most important thing is still getting into medical university. Leorio, whose appearance was overly mature, shook the hunter license in his hand, a very pleased expression on his face. With this, I can get a reduction on most of my tuition fees, and I'll be closer and closer to achieving my dream. That's it, everyone, goodbye. Kurapika, Killua, and Gon all showed a touch of sadness as they bid farewell to Leorio. Germain, however, was not surprised. He reached into his hunter's black robe, fumbled for a moment, pulled out a letter, and handed it to Leorio. Leorio, take it. Ah, this is... Leorio took it with a puzzled expression, scratched the back of his head curiously, then looked up at Germain. It's my letter of introduction. I know Dr. Lee from Varn Medical University. If you need anything, you can go see her. Dr. Lee from Varn Medical University. Dr. Lee from Varn Medical University. Hey. Leorio was stunned for a moment, then, surprised, he habitually yelled out, drawing the attention of people around him. He ignored them, pointing at his left eye, his eyes wide with shock. Is it that famous female surgeon with the distinctive scar on her left eye? Germain recalled the female doctor's physical characteristics and nodded. That's her. You actually know such a medical giant. This letter of introduction, can it really get me an audience with her? Yes, I think, if all goes well, you can not only learn medical knowledge from her but also an ability, which is killing 2 birds with 1 stone. The reason Germain knew Dr. Lee from Varn Medical University was because of the Chimera Ant extermination war in the East Gordo Republic. Dr. Lee was an experienced surgeon specially called by Chairman Netero to treat the Ant Queen. Unfortunately, the Ant Queen's injuries were too severe, and Dr. Lee was powerless to save her. In the end, she could only watch the Ant Queen utter her last words and die. Afterward, Dr. Lee remained on standby in the Chimera Ant extermination team's logistics medical unit. Shoot was severely wounded on the night of the decisive battle, and it was Dr. Lee who personally operated on him and saved him. After the decisive battle, Chairman Netero introduced Germain, the greatest contributor, to everyone, which of course included Dr. Lee. That's how the two met. During the days of the Hunter Association's celebration banquet, their friendship deepened, and they exchanged contact information. In a sense, many of Chairman Netero's connections, through his matchmaking, were gradually transforming into Germain's connections. Germain had already called Dr. Lee in advance, letting her know about Leorio and hoping she would teach Leorio medical knowledge and an ability. Dr. Lee gladly agreed. She was actually very willing to take on a newcomer who loved medicine and had just obtained a hunter license as a disciple. Too many newcomers preferred to pursue bounty hunter careers, which offered quicker money, while hunters in the medical field were relatively niche. Since Germain recommended him, Dr. Lee, besides wanting to give Germain face, also trusted that Germain wouldn't hand her a student with mediocre talent. Leorio must have something exceptional about him for Germain to personally speak up, this was Dr. Lee's judgment. Germain handed over the pre-written letter of introduction, appearing very calm throughout the process. For him, it was indeed not a big deal. However, for Leorio, it was something of immense significance. Someone like Leorio, who was wholeheartedly pursuing a career in medicine, couldn't possibly not have heard of Dr. Lee from Varn Medical University. She was a top surgeon. He hadn't expected Germain to know such an important person, and he could even visit that important person with Germain's letter of introduction. The excitement and elation caused Leorio to overlook the latter half of Germain's statement, and also learn an ability. He clutched the letter of introduction tightly in his hand, as if he had received something even more precious than a hunter license, unable to put it down. Mr. Germain, can I really accept such a valuable letter of introduction? I mean, I have nothing to repay you with. It's nothing. You are a friend of Kurapika, Killua, and Gon. In every respect, I should help with such a small favor. A small favor, for Mr. Germain, was this just a small favor? Upon hearing this, Leorio turned his head and saw Germain's disciple Kurapika, his ward Killua, and his friend's son Gon all looking at him. Ah, how I envy these guys, having such a powerful backer as Mr. Germain. Looking at it this way, I'm the most ordinary one. Then, I'll accept it. Mr. Germain, please rest assured, I will not let down your hope and will make good use of this letter of introduction. Good. I look forward to seeing you next time, when you are already an outstanding doctor. I'll take that as a good omen. Leorio boarded the airship bound for the city where Varn Medical University was located, and Kurapika, Killua, and Gon waved goodbye to him. 10 minutes later, they were still at the airport. Shizuko licked the lollipop she bought at the supermarket while looking up at the place name scrolling across the electronic screen. Killua and Gon followed her and also bought lollipops. At this moment, they were all licking them, looking like one big kid with two little kids. In fact, Shizuko was indeed young, probably 19 or 20 years old now, in the prime of her youth. Shizuko blinked her big eyes and turned to look at Germain. Germain, where are we going now? Back to Greed Island directly. Germain shook his head. Not back yet. We need to find a place for Kurapika, Killua, and Gon to train, and also find a teacher for Killua and Gon. Germain had only agreed to become Killua's guardian at the Zaldik family 2 days ago, and now he was eager to outsource his guardianship. However, Germain indeed did not have several months of time and patience to teach Killua and Gon how to start learning from the most basic Ten, Zetsu, Ren, Hatsu. He ensured Killua and Gon's safety and development not by staying by their side at all times, but by entrusting them to different, trustworthy people at different stages. Moreover, Germain constantly staying by their side would not be good for their growth. Because too many problems could be solved just by mentioning Germain's name. We're going to Heaven's Arena. Everyone's reactions varied. Shizuko shrugged indifferently. Kurapika recalled the relevant information he had seen and guessed why his teacher was taking them there. Killua was a little surprised. He was quite familiar with Heaven's Arena. He had reached the 200th floor several years ago, then gave up climbing further. He hadn't expected Germain to take them there to find a teacher for them. Killua felt that fighting in Heaven's Arena would be very easy for him now, at least below the 200th floor, he wouldn't have any opponents. What kind of teacher could he find there? The standard wouldn't be too low, would it? And Gon was the only one who didn't know what kind of place Heaven's Arena was. He looked around confusedly and asked questions. So, while Germain and Shizuko went to buy plane tickets, Kurapika and Killua were both giving Gon a crash course on Heaven's Arena knowledge. The next morning, in the boisterous 200th floor audience stands of Heaven's Arena, Germain, Shizuko and their group occupied an entire row of seats, watching the matches under the introduction of Wing, the current Shinjinryu acting master. The host's impassioned shouts and the cheers of the surrounding audience were automatically blocked out by them. The teacher Germain wanted to find for Killua and Gon was, of course, the warm-hearted and patient Wing. There was certainly no one more suitable than him at the moment. Currently participating in the match on the 200th floor arena was naturally Wing's disciple, Zushi. The young boy with thick eyebrows and large eyes, around the same age as Killua and Gon, was engaged in a bitter struggle on the arena stage. However, Killua and Gon had no intention of underestimating Zushi. Instead, they keenly noticed that Zushi's displayed combat power and resilience were extraordinary. Perhaps, that was the nin ability Germain had mentioned. Killua and Gon easily accepted that nin ability was real. Especially Killua, who had learned peculiar techniques like Body Bend, Snake's Awakening, and Shadow Step, had a strong capacity for accepting even higher level abilities. Even so, seeing Zushi's and his opponent's fierce offense and defense, they were secretly astonished. And Germain, Shizuko, Wing, and Kurapika, being experts, saw far more than what Killua and Gon perceived. Wing adjusted his glasses, looking at the intense battle on the field, a rather troubled expression on his face. Last year, when you went to the Kaken Empire, after I properly safeguarded the Scarlet Eyes of Kurapika's clan, I brought Zushi to Heaven's Arena. After half a year of effort and tempering, Zushi has made significant breakthroughs in nin ability, different from when he was at the mansion. This allowed him to reach the 200th floor quite smoothly, but after that, he got stuck here. After the 200th floor, all of Zushi's opponents are nin users. If he hadn't learned nin ability beforehand, he would probably be injured or crippled in battle here. Even with full preparation, Zushi has only achieved a record of 1 win and 2 losses here, and there's still a long way to go to reach his goal of becoming a floor master. Killua, hearing Wing's words, couldn't help but glance over. A floor master is a strong individual of Heaven's Arena who occupies a single floor above the 220th floor, possessing unquestionable strength and reputation. Originally, Kurora and Hisoka would both become floor masters here, and then they would engage in a life or death battle, but that is certainly impossible now. To challenge and replace a floor master on a certain floor, one must first achieve 10 victories above the 200th floor to qualify. However, if one has already lost 4 matches, that challenge qualification will be lost, and all records must be recalculated from the beginning. Zushi's record of 1 win and 2 losses above the 200th floor was not a very good start. However, Killua had no intention of mocking Zushi. Although he couldn't truly understand what an ability was, he could tell that Zushi on the field, as well as Zushi's opponent, were both stronger than him. If Zushi could only manage 1 win and 2 losses here, then there was no need to mention his current self and gone. Killua secretly muttered, never expecting that the 200th floor, which he hadn't continued fighting on a few years ago, was such a terrifying and dangerous place. He had somewhat underestimated Heaven's Arena. Gon, relying solely on his wild instincts, also frowned deeply. Kurapika, on the other hand, was relatively more relaxed. He had experienced several life and death battles of even greater intensity than this, so he certainly wouldn't be afraid of this kind of arena combat. However, he was a cautious person and didn't voice any opinions, merely silently estimating in his heart whether he could become a floor master. Compared to them, Shizuku appeared much more excited. Although her face was expressionless, her tightly clutched betting slips spoke volumes. The situation on the field was not very favorable for Zushi, so Shizuku began to believe in a higher power at this point. She picked up the inverted cross hanging around her neck and whispered a prayer. Afterward, she turned her head and adjusted her somewhat bulky black-rimmed glasses, muttering into Germain's ear. Zushi looks like he's about to lose. Is it still too late if I switch a few bets to his opponent now? Wing, sitting on Germain's other side, awkwardly adjusted his glasses with his index finger. Shizuku, I, Zushi's teacher, am still here, is it really appropriate for you to say that? Germain, who had not yet eliminated his negative trait of terrible gambling skills, answered without the slightest hesitation. It's too late. The bookmaker definitely won't let you place a bet now. Then I'm definitely going to lose, aren't I? Not necessarily, Zushi still has a chance. Even if you lose, it doesn't matter, you're not short on money now. That's true, alright, then whatever. Wing, listening to these exchanges, couldn't help but cough a few times. I'm still here, can't you see me? Indeed, things took a turn later. Zushi won against his opponent by accumulating points, which was a TKO, technical knockout. After the match, Zushi, with a bruised and battered face, joyfully ran into the 200th floor hallway and found Wing-sensei and Germain-san and the others. I won, Wing-sensei, Germain-san, Shizuku-san, Kurapika, I won. Zushi had been under a lot of stress during this period. Now that his record was 2 wins and 2 losses, he felt like a drowning person who had briefly surfaced to catch a breath. For the next 90 days, he was in a protection period and could refrain from competing, meaning he could use these 90 days to recover from injuries and build up his strength. As long as he made good use of these 90 days, Zushi gained confidence for his next victory. To his surprise, the first to respond to his joy and pride was Shizuku. Shizuku gently patted Zushi's shaved head, nodded in approval, and then withdrew her hand. Well done. Zushi looked at Shizuku somewhat bewildered. He remembered not being very familiar with Shizuku, so why was she the first to praise him? But no matter what, Zushi still politely bowed in thanks. Wing, after tucking his unruly coattail back into his trousers, smiled and encouraged Zushi a few words, telling him not to feel stress going forward and so on. Then, he stepped aside and introduced Zushi to the others. Zushi, you know Kurapika, so I don't need to introduce him. These two are Killua and Gon, they are close to your age. Next, Kurapika, Killua and Gon will stay with us at Heaven's Arena. Among them, Killua and Gon will learn an ability with you. Don't let their youth fool you, they have already obtained their hunter license this year and are pro hunters. Zushi and Killua, Gon stared at each other for a moment, he was greatly surprised to hear this, and after realizing it, he bowed very deeply to them. I am Zushi. I am currently working towards the goal of becoming a Heaven's Arena floor master, and at the same time, I am preparing to take next year's hunter exam. Please treat me well. Killua and Gon exchanged glances, then quickly followed suit, bowing and introducing themselves. I am Killua, I am Gon, please treat me well. Germain planned to keep Kurapika, Killua and Gon at Heaven's Arena, having Wing look after them and giving them their respective tasks. Wing readily agreed. Kurapika, once he becomes a Heaven's Arena floor master, can return to Greed Island and participate in the Dark Continent matters with Melody. Killua and Gon had a relatively more relaxed schedule, they first needed to learn the basics of an ability here, passing the true final stage of the hunter exam. Afterward, if they could become floor masters, they could also go directly to Greed Island, but they would go there to become one of the players and continue leveling up. Besides that, even if they don't become floor masters, Killua and Gon can leave as long as they achieve 3 victories on the 200th floor and find clues on how to get to Greed Island themselves. Wing adjusted his gleaming glasses, watching Zushi, who quickly got along with Killua and Gon, and silently shook his head. In his judgment, both Kurapika and Killua and Gon were geniuses among geniuses specifically chosen by Germain. Kurapika's current realization of his talent was clear proof. Wing was very happy to be their instructor, and also happy for Zushi. Although Killua and Gon were starting to learn an ability now, given that Germain personally sent them, their aptitude would certainly not be inferior to Kurapika's. When Killua and Gon, who are more than half a year behind, show a catching up momentum, Zushi, you must endure this stress, do not be afraid, and let your efforts and sweat bear fruit. Germain and Shizuku returned to Greed Island on February 8, but their mode of transport was no longer an airship, but a yacht. What's more interesting is that the driver of this yacht was not a stranger, but Duen, one of Greed Island's administrators. He had just spent a very pleasant week-long vacation on the European continent with his new girlfriend. This yacht was their means of transport for touring the harbor cities of the European continent. After bidding farewell to his girlfriend and promising to see her again, Duen also had to return to Greed Island, so he gave Germain and Shizuku, who were nearby, a ride. Just as Duen himself boasted, ever since Jing changed his name, his luck with romance had been very good. Smiling, with a cigarette dangling from his mouth, he skillfully held the helm and chatted with Germain in the cockpit. The internal testing phase of Greed Island has ended, so List and I now have time to take turns on vacation. We'll make a few minor adjustments based on player feedback within February, and Greed Island will be officially relaunched in March. Players are still very positive about the new version of Greed Island, it's just that the wealthy Batara is planning to spend money to solve problems again. Duen rubbed his forehead, looking quite troubled. The wealthy Batara. When Germain heard that name, he immediately equated it with an image in his memory. He's the guy who spent a fortune buying Greed Island-related software and hardware. He wants to get the official strategy guide to gain an early advantage. Duen shook his head, and the cigarette smoke wavered with his movements. When will he finally understand that we don't lack money, and we won't help him cheat for a few 100 billion jenny, thereby ruining our own reputation? It was indeed that Batara. Hearing this style of throwing money at problems, Germain confirmed it was the wealthy man who had spent a fortune to awaken his lover, who had become a vegetable. The breath of the archangel could indeed awaken his lover, restoring her health, and the probability of success was quite high. I heard he's a devoted man. Germain said this, but in truth, he felt nothing for Batara's story, it was merely social etiquette requiring him to continue the conversation. Duen then noticed Shizuku, who had first coughed a few times because of the smoke, then took out Blinky and sucked away the smoke in the room. He awkwardly put the cigarette butt from his mouth into a nearby ashtray, extinguished it, and then continued their conversation. Batara's act of exhausting half his fortune for his lover is indeed touching, but we are not obligated to give him special treatment because of it. To put it bluntly, we don't have that much overflowing sympathy. Batara's fortune wasn't made through charity, not to mention he needs money even more now. Even if we helped him cheat, or even directly gave him the breath of the archangel, and saved his lover. Then, for those who were driven to bankruptcy and destitution by his monopolizing and acquiring industries, should we also take care of them one by one? Why should we save Batara's lover but ignore those in poverty? Is it because he has money? We cannot satisfy everyone, but we can ensure that everyone is not satisfied, only guaranteeing the greatest common good for all, this is fairness. Duen, like Germain, didn't feel much about Batara's story. If Batara were a friend they knew, then they wouldn't mind helping him out. Oh, and for the new version of Greed Island, let's use the slogan you told Jing before. Slogan. It's that one, Greed Island is a brand new open-world adventure game independently developed by Jing's Greed Island team. Ah, that one. With Duen's reminder, Germain remembered. He had indeed said such a modified slogan, the purpose of which was to explain the existence of Greed Island to Sheila and others. Jing thought it was quite interesting at the time and wanted someone to implement it later, he didn't expect him to actually tell Duen and List about it. Besides that, Duen said, we've discussed it and plan to slightly change the name of the new version of Greed Island. According to tradition, the first letters of your names should also be added. Germain refused, saying, I don't need to be included. If the first letter of every administrator's name is added, the game title will be too long. Grandma Lin also politely declined in the same way. Duen pouted, then adding the first letters of Shizuku and Bisky should be fine, right? After Shizuku used Blinky to suck away the cigarette smell, she shook her head over there, I don't care. Then let's add them. Duen stroked his chin and said, Shizuku's first letter is S, Bisky's first letter is B, so SB Greed Island or Greed Island SB. As soon as Germain heard these two names, he knew that something terrible would happen in the future, so he, who had not been very enthusiastic about changing the name, spoke up again. There's really no need to force our initials in, emphasizing that it's a new version of Greed Island is more important. Greed Island GX, Greed Island Z, or something similar, would be fine. Duen looked at Shizuku again, Shizuku, what do you think? Shizuku had by then put away Blinky, sat on a chair, and was looking down at a magazine, continuing to say, I don't care. Is that so? Duen thought for a moment and replied, all right, I respect your opinions, after all, you are the parties involved. Greed Island Z, which Germain you just mentioned, sounds good. It's inspired by Akira Toriyama's Dragon Ball Z, isn't it? In this world, the Dragon Ball series of manga was still very popular, and Duen must have read it, which is why he asked. Germain had no intention of bringing up Yu-Gi-Oh! And simply nodded, yes. All right then, I'll discuss it with List and the others later, and we can probably settle on Greed Island Z as the new name. Soon, the yacht passed through the misty, wide sea and approached the main body of Greed Island Z they had mentioned. The coastline became increasingly clear before their eyes. I imagine everyone must be eager to know the fruits of your journey. Duen had already learned from Germain what had happened to him in Meteor City, the Zaldik family, and Heaven's Arena. Unfortunately, Chairman Netero is not on the island, he left Greed Island shortly after you departed for Meteor City, and I don't know where he went again. Why say again? Because Chairman Netero had done this more than once, even Grandma Lin probably didn't know Chairman Netero's whereabouts. However, before that, he invited two people to be guests on Greed Island and gave them different tasks. You know these two people, they are Rabbit Paiu and Rooster Gugu, who are also Zodiacs, like you and Morel. They have secretly joined the Dark Continent exploration and have already begun their work. Paiu is trying to translate and decipher the strange writings left by Dawn Freaks, while Gugu is attempting to plant the cure-all herb and alchemy plant on Greed Island. If you ask me, Greed Island Z truly has great potential for the future. Duan rolled up his sleeves, indeed feeling an urge to accomplish great things. The yacht, like a shuttle on a loom, smoothly cut through the misty fog, arriving at the rugged coast of Greed Island. The tall and robust Riza stood like a guardian god at the dock, arms crossed, smiling as he watched everyone disembark from the yacht. Although I received your message in advance, it's my duty to come and see for myself, just in case. How was your journey, Germain, Shizuoku? Was everything smooth? Germain let the sea breeze whip his hunter's black robe, only raising a hand to hold down his fluttering tricorn hat. Everything was smooth. We'll discuss the details back at Raimeru Castle. Shizuoku peeked out from behind Germain, nodding slightly to Riza, expressing the same sentiment. Riza raised an eyebrow. All right. Duan, how was your vacation? Me? Ha, there's never been a more enjoyable vacation. Duan cheerfully wiggled his fingers, then suddenly remembered that Riza, as a death row inmate, had no vacation, and his smile faded. After so many years together, Duan had long considered Riza his companion. However, Riza's sins from earlier years indeed required atonement, and Duan did not make excuses for him. Riza himself willingly lived an ascetic life. Riza keenly noticed the change in Duan's expression, but simply patted Duan's shoulder with an open heart. Don't worry, I don't mind. All right, since everyone's here, let's head back to Raimeru Castle. Someone will take care of the yacht here. Everyone's waiting. He pulled a card from his pocket like a soccer referee. As an administrator, he could use cards without materializing a magic book. Using a company, target Raimeru Castle. A pillar of Nen burst from the card, enveloping the 4 people present, and the surging power immediately lifted them off the ground, flying into the air. Like daytime meteors, they streaked across the sky, quickly spotting the spire of Raimeru Castle, and then their bodies began to descend. Pfft! In front of the castle gate, 3 of the 4 landed steadily, but Duan stumbled, almost falling. He scratched his messy explosion of hair, a little embarrassed. My steps have been a bit unsteady lately. Riza reminded him meaningfully, Duan, you need to exercise restraint. This time, everyone followed Germain's previous suggestion, and there wasn't a large crowd waiting at the entrance of Raimeru Castle, only List stood there like a butler. With golden curly hair, wearing overalls and a boyish physique, he bowed slightly to the group. Everyone with a rank authorization on Greed Island has already gathered in the conference hall of Raimeru Castle, awaiting your arrival. Duan smiled and held up a finger, correcting him, List, from now on, we're calling it Greed Island Z. Hey. List looked up, somewhat bewildered. After this, Duan, List, and Riza discussed the name change that he and Germain had deliberated on the yacht earlier, and the two had no objections. Soon, their group arrived at the spacious and bright conference hall, where a flag and banner bearing the GI insignia hung at regular intervals on the retro walls. Indeed, a large group of people had gathered here, chattering animatedly, and their voices gradually receded like a tide as Germain and the others entered the hall. Their gazes intensely focused on him, and many enthusiastically greeted him, such as Morel, Knuckle, Abe and Gain, and Melody. Grandma Lin, with her face full of wrinkles, deliberately left the main seat empty for Germain. Germain couldn't refuse and finally took the seat. There was no issue with him sitting there, as he was already, in effect, the core of Greed Island. His gaze swept across the long table, quickly noticing the Zodiac's members Netero had recruited Paiu and Gugu sitting together. The 2 female hunters had been on Greed Island for some time and were quite familiar with the environment and pace of life here. They presented completely different postures at the long table. Paiu, wearing a pink bunny ear headband, was quite relaxed, resting her upper body, almost parallel to the long table, on the tabletop. She held a phone with cute stickers in both hands, her fingers rapidly pressing keys, and a laptop, evidently also hers, was placed in front of her. Gugu, wearing a flamboyant feathered headdress, leaned back in her chair, arms crossed, and at this moment, with a serious and earnest expression, met Germain's gaze. Germain cleared his throat. Paiu, Gugu, I've heard about the situation from Duan, and I presume you already know what's being done on this island. I'm very grateful for your help. These were sincere words. Dawn Freaks' Western Volume Fragment and the transplantation of the cure-all herb and alchemy plant all required professional talent to manage. Paiu, the ancient document hunter, and Gugu, the plant hunter, were undoubtedly the professional talents in these areas. Paiu's eyes finally left her phone at this point, and she slowly sat up. Soon after arriving here, Gugu and I were indeed very surprised. That old man, referring to Chairman Netero, only said he was giving us an A-rank mission that required strict secrecy, and nothing else. We were completely caught off guard by the contents of the Dark Continent Data Archive and the Research Institute. Gugu also frowned, shaking her head. As the chairman and Zodiacs of the Hunter Association, you've secretly done so many irregular things, and you've dragged us into it too. This is truly. Paiu's eyes widened at this, and she raised both hands, waving them excitedly. This is so thrilling. Why didn't you tell us sooner? Gugu shot Paiu a glare and snorted coldly. Although it's irregular, I must admit, the results you've brought back are astonishing. Evidently, after spending several days immersed in the Dark Continent Data Archive and the Research Institute, the 2 hunters ravenously perused all the content that interested them. Those astonishing contents had completely captivated them. Chairman Netero knew exactly how to entice the Zodiacs. He didn't need to tell them anything, just present the facts before them. The Dark Continent was simply an untapped treasure trove, and what they had seen so far was just the tip of the iceberg. They even felt honored, because they were among the Zodiacs, second only to Germain, Jin, and Morel, in knowing these secrets. Even the two vice-chairmen, Cheadle and Mizistum, were very likely unaware, how pitiful that they were so diligent. Germain hadn't expected such a reaction from them, but on second thought, it wasn't surprising. Hunters, especially those who had reached the pinnacle in their respective fields, would realize that what limited their further progress was the territory of the 6 continents. Subsequently, their gaze would involuntarily be drawn to places beyond the world. The Dark Continent, also known as the New World, was a place where they could break through their current limits, satisfy more curiosity, and achieve greater feats. How could this not move people? Wasn't this what true hunters pursued their entire lives on the 6 continents? Germain displayed the appropriate smile for a social occasion. Then, on behalf of the Stagecoach and Greed Island, I officially welcome Rabbit Payu and Rooster Gugu to join us. Stagecoach refers to the members on the Dark Continent side, while Greed Island refers to the members on the 6 continents side. Everyone cooperatively applauded, completing the brief welcome ceremony. Next, they got down to business, and the topic naturally began with Germain. Germain first recounted the entire process of the Meteor City annihilation of Gyro's forces incident, including the fact that they had already formed a cooperative relationship with Meteor City. Currently, Gyro's demons are still roaming within Meteor City, and the people of Meteor City are working together with pro-hunters, both internally and externally, to eliminate them. Hina will remain in Meteor City, acting as an intermediary between us and Meteor City. We support their reconstruction, and they will reciprocate in the future. It's that simple. Riza stroked his chin with a smile. Gyro of NGL. Actually, I've noticed that my subordinate, Welfin the Werewolf, seems to have an unusual interest in Gyro. When he heard that Gyro had been killed by you, he showed a sorrowful emotion that I had never seen in him before. Welfin is always suspicious and unsociable, but now he's sentimental like a human, getting drunk with the other members of the pirate crew. I think that when he was human, he was very likely Gyro's subordinate. With Gyro's death, he lost all his human aspirations. The brown-skinned Abengane also coughed lightly and joined the conversation. Speaking of which, bunny girl Hina also paid attention to Gyro, but after learning that Germain and Shizuko would go to eliminate him, Hina stopped mentioning Gyro. Perhaps she knew that Gyro could never survive against Germain and Shizuko, so she focused more on things she preferred, like teasing those players. List sat upright, his hands neatly placed on the table, and also spoke. Compared to that, Ikalgo and Melioran's attention to Gyro was quite low. They integrated into Greed Island faster than other Chimera ants and weren't held back by Gyro's affairs. Everyone nodded upon hearing this. They had all interacted with Ikalgo and Melioran and knew that they had begun new lives on Greed Island. Palm, who was forcibly transformed into a Chimera ant, had a lot to say on this matter. Human souls, Chimera ant bodies. Because of these characteristics, we are destined to waver between humans and Chimera ants. She raised her scaly hand and stroked the surprisingly large spherical protrusion on her forehead. However, true emotional bonds still need to accumulate over time. I believe that both they and I will eventually fully integrate into Greed Island. Hearing Palm's words, Morel, Knuckle, and Shoot couldn't help but show ashamed expressions, especially Palm's teacher, Knuckle. Regarding her identity as a human or a Chimera ant, Palm could have avoided such a conflicted choice if they had only stopped her from carrying out such a dangerous plan at the time. It's hard to say whether Palm's decision to come to Greed Island was meant to avoid them and start anew. However, what's done is done, and it's too late to say anything now, so they could only let nature take its course. Germain didn't want the atmosphere at the long table to remain gloomy, so he proactively started talking about what happened when he went to the Zaldik family. However, Germain still concealed his meeting and conversation with Zig Zaldik. This was Zig's request, he didn't want Aluka to receive attention too early, and they had no intention of challenging the mist-like being AI yet anyway. Upon hearing that Gon, the son of Jing, along with Karapika and Killua, had been arranged to stay with Wing at Heaven's arena, many relevant individuals showed slight excitement. Duen stroked the stubble on his chin and laughed heartily. 10 days to heal a hand injury, 10 days of intense training to push the gate of hell. It seems Jing's son has excellent potential. We can allocate some funds and personnel to Wing's side. Also, we can start preparing for Gon and the others' arrival at Greed Island. I estimate that they will arrive here within about 6 months to a year and attempt to clear it to find clues about Jing. I'm really looking forward to it. When Duen said I'm really looking forward to it, he clearly showed the terrifying smile of a strange uncle about to play with his nieces and nephews. Subsequently, Germain then mentioned the ability branches of his Hunter Badge Silver Triangle. This meant they could return to the Dark Continent earlier. This was an unexpected surprise, and everyone discussed it enthusiastically. Materials and equipment have long been prepared, Duen said. So, what we really need to discuss is the selection of personnel for this team. First, Germain and Shizuko are definitely going, so there are only 2 spots left. Morel, whose hairline was somewhat receding, had been listening to everyone's conversation while wiping his sunglasses with a handkerchief. At this moment, he put his sunglasses back on. I'll go. I owe Germain a great debt, and this is the perfect time to repay it. He pushed his sunglasses down, and his eyes above his aquiline nose narrowed. However, let me state beforehand that I will eventually return to the 6 continents. I am a marine hunter, and my main battlefield is always the sea, not the land. Chairman Netero is clearly secretly pushing for the restart of the Dark Continent exploration. Once successful, they will need manpower in the future. The Hunter Association needs to dispatch a team from the 6 continents, cross the borderline, traverse that treacherous sea, and then reach the Dark Continent. On that vast ocean, I can undoubtedly play a greater role. Of course, all of this is predicated on my ability to return safely. Knuckle glanced at Morel. He didn't speak but pulled down his hat brim to cover his bald head. After psychological treatment from SHO, the Horse of the Zodiacs, Knuckle had gradually emerged from his fear of the Ant King and Royal Guards. However, his fundamental nature remained unchanged. He was the type who possessed very powerful ability but had to pay a huge price. This price was that his psychological defense was lower than many others, and he accumulated stress very quickly. Once his psychological defense was breached, he would collapse in despair. Originally, Knuckles' 4-dimensional mansion could have shone brightly on the Dark Continent, but his own personality was not well suited for high-pressure environments. Those who subsequently volunteered were Knuckle and Shoot. They had always been reviewing documents from the Dark Continent archives. Shoot was still a bit worried, while Knuckle was already eager to try. And the final team selection decided by everyone was Germain, Shizuku, Morel, and Knuckle. The next topic of discussion was the part handled by Paihu and Gugu. Paihu said, "The first paragraph of Don Freaks' Western Volume fragment is actually quite easy to decipher, it just requires a little bit of deduction. The first paragraph is basically in the 6 continents script, it just gets increasingly illegible. The general meaning is I deeply regret seeing too much, knowing too much. I wish I had never eaten the longevity food Nightolami." These unspoken words seemed to reveal a certain fear of Don Freaks, to the extent that he regretted consuming one of the 5 great hopes. Everyone looked at each other with unease and confusion. Paihu slid her pink laptop over and pressed the spacebar, waking the screen from sleep mode. She projected the laptop's content onto the conference room's projector. Liz thoughtfully got up to draw the curtains, dimming the room so the projected images would be clearer. Paihu scrolled the mouse. "Look, the text in the first paragraph still clearly shows various simplified variations of the 6 continents script. You probably know about cursive, right? It's that kind of feeling. However, starting from the second paragraph, these characters clearly deviate from the 6 continents script, becoming very complex and varied. I'm over 80% confident that this is a Western volume fragment composed of different languages mixed together. The reason for this, I estimate, is related to Don Freaks' experiences. In the first paragraph, he already admitted to having eaten longevity food Nightolami. We can assume this is why he lived a long life of 200 or 300 years, and 200 or 300 years of living on the Dark Continent is enough to change a person's habits. During his solitary journey, he basically had no use for the 6 continents script. Instead, to communicate with different species, he needed to learn and apply their scripts. People who have learned different languages all do this. When under stress or excited, they unconsciously mix multiple languages together. Don Freaks probably didn't intentionally make our translation more difficult, rather, for him, the answer is the riddle itself, and he didn't hide anything. Germain, if you want me to completely decipher the entire content of these Western volume fragment, either bring me more Western volume fragment or bring me more different types of scripts." Paihu spoke very bluntly, but the task she proposed was indeed necessary. Germain agreed. Gugu then described the difficulty of transplanting the cure-all herb and alchemic plant metal lion onto Greed Island. "They were all scavenged from the monsters you defeated, so if we can simulate the same environment, it should be possible. However, the cure-all herb is nourished by flesh and blood, which is relatively easy to deal with, but the alchemic plant metal lion requires soul irrigation, which is very difficult to solve. Even if there's a way, I don't think you'd want to turn Greed Island into a large cult island, sacrificing the souls of living people or anything like that." Gugu's tone was very sharp, but like Paihu, she was merely stating facts. Everyone present had no objection to the conclusions they had temporarily reached. Germain asked them to continue researching their respective topics. Afterwards, everyone discussed the various future changes to Greed Island Z and the whereabouts of Chairman Netero, and the meeting concluded. After the meeting, Germain sought out Aben Gain. "Can you and Hina perform exorcism for me?" "I have no problem," Aben Gain said confidently, "but Hina can't yet, she still hasn't fully digested the previous exorcism cost." "No problem, then I'll leave it to you." "You are too kind." Aben Gain once again displayed an extraordinary performance similar to the last exorcism, which should be why he is so confident now. The forest spirit exorcism was not only successful but also cleared Germain's remaining 2 negative traits, wilderness phobia and terrible gambling skills. From that moment on, he no longer had any negative traits. Immediately after, Germain sought out Melody and asked her to play a flute piece for him, completely clearing the few stress points he had accumulated. So, after another round of preparations, the 4-person team of Germain, Shizuku, Morel, and Knuckle departed on February 15th. Germain and Shizuku were regulars at Teleportation Lantern, and many people present had seen the Teleportation Lantern scene multiple times, so there wasn't much surprise. Only Morel, Knuckle, and those who had not truly seen the Teleportation Lantern scene maintained tense focus. When the Teleportation Lantern and Messenger Imp mentioned in the documents appeared one by one, these people finally felt the reality that the teleportation was about to happen. Germain touched the Hunter Badge Silver Triangle, consuming 3 idle Teleportation Lanterns to achieve the effect of being able to use the Teleportation Lantern immediately. The result was that everything went smoothly. Germain, Shizuku, Morel, and Knuckle were all teleported away from their original positions, disappearing from the hall beneath Rimaru Castle. Those who had not yet seen this scene were amazed and curious, while those who had seen it had already picked up their cameras to watch the previously filmed process. At this moment, Duan's administrator ring glowed a few times, then projected an image. The person in the image was one of the twin administrators, Ida, wearing a mechanical helmet and with long silver hair. What's the matter, Ida? Duan, I just detected a video that's going viral online about the Kaken Empire and the Dark Continent. I think you all might be very interested. Kaken Empire and Dark Continent. Ida and Duan's conversation indeed piqued everyone's interest, and everyone gathered around. Duan frowned and said, you send the video over, and we'll watch it. I've already sent it. You should be able to open it now. So, Duan rotated the administrator ring, and the projected image became the beginning of a video, while Ida's image shrunk into a small window in the bottom right corner. At the beginning of the video, a large fat man appeared. Everyone present, one after another, recognized the identity of this fat man, because he was too famous, often appearing in news headlines. This fat man was Naesubi Hueguoro, the king of the Kaken Empire, and the father of 4th Prince Tseridnik, who was killed by Germain and others. Abundant resources. An inexhaustible food supply. The prosperous future of humanity sleeps in that land, oh ho ho. Therefore, our Kaken Empire bears the dreams of all humanity. I hereby announce that we are entering the Dark Continent. Everyone was greatly surprised to hear this. However, King Naesubi had not finished speaking. We have successfully endorsed the best candidate to serve as the chief director of the Dark Continent Exploration Team. Allow me to introduce him. That son of Chairman Netero of the Hunter Association, Beyond Netero. Beyond's face, strikingly similar to Chairman Netero's, was magnified in the video, so much so that anyone familiar with Chairman Netero had no doubt about Beyond's lineage. The video content continued, followed by Beyond delivering an inspiring declaration. Grandmalin's narrowed eyes opened. To my knowledge, Chairman Netero and Beyond are secretly pushing for the restart of the Dark Continent exploration. The V5 is taking a cautious stance, still holding meetings and discussions, and has not revealed anything externally, nor have they reached a conclusion. This should be a deliberate move by the Kaken Empire and Beyond to force the V5 to bring the Dark Continent exploration issue to the table and forcibly restart it. Furthermore, it's intended to make the Kaken Empire appear as the pioneer of Dark Continent exploration, so that no matter how this major historical event is mentioned later, it will seem that the Kaken Empire led the way. At the end of the video, King Naesubi mentioned the departure date for the main Kaken Empire fleet, which would be around August or September of this year. Purple patterns appeared on the grey floor of the top level of the ancient labyrinth tower, eventually converging at the center point, where a lantern emerged. Buzz. The scene twisted like a vortex for a moment, and then 4 figures flew out, each holding hands with a scrawny messenger imp. Germain released the messenger imp's hand and looked down at the projection of his hunter badge. Lantern location, ancient labyrinth. Cooldown, 160 days. 160 days, which is more than 5 months. If they were to wait for the teleportation lantern to fully cool down step by step, it would be until August or September. However, with the existence of the hunter badge silver triangle, Germain believed they would be able to return earlier. Now it just depended on when he could gather 3 new, free teleportation lanterns. Germain and Shizuku were not making their first round trip between the ancient labyrinth and Rimaru Castle, so they both appeared calm and composed at this moment. Morel and Knuckle, the master and disciple, were different. They curiously looked around. Is this the Dark Continent? Is this the ancient labyrinth? Germain put away the teleportation lantern, and the 4 messenger imps dissipated. When he turned his head, he saw Morel and Knuckle already standing on the outside balcony, looking out into the distance. Shizuku, meanwhile, pointed to a huge, antique bronze clock clearly added later to the top of the tower, where it was suspended. Germain, we didn't have this clock before we left, did we? No. Shizuku patted her bulging chest in relief. I thought I had misremembered again. Is this what they should really be focusing on? Germain went around to the back of the antique bronze clock and found an iron pillar also suspended there, which he picked up with both hands. I think it's probably Jing's or Bisky's idea, so that when we come back, we ring the bell to let them know immediately. Shizuku nodded, so that's it. Germain picked up the iron pillar and struck the suspended bronze bell, producing a loud clang that echoed from the top of the tower. Shizuku used 2 fingers to plug her ears, watching Germain strike the bell several times before he finally released the iron pillar. A moment later, Knuckle started shouting from the balcony. Germain, teacher, Shizuku, I think I see Jing, Bisky, and the others. He waved his arms in that direction with a hint of excitement, like someone reuniting with a sailor who had been at sea for months. Germain and Shizuku walked over to Morel and Knuckle, and the first thing that caught their eyes, of course, was the castle, which was already 2 stories high. The design of the castle was based on Rimaru Castle. The unique aspect was that all the residences and towers embraced the tallest building here, the ancient labyrinth tower. Standing at the top of the ancient labyrinth tower, one could overlook all parts of the castle. Germain also saw Jing, Bisky, and the others whom Knuckle had seen. They had obviously heard the bell and had gathered in the courtyard. When they looked up, they met the gaze of Germain and the others on the ancient labyrinth tower. Among them, the big, burly Boera also waved his arms in response, just like Knuckle. A moment later, everyone gathered at the top of the ancient labyrinth tower. The 9 people made the place feel a little crowded, but the atmosphere was one of surprise and joy. How did you come back so fast? Bisky exclaimed, shaking Shizuku. Didn't you say the lantern teleportation could only be used again after 80 days? She and the others who had stayed behind had already mentally prepared themselves to wait for almost 3 months before seeing Germain and Shizuku. They never expected them to return so quickly, it was incredible. Shizuku shook her head for a moment, then pointed to Germain with her left index finger. The gazes of everyone who had stayed on the Dark Continent focused on Germain. So, Germain explained the ability of the Hunter Badge Silver Triangle. Only then did everyone realize the truth. Jing smiled and said, if that's the case, things will be much more convenient for us in the future. It's just a matter of how long it will take to gather 3 teleportation lanterns. No matter how long, it's shorter than 5 months, Bisky said, hands on her hips. It's a pity it has to be a forced choice between 2 options. Otherwise, if it could both instantly cool down the teleportation lantern and increase the quantity of members per teleportation, that would be even better. Where in the world is there such a good thing? Jing retorted. More often, it's Pariston's disgusting forced choice between 2 options. Yes, 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 Bisky rolled her eyes, with an expression that said, you think I don't know? It seemed their relationship was as stable as ever. Germain asked, never mind the teleportation lantern for now. Tell me, what has happened on this side during the half-month we've been gone? As you can see, Bisky said, pointing at the castle outside the tower with her white-gloved hand, the castle has already been built to the 2nd floor. Next will be the 3rd and 4th floors. And then, the ancient labyrinth's plant weapon gold and silver ingot parasite species have resumed activity, occasionally appearing in the sea of blood and sacrificing themselves. Other than that, there's our trade with the Moose Centaur tribe, roughly once a week. Bisky pointed to Morel and Knuckle, who were not part of the plan, and asked, you should also tell us why they are here. All right, Germain said, giving Jing a meaningful look. I'll start from the beginning, explaining what happened over there, keeping it as concise as possible. Jing was a little puzzled, not understanding why Germain looked at him, but he still sat cross-legged on the floor and listened. So, Germain described the major events that had occurred over the past half-month, arranged by time and location. From Greed Island to Meteor City, then to Kukuru Mountain, then to Heaven's Arena, and finally back to Greed Island. Everyone understood why Morel and Knuckle were there. And Germain's success in securing cooperation from the Zaldik family in Meteor City was also a pleasant surprise. However, what truly astonished everyone was that Germain had met Jing's son Gon. Jing finally understood what Germain's look meant earlier. I have a current photo of him, Germain said, searching through his hunter black robe for a moment before finding a photo and handing it to Jing. It's a group photo, though. The photo showed a total of 4 vibrant teenagers, from left to right, Kurapika, Killua, Gon, and Leorio. The 4 teenagers all gave a V-sign gesture towards the camera, smiling. Among them, Gon's and Leorio's smiles were the brightest. Germain pointed to the spiky-haired teenager in the photo, this is what Gon looks like now. He looks a lot like you. Jing didn't take the photo, merely glanced at it with a hint of disdain, and snorted, oh, really? Let me see. Bisky snatched the group photo and examined it carefully. He really does look a lot like Jing. Curious Menchi, Boera, and Sanbika also gathered behind her, eagerly watching. Everyone was curious about what kind of son the usually arrogant Jing would have. Upon seeing him, they all felt that Gon seemed quite well behaved, not at all like his annoying father. Shizuku, for some reason, also went to join the commotion, even though she had seen him in person and in photos. He has already obtained his hunter license, Germain said. His aptitude is very good. I've placed him with Wing now, letting Wing teach him the basics of an ability. Bisky nodded repeatedly, Wing? Jing, you can rest assured. My disciple teaching your son an ability will certainly be no problem. Well, if he can't even learn an ability, he'd better not come looking for me, Jing pouted. Ah. Are you shy? Bisky looked at Jing as if she had discovered a new continent. Jing is actually shy. A rare sight. Is it because he knows his son is doing well, so he's shy? What nonsense are you talking about? Jing pulled down his felt hat, covering the upper half of his face, and mumbled something softly. Bisky chuckled, that's right, but why does a 30 or 40-year-old man have to act like a scumbag who abandoned his family? Jing couldn't be bothered to refute Bisky. Germain continued, I estimate they'll probably reach the 200th floor of Heaven's Arena and achieve 3 wins within half a year, meeting my minimum requirements. After that, they will go looking for clues related to Greed Island. Hearing this, Jin remembered the clues about Greed Island he had left on Whale Island, his hometown. He thought, as long as Gon returns to Whale Island, even if Mito dislikes me, she will give him the clues, right? Mito is Jin's cousin, a beautiful but single woman. Jin still remembered how that formidable and strong woman took Gon's custody from him. In fact, Jin's situation at the time was indeed not suitable for raising Gon, he simply didn't have the time or energy for it. So, Mito actually took on this responsibility willingly, helping him out so he could continue his hunter journey outside with peace of mind. Therefore, Jin was grateful to Mito, though he would never express it. Then let him come to Greed Island. To clear the current Greed Island Sea, he would at least be elite level. Such a person would at least be qualified to follow in my footsteps, and in the process, find his own future. As Germain's strength and status grew, his previously proposed ability ranking system gained more and more recognition. Jin adopted this ability ranking system here. His demands on Gon were not overly strict, as he himself was like that. Jin had gradually found his own hunter path by following in the footsteps of his ancestor, Don Freaks. He believed his son, gone, could do the same. Bisky then solemnly handed the group photo to Jin. You still have high expectations for your son. Put it away. Jin hesitated for a moment, then took the group photo and casually stuffed it into his pocket. He wanted to appear unaffected by family and kinship, but since everyone present didn't believe him anyway, he decided not to hide it. Germain continued, besides challenging the perilous mountains this time, we have a secondary mission. Chairman Netero has enlisted Paihu to decipher the New World Travelogue Western Volume fragment for us, but she needs more Dark Continent scripts, especially different types of scripts. Jin, who had a high aptitude for languages, nodded. Actually, regarding this, I share a similar view with Paihu, so I've already been collecting different types of scripts. It's just that the Moose Centaur script and the scripts they are familiar with aren't many, and they can't identify other script types on the New World Travelogue Western Volume fragment. I estimate that the races to which these scripts belong are quite far from here and have no interaction with the Moose Centaur tribe. However, the Moose Centaur tribe has promised us that they will try to help us collect more languages and scripts during the next Demi-Human Watch Alliance meeting. Germain nodded, that's good. For now, that's all we can do. Afterward, everyone chatted for a while about the scarce information on the perilous mountains and the current state of Greed Island Sea, then they descended from the top floor of the tower. Bisky, holding Germain and Shizuku by one hand each, walked at the very front of the group. Come, let me show you the current state of the castle. At least each of us has our own room now, though the rooms are empty, with only a wooden bed. Hearing this, Germain turned to look at Shizuku. Shizuku noticed his gaze, turned her head, and met his eyes. She even blinked curiously, as if wondering why Germain was looking at her like that. Shizuku? Did you forget? You brought the gift with you. Ah. Shizuku then remembered, oh, right. Bisky asked in surprise, what gift? You brought gifts with you. Soon, she got her answer. While touring each room in the ancient labyrinth castle, Shizuku's Blinky was not idle, constantly spitting out items. Sofas, tables, chairs, and blankets for the living room, iron pots, kitchen knives, and spatulas for the kitchen, large beds, quilts, and pillows for the rooms, and so on. In less than 15 minutes, the entire ancient labyrinth castle became more like a place where humans lived. Not only that, Shizuku also brought special gifts for everyone remaining in the ancient labyrinth. Of course, most of them were Duan and List's ideas, and they also chose the gifts. Jin received 3 suitcases full of books, all the books he had previously stored in the Rimaru Castle study, which was enough to keep him entertained. Bisky, of course, received dresses, accessories, perfume, and a complete set of makeup tools, as her supplies were indeed running low. Menchi and Boer received fresh meat, vegetables, flour, sauces, and other items from the 6 continents. Sanbika, on the other hand, received various medicines, bottles, and containers. However, Bisky still complained. Staying in a place like the Dark Continent for half a year makes me miss the air conditioning, TV, and computers of the 6 continents more and more. And refrigerators. Menchi reminded from the side, that would make storing ingredients much more convenient. TVs and computers might not be that easy, Germain said, but once we retrieve the Nameless Stone and can power the entire ancient labyrinth castle, air conditioning and refrigerators can indeed be brought over. Bisky, Menchi, Boera, and Sanbika all couldn't help but imagine a future with the Nameless Stone. Although they didn't have the Nameless Stone, they at least had small diesel generators, which were enough to supply lighting for the ancient labyrinth castle at night. As for water sources, there were 4, the first was rainwater, the second was Greed Island cards, the third was lakes and rivers outside the ancient labyrinth, and the fourth was filtration from the Blood Sea. Overall, the conditions here were still quite harsh. However, to hold this stronghold like squatters and explore more resources of the Dark Continent, they were still content. And they did indeed reap rewards. The map Jin had drawn had expanded to tens of kilometers outside the ancient labyrinth and was still growing. Bisky exchanged an emerald the size of a goose egg from the Moose Centaur tribe, which made her happy for a long time. Menchi and Boera's recipe book had many unique new dishes, some of which were reflected in tonight's dinner. Sanbika, through her interactions with the Moose Centaur tribe, learned many healing methods that seemed primitive but were quite normal in the Dark Continent. After resting for a night in the ancient labyrinth castle, everyone gathered again to discuss the journey to the perilous mountains. Someone needs to stay behind at the ancient labyrinth castle, Jin reminded. The Moose Centaur tribe usually comes here to trade with us about once a week, so someone needs to entertain them. Germain surveyed everyone present, realizing that he had to use a process of elimination to select the members who would go and those who would stay behind. He, Jin, Bisky, Morel, and Shizuku, the 5 main combatants, would definitely go to the perilous mountains. In addition, Bisky, Morel, and Shizuku also had auxiliary abilities like decompression, reconnaissance, and transportation, so they should all go together. Next was Sanbika, she was responsible for medical treatment and should also be in the team. Menchi and Boera's roles in providing food overlapped, so they could choose one, and Germain ultimately chose Menchi. The remaining person was Knuckle. He possessed beast hunter knowledge, but it was from the 6 continents, not the Dark Continent. His combat power was not considered top tier among the group. However, he could serve as a supplementary combatant and protect the logistical members. His Nin ability could also be surprisingly effective at times, so he was also selected for the team. Thus, the list of members going to the perilous mountains was decided. Germain and 7 other Nin users would depart, and Boera would remain at the ancient labyrinth castle. They began their final preparations. For example, going to the Moose Centaur tribe to brand Morel's large pipe with alchemy plant water element enchantment, and while there, letting Morel and Knuckle familiarize themselves with the environment between the ancient labyrinth and the Moose Centaur tribe. Finally, they planned to set off on March 1st, beginning their journey of teleportation and challenges. Under the tempering of HxH, the old craftsman of the Moose Centaur tribe, with his enhancement type, pinnacle of 1,000 refinements, Morel's large pipe received an enchantment. Is this enchantment? Yes, try it. I am very confident in my craftsmanship and will never waste a single alchemic plant metal lion. HxH took a rough towel and wiped the sweat from his face. Morel grasped the slender end of the large pipe with both hands, stood it upright, then pushed up his sunglasses and carefully observed the mark branded on the pipe. Alchemic plant metal lion, water element enchantment. It was a wave-like mark that would glow brightly once Morel activated his Nen. His Nen would transform into the water element, gaining the properties of flowing water. This was different from his deep purple. His large pipe genuinely lit tobacco, then used auxiliary emission type to amplify the smoke, and finally used the core manipulation type to control the smoke. Now, the existence of the water element enchantment was equivalent to allowing him to cross the Nen ability system, gaining transmutation type as a third auxiliary system, in addition to emission type and specialization. Morel briefly tested the large pipe with the water element enchantment. Combined with his own deep purple, he created a dreamlike scene of water mist in place, like a mirage. Ha ha ha, very good, HxH, I must thank you for your craftsmanship. It's nothing, I merely did what I could. The help you humans have given our tribe is what truly matters. HxH spoke humbly, then exchanged glances with Morel, and the two men laughed heartily together. Enchantment was a great benefit for Morel, a manipulation type Nen user and a marine hunter. Mist and water, his two most trusted partners, could both be commanded by him, which would undoubtedly greatly enhance his combat power. Similar to Morel's situation was Menchi, who was also a manipulation type Nen user. Her twin blade Rhapsody combined with a fire element enchantment, forming blades of blazing fire, would undoubtedly deal extremely high damage and have miraculous effects against fire-weak enemies. It can be said that alchemic plant metal line is a highly beneficial enchantment plant for those who use weapons, especially manipulation type Nen users. Compared to Morel and Menchi, Shizuko's wind element enchantment on her inverted cross did not provide much of an improvement for her. In fact, she often forgot that her inverted cross could also be used in combat. This was due to her personality, so there was nothing that could be done. After thanking the old craftsman HxH and bidding farewell to the Moose Centaur tribe's chief, Sarah, and Kiirohai, everyone then set off to return to the ancient labyrinth. At the end of February, everyone returned to the ancient labyrinth and reunited with the others who had remained at the ancient labyrinth castle, thus completing all preparations. On the morning of March 1st, everyone gathered punctually on the top floor of the ancient labyrinth tower. Because Shizuko's memory was sometimes very good and sometimes very bad, Bisky, Menchi, and Sanbika were in charge of checking whether all the items on the list had been brought. Jin stood to the side with his hands in his pockets, while Morel leaned against the wall, hugging his large pipe. Both battle-hardened men looked as calm as ever. Knuckle was much more lively, doing warm-up exercises, his pompadour swaying up and down, left and right, with his movements. With everything ready, Germain activated the ancient labyrinth tower's special teleportation lantern. 4 bony messenger imps crawled out from behind the lantern's base, gazed indifferently at everyone, and then extended their hands as if resigned to their fate. For the first batch, Germain sent Jin, Bisky, and Shizuko ahead to the perilous mountains. Upon arrival, they were greeted by strange, jagged rocks. The 4 of them stood on a high peak, with a bottomless abyss beside them. Given the steepness, it was as if they were standing on a knife's edge with only their tiptoes. The howling mountain winds made it seem as though they could fall off the cliff at any moment. As far as the eye could see, there were continuous rolling mountains and lush tree seas, with the more distant areas obscured by clouds, making them unclear. At least for now, Germain and the other 3 did not perceive any danger. From the surface, this place was not much different from the deep mountains and wild forests of the 6 continents. I'm going back to pick up the others. Germain crouched beside the teleportation lantern again, accompanied by the messenger imp. Be careful yourselves. Bisky gave Germain an okay gesture, while Jin and Shizuka both nodded. Thus, Germain returned to the ancient labyrinth tower via the teleportation lantern to pick up the second batch of people Morel, Menchi, and Sanbika. After another successful transfer, Germain repeated the process, taking the last person Knuckle. Boera waved to Germain and Knuckle, watched them disappear, listened to the silence of the tower and castle, quietly composed himself, and began his life as a lonely gourmet. After bringing Knuckle to the perilous mountains to reunite with everyone, Germain, while everyone was observing their surroundings, checked the projected content of his hunter badge. After 5 consecutive teleportation jumps, Germain was forced to contract 3 types of negative traits and 2 types of disease. 3 types of negative traits. Pale, resistance to bleeding, corrosion, and other damage is slightly reduced. Thinker, the effect of stress healing received is slightly reduced. Anxiety, when located outside the Dark Continent, a certain amount of stress will increase each week. 2 types of disease. Black Death, resistance to corrosion and disease is greatly reduced, and maximum health and speed are greatly decreased. Tapeworm disease, food digestion speed is doubled. After checking his condition via the hunter badge, Germain unhesitatingly took out an injection refined from cure-all herb and gave himself a shot. HxH. Everyone looked over and quickly understood why he did so. Did you get sick? Shizuku squatted down, hugging her knees, and stared at Germain. Are you feeling better? Germain looked at the hunter badge projection again. The Black Death had disappeared, but the tapeworm disease remained. Germain informed everyone of this situation. Sanbika, wearing a mask, demurely clasped her hands together and said with a muffled voice. The cure-all herb injection cannot clear all diseases from the body at once. After about an hour, if you give yourself another shot, you can clear the tapeworm disease. She then turned around and timidly said to everyone. I suggest everyone get a shot. It can enhance our resistance to disease, and its effect will drop to its lowest point after about 12 hours. We can continue to inject during this period to extend our disease resistance. Sanbika spoke a lot in one breath, then lowered her head, her cheeks a little flushed. Everyone looked at each other, and it was Bisky who first responded to Sanbika with action, becoming the second person to inject herself on the spot. Listening to Sanbika, the expert, can't be wrong, Bisky said, supporting the timid Sanbika. Subsequently, there was a continuous hissing sound, and soon, everyone had received a cure-all herb injection. Sanbika collected all the needles, carefully placed them in a sealed recycling box, and then put them into her backpack. To avoid hindering Shizuku from using Blinky, people generally do not let Blinky swallow consumables right away, but save them until after the journey. The same goes for these needles, no one was so morally corrupt as to casually discard trash, unless in an emergency. Just as everyone refocused their attention on the surrounding perilous mountains, they heard a strange sound. Buzz. 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 The untimely noise caught everyone off guard. Germain, who had just stood up, lowered his head and was surprised to find that he couldn't retrieve the special teleportation lantern on the ground for some reason. It seemed to be locked in place. Besides that, it kept buzzing. Purple light spread out like ripples, circle after circle, then suddenly transformed into dark black tides. Darkness surged out. The 4 messenger imps had already fled. Germain had some kind of premonition and turned around at the fastest speed, shouting to the crowd. Get out of here. The only one who reacted to his sudden shout was Jin. Jin reached out and grabbed Sanbika, who was closest to him, then leaped back. Germain did something similar. He picked up Shizuku and Bisky, one in each arm, trying to escape to a safe distance. Shizuku and Bisky hadn't even processed what was happening before they were forcibly picked up and carried away, only reacting half a second later. However, Germain himself didn't know how far this so-called safe distance actually was. Germain and Jin's movements were fast enough, and their attempts to save others were also at their limit, but things don't always go as you wish. The dark tide surging from the teleportation lantern instantly engulfed Morel, Knuckle, and Menchi, who were closest. What is this? In their shock, they disappeared into the darkness. Subsequently, Germain, Shizuku, Bisky, Jin, and Sanbika were also caught by the dark tide, one after another. No matter what an ability they used, they would be knotted by the darkness. The torrent of darkness was unimaginably fast. A sense of uncontrollable panic gripped everyone's hearts, and the boundless darkness in their vision was even more terrifying. This eerie silence lasted only a moment, then came a chorus of gasps. Where is this? Which way are you? I can't see you. Are we floating? Or falling? Why is there no footing? They were like they were in a state of weightlessness, but there were no obstacles in any direction to provide leverage, which left them at a loss. Germain was probably the first to regain his composure. Unlike the others who were floating aimlessly in the dark space, he found his balance and stabilized his body. He couldn't tell if he was floating up, falling down, or swaying from side to side. In any case, he at least controlled which direction his body should float. Calm down. In the darkness, Germain told the others how to stabilize themselves and not panic. Don't be too panicked or nervous. As long as you stay focused, with Nen, we can stay stable. In the darkness, many people indeed trusted Germain unconditionally and managed to control their own buoyancy. As more and more people succeeded, more and more people believed Germain, and eventually everyone maintained their balance instead of being disoriented. The weightlessness of the dark space was no longer the biggest problem. Their biggest problem now was how to leave this dark space. If they couldn't leave this dark space, would they drift endlessly until they died of hunger and thirst? Or would they lose their minds to the darkness and commit suicide in utter despair? They all tried their best not to think about these worst-case scenarios. As for why they came to this dark space, Germain had some ideas after a moment of thought. Zigzaldik once said. We believe that all abilities related to space in this world are actually connected to darkness. Your teleportation lantern, your companion Shizuku's Blinky, and Pro Hunter Knuckles' 4-dimensional mansion, all actually pass through darkness. Corroborating this was the wall facer's forced teleportation of Germain and others next to the True World Tree, which was also a stretch of darkness. And Melody's last memory of the terrifying Dark Sonata was. In that instant, we were in boundless darkness. If he wasn't mistaken, Germain and the others were brought into that boundless dark space by the dark tide surging from the teleportation lantern. And what triggered the dark torrent was probably Germain's frequent use of the teleportation lantern. Germain materialized the sacred moonlight greatsword. Its radiating cyan light easily pierced through the darkness and gave a psychological comfort to those around him. As long as they could see each other and confirm each other's existence, their stress would be greatly reduced. Inspired by the light of the sacred moonlight greatsword, everyone took out their headlamps, put them on their heads, and turned them on. Soon, beams of light crisscrossed, sweeping across various parts of the dark space. Where the light beams swept, there was still no footing, not even a single substance that could be called an obstacle. They drifted like this for an unknown amount of time. Germain released N. His N now surpassed Jin's, being the largest in range here, reaching a radius of 1000 meters. If he concentrated his N in one direction, he could reach even further. Whether it was full coverage or extreme distance, Germain's N was already stronger than Neferpitu's irregular N. At this moment, he suddenly frowned, because his N, in addition to sensing Shizuku and the others, also sensed other living beings. The living beings were densely packed, surging towards the light source like moths to a flame. Germain immediately explained the situation to everyone, telling them to remain vigilant. Soon, under the illumination of everyone's lights, a huge, spiral-shelled monster with many fleshy tentacles floated into view. The creature shaped like a nautilus was not the only life form surging out of the darkness. Under the limited light source, countless small nautilus that were similar in appearance but smaller in size, emerged one after another. The first one to appear was the largest among them, as tall as a small mountain. The rest were much smaller by comparison, but still comparable to human size. The black tentacles extending from the rock-hard spiral shells sprayed strange mucus under the illumination of the headlamps, constantly writhing and coiling. They made no sound, perhaps lacking vocal organs, or perhaps having no need to make a sound. In any case, they surged towards everyone like a dark tide. Everyone could tell that these nautilus of varying sizes meant trouble, so they all counterattacked in their own ways. Summoning grudge memory was out of the question, this was Germain's judgment. They were Nen beasts, but not intelligent enough to use Nen to maintain balance like Germain and the others, they would only follow their instincts and attack the nearest enemy. Then, we can only rely on ourselves. Germain dual-wielded the sacred moonlight greatsword and delivered a chop to a small nautilus that was drawing near. With a crunch, its shell was easily broken. With another sword strike, its soft body was cut in half, plummeting into the depths of the dark space. It's elite level. Germain made an accurate judgment based on his experience of having cut countless elite-level creatures. Subsequently, his gaze was drawn to the giant nautilus. Generally, it was the largest nautilus here, so it should be their leader, and also the strongest among them. Germain did indeed detect a faint aura of the same rank as his own from its mottled grey-black shell. If that was the case, then this largest nautilus should be his primary target to eliminate. I'll deal with it. Germain didn't specify who his enemy was, but all his companions present understood and drifted aside, clearing space. Night Owl highlighted. Germain's speed in all aspects increased. Then gathered, roaring like a booster, propelling Germain like a rocket towards the giant nautilus. The sacred moonlight greatsword trailed green light particles as he moved. In a flash, Germain arrived at the side of the giant nautilus. Clang! Sparks flew as Germain's sacred moonlight greatsword struck the shell of the giant nautilus, causing his blade to bounce off. Only a sunken crack appeared on the shell, not a complete rupture. So hard, it's indeed champion level. Germain's judgment was not wrong. The few things here that could break the giant nautilus's defense were probably only Germain, who was also champion level, and Jin, one of the top master class individuals. At the same time, his monster bane was highlighted, increasing accuracy and critical strike, which also indicated the type of enemy to him. The next moment, before the giant nautilus could twist its massive body, its writhing, slimy tentacles had already surged forward. Hiss! Germain swung a wide, green slash, destroying numerous tentacles in an instant. But several stragglers still whipped or coiled around him. Immediately, the giant lake, giant deep sea, and hunter brand runes on his chest, as well as the robust trait, all lit up. Damage reduction, various resistances, stamina, and aura capacity recovery were all maxed out, offsetting the resistance reduction of bleeding and corrosion caused by pale. Not only that, Germain noticed that his champion aura was also highlighted, which meant he had just suffered a pressure assault. Holding the cold hunter badge, Germain indeed saw his stress value increase slightly in the projection. In fact, without champion physique, champion aura, and the two runes, giant lake and giant deep sea, his stress value should have skyrocketed after being attacked by a champion-level giant nautilus. Considering that the giant nautilus and the small nautilus were of the same species, their Nen ability should also be similar. Those small nautilus could probably also unleash pressure assault. However, Jin, Bisky, Morel, and Shizuku, who were fighting them, didn't have as many resistances and defenses as Germain. Especially the resistance against pressure assault. A hint of unease welled up in Germain's heart, but he wasn't swayed by it, still steadfastly heading towards the giant nautilus. Only by defeating it could he provide the greatest help to his companions behind him. The situation for Jin, Bisky, Morel, and Shizuku was indeed dire. They had successively suffered pressure assaults and were gradually realizing its potency. Pain was secondary, the most troublesome aspect was the mind-affecting, lingering gloom accumulating in their hearts. Was this the stress that Germain constantly accumulated? They felt like heavy stones pressing down on everyone's hearts, making them uncomfortable. How had Germain endured it all this time? Many outpost members who had never experienced a pressure assault before now understood the dark, thorny path Germain had silently walked. Precisely because of this, they all tried to strengthen their will, learning to tough it out like Germain. However, the accumulation of stress was too fast, and many members, unprepared, had their psychological defenses breached and fell into a state of mental turmoil. For Shizuku, there was an even worse problem. When she pressed the blinky button, she found that its inability to devour all dead things couldn't be activated, as if it were sealed. Shizuku even leaned forward and peered into the depths of Blinky's throat, thinking something was blocking it, but she only saw Blinky's gurgling throat as it strained to open its mouth wide. She succinctly explained the situation to Bisky, who was fighting alongside her. I understand. Germain had mentioned HxH dark space interconnection theory to everyone, and after a brief thought, Bisky had the answer. Your ability is indeed sealed, because the dead things Blinky devours would very likely end up somewhere in this dark space. As long as you are within the dark space, you cannot use Blinky's devour ability. Because the current special circumstances create a paradox, the dark space cannot be both inside Blinky and outside Blinky. Shizuku didn't understand what Bisky was saying, she merely adjusted her black-rimmed glasses and swung Blinky like a large hammer at a small nautilus. Bang! The small nautilus was smashed, its minced meat, tentacles and mucus floated weightlessly for a moment, then plummeted into the abyss. It's still good, my Blinky is still very useful, she said calmly. For a time, all Nin abilities that didn't involve the dark space shone brightly. However, pressure assault was unstoppable and continuously accumulated. Finally, at a certain moment, the situation took a sharp turn for the worse. Sanbika and Menchi were almost simultaneously pushed to their breaking point. In their dazed state, a dark crown suddenly erupted above their heads. This was a situation that had never occurred on anyone other than Germain before. And the dark crown was truly placed on Sanbika and Menchi's heads. Dark, thorny barbs pierced into their heads, causing them both to show expressions of pain. Their offensive and defensive actions involuntarily slowed down, and they were now besieged by even more small nautilus. Although other companions came to reinforce them in time, they couldn't prevent the terrible situation from unfolding. Besides Sanbika and Menchi, a distorted vortex appeared for each of them. They sucked the two in within an instant, and then vanished without a trace. Sanbika. Menchi. Bisky, who had manifested her adamant true body, reached out to grab them with a startled cry, but couldn't even grasp a corner of their clothes. They disappeared? Were they taken away, or did they die? What would ultimately happen after being taken by that distorted vortex? The unpredictable anxiety accelerated the accumulation of stress in everyone's hearts, and even their breathing became involuntarily rapid. Germain heard the shouts, but he didn't look back. Instead, he continued to battle the giant nautilus. If he allowed it to pass him, his companions would fall into an even more desperate situation. The meat cleaver, shotgun, flamethrower, spiral cane, and katana thousand shadows circled around him, wielded by 5 Nin hands. Many small nautilus that flew over trying to surround Germain perished within this fully covered, automated attack circle. Germain, gripping the hilt of the sacred moonlight greatsword with both hands, donned the contempt armor with its black and white bone design, and charged forward, enduring the foul stench that assailed him. Puff, puff, puff. The monster's embrace rune glowed, and the contempt armor resisted the thrusts of the fleshy tentacles. The silver halo made him appear as brave and fearless as a battle angel. Bang! The green sacred light instantly pierced through the shell of the giant nautilus, reaching its flesh and blood. Germain felt that he had struck a painful spot on the giant nautilus, because even though it couldn't roar, it launched an even more swift and fierce attack. Bang! It simply burst its shell open on its own initiative. With a deafening crash, countless shell fragments, like shrapnel, tore through the darkness, shooting in all directions. Germain used the sacred moonlight greatsword to destroy the incoming fragments and saw the true form of the giant nautilus in its second stage. It revealed its expanded body, above its many tentacles was a hideous and striking head, covered with numerous spider-like eyes. This fiend glared menacingly at Germain. And Germain, completely unafraid, erupted with a confrontational aura, like a roaring tide. Come on, come at me. Meanwhile, in the sub-battlefield outside the main battleground, the fight continued simultaneously. Ah! Knuckles shouted, flailing his fists wildly, his target no longer the nearby small nautilus. Because he was forced to wear the dark crown, which was also a twisted vortex that took him away. Morel's water and mist arrived a step too late, unable to save his disciple from his sudden disappearance. He furiously unleashed his anger on several nearby small nautilus. They could clearly be killed, yet the pressure assault could easily penetrate their mental defenses. This was the third person. What was worse, those who wore the dark crown would exacerbate the mental and emotional turmoil of those around them. It was like a domino effect, and things would only get worse. Even the most foolish person would have reacted by now, let alone Jin, who was thinking about these things. He shouted to everyone. When stress reaches a critical point, you will be forced to wear the dark crown, and wearing the dark crown will attract a twisted vortex. The torment of the dark crown. This has happened countless times to Germain, and we must use Germain's method to solve it. The twisted vortex is a new situation, and it's something we must avoid. Either deal with the small nautilus in front of us and stop their pressure assault, or strengthen our minds when we cross the critical point. If what appears is not a silver halo but a dark crown, then we will most likely not be pulled away by the twisted vortex, and we will also gain a full body boost. Bisky, Morel, and Shizuku all understood what Jin was saying. After all, there was Germain's precedent. But, it was easy to say, how was it actually to be done? Was the silver halo really that easy to burst out? The facts proved it was not. After this, Shizuku and Morel became the 5th and 6th people to wear the dark crown and be taken away by the twisted vortex. The dominoes were indeed falling. Bisky had been guarding Shizuku's side the whole time, and when the dark crown and twisted vortex appeared, she reacted even faster than Shizuku. Maintaining her adamant true body, she forcibly pulled Shizuku, trying to get away from the twisted vortex. However, the suction of the twisted vortex was astonishingly strong. They couldn't float far at all before being sucked back in. Is this what Germain usually feels? Shizuku squinted one eye, looking as if she was in pain. She felt the stress torment brought by the dark crown. I feel a little closer to his heart. Bisky turned her head in surprise. At a time like this, what are you saying? Wait, you. Bisky, its target is me. It's fine. Shizuku broke free from Bisky's hand and was immediately taken away by the twisted vortex. Shizuku. Her relationship with Shizuku was already very good, a year of close companionship was not for nothing. What's more, she couldn't imagine how she would face Germain later if Shizuku disappeared so inexplicably. At this moment, even Bisky's mind was in chaos. Jin, in his frantic movements, unleashed a golden aura, repelling another large wave of small nautilus. He looked back and saw not only that Shizuku and Morel were gone, but also that a dark crown was hovering above Bisky's head. Damn it! Jin didn't know if he was cursing them or himself. Didn't I say to be firm of mind? The next moment, Bisky was also taken away by the twisted vortex. Jin was quickly enveloped by the continuous stream of small nautilus. He could easily kill them, but he couldn't stop their pressure assault. Finally, he felt it, he too had crossed the critical point of stress. However, the silver halo he wanted to see did not appear, what was placed on his head was also the dark crown. Without exception. Was it easy to say, but difficult to do? Bursting out a silver halo was a low probability event. This time, we all lost our bets. A twisted vortex appeared beside him, and Jin looked up to notice Germain, with the silver halo above his head, was intently battling the second stage abyssal demon. No, there was still one person. The struggle between the group and the small nautilus bought Germain time and space to fight the giant nautilus. In the last moment before being swallowed by the twisted vortex, Jin condensed his golden nin, forming a flashing long spear, and threw it with all his might. Whiz! Thump! The golden spear pierced directly through the abyssal demon nautilus, briefly hindering its movements. Germain seized the opportunity to gather strength for a heavy blow, shattering the abyssal demon nautilus's cranial defense and crushing its many crimson eyes. The abyssal demon nautilus, in pain, retreated slightly. Germain turned around and looked down at the battlefield, seeing only vast darkness, all the lantern lights had disappeared. And a large wave of small nautilus, illuminated by his sacred moonlight greatsword, swarmed towards him like hateful moths. Germain couldn't describe his feelings at this moment. He didn't even know what he did next. He only knew that when he came to his senses, all the small nautilus had become piles of fluttering rotten flesh, falling into the abyss. Still floating before him was the abyssal demon nautilus, which had suffered round after round of heavy blows. Boom! Germain thrust his sacred moonlight greatsword, piercing its brain with his squelch. A torrent of blue light shot out from the other side, blasting a huge hole. The abyssal demon nautilus completely lost its vitality, falling downwards like a meteor. After the battle, Germain drifted alone in the boundless dark space. He was completely unaware that the projection of his hunter badge showed he had obtained the grudge memory of the dark nautilus and a teleportation lantern. He didn't know how long he had been in the dark space. After a slight recovery, he tried to find the boundary of this place. Maybe there was one, maybe there wasn't, Germain wasn't sure, but at least it was a hope. If the dark space was a shared place for various space nin abilities, then theoretically, it led to all things and had countless openings. If he found the boundary, found an opening, he might be able to leave the dark space and then confirm the safety of Shizuku and the others. Germain refused to believe that Shizuku and the others had just disappeared so inexplicably. Due to the tapeworm disease, he was unbearably hungry, so he first used the cure-all herb injection to clear this disease, and then took out a food card. However, the food card could not be used. Germain realized that here, all nin abilities involving space would be ineffective. So, he remained hungry and continued to drift. The price of the contempt armor was that it could not be self-deactivated after leaving combat. The silver halo would turn into a dark crown, continuously tormenting Germain's body and mind. Yet, at this moment, Germain felt this torment was a good thing for him, the pain could numb him. However, not long after the dark crown appeared, a twisted vortex appeared in front of Germain. Germain looked at it and began to ponder. So that's how it is. This dark space pulled them in, and one of its purposes was to make all of them wear the dark crown, to make all of them suffer torment. If that was the case, then this vortex should be. Germain frowned amidst the familiar physical and mental torment, and slightly raised his head. He calmly flew towards the twisted vortex. Buzz. The darkness receded, and all things returned to light. Germain opened his eyes between two towering giant rocks, as if waking from a long dream. Then he heard the unknown chirping of birds from the branches not far away. He walked out from the gap between the two giant rocks and stood amidst a carpet of fallen leaves. The sky was half hidden, half revealed between the intertwined branches and leaves of towering trees and swirling mist. He looked around, saw no sign of Shizuku or the others, only trees, rocks, weeds, and a mass of mist in the distance. But, no matter what, this meant his deduction was correct. The dark space specifically sucked them in to make all of them suffer torment and trouble, and then release them outside the dark space. It's just, where was this place? Was it still the perilous mountains? Or somewhere else? Everyone should have been teleported to different places. If it was the same location, they should have stayed to wait for him, or at least left conspicuous markers before leaving. He took out the handheld communicator made by Duen and List, pressed the switch, but it couldn't be used normally. Was it broken? Germain frowned, feeling a bad premonition. He took out his phone again and found it wouldn't turn on, remaining a black screen. He didn't know if it was the dark space or if there was something strange here, but all his electronic devices had stopped working. This meant he had no way to directly contact the others. So, Germain decided to release his N again, sweeping the area to try his luck. However, N was not omnipotent after all. It scanned the area, detecting countless life forms, making it impossible to distinguish whether Shizuku and the others were among them. To confirm, he had to approach those life form reactions that resembled humans. The closer the distance, the more accurate and precise N's detection would be. Germain did not hesitate and began his search. The mist gradually dispersed. Germain pushed aside the crisscrossing, waist-high weeds in front of him, his spiral cane probing the ground. Seeing no signs of loosening or collapse, he finally stepped forward. The slope here was quite steep, and Germain had to ensure his footing was stable to avoid stumbling and falling clumsily or rolling halfway down. He had just hiked down one peak and was now beginning to climb another, still unable to escape a continuous expanse of tree-covered mountains. The lush, vibrantly colored leaves formed a canopy that seemed to weave a curtain, obscuring the sky and enveloping the area. After walking a distance, Germain was fairly certain he was still within the perilous mountains, though he didn't know where the others were. The sacred moonlight greatsword proved too cumbersome on the narrow paths of the perilous mountains, so Germain swapped it for the more manageable spiral cane. It served a similar purpose to a trekking pole, making Germain's movements more agile and effective. However, there was one item on him that could not be changed, or rather, was not subject to his will, the contempt armor. Based on past experience, the longer he used the contempt armor in combat, the longer it would take to remove it. Germain would likely need to be out of combat for over an hour before the contempt armor could be dispelled. Yet, in a dangerous area like the perilous mountains, remaining out of combat for over an hour was almost impossible. Sure enough, he hadn't walked many steps before his legs became entangled in devil vines, forcing him to hack them away with his spiral cane. This action, once again, triggered the contempt armor. As long as there was actual offense and defense, Germain was not considered out of combat, and the price of over an hour would have to be calculated from the beginning again. The Dark Crown relentlessly inflicted torment upon Germain's mind and body through its thorny barbs. If not for his formidable physique and numerous runes and positive traits, he might not even be able to stand, or might have already died from mental exhaustion not long ago. Thinking of the possibility of dying from mental exhaustion, Germain couldn't help but worry about his companions. All of them were suffering from the Dark Crown's torment, and unlike Germain, this was a very unpleasant first experience for them. Of course, Bisky and Menchi both possessed abilities that could reduce stress, thereby diminishing the torment. Sanbika, through medication, might also be able to achieve something similar. As long as companions affected by torment were not acting alone, but stayed by their side, they shouldn't succumb to mental exhaustion so easily. The problem now was whether any companion, like him, was aimlessly wandering through the perilous mountains alone, ultimately having their lives completely devoured by the Dark Crown's torment and the monsters of this place. Germain had to reunite with the others as quickly as possible to ascertain more information and make subsequent judgments and decisions. Every so often, he would release a wave of ultra-long-range N, sweeping in all directions. This was not only to scout the path ahead, search for companions, or guard against enemies, but also to make his presence known to companions and enemies, prompting a corresponding reaction. The effect was evident. Most of the beasts living in the perilous mountains did not want to provoke the owner of such an ancient beast like aura capacity. They had fled far away before Germain even arrived. However, so far, Germain's companions had not responded, which could only mean they were most likely not in the vicinity. The perilous mountains were vast, even larger than the ancient labyrinth and the ash-grey wilderness combined. Germain still hadn't been able to find its boundaries with his naked eye or N. However, not all beasts here were afraid of Germain's champion aura. There were always some monsters, either ravenously hungry or unintelligent, that would actively present themselves. Along the way, Germain had encountered a few such creatures, and without exception, he had eliminated them. As he meticulously climbed the current peak with his spiral cane, step by step, Germain's N, cast out once again, quickly detected a massive creature blocking the path ahead. Germain continued to climb with an unperturbed expression. Before long, the trembling of the narrow path and the rolling of loose stones indicated that the monster was also approaching, and it soon poked its head out from around the blind corner. This was a medium-sized beast. Judging by its manifested aura capacity, it was roughly master class. Its entire body was covered in long, rust-colored fur, like something rusted, yet its body was emaciated, like a sick dog or a cat pulled from the water. Indeed, most elite level and below monsters would be scared away by his champion aura, only master class would cross paths with him. The medium-sized beast with rust-red fur and limbs like dry kindling roared hysterically at Germain several times, seemingly a warning for him not to come any closer. But the path ahead was his way, and at this point, he would never go down the mountain to take a detour, wasting more time. Germain swapped the spiral cane in his hand for the sacred moonlight greatsword, which was more convenient for dealing with creatures of this size, and unhesitatingly strode forward. Although language was not a barrier, the rust-red fur beast had already perceived the oppressive feeling in Germain's movements, and so it responded. Its claws, like 3 long hooks, gripped the steep rock face beside it, and it forcibly dug out a large boulder, then flung it in Germain's direction. What the rust-red fur beast wanted, of course, was to see the boulder roll down and smash Germain's body, or at least carry Germain rolling down into the abyss just a few steps away. However, the flung boulder shattered into several pieces in a skyward piercing pillar of azure light, striking the rock face and path, and rolling into the chasm. Germain flew out from the rolling smoke and dust. The silver halo, transformed from the dark crown, shone brightly, and the contempt armor clung tightly, as if to permeate his flesh. Only combat could alleviate the pain caused by the contempt armor, yet combat would continuously prolong the time it took for the contempt armor to detach. At least for now, Germain didn't need to make a contradictory and bitter choice. What to do was obvious, even if it was like drinking poison to quench thirst. The rust-red fur beast's right arm, armed with hook-like claws, reached for Germain, who had broken through and was now within arm's reach, but Germain easily twisted his body in mid-air, dodging the attack. The next moment, Germain, wielding the sacred moonlight greatsword in both hands, had already neatly severed the rust-red fur beast's right arm at the elbow, which fell to the ground with a thud, and dark red blood immediately gushed out. The rust-red fur beast let out a pained shriek, becoming even more frenzied, leaping up and down like a monkey on the narrow path. Seeing that the rock face and path were about to be destroyed by the medium-sized rust-red fur beast's series of actions, Germain lunged forward, stepping on the trembling mountain wall, raised the sacred moonlight greatsword, and positioned himself above and to the side of the rust-red fur beast's head. The rust-red fur beast detected Germain's intention, and all its whiskers and fur moved like pythons, simultaneously stabbing towards Germain like spears. The azure sword energy, circularly slashed by the sacred moonlight greatsword, swiftly cut off the vast majority of the rust-red fur. Germain then bypassed the remaining small portion. That small portion thumped deeply into the rock face, and the rust-red fur beast was temporarily unable to retract them. It had no choice but to lift its habitually drooping left arm, whipping it like a long lash towards Germain in the air, attempting a direct hit. It was then that Germain noticed the rust-red fur beast had never used its left arm. When he caught a glimpse of it out of the corner of his eye, he understood why. The rust-red fur beast was already extremely emaciated, yet its left arm still appeared sickly on its body. Most of the rust-red fur on it had fallen off, revealing shriveled flesh that looked as if all the blood had been completely drained, making it hard to imagine it was the arm of a living creature. This limp, shriveled left arm failed to pose any significant obstacle to Germain. Germain even ignored it, directly thrusting the sacred moonlight greatsword, with a squelch, between the rust-red fur beast's eyes, and a blue light pierced straight through. Germain performed a front flip, landing steadily, after which the rust-red fur beast completely lost all its strength. Like a small mountain, it first toppled towards the adjacent rock face, creating an indentation, then, along with many loose stones, tumbled and fell down the nearby cliff. Soon after, Germain learned the true name of the rust-red, long-haired beast from his hunter badge, the grudge memory of the bloodthirsty claw beast. He turned his head. The path he had taken was destroyed by the massive impact of the bloodthirsty claw beast falling, leaving a gap about 3 meters wide. However, this gap was non-existent for an user, and Germain could easily leap over it. Of course, Germain could not turn back now. Germain continued towards the summit. This time, he did not sheath his sacred moonlight greatsword, because he knew this battle might not be over yet. The massive life reactions detected by his ultra-long range and earlier were not limited to just that one bloodthirsty claw beast. Upon reaching a more open area at the summit, Germain found the reason why that bloodthirsty claw beast had so desperately blocked the mountain path. This was their nest, or at least a temporary one. Over a dozen bloodthirsty claw beasts, also medium-sized, lay sprawled on grey rocks or piles of yellowish-brown weeds, all eerily with their eyes closed. Strangely, Germain's clash with the previous bloodthirsty claw beast had caused a considerable commotion. It was impossible for those in the nest not to have heard it. Yet, these bloodthirsty claw beasts indeed showed no reaction. Even when Germain stood within 20 meters of them, they showed no signs of moving. They seemed to be in a collective deep sleep, curling their gaunt, massive bodies into a ball, lying in various spots, not even opening their eyelids. Why? Germain couldn't help but ask this question. Soon, he acutely noticed that these bloodthirsty claw beasts also exhibited similar pathological symptoms to the one he had just fought, and they were even more severe. Certain parts of these bloodthirsty claw beasts' bodies were shriveled like tree bark, and some even had their entire lower half shrunk significantly. Germain's end swept out radially, confirming that there were no tricks like a wolf feigning sleep to lure an enemy. Although incredible, this group of bloodthirsty claw beasts was simply sleeping, and they seemed to be sleeping very soundly, with no signs of waking up. The bloodthirsty claw beast he had fought was the only one awake here, sent to guard the pass. Unfortunately, its desperate fight failed to stop the intruder. Even so, several of the bloodthirsty claw beasts here were master class, and the rest were elite level. If they were to awaken and attack Germain together, it would be a tough battle for him. However, they remained in a deep slumber, exposing their weaknesses to Germain for free. Since the bloodthirsty claw beasts showed no intention of hindering Germain, Germain also had no reason to senselessly slaughter the entire pack. He planned to conserve some strength and then, the road ahead was still long. However, he was indeed very interested in why these bloodthirsty claw beasts were sleeping here motionless. If only one bloodthirsty claw beast was patrolling, how would they defend against enemies? Germain walked among the fallen bloodthirsty claw beasts, which lay like mountains of flesh, their snoring filling his ears. Seeing them sleep so peacefully gave Germain a strange feeling, as if this was not the perilous mountains, full of danger, nor some part of the dark continent. However, when Germain's end swept across the area once more, he noticed something amiss. There was something nearby that did not belong to the bloodthirsty claw beasts. No, to be precise, it was underground. Germain retracted his N as quickly as possible and immediately hid behind a sleeping bloodthirsty claw beast in an instate. The rest was a hunter's patient wait. The owner of that almost imperceptible N seemed quite cautious, stopping its movements immediately upon sensing Germain's N. After about 10 minutes, it no longer detected N from Germain, so it began to move again like a mouse. Germain waited for a while, heard rustling sounds, and then slowly poked his head out from the side of the bloodthirsty claw beast, cautiously looking forward. He saw a cave, as wide as a wellhead, in front of the bloodthirsty claw beast's head. From within the cave, a long, vine-like tentacle slowly extended. The tentacle swayed in the air for a while, sensing temperature and humidity like a snake flicking its tongue, then swayed again before reaching for the bloodthirsty claw beast's head. With a squelch, a sound like a successful connection echoed. Germain looked closely and saw the tentacle piercing into a seemingly pre-existing hole on the bloodthirsty claw beast's head. Immediately after, Germain saw visible blue arcs of light flicker several times at the connection point. The sleeping bloodthirsty claw beast not only felt no discomfort but even snored contentedly. Within a few minutes, Germain noticed that the flesh beneath the rust-red fur on the bloodthirsty claw beast's waist and abdomen had shriveled, revealing symptoms like tree bark. It seemed that their sleeping here was likely voluntary, having one bloodthirsty claw beast on patrol was already quite rare. Germain quickly darted forward. The tentacle reacted, pulling out of the bloodthirsty claw beast's head with a pop. As it tried to retract into the cave, Germain grabbed it. Germain pulled hard, dragging out the tentacle and the monster attached to it, exposing it to the sunlight outside the cave. This was a demi-human monster, with a body and limbs similar to a human's, a shuttle-shaped head, and a tongue that was a tentacle the very one Germain held in his hand. It had just inserted its tongue into the bloodthirsty claw beast's head, absorbing its life while giving the bloodthirsty claw beast immense pleasure in return. Nurturing beast pap, capable of equivalent exchange of pleasure and life, was doing precisely this simple thing. Is pleasure really that important? This is a question with entirely different meanings for different people. In the original storyline of the Chimera Ant Extermination War, Gon sacrificed his future, fighting Neferpitou with the thought of it doesn't matter if I die like this. Subsequently, in a very short time, Gon's strength soared to a level far exceeding Neferpitou's. He did kill Neferpitou, even defeating Neferpitou in its grudge state. However, afterward, his entire body began to shrink and shrivel, just like the bloodthirsty claw beasts before him, even losing his life faster than them. If not for various medical instruments keeping Gon alive, he would not have survived until Killua arrived with a Luca. A similar question lay before Gon. Is avenging Neferpitou really that important? Yes, at least for Gon at that time, it was very important, far surpassing life itself. Fierce beasts like the bloodthirsty claw beasts, for the sake of extreme hallucinogenic joy, voluntarily came to the cave where nurturing beast pap lurked and settled there, acting as blood bags. They were as pathetic as drug addicts hooked on a substance. They no longer cared about the survival of their species on the Dark Continent, they came here specifically to experience that joyful pleasure and dreamlike paradise, even if only for an extra second. And nurturing beast pap, caught by Germain, had a combat power of only elite level, yet it so easily controlled a master-class monster. It seems that the Dark Continent is not necessarily just about the law of the jungle, at least not in the simple sense of the weak are prey to the strong. Nurturing beast pap struggled wildly in Germain's hand. It extended its four limbs, trying to embrace Germain and give him a frantic tongue kiss. Germain naturally refused, and in return, he struck nurturing beast pap with his sword, intending to kill it. Just as the sacred moonlight greatsword cut into its flesh, blue arcs of light reappeared, flickering and surging onto Germain. A numbing sensation traveled up his hands, his body and mind, already aching from the contempt armor, involuntarily relaxed, and his tense brain felt as if it were melting. This feeling, indeed, made it almost impossible for him to extricate himself. It was what he needed most right now. With nurturing beast pap, he could continuously use the contempt armor, as if there were no side effects. Why not spare its life? It could totally become my subordinate. Germain suddenly exerted force, piercing nurturing beast pap with his sword. A blue light immediately blasted it into dust, leaving nothing behind. He then gasped for breath. No side effects? What was I even thinking just now? I almost decided to give my life to this nurturing beast pap, just for physical and mental comfort. It seemed the torment of the Dark Crown and the temptation of pleasure had made him hesitate for half a second. But he ultimately decided to abandon the immediate gratification and choose the more difficult but correct path. Germain left directly, neither disturbing the bloodthirsty claw beast lost in its hallucinatory dreams, nor entering the unknown depths of nurturing beast pap's cave. The junkies were still sprawled on the ground, fast asleep, completely unaware of what had just happened. Germain had made his decision hours ago. His priority was to rendezvous with Shizuku and the others, not to satisfy his own curiosity. The matter of nurturing beast pap could be dealt with later. Germain had never considered Shizuku and the others as expendable. They were living people, just like him, with the shared will and the courage to challenge the Dark Continent. Germain would never explore the nurturing beast pap nest beneath this perilous mountains while their condition remained unknown. As he traversed the mountains, the sun gradually dipped westward, an orange-red fireball burning the last twilight glow between the towering peaks. When hunger gnawed at Germain's stomach and thirst parched his throat, he would take out his Greed Island special card case, release a small portion of food and water, and consume it as he walked. Without gourmet hunter Menchi present, Germain would not touch anything that looked edible in the perilous mountains. Even though his Greed Island card case still contained cure-all herb injection, antidote injections, and other items prepared by Sanbika. He didn't want to waste them in a place like this. The contempt armor remained firmly locked onto his flesh and blood, not to mention the dark crown that transmitted throbbing pain. Maintaining at a combat state for over an hour in such an environment was incredibly difficult for Germain, who was acting alone. Finally, physically and mentally exhausted, he stopped, and in a sunken depression, he built a bonfire with nearby firewood. He planned to rest here for half an hour, then continue to grope his way forward in the darkness of the long night. The bonfire blazed fiercely under the excessive use of a flamethrower, and the warm heat returned to Germain's body. Wisps of smoke ascended into the night sky that had imperceptibly fallen. The pale white moon rose from the shadow-covered mountains into the sky, a nearly perfect full moon. However, as night deepened, the howling wind among the mountains was interspersed with many unknown roars. Compared to the relative quiet of the daytime, this place at night was like a hooligan's paradise. Germain recalled the group of bloodthirsty claw beasts sprawled on the ground, immersed in their dreams, and wondered if they had gotten high during the day and were now energetically active at night. He sat on a flat, cyan stone, eating his dinner, an egg and meat sandwich with some sweet and sour jam. But almost without warning, several nearly transparent worms suddenly wriggled out from the spot he had bitten, crawling on the sandwich. Germain was certain the sandwich was fine before. This meant that these nearly transparent worms had grown in the food in a mere instant. Germain didn't understand the mechanism, was unsure if the worms were dangerous, and didn't have time for in-depth research now. He directly threw the entire sandwich, along with the worms, into the bonfire. Puff smoke billowed, and the worms writhed in the flames. Burn, burn everything. The perilous mountains exuded a suppressive atmosphere, especially at night. The endless sea of trees and mountains were like an enormous pitcher plant, trapping the tiny insects caught within. Perhaps this was why the creatures living here, and the vast majority of the 1,000-person investigation team from Biglarose United, one of the V5 back then, chose to surrender to nurturing Beastpap's life-sucking embrace without resistance. For them, dying in pleasure was better than dying in despair after being ravaged. At least dying under nurturing Beastpap's tongue offered a final sweet dream. Nurturing Beastpap failed to drain Germain's life, but driven by its survival instinct, it tried to please Germain with pleasure before he delivered the fatal blow. Germain was certain he felt an electric-like numbness at the time, followed by an involuntary surge of joyous emotion. Could it directly stimulate the brain to produce certain chemicals? If he hadn't acted decisively, he might have seen some of the illusions he wanted to see. Barely half an hour later, Germain stood up, extinguished the bonfire, bathed in the moonlight, and walked into the dark forest. He only felt slightly better physically and knew he had to keep moving, as the others' conditions might not be any better than his. The monsters that had been lurking for a long time, under the cover of hallucinatory pleasure in the night, had their ambition and bloodlust expanding without limit. They surged forward, like huge shadows sweeping between twisted tree trunks, and like a dark vortex, they swirled towards Germain, who was at the eye of the storm. Then let them come. When Germain drew the sacred moonlight greatsword, it resonated with the full moon, erupting with even greater power in that instant. This was an amplification Germain had not fully anticipated. Buzz. The sacred moonlight swept out, and Germain, enveloped within it, felt utterly refreshed, as if completely free from the torment of the contempt armor and the dark crown. But the monsters, similarly immersed in this sacred moonlight and fall into pleasure, shrieked and fled in all directions, like vampires touching scorching daylight. If they were even a few steps slower, they would be annihilated by the power of the full moon. Germain didn't mind finishing them off, slaying the obstacles one by one. Since arriving at the perilous mountains, Germain had never felt this good. The presence of the full moon had turned the night into his home ground. Carrying the sacred moonlight greatsword, Germain pressed on, and even in a combat state, the dark crown and contempt armor could no longer torment him in the slightest. The monsters in the dark night fled far away, even the night raid species dared not approach. An incredible vacuum zone appeared in the large area where Germain was. Until, ahead on the winding path, several small white dots emerged. They showed no intention of fleeing, instead, they approached Germain, stopping for a while, then moving again. Seeing their rigid movement pattern, Germain had a premonition, and after a brief scan, he confirmed it. So, he stood still, allowing the white dots to approach, and in the bright moonlight, he saw them reveal their small, grayish-white bodies. These were white rabbits, but they were clearly not made of flesh and blood and fur, but rather wisps of smoke. The full moon and rabbits, this was likely a sign of reunion. It seemed there was good news tonight after all. Germain looked down at the white smoke rabbits, like real rabbits, they sniffed his shoes, then squatted motionless around him for a while. After a moment, they collectively hopped in one direction, then stopped after a few hops, as if checking if Germain was following. Germain, of course, followed. He walked with the guiding rabbits, encountering more such white smoke rabbits along the way, all gathering around him. Escorted by a group of white smoke rabbits, Germain stepped over several broken stones, crossed a gurgling stream, and then stood before a cliff as smooth as a mirror. Immediately after, the phantom curtain woven from water and mist was slowly unveiled, revealing an uneven depression beneath the smooth cliff. At the front of the cave, the one who had employed this master-class concealment technique was naturally Morel, with his deep purple and water element enchanted large pipe. It is you, indeed. Morel placed his large pipe, still glowing with the water element enchanted brand in the darkness, on the ground. My scout smoke rabbits never make mistakes in a place like this. Germain, carrying the sacred moonlight greatsword, hadn't even replied when he saw a figure dash out from the shadows outside the cave. Her face was revealed in the interplay of the full moon and the sacred moonlight greatsword. Shizuko lunged forward. A reunion between ordinary lovers would surely involve a tender, passionate embrace, but Shizuko evidently had a unique understanding of embraces. She directly leaped onto Germain, her hands gripping the back of his neck, her legs wrapped around his waist, and brought her face right up to his. Shizuko and Germain shared a kiss, but she completely forgot she was wearing her black-rimmed glasses, which amounted to a hard bump for both their faces. After a hot, wet kiss, Shizuku finally jumped off Germain. Germain couldn't see any change in Shizuku's expression, but he could read worry, confusion, relief, and joy in her big eyes. The two stood in the moonlight, whispering softly. I told you, Germain would definitely be fine. Another familiar figure emerged from the darkness, the petite Bisky walked out, her twin pigtails swaying. They're so mushy. Despite saying that, the tearful Bisky, with her developed tear ducts, even got teary-eyed and had to pull out a small handkerchief to wipe the corners of her eyes. She was truly afraid that the two people she had watched all this time would be separated forever. If that were the case, they would inevitably become one of the tragic CPS Bisky had shipped in over 50 years. They are special, Morel said, propping his large pipe upright, resting his hands on it and using it as a cane. Youth is truly wonderful. He was also a rather emotional person, but with Bisky sniffling next to him, he had to become tougher. He couldn't possibly get emotional and shed tears with her. Bisky sighed softly, then turned her head and said, now, 6 of us have reunited. That's not bad. Following them out of the cave were Sanbika, and Menchi, who was limping and being supported by Sanbika. Seeing Germain appear, they all breathed a sigh of relief. The strongest combat power in the team, plus the assurance of safe return, brought an indescribable sense of security. Especially after such a panicky day. When Germain also followed everyone into the cave, Morel, ever diligent, once again used a mist to create a fantastical illusion, concealing the cave. At the same time, he released another wave of white smoke bunnies, letting them scatter to search for the whereabouts of the remaining 2. However, most of the little bunnies would be torn apart by the monsters in the mountains as prey, only a very few would find people, just like they found Germain. Unfortunately, so far, there has been no news of Jin or Knuckle. Morel wasn't actually worried about Jin's safety, he was worried about his disciple Knuckle. But now he had no choice but to remain calm and pray that Jin and Knuckle were traveling together. While Morel scouted and searched the mountains and guarded the cave entrance, everyone else sat down inside the cave. I knew it would be like this, Bisky said, pointing to the dark crown on Germain's head, then to the contempt armor on his body. Let's get rid of them for you first. Bisky materialized magical aesthetician Cookie and had Germain lie down. Cookie would give him a thorough and invigorating massage. Germain's head rested on Shizuku's soft thighs. However, when he looked up, due to the angle, he couldn't see Shizuku's face at all, a heavy shadow completely covered his vision. What did you all go through after coming out of the dark space? Germain had to turn his head, wanting to look at Bisky, but Cookie, who was kneeling beside him and massaging him, also blocked his view. He had to turn back and continue looking up, all this turning around tickled Shizuku, so she reached out and pressed down on Germain's head. Bisky began to explain. The dark space probably intended to put us all in a state of torment, then randomly drop us in various parts of the perilous mountains. However, fortunately, 2 people who were taken by the distorted vortex not far apart in time would be teleported to a nearby area. Thus, Menchi and Sanbika were teleported together, Shizuku and I were teleported together, and Morel was alone. Because we were all in a state of torment, Menchi and I made similar choices, which was to find a safe place first and use massage or gourmet food to solve the problem of torment. The 4 of us successively relieved the torment of the Dark Crown. At this point, Morel interjected, my luck wasn't so good. Because I was alone, I had to endure it for half an hour until the torment state disappeared. After that, I started releasing white smoke bunnies to search for the others' whereabouts. The first ones I found were Menchi and Sanbika. At that time, Menchi and Sanbika had already been relieved of the torment state but were attacked by monsters. One of Sanbika's hands was broken, and Menchi had a fractured thigh. In an emergency, Sanbika had to use Breath of the Archangel on herself. My arrival allowed Sanbika to free up her hand to treat Menchi's injured leg. After repelling the enemies, we found this cave as our base. After noon, my white smoke bunnies found Bisky and Shizuku, who were together, and guided them here step by step, just like I did with you earlier. Germain listened calmly while enjoying his treatment, nodding at this point. It's good that we've safely reunited. The cooperation among them created a wonderful chemical reaction, which was the reason they were able to safely spend this day in the perilous mountains. Of course, it wasn't truly completely safe. Sanbika was forced to use Breath of the Archangel. Even though the situation at the time wasn't fatal, to restore her combat power and to restore her hand for healing others, she had to consume a life-saving card that could only be used once. Menchi had a fractured leg, and her Breath of the Archangel had already been used, so she certainly couldn't use it again at this time. However, after Sanbika's treatment, her leg injury would heal in about half a month, but she would definitely have difficulty moving during this period. Menchi was naturally strong, even with limited mobility, she still cooked dinner for everyone, further reducing their physical and mental stress. They had all endured the state of torment, so they naturally knew the pain of that state and did not refuse Menchi's kindness. Less than an hour after dinner ended, they learned from Morel that someone suspected to be Germain was approaching. Everyone knew what happened next. So, during this time, have you seen Nurturing Beast Pap? Germain asked. Everyone was startled, then shook their heads repeatedly. They had been so busy figuring out how to relieve the torment state, how to reunite with others, and dealing with the threats of monsters, that they had no time to notice Nurturing Beast Pap. Furthermore, Nurturing Beast Pap are monsters that lurk in the intricate underground caves, unless they went to the relevant areas, it would be difficult to see them in broad daylight. Since no one knew, Germain took the opportunity to describe in detail his encounter with the bloodthirsty claw beast and Nurturing Beast Pap during the day. Everyone listened with a shudder. If nurturing beast pap can release chemicals that cause people to become addicted and hallucinate with pleasure, thereby stealing their life, then caution is needed. This kind of pleasurable addiction is probably very high, even champion-level Germain had a momentary waver, let alone those of them who were master class and elite level. Upon hearing this, Sanbika cautiously moved closer and timidly asked, Can I give you a checkup? As a virus hunter and Hunter Association doctor, she detested such addictive poisons, and her eyebrows were now twisted into a rope-like frown. Okay, Germain readily agreed. Sanbika's magical esthetician cookie combined with Menchie's gourmet food finally allowed Germain to shed the dark crown and contempt armor, feeling completely at ease. At this moment, Germain underwent a physical examination and hospitalization record scan from Sanbika, and she obtained detailed data about Germain's body. That was data that could only be obtained after numerous instrument examinations in a large hospital, but now it was all in Sanbika's hands. It could be said that in this world, besides Germain and Shizuku, Sanbika was the third person who knew Germain's body inside out. After that came Bisky, who had learned everything from magical esthetician Cookie. Sanbika looked for a while, her brows relaxed, and she said, Give me some time, to adjust the ratio of cure-all herb and other medicines, it should be able to curb its addiction. She was about to continue, but Shizuku suddenly waved her hand at her. Everyone was surprised, then they saw Shizuku reach out and stroke Germain, who was resting on her lap, gently petting his hair as if stroking a black cat. Germain had, at some point, closed his eyes and fallen asleep. The intense pressure of the day, coupled with continuous torment, gradually released after seeing everyone, and fatigue quickly took over his body. Surrounded by his companions, he could fall asleep with peace of mind. Bisky made a shush gesture, then gently got up, retrieved a blanket, and covered Germain. Shizuku then lowered her head, then turned her head, avoiding the obstruction of the mountains, and without even realizing it herself, she gave Germain's profile a faint, gentle smile. When Germain woke up, a hazy glimmer of light was already streaming into the cave from outside, the long night had given way to morning. His dark crown and contempt armor had vanished, and the pain in his body and the gloom in his heart had transformed into genuine relief. After his mind cleared a little, he turned his head and saw that he was still resting his head on Shizuku's lap. Shizuku had taken off her glasses, leaned against the stone wall, tilted her head, and was sleeping soundly with her mouth slightly open. Could she really sleep like that? Wouldn't her legs go numb? After Germain got up, he gently lifted the blanket covering him and placed it over Shizuku, careful not to wake her. The others were also sleeping haphazardly on the ground, but they were all in their sleeping bags. Only Shizuku, for his sake, had fallen asleep sitting up like that. It wouldn't have mattered if she had woken him up. Germain chuckled and shook his head. Menchie had untied her hair, letting her teal-colored long hair fall loose, and Sanbika had removed her medical cap and mask, both were sleeping sweetly with their eyes closed. Morel looked somewhat unfamiliar without his sunglasses. His tall and robust physique still appeared bulky and comical even inside his custom-made sleeping bag. He looked like a python, in the process of swallowing Morel whole. The one who relieved Morel, who had been on watch all night, shortly after dawn was Bisky, who was now sitting cross-legged at the entrance, yawning. When she saw Germain was awake, she gave a small wave, signaling him to come over. Germain walked over and sat opposite her. Keep it down, Bisky whispered, like a well-behaved doll sitting on the ground. As long as she didn't open her mouth, Morel just fell asleep not long ago. Germain also lowered his voice, then pointed outside the cave, is it okay without Morel's disguise? It's fine, Bisky replied. His water mist disguise works, but the dim night sky yesterday also played a part. It won't be as effective during the day. Germain nodded and said, that's true. Besides, we are here. Yes. Morel was responsible for both disguising and scouting last night, so his NN and energy consumption were very high. Even he needs a good rest. Morel's energy was as astonishing as his lung capacity, which was demonstrated during the Chimera Ant Extermination War in the NGL and the East Gordo Republic. Especially after he spent several days continuously battling Neferpitu's puppets in the capital city of the East Gordo Republic, and then participated non-stop in the decisive battle against the Ant King's palace. Even so, he still performed better than Knuckle, Shoot, and Palm. This was already an incredibly monstrous physique. However, Bisky still took over from Morel, allowing him to rest properly. Bisky knew that while Morel didn't say it, he was worried about the safety of his disciple, Knuckle. But now, they had no news of Gon and Knuckle, and they didn't know how many days they would have to stay in the perilous mountains. Continuing to let Morel exert himself was clearly not a wise choice. Morel's sleep was actually sufficient because everyone had prepared the card sleeping maiden in advance, allowing her to sleep in his stead. Bisky asked him to rest in his sleeping bag now mainly to restore his NN, which the card sleeping maiden could not fully restore for him. I slept in a hurry last night and didn't have time to ask, Germain said. Are all your electronic instruments also unusable? Yes. Bisky nodded. My first thought was to contact you all, but I immediately realized that the communicators I was carrying were unusable. Do you think it's the dark space affecting them? No, it shouldn't be. Bisky pointed to Shizuku, who was sleeping against the wall. I thought so at first, but then I ruled out that possibility. Germain blinked, understanding, if Zig's statement is correct, Shizuku's Blinky should be connected to the dark space. However, before this, electronic instruments taken from Blinky were still usable. Bisky raised her eyebrows. The dark space is not the reason, at least not the main reason. It's the Perilous Mountains. Germain looked at the morning mist outside the cave. The electronic instruments were taken from Blinky and the card box, exposed, and then became unusable. Bisky snapped her fingers, then looked worriedly into the cave. Fortunately, no one was woken by her snap, but she still kept her voice as low as possible. Before we found you, Morel, Shizuku, and I discussed this issue. Germain, have you felt that after staying in the Perilous Mountains for a while, it feels quite oppressive here? Do you feel very low? I do feel that way. However, isn't that caused by the torment of the Dark Crown? Bisky rubbed her forehead. I almost forgot, unlike us, you were undergoing torment for an entire day, so the surrounding atmosphere and the influence of the Dark Crown made no difference to you. Germain was stunned by her words. Indeed, it was true, he had already gotten used to it. Bisky continued, we were out of the torment state a few hours before you, so we are more aware of the peculiar effects brought by the Perilous Mountains. What peculiar effects? Germain asked. The key is electricity. Bisky carefully chose her words and gave the answer. The terrain where the Perilous Mountains are located steals all available electricity. She took out her small mobile phone and shook it. The current of electronic devices. Then she pointed to the places on Germain's body that had been electrocuted. The bioelectricity within the human body. Germain touched that spot, recalling nurturing Beast Pap's attack pattern, and generally understood Bisky's meaning. Bisky continued to speak eloquently. Sanbika said a lot of medical common sense, which I didn't quite understand, but the general idea is that we have electrical signals transmitted along our nerve fibers, and we can also generate electricity. I think that's what it means, right? Nerve impulses, but we can't discharge electricity directly to the outside, creatures like electric eels can. Bisky nodded, not delving deeper into this non-professional issue. Oh, it seems to be that thing. In short, the loss of localized current in nerve fibers makes our reaction sluggish and our mood irritable. This is why we feel the atmosphere is oppressive, because the Perilous Mountains are indeed affecting us. Germain naturally followed up, at this time, nurturing Beast Pap, which can provide pleasure, came into being. Their tongues can penetrate into a creature's brain or other places, directly stimulating the neurons and nerve fibers there, creating an ability sufficient to regulate our emotions, and even cause hallucinations. Either be continuously stimulated to death under nurturing Beast Pap's tongue, or be hindered from excitement to death under the influence of the Perilous Mountains terrain. This is the choice that creatures living here, and that 1,000-person survey team from back then, had to make. An equivalent exchange of pleasure and life. Bisky repeated. When nurturing Beast Pap takes away bioelectricity, it can give creatures intense pleasure, but doing so consumes the creature's own lifespan. The creatures here who willingly degenerate will all become batteries. Germain shook his head. I'm afraid this is the source of the Nameless Stone's power. We need to find Gon and Knuckle quickly. They may not know these things yet, and they might not even be acting together. I agree. Half an hour later, the others woke up one after another, including Morel. The remaining sleep time that needed to be supplemented would be handled by the Sleeping Maiden cards. Although the Sleeping Maiden could sleep in Morel's stead, she herself was quite fragile and needed someone to protect her while she slept. Sanbika took on this responsibility. Menchi, with the plaster cast on her leg, calmly prepared a delicious breakfast for everyone. This was the only thing she could do to help them at the moment. After breakfast, after some discussion, they decided to split into two teams. Germain and Morel would go to other areas of the Perilous Mountains to search for Gon and Knuckles' whereabouts. Bisky, Shizuku, Menchi, and Sanbika would remain at the cave. Menchi had a fractured thigh bone, Sanbika needed to prepare medicine, and the Sleeping Maiden needed a guard. Leaving Bisky and Shizuka behind was a reasonable decision. After some tidying up, Germain and Morel set off. One after another, smoke rabbits leaped out from the dense bushes. They stopped and hopped, and despite being cautious enough, they still triggered traps, causing large pitcher plant-like plants hidden underground to break through the soil and swallow them whole. However, the plant's gaping maw only chewed a few times before the smoke rabbit rapidly dissipated, leaving no taste for it to savor. Hundreds of meters away, two figures steadily advanced. My little darlings have stepped on another landmine for us, Morel said, shouldering his heavy, massive pipe and adjusting his sunglasses. Germain, has your end detected anything? No special response, Germain shook his head. I can feel many life signs, but no one is responding to me with N or anything else. Morel nodded, if you release your N so openly, whether it's Jing or Knuckle, as long as they are within its range, they will definitely notice and respond to you. He gritted his teeth, somewhat doubtfully, did we choose the wrong search direction? Don't worry, Germain said. The Perilous Mountains are so vast, and we've only searched for one morning. That doesn't prove they aren't on this side. The fierce afternoon sun began to set, making the open ground scorching hot. Even walking through the sea of trees with canopy cover, both men were already drenched in sweat. Morel, hearing Germain's words, also felt he had been overly anxious. He slowly adjusted his breathing and quickly regained his composure. This was only natural, with Knuckles' life status unknown. Morel, a man of deep loyalty and righteousness, had suppressed his emotions for the greater good, but his heart must have been as anxious as ants on a hot pan. I might be a bit heat-struck, Morel casually covered up, giving a hearty laugh. Speaking of which, this is our first collaboration since we became Zodiacs of the Hunter Association. Indeed, Germain nodded. After the Chimera Ant Extermination War, I took over Rat, and you took over Monkey. This is indeed our first collaboration. Morel frowned again. I just wonder what those two guys, I mean Pariston and Sayu, are doing now. When I first found out they were beyond, Chairman Netero's son, I was quite shocked. I don't like Pariston, but I never expected him to be an undercover agent. And Sayu, he always seemed so loyal to Chairman Netero. Chairman Netero too, he always left those two hidden dangers alone, and then let them escape smoothly. They should be preparing to go to the Dark Continent, right? Germain replied. Chairman Netero and Beyond have formed a partnership, and they are currently pushing V5 and the Kaken Empire to return to the Dark Continent. I think by the time we return, they should have some results. Morel asked, do you think the chances of success are high? High, Germain recalled the Kaken Empire's methods in the original storyline, the kind of forced choose one of two approach, which might have been proposed by Pariston. It's possible they've already met the conditions for departure. Morel straightened his pipe, and as he spoke, he slammed a poisonous snake that had lunged from the branches to the ground, crushing it into a paste. It seems Chairman Netero and you both have a lot of confidence. Then, the next step is for the bright and dark lines to converge on the Dark Continent, and we will have accomplished a great feat. At that time, I should be able to apply to become a 3-star hunter. Your merits will probably allow you to skip 2 ranks and be exceptionally promoted directly to 3-star hunter. Germain shrugged, I don't care about that. If it were when he first arrived in this world, becoming a 3-star hunter would certainly have been very fulfilling for him, but now he didn't feel much about it. Germain had a target to pursue at every stage. In the previous stage, his target was Chairman Netero, and now it had become Don Freaks. That unprecedented legend. That's right, you're like Jing, Morel smiled. The only reason Jing is still a 2-star hunter is that he's too lazy to apply. This reason really makes those of us who aim for 3-star hunter not know whether to laugh or cry. By the way, I remember your disciple, Garapika, is aiming to become a 1-star hunter now, right? Perhaps it won't be long before he catches up with Knuckle and Shoot. One step at a time, Germain said. With his current strength, becoming a Heaven's Arena floor master shouldn't be a problem. After that, Greed Island and the Dark Continent will be stages where he can display his abilities. In the original storyline, Kurora and Hisoka were both Heaven's Arena floor masters, but that doesn't mean all Heaven's Arena floor masters have their level of strength, as these two are already monsters. Hisoka easily achieved 10 victories, and then successfully challenged a floor master, becoming a Heaven's Arena floor master. The 3 losses were due to his unwillingness to compete, counted as forfeits, which already proved he was among the top-tier Heaven's Arena floor masters. Garapika doesn't need to reach Hisoka or Kurora's combat power, he just needs to become a Heaven's Arena floor master, which is a sign that he has reached elite level or higher. Indeed, it has to be one step at a time, Morel said. Kiloizaldik and Gon Freaks, you plan to arrange things similarly for them, right? And with Leorio, you've invested in quite a few young people. In the future, for the advance into the Dark Continent, the Stagecoach, the Hunter Association, and Greed Island all need more fresh blood, Germain replied. We can only be considered pioneers and vanguards, but to fully develop and utilize the resources of the Dark Continent, more talented individuals are needed. I agree, Morel smiled slightly. Suddenly, his smile froze, and his tone became serious. My smoke rabbits seem to have encountered something. He pointed in a direction. Germain immediately focused his end to a single point, pushing it only in that direction, and quickly caught up with Morel's smoke rabbits. At the same time, he did indeed detect something. There's an in response, Germain turned to look at Morel, who couldn't help but perk up. It should be Jing, I'm quite familiar with his nin. What about Knuckle? Morel couldn't help but worry again. Germain extended his N a bit further. After a while, he spoke again, got it. There's another response near Jing, but it seems quite weak. Morel was startled, then without another word, he and Germain quickly ran in that direction. Soon, they saw a cliff that looked as if it had been carved by an axe, almost vertical to the ground, and in the cliff face near the peak, there were numerous caves. From one of these lotus root-like caves, a head emerged, wearing a tattered felt hat and sporting stubble. It was unmistakably Jing. Jing also saw them, waved to them, and then pointed above the cave, indicating how they should find the foothold to jump to that spot. It seemed this lotus root-shaped cave was Jing's temporary stronghold. The caves, like the holes in a lotus root, were interconnected, and the mountain wind howled through them. When Germain and Morel easily jumped from the last foothold on the cliff to the cave entrance, Jing came to meet them. I was wondering how long it would take to rendezvous with you, and then you just showed up. That saves me a lot of trouble. Jing, as always, habitually shoved his hands into the pockets of his tattered trousers and looked around. Is it just the two of you? What about the others? Everyone else is in a safe place, gathered together. It's just you and Knuckle left, Morel said, glancing into the depths of the cave. Is Knuckle here? As a responsible teacher, he was very concerned about Knuckle's safety. He's here. Jing's words made Morel breathe a sigh of relief. He raised his right hand and pointed into the depths of the cave. He's undergoing a trial of his own will, and I'm temporarily serving as his guardian knight. What does that mean? Don't worry, he's pulled through. Let's talk as we walk. Jing lifted his leg and led Germain and Morel deeper into the cave. First question, have you encountered a nurturing beast pap? Morel frowned, shook his head, then pointed at Germain. I haven't, but Germain met one. Do you mean you met one too? Yes, I was hiding in a tree hollow, trying to endure the torment of the Dark Crown, and I ran into one during that time. It wanted to open my skull with its tongue while I looked very weak. Ahead was a slope, and Jing slid down effortlessly. Germain and Morel followed closely, and they soon arrived in a spacious stone chamber. The result was that I killed it. After the torment state ended, I traced its path back and eventually found the nest of the nurturing beast pap. You found the nest? Germain's eyes lit up. Then, did you see the nameless stone? Jing shook his head. No, the perilous mountains probably have many scattered nest entrances, and the nameless stone is probably at the deepest part. There were too many nurturing beast pap there, and also some other monsters who came to get their fix. I only observed them from a distance for a while and didn't enter. However, thanks to this observation, I roughly understood their habits, and also the meaning of equivalent exchange of pleasure in life. Ah, Germain, looking at your expression, you must have known too. Jing told Germain and Morel his deductions, which were almost identical to the conjectures of Germain, Bisky, and others, like top students checking their answers. Just as I was about to leave the nurturing beast pap's nest, I unexpectedly discovered that several nurturing beast pap were dragging Knuckle back to the nest. Morel listened to Jing's words, astonished to see his disciple, Knuckle, lying spread-eagled on a cold stone slab not far away. Knuckle was panting, his signature pompadour a bit messy. His upper clothing was off, discarded to the side, revealing his steaming body. On the stone wall not far from him, there was a clearly unnatural indentation, as if it had been repeatedly rammed by a sturdy tank. When I found him yesterday afternoon and rescued him from the nurturing beast pap, he was already somewhat disoriented. From his fragmented descriptions, I roughly understood what had happened to him. To escape the torment of the Dark Crown, Knuckle had no choice but to use the breath of the Archangel. After that, he wandered alone through the perilous mountains. A force in the perilous mountains constantly erodes our minds, including Knuckles. He had to cope with monster attacks while resisting mental intrusion. Eventually, he collapsed from exhaustion in a cycle of fighting, hiding, and fleeing, becoming a power-sucking bag for the nurturing beast pap. I rescued him, but soon realized he was craving the nurturing beast pap's fatal delight. Subsequently, I gave him a cure-all herb injection, which did have some effect, but Knuckles still craved the nurturing beast pap. So, last night, I explained to him the principle of the nurturing beast pap's equivalent exchange of life and pleasure, and the origin of the nameless stone. I made him choose, either become a pathetic addict, suck dry beyond redemption, or forcibly quit it, overcoming it on both mental and physical levels. Jing pointed to Knuckle lying on the stone slab, and the indentations Knuckle had punched out during his extreme pain. Only then did Morel notice that Knuckle's hands were carefully bandaged, but a slight redness was still visible. So, he's pulled through meant this. In this way, Knuckle was the second person, after Germain, to forcibly overcome his craving for the nurturing beast pap. Thank you, Jing. Morel did not doubt Jing's words or Knuckle's resilience, he knew Jing must have provided a lot of help from the sidelines. Jing could be described as a hexagonal warrior in a sense, knowing a bit of everything. He had also learned some basic Nen ability for comforting the mind and healing, helping Knuckle forcibly break free from his restraints. Don't thank me, Jing said. He himself endured an entire night, which is why we have this result now. Morel nodded, then put down his large pipe, walked over, and helped up Knuckle, who was lying there. Knuckle groggily opened his eyes and, seeing his teacher, couldn't help but get excited. Teacher, I heard everything from Jing. You did very well. Get some good rest. Morel patted Knuckle's shoulder with satisfaction. Germain and Jing both walked a short distance away, giving the master and disciple some time alone. We need to complete the mission as soon as possible, Germain said. The perilous mountain's influence on us is continuous. As long as we stay here, sooner or later everyone will become a captive of the nurturing beast pap. I agree, Jing said. I've already marked the location of one of the nest entrances. I originally planned to check it out after reuniting with you. The two thus temporarily finalized their ideas. That night, Germain, Jing, Morel, and a still somewhat weak Knuckle returned to the cave stronghold where Bisky, Shizuku, and the others were. Knuckle, as the second injured member of the team, was entrusted to Sanbika's care, just like Menchi. Although he had pulled through, he still needed a period of observation, as he didn't have Germain's exaggerated physique. Sanbika was the best observer. At the same time, she also spent an entire day concocting a new proportion of cure-all herb injection, mixed with the medicinal herbs of the Moose Centaur tribe. She also prepared some poisons, hoping they would come in handy in the upcoming battles. With this, the exploration of the nurturing beast pap's underground caves was already fully prepared. Chapter 354, The Streamlining of the Team, 2/3. That evening, as Menchi stirred the soup and meat in the pot with a spoon, Germain's gaze swept over everyone. Sanbika had used up a life-saving Archangel's breath, and Menchi had a fractured thigh bone, making movement difficult. Knuckle had also used a life-saving Archangel's breath, having just escaped from nurturing beast pap's fatal delight. He looked pale, as resisting the addictive fatal delight had consumed his toughest will and physique. However, at least he hadn't suffered fatal injuries, and his Nen and energy consumption were estimated to recover within a day or two. Even so, Germain still had some different thoughts. Perhaps, I shouldn't have gathered so many members and teleported here together. Whether it was the dark space or the perilous mountains, this group of people suffered immensely. I must change my overall strategy, but now is not the time to bring these up. Of course, there are some things I can do first. We need to streamline the exploration team members. Unexpectedly, Jing spoke first, stating the reality before Germain, and he even winked at Germain. It was as if he was saying, let me be the one to play the bad guy. Everyone looked at Jing. Jing raised his eyebrows. Now there are 2 injured, Sanbika must stay to look after them. Knuckle, who had barely recovered some of his vitality, quickly sat up straight, trying to appear strong. Jing, my injuries are nothing. Knuckle. Morel patted Knuckle's shoulder. Don't make impractical choices, that would be irresponsible to everyone. Knuckles' mouth was half open, but in the end, he lowered his head without saying anything. He was quite unwilling, but with his current combat power and physical condition, he truly had no choice. The same thing had already happened a second time. He had also appeared so powerless on the night of the decisive battle during the Chimera Ant Extermination War. Facing the powerful Yuppie, he couldn't even regain Shoot's dignity. Humiliation and unwillingness made him punch the ground. He hit with considerable force, and crimson blood seeped out from within the bandage again. I must become stronger, much stronger, only then will I be qualified to fight alongside my teacher and Germain. Knuckle had secretly decided to stay in the Dark Continent and temper himself. Morel looked at the genuine emotion he revealed, not content with the status quo, and couldn't help but feel a little relieved. This at least proved that Knuckles' experience this time was not in vain, allowing him to see reality more clearly and forge ahead. Morel spoke. Furthermore, staying with Menchi and Sanbika is also very important. You need to protect them until we return, this is your mission. After hearing this, Knuckles' eyes lit up slightly, then he looked up, his expression gradually firming. Teacher, please rest assured, even if I die standing, I will not let Sanbika and Menchi get hurt. Morel immediately punched him on the head. Don't say such inauspicious things. Menchi also interjected, displeased. Knuckle, don't treat Sanbika and me as delicate women who can't even tie a chicken, my knife is very sharp. As a manipulation-type non-user, even if I have difficulty moving, I can still remotely kill enemies. Knuckle scratched the back of his head, a little embarrassed. I didn't mean that. Then what did you mean? Facing Menchi's questioning, Knuckle stammered for a long time without saying a word. At this moment, Sanbika also approached him. No one had any objection to the punch Knuckle had just thrown, only Sanbika glared at Knuckle reproachfully. Show me your wound. Knuckle shamefully extended his hand, letting Sanbika loosen the bandage and re-examine the cracked wound. You need to take care of yourself. Sanbika looked at it for a few moments, then instructed him again before starting to treat the wound. Bisky brought the topic back at this point. So, the rest of us will go to the underground cave together. Germain expressed his thoughts without much deliberation. Yes. Jing and I are definitely going. Your magical esthetician is an important stress-reducing nin ability. Shizuku's Blinky might be able to counter nurturing beast pap's nin ability. Morel also possesses the highly adaptable deep purple dot. Every time Germain mentioned a name, he would turn his head and make eye contact with the person named, confirming their thoughts. He saw no cowardice or retreat in their eyes. They were still firmly willing to follow him and continue to challenge the calamities and hope. However, certain ideas had now quietly taken root in Germain's heart. The original 8-person team was thus divided into 2, with the 5 led by Germain heading to the underground cave, and the remaining 3 staying behind in the relatively safe cave. They spent another 2 days at this outpost, giving everyone ample time to rest, and then the exploration team set off fully equipped. Knuckle, Menchi, and Sanbika remained at the temporary outpost, waving at the departing team. The team members flew and leaped through the sea of trees, their figures quickly disappearing. An hour later, Jing, relying on his excellent memory and hunter tracking skills, once again found the entrance to nurturing beast pap's nest. It was located on a towering peak that rose from the ground. At the summit, there was a huge, downward, dim cave entrance, looking just like the crater of an extinct volcano. Germain, Jing, Bisky, Morel, and Shizuku were scattered and hidden among nearby tree canopies, bushes, and rocks, silently observing for a while. They saw many emaciated nurturing beast pap dragging some disoriented small species creatures back into the cave. And more beasts voluntarily followed behind the nurturing beast pap, coming here to live a life of debauchery. Some giant beasts even helped drag beasts that the nurturing beast pap couldn't move into the nest, acting as accomplices. The ecology here was truly peculiar. At least on the surface, it wasn't about who was stronger, but who could provide pleasure, who could dominate. Except for the nurturing beast pap entering and exiting the mountain-top cave, none of the creatures that went in ever came out. Most likely, they were either high on drugs or had become dried corpses. The New World Travelogue, Eastern Chapter Fragment was largely missing detailed records of nurturing beast pap, mist-like being AI, and double-tailed snake hell bell. They also didn't know what they would encounter inside the cave besides the nurturing beast pap, so they observed cautiously for a while. However, they couldn't uncover the mystery of the perilous mountains cave from the outermost layer, so they quickly decided to enter. They stood at the mountain-top cave entrance, looking down, and could only see a pitch-black expanse. What they heard was a mixture of monster roars and intertwining sounds amidst the whistling wind. Since all electrical devices were unusable, Germain and the others couldn't use lights for illumination. In the end, Germain could only lead the way with his sacred moonlight greatsword, while the others each held a burning torch. The light illuminated the path ahead, revealing a downward slope covered in gravel and sand. Several skeletons of either medium or small species were discarded here, their frameworks grotesque. Bisky and Morel, holding torches, walked past the sharp fangs and claws, and couldn't help but be shocked. Many monsters here were huge, and they would have struggled to fight them, but now they were all mere bones. This mountain cave was like a gaping maw, devouring the lives of too many living creatures. Before long, they reached a relatively flat area from the slope. At the same time, the unsettling groans increased, constantly echoing between the rock walls. Something's there. Germain, who was walking in front, suddenly raised a hand alertly, signaling the people behind him to be careful. Medium species, above our heads. And told him the approximate outline of the opponent, and everyone's naked eyes witnessed the medium species monster hanging upside down on the rock wall. Chapter 355, Grudge Memory as the Vanguard, 3/3. These were giant bats, their eyes closed, their black wings wrapped around their inverted bodies. At the same time, many nurturing beast pap climbed onto them like ants, using their hands and feet to pull at the giant bat's fur. The nurturing beast pap's long tongues probed into the holes they had made in the bats' heads, greedily sucking, with occasional electric arcs flashing in the darkness. The giant bats, meanwhile, were immersed in the pleasure brought by the nurturing beast pap. Germain and the others were already so close, yet they showed no reaction. However, the giant bat's lack of reaction didn't mean the nurturing beast pap had no reaction. They were masters of seeking advantage and avoiding harm, and their long years of living in dark caves had made them acutely agile even in pitch blackness. The nurturing beast pap noticed the presence of Germain and the others, instinctively sensing danger, and one by one, they pulled their tongues out of the holes in the bats' heads. For a moment, there were squelching sounds. Those holes also closed up before their eyes, with the flesh and blood writhing, forming a swollen lump. Without the continuous influence of fatal delight, the giant bats quickly woke up one after another. They soon understood everything under the guidance of the nurturing beast pap's tongues. More uninvited guests had intruded into the cave, and the giant bats were the guards responsible for subduing and capturing these intruders, making them fall into depravity as well. The reward, of course, was the nurturing beast pap's fatal delight. One by one, they spread their wings, letting out sharp cries while still hanging upside down. Everyone had to cover their ears to feel a little better, but their eardrums still ached slightly. Germain was certain that everyone's stress level had definitely increased again. This group of giant bats had to be dealt with quickly to avoid repeating the mistakes of the dark space. He didn't hesitate and immediately used the memory of the Grey Dragon King's grudge. Roar! A giant dragon with grey scales and spread wings materialized as an beast before them, roaring at the inverted giant bats. Morel was quite surprised, not expecting Germain to be able to summon an beast comparable in size to the giant bats. How much Nen would that consume? Yet, Germain seemed completely unconcerned by this expenditure. Gon, Bisky, and Shizuko had all seen Chaos roar, so they were more accepting now, but they were still surprised that Germain could materialize a second type of Nen beast. Regardless, this grey-scaled giant dragon flew up and was the first to fight the giant bats swooping down from the rock wall. This was good, with the giant Nen beast drawing fire, everyone could finish the battle more calmly and with less consumption. Among this group of giant bats, only 2 were master class combatants, the rest were elite level, and they were also unhealthy in physique from being sucked by the nurturing beast pap. Under the valiant charge of the grey-scaled giant dragon, Germain and the others quickly won this chaotic battle at the cave entrance. However, those nurturing beast pap had all fled. The grey-scaled giant dragon, covered in scars, finally fell and dissipated into Nen. Everyone except Germain felt a little regretful. If they had such an beast leading the way, they would definitely have an easier time. As Gon, Bisky, Morel, and Shizuko were thinking this, they saw Germain suddenly caress his hunter badge, making a prelude to materialization. The next moment, a giant stag beetle materialized as an beast, proudly raising its heavy, battering ram-like antler-shaped protrusions. Only after Germain materialized the stag beetle's grudge memory did he notice the strange expressions on everyone's faces. What's wrong? These Nen beasts are all one-time consumables. The Grey Dragon King died, which is why I materialized the stag beetle. Bisky reacted the fastest. So, you still have many types of Nen beasts you can materialize? Germain nodded. Yes. The Grey Dragon King has been consumed, the stag beetle is before you, and the rest are the bloodthirsty claw beast, the dark nautilus, and the screaming giant bat which I just obtained. Morel shifted his large pipe to his other shoulder. But the Nen consumption should be very high, right? Germain shook his head. It is indeed very high, but materializing only one Nen beast at a time won't affect my combat, not to mention I still have runes to restore Nen. Shizuko raised a hand like a student in a classroom who finally encountered a question they knew the answer to. I know this. Those rune veins on your chest, I touched them before, the one that restores stamina and aura capacity is called, what was it again? Germain cleared his throat twice. It's rune, Hunter. Hunter. Gon looked at Germain's chest, nodding thoughtfully, it really suits him. This is just the beginning. Germain, holding the sacred moonlight greatsword, looked into the deep, dark depths of the cave and said, let's continue forward. With the stag beetle in front, it almost withstood the first wave of attacks from all the monsters forced awake in the darkness. While the stag beetle took the most damage, Germain and the others were also able to launch highly penetrating attacks more easily. One by one, the high monsters erupted in a state of mental excitement, but most of them showed symptoms of withered limbs or torsos. These areas became their most significant weaknesses. Germain and his team, of course, would not miss the opportunity to strike at these weaknesses. They made the monsters fall to the ground in a state of uncoordinated limbs, then delivered heavy finishing blows. One monster after another was killed, and the path deeper into the cave was cleared. The stag beetle, after exhausting all its efforts to complete its mission, finally fell. It was just a pity that Germain hadn't found any new grudge memory to replenish his stock along the way. As they delved deeper into the cave, the light diminished, until finally, only the light from Germain's great sword and everyone's torches remained. The monsters that darted out from the shadows became even more frenzied. Even the nurturing beast Pap, not adept at frontal combat, would suddenly pounce from corners, attempting to attack one or two members of the team. Such suicidal actions, of course, would not work against 1 champion level and 4 master class non users. However, they gradually formed a clear idea. These monsters were no longer trying to capture them as prey, to make them new power packs. They were blocking the team, preventing the 5 of them from going deeper into the cave. Everyone confirmed that they had already descended from the upper entrance of the cave to roughly the mid-level of this mountain peak. Upon reaching the underground, everything in the cave had undergone many changes. Thud. Another nurturing beast Pap fell, lying on its back like a bug, twitching and wiggling its slender limbs and long, slimy tongue. It looked truly disgusting, like a giant cockroach. This posture alone was enough to increase stress. After delving into the sunless underground caverns, the labyrinthine dungeon terrain, with its 4-way passages, forced the exploration team to contend with threats from all directions. More than one nurturing beast Pap carefully hid around corners, in shadows, or hung from stalactites overhead, attempting to ambush the exploration team. If successful, they would cling tightly to the exploration team members, emitting flashing electric arcs, using their entire body's current to stimulate human senses. Fatal delight would cause many invaders to completely submit, kneel, and ultimately fall into depravity. However, this group of invaders was different. Not only did they accurately predict the direction of every enemy attack, but they also delivered powerful counterattacks every time. The hateful little monsters were driven away, killed, and discarded like rats in a sewer. To stop their advance, the nurturing beast Pap had to compel the monsters hiding on various levels of the perilous mountains to gather underground. The bait, of course, was Fatal Delight. But the exploration team also had the grudge memory bloodthirsty claw beast at the forefront, serving as both a pioneering war chariot and a defensive giant shield. Even when encountering medium-sized monsters, the grudge memory bloodthirsty claw beast's performance was impeccable. As the roadblocks were cleared one by one, even the nurturing beast Pap began to panic. Their pursuit and encirclement underground became increasingly frantic. Morel raised his long-stemmed pipe and effortlessly exhaled one snow-white smoke machine soldier after another. They surrounded the grudge memory bloodthirsty claw beast, forming a solid formation for coordinated combat. The two complemented each other, and with the exploration team members following closely behind, their advance was simply overwhelming. Morel again wielded his long-stemmed pipe, striking down a nurturing beast Pap that had descended from above, attempting to ambush him. There must be something underground. Perhaps it's the nameless stone. The nurturing beast Pap's panicked behavior proves they are protecting something at all costs. He adjusted his sunglasses and made his judgment. We should be getting closer and closer to our target this time. Germain threw a bottle of Sandbika's poison diagonally forward. A murky grey poisonous mist instantly spread and engulfed several gathered nurturing beast Pap. They quickly convulsed, fell to the ground, clawing at their throats, dying as if suffocated. The nurturing beast Pap had a habit of sticking out their tongues, and their tongues were exceptionally sensitive. Sandbika had created a poison specifically for this. The dosage of these poisons was not enough to kill medium-sized monsters, but it was just right for the nurturing beast Pap. Germain also wasn't worried about accidental inhalation. On one hand, his champion physique's poison resistance was beyond imagination, on the other hand, he also carried Sandbika's antidote. At the same time, Sandbika's specially formulated cure-all herb injection also provided everyone with a temporary resistance to the nurturing beast Pap's Fatal Delight. While Fatal Delight could stimulate and guide the electrical and chemical signals of neurons within a living organism for the nurturing beast Pap's use, Sandbika's special injection could impede this process. Sandbika's special injection provided the exploration team with the means to resist the nurturing beast Pap's Fatal Delight. In addition, Shizuku's Blinky also successfully countered their electric discharge. Those electric arcs were often mercilessly sucked in by Blinky as soon as they flickered. It even turned the tables. As long as the nurturing beast Pap had wounds, the electricity stored in their bodies would be rapidly drained by Blinky. After it was tested that Shizuku's Blinky was extremely effective against the nurturing beast Pap, her tactical value rapidly increased, earning her the luxurious treatment of being protected by Bisky and Morel on both sides. Finally, after traveling hundreds of meters into the bottomless world beneath the mountains, the grudge memory bloodthirsty claw beast also collapsed with a roar, dissipating into none. At this moment, Bisky suddenly called a halt to the two vanguards at the very front. Germain, Jin, let's rest for a while. We've been clearing a path from the mountaintop to hundreds of meters underground without stopping, and the consumption is simply too great. Germain turned around. Only then did he realize that he and Jin had been advancing tirelessly, but they had overlooked Bisky, Morel, and Shizuku. One must know that they had not stopped fighting the entire way. All three were panting, their non-consumption extraordinary, and it was likely they had little left. You're right, we'll rest here and recover our strength. Germain readily agreed. Jin retracted the golden nun in his hands, pressed the brim of his worn felt hat, and proactively said, I'll be on alert, you all rest easy. Germain not only had to fight but also had to maintain the existence of the grudge memory bloodthirsty claw beast, so his non-consumption was definitely higher than his. Jin let Germain rest with the others, while he stood at the edge of where the torchlight barely reached, like a seemingly casual but actually fully focused guard. Germain did not refuse Jin's kindness at such a time, so he joined the rest of the exploration team members in a cave with only one entrance and exit. The exploration team members sat in a circle. They ate Menchie's compressed biscuits, recovering their physique and slightly reducing their stress. Bisky then materialized Miss Cookie to help Shizuku and herself reduce stress and recover physique and performing magic beauty on Shizuku was to ensure that Shizuku's Blinky continued to counter the nurturing beast Pap's electric discharge. Performing magic beauty on herself was to ensure that she would not fall into a torment state, thus having another opportunity to use magic beauty later. During this time, Morel and Jin swapped shifts, allowing Jin to rest for a period. Even during this period, the exploration team was never at peace, constantly facing monsters that appeared from time to time. And those nurturing beast Pap, hiding in the darkness, licking the dry stone walls with their tongues, were the masterminds behind these enemy attacks. With compatriots constantly losing their lives, they had become a little smarter, not acting personally but instead driving the confused monsters to attack the invaders. However, the reason these invaders stopped here was for a temporary rest, not out of fear of the underground cave monsters' encirclement. When the invaders were well fed and once again eager to move, the beast tide blocking their way was easily resolved. Germain materialized the grudge memory screaming giant bat, allowing this giant beast with outstretched wings to launch a surprise attack from the air. The crowded beast tide formation in the underground cave was torn apart, disrupted, and defeated one by one. The exploration team was like a sharp blade, plunging straight into the heart of the underground cave. They quickly discovered that the key to controlling the enemies was the nurturing beast Pap. As long as these hidden bad guys were pulled out and killed, it would effectively deter more monsters from joining the beast tide. After advancing hundreds of meters further, the exploration team quickly realized that they were very close to their final destination. After slaying another master-class monster, Germain's N almost reached its limit, and the returning feedback told him so. And after crossing a certain boundary, the nurturing beast Pap and the monsters corrupted by fatal delight also ceased to appear. The entire underground world suddenly became quiet, as if all the struggles along the way were a fleeting dream. The exploration team suddenly encountered no more enemy attacks, but they did not believe this place was safe. On the contrary, they seized the time, while resting, to eat more of Menchie's compressed biscuits. With the grudge memory screaming giant bat's remaining health dwindling, Germain simply sent it to scout ahead. Almost a few seconds later, there was an earth-shattering roar. Boom! The entire underground cave trembled, and countless stalactites crashed down from the ceiling, shattering into pieces. Germain quickly realized that the grudge memory screaming giant bat was dead, it had been killed with a single blow. Germain frowned slightly, adjusted his tricorn hat, and then turned to the others, saying, "Be careful later, there are 2 champion-class demons inside." Everyone was startled. Having spent a long time with Germain, it was easy to understand what he meant by champion-class demon. Initially, the exploration team's idea was that a large champion-class demon, similar to the pain-loving bloodthirsty apostle or the disease spreader, was hidden in the underground cave. It would be the culprit behind all the strange occurrences in the perilous mountains. However, to their surprise, there wasn't just one champion demon here, but 2. Everyone was incredibly surprised by this unexpected revelation. They didn't doubt Germain's words, as his ability and was the most precise among the users present. The instantly killed, heavily injured grudge memory, screaming giant bat also confirmed the enemy's formidable combat power. At this point, everyone except Shizuku, like Germain, furrowed their brows. "Should we run away then?" Shizuku asked earnestly. Everyone looked at her strangely, thinking who would still be considering turning back at this point. "Oh, it's Shizuku, never mind then." "No, we won't run," Germain gave a negative answer. "We will solve them here and take the nameless stone." Shizuku made an okay gesture, she was genuinely just asking. The other members of the exploration team also raised no objections. After preparing themselves mentally and physically, they continued forward, holding torches. Soon, as they approached their destination, a strange, eerie blue light shone forth, unlike the pitch-black rest of the perilous mountains cave. The light dyed the stone walls a layer of blue, making them look as if countless blue crystals were embedded within them. This strange and magnificent scene truly left Bisky in awe. If only all of these were gems, how wonderful that would be. She couldn't help but sigh with genuine emotion, her eyes blinking as she looked around. "You'll see gems very soon," Jin interjected. "The nameless stone is also a gem, and its value far surpasses the blue planet." "Whether it's the gem I envision depends on whether they are beautiful enough," Bisky replied. "Without stunning beauty, to me, it's not as good as the blue planet." This was the persistence of Bisky, the gem hunter. The exploration team reached the end of a cliff, and as far as their eyes could see, they were first drawn to the source of these strange blue lights. It was a rift that spanned the entire underground cave of the mountain range, with countless vein-like patterns extending from both sides of the rift. The source of the strange blue light was the flickering electric arcs transmitted from the depths of the rift and through the vascular channels spread across these patterns. In addition, the underground cave was dotted with small, sunken lakes, like blue mirror fragments embedded here, completely still. And beside one of these lakes, a large demon was lying prostrate. It had slender limbs, but its entire body was covered in strange, round-headed tentacles, like a hedgehog. This large demon had already sensed the presence of the exploration team but calmly squatted by the lake. Just as everyone was unsure what it was doing, they saw its abdomen split open with a plop. Immediately, dozens of tiny, blue, crystalline beads spewed from its abdomen, falling into the lake with plop, plop sounds. Electric arcs flickered with an eerie glow. The large demon, having finished laying its eggs, slowly rose from the lake, seemingly glancing at the exploration team on the cliff. Afterward, it moved with steady steps, like a small mountain, advancing with thump, thump, thump sounds until it reached the side of the massive rift, where it squatted down again. It lay beside the massive rift, all its round-headed tentacles gently caressing and stroking the massive rift. And the massive rift even opened and closed slowly, as if breathing, with electric arcs continuously crackling. Seeing this, the members of the exploration team all reacted one after another. The two champion demons I mentioned, one is that large monster covered in round-headed tentacles. The other is that massive rift, it's alive. Germain stated his deduction, which also voiced everyone's inner thoughts. The nameless stone are not merely simple ores, they are also the product of the two champion demons mating. I think what hatches from the nameless stone are those nurturing beast pap we encountered before, only they are all in their mature stage. The massive rift and the round-headed tentacles, these two champion demons, spread their influence through the nurturing beast pap that travel through the intricate underground tunnels and disperse. Monsters living in or entering the perilous mountains will quickly fall into the bottomless trap of accumulating stress with nowhere to release it. The nurturing beast pap will lure them into Elysium and take the opportunity to absorb their bioelectricity, while also drawing their life force. Afterward, they will return to the depths of the underground cave, transmitting the electric current back to the source of everything the massive rift through those vein-like patterns. Next, the champion demon with round-headed tentacles will combine with the champion demon of the massive rift, and the round-headed tentacles will complete the egg-laying. Thus, the perilous mountains complete a bizarre, cyclical ecosystem. Everyone's breathing paused slightly due to Germain's astonishing speculation. Generally speaking, there is reproductive isolation between different species. However, these two monsters are champion-class demons, and this is the Dark Continent. Common sense that is effective on the 6 continents is useless here. It's like how the laws of physics on Terra lose their meaning in the warp. Even in their imaginations, the scene of how the two champion-class demons accomplish their reproductive act appeared in their minds. It must be said that the scene was truly too shocking. As if fed up with the exploration team's gaze and intrusion, the entire underground cave began to rumble and shake. The next moment, sharp stalactites protruded from all the surrounding stone walls, enveloped in terrifying electric currents, like spears piercing towards everyone. Disperse! Germain shouted. The others and Germain had established excellent tacit agreement through countless battles, and at this moment, they instinctively made space. Germain raised his sacred moonlight greatsword and unleashed a brilliantly gorgeous azure light slash. Bang bang bang! The moon arc instantly shattered all the electric stone spears attempting to stab them. However, before the exploration team could catch their breath, the cliff beneath their feet emitted an unsettling cracking sound. After a strange tremor, the cliff instantly split into pieces, collapsing into numerous rocks. The exploration team members momentarily lost their footing and all fell down the cliff. However, with their average master class non-user level, they naturally all landed safely. Morel, being very experienced, even rolled on the ground to dissipate the momentum. Around them, the bulging electric blood vessels glowed blue and swelled, then discharged electricity towards them. Amidst the crackling sounds, everyone's scalps tingled, and their hair nearly stood on end when Shizuku's Blinky intervened again. Blinky opened its large, tooth-filled mouth and sucked all the electricity scattered in midair into its abdomen. This scene finally piqued the interest of the champion-class demon covered in round-headed tentacles nearby the stealing tongue. The stealing tongue stood upright once more. The tentacles that had just been gently stroking the massive rift now, flickering with electricity, whipped around like numerous terrifying long whips. And what it had to protect was naturally the core of the entire underground cave, the other champion-class demon, the Crack of Joy. The Crack of Joy controlled the changes in the entire underground cave's terrain, while the stealing tongue launched attacks more flexibly. Their combination had few rivals. Almost as soon as Germain saw the stealing tongue rise like a towering structure, he reacted as follows. He rubbed his hunter badge, first manifesting a greedy antler helmet and contempt armor for himself, wearing them in place of his original hunter's tricorn hat and black robe. Then, he manifested the last grudge memory, the Dark Nautilus. The grudge memory, Dark Nautilus couldn't restore its original combat power, but it had master class defense, making it an excellent shield. I'll deal with this one, Germain said, pointing at the stealing tongue. You all deal with that one, he added, pointing at the Crack of Joy. The division of labor was clear, and everyone immediately agreed. As for how to defeat the Crack of Joy, Jin, Bisky, Morel, and Shizuku already had some ideas, needing only a brief discussion. Germain, under the cover of the Dark Nautilus floating in midair, had already crossed the electric blood vessels, which pulsed with electrical arcs and bulged from the ground, charging towards the stealing tongue. The Dark Nautilus, like a floating vessel, crashed straight into the stealing tongue. The stealing tongue's round-headed tentacles, wrapped in electric light, whipped fiercely against the thick shell of the largest target, the Dark Nautilus, with crackling sounds. However, it quickly realized that this was largely ineffective. So, it more cleverly extended its tentacles towards the Dark Nautilus's only opening and plunged them into the Dark Nautilus's flesh and blood with squelching sounds. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The next moment, intense electrical light almost made the entire area as bright as day. The piercing hum was even more unbearable. Germain, however, endured it and calmly moved through the aftermath of the current, swiftly arriving beneath the stealing tongue. The stealing tongue, looking down from above, soon noticed Germain, who was dressed like a medieval knight. The antler helmet, black and white armor, and the blue glowing great sword made it hard not to draw a connection. The stealing tongue pulled its tentacles out of the Dark Nautilus and turned to face Germain. This was a formidable enemy. It realized this. Before the round-headed tentacles could whip him, Germain swiftly slashed twice at the stealing tongue's two pillar-like legs. Clang, clang, crack. The blue sword slash of the sacred moonlight greatsword destroyed the outermost protective shell of the stealing tongue's leg, leaving two terrifying wounds there. Veins flowing with blue luminescence were exposed in the wounds. However, Germain didn't have a chance to follow up, as the round-headed tentacles descended like a dense rain of arrows. Bang, 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 bang. Germain weaved through the spear-like plummeting round-headed tentacles, as agile as a swallow, and quickly dodged out of the attack range. At the same time, the Dark Nautilus, having gained a moment to breathe, dutifully and fearlessly crashed into the stealing tongue again. The stealing tongue immediately retaliated. Bang! Dark shockwaves intertwined with blue electrical arcs, causing the underground cavern to vibrate, filling the entire field of vision with chaotic dust and debris. The pervasive dust obscured most of the two monsters' forms. Germain already knew the outcome, as he had lost contact with the Dark Nautilus. Half a second later, the giant spiral-shelled creature also plummeted like a meteorite. However, just as it was about to hit the ground, it transformed into a sky full of nun, dissipating completely. And the stealing tongue, due to the Dark Nautilus's fearless impact, had more than 10 of its round-headed tentacles broken off. However, compared to the many tentacles it still retained, the loss of these dozen or so was not a critical injury. After destroying the troublesome Dark Nautilus, the stealing tongue's gaze was able to focus on Germain. Germain no longer had any grudge memory that he could manifest. Although the attacks launched by the other invaders against the Crack of Joy greatly concerned the stealing tongue, it had no spare energy to stop them. The champion aura erupting from Germain made it feel the most direct threat. This was an enemy that it had to eradicate itself, otherwise, it would repeat past mistakes. It began to twist its slender waist, then stretched it out, and all its tentacles swung in the air like giant pendulums. Hum. 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 A powerful force was gathering, and the next moment it all erupted. Thunder, maximum broadcast. Amidst the ear-splitting, teeth-grinding squeaking sounds, currents like snakes and torrents transformed into astonishing bolts of lightning, striking the large area where Germain was located. Bang, 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 bang. The lightning strikes covered all directions and were incredibly swift, almost instantly enveloping Germain like Mount Tai pressing down. It blotted out the sky and sun, with 10,000 bolts of lightning annihilating everything. At this instant, as 10,000 bolts of lightning struck, several changes occurred in Germain's body. Germain unhesitatingly permanently consumed the flamethrower, and on the outermost layer of his body, he donned the nun defense provided by the greedy antler helmet. Clap, clap, clap. It withstood the initial barrage of the 10,000 bolts of lightning. Germain did not take the opportunity to escape the battlefield, instead, he charged towards the stealing tongue, in the direction from which the thunder was coming, like a ship breaking through waves. Only in close combat was there a chance of victory. However, to get close, he had to sacrifice more space for maneuvering and dodging. As a result, the nun defense provided by the greedy antler helmet could not bear all the thunder damage. Thus, the contempt armor, rune veins, and champion physique all came into play at this instant, helping him withstand all the lightning impacts. For a moment, he once again saw the dazzling, hallucinatory world stimulated by the electric current, like a kaleidoscope. The momentary bliss even made him feel as if he were in a paradise outside the battlefield. However, he quickly broke free from it, not sinking into the comfort zone, as it was merely an illusion from beginning to end. The stealing tongue watched in astonishment as Germain emerged from the thunderous onslaught. Electric arcs and sparks still danced around him, but his dark eyes were as resolute as iron. Clang! The blue crescent-shaped slash instantly struck the wound on the stealing tongue's right leg, cutting through those blue luminous veins. Crack! The stealing tongue's right leg snapped abruptly, unable to support its massive body. It toppled forward and to the side. Bang! Germain would never miss such an opportunity. He leaped into the air, hovering above the stealing tongue's shuttle-like head. Stab! The sacred moonlight greatsword descended, and the blue sword energy pierced straight through the stealing tongue's skull, emitting a crisp cracking sound. The stealing tongue's skull burst open. Germain bounced into the air, retrieved the sacred moonlight greatsword, and allowed his body to be pulled by gravity, descending towards the cratered and cracked ground not far away. However, before his feet even touched the ground, an unexpected change occurred. From within the stealing tongue's skull, a large mass of blue light shot out. Squeak, squeak, squeak. They streaked across the sky like meteors, but instead of falling, they converged. The blue light grew larger and larger, eventually forming a tangible blue orb. Within the orb, a golden vertical pupil rotated, staring intently in Germain's direction. A champion-class demon would clearly not die so easily. Germain had just landed, and he again held up the sacred moonlight greatsword, standing ready for battle. He knew that the stealing tongue's Phase 2 transformation had begun. Indeed, the Phase 2 transformation had begun. The underground cavern rumbled and shook. Rocks from the walls and the ground fell one after another, they swayed and flew towards the blue orb. Bang, bang, bang. Rocks and gravel were reshaping the stealing tongue's new body. Germain also felt this suction, but he plunged the sacred moonlight greatsword into the ground, gripping the hilt with both hands, steadying his balance and preventing himself from being pulled in. And the reconstruction of the stealing tongue's body was completed in an instant. It had arrived, a tall stone giant was born. The head of stealing tongue had vanished, replaced by a pitch-black tray like a torch. Upon the tray rested a floating blue orb, within which was a ferocious golden vertical pupil. Its arms and legs were constructed from heavy stone blocks, as if it were wearing an incredibly sturdy armor. In its right hand was a warhammer with a long handle and a square head, while in its left hand was a broad shield. It stood majestically, as if a titan had descended. Thump! Stealing Tongue raised its warhammer and shield. With just one strike, the sparks that flashed within transformed into lightning, which then twisted into a thunder dragon. The thunder dragon circled, then swooped down, and amidst the crackling thunder and lightning, it bit towards Germain with lightning speed, without question. At the same time, Stealing Tongue struck its warhammer and shield once more, as if cheering on the thunder dragon. Thump! The moment the warhammer and shield collided, a blinding white light, enough to sting and dazzle the eyes, enveloped the entire underground cavern. However, Stealing Tongue's golden vertical pupil was forced to close at that instant. Germain's eyelids and eyeballs ached and felt dry, and he too had to close his eyes. He could only fight in the world as bright as day, relying solely on and extreme reactions. A terrifying roar and destructive power came at him, and he suddenly dodged, leaping and weaving. Bang! The thunder dragon tore through the ground, blasting out a terrifying crater, but ultimately it missed its target. As the white light dissipated, Stealing Tongue suddenly felt a threat coming straight at it. Its golden vertical pupil snapped open, glaring ferociously at a dark shadow in front. Germain, still with his eyes closed, had already flown directly in front of the golden vertical pupil. The sacred moonlight greatsword was swiftly raised, and the moon slash was already unleashed. Whoosh! But a broad shield suddenly extended from the side, like a wall of size, blocking the azure moon arc. The reverberating shockwave even forced Germain to fly backward. And the warhammer from the other side swung over, carrying crackling electric chains, striking towards Germain. If all went well, Stealing Tongue would be able to use the warhammer to smash Germain, like driving a nail, hard against its shield, turning him into a charred puddle of flesh. The terrifying power of the thunder was enough to severely injure or destroy Germain's physical body. However, its golden vertical pupil once again watched Germain skillfully and narrowly dodge the storm-like blow of the warhammer. He even used the residual force of the shockwave to glide away like a kite, landing on the shield. He was like a mosquito or a fly, it simply couldn't hit him. Germain still had not opened his eyes, because he didn't know when Stealing Tongue would unleash that white light again. He had to be fully prepared. Seizing the opportunity to bypass the shield's defense, Germain sped up along Stealing Tongue's stone left arm, aiming for the golden single eye atop the torch. Stealing Tongue quickly shook its stone left arm, but failed to shake off Germain, who was as small as a mosquito. Germain, adapting to the situation, actually leaped with each shake, and accurately found a foothold on the stone left arm. No matter what, he simply wasn't shaken off. Stealing Tongue could only think of another way. Arcing light emerged from the gaps in the stone left arm, appearing like specters, shooting towards Germain. At the same time, the warhammer and shield struck together again, and the booming sound and white light once more filled the entire underground cavern. However, Germain, who was prepared and had his eyes closed, did not lose his vision because of this, though his eardrums ached, and 2 drops of blood seeped from his ear canals. In that instant, Germain became blind and deaf, falling into a dim and silent world. His only reliance was the outlines that N could discern, and his perfected reactions. However, this made him even more focused, and he fully immersed himself in the world of N ability. The lightning specters bound themselves to his contempt armor and greedy antler helmet like shackles, trying to drag him down and restrain him. But in the next moment, he easily broke free of them. With a powerful push, Germain leaped into the air from the stone left arm. Holding the sacred moonlight greatsword in reverse grip, the phantom of chaos roar enveloped him, as if swallowing him whole. A terrifying beast with turbid black fur and a pale skeleton pushed its claws to both sides, precisely gripping the stone giant's arms, rendering them immobile. The golden vertical pupil suddenly widened, looking in fear at the enemy now within arm's reach. Germain's explosive impact wave, combining chaos roar and the sacred moonlight greatsword, directly pierced into the torch, puncturing the golden vertical pupil. Boom! The intense burst of light instantly shattered the golden vertical pupil and the torch. Stones flew everywhere like shattered glass, embedding themselves with a clatter into the stone walls and the ground. Stealing Tongue never dreamed that the situation would be reversed in an instant, and it would be blasted to smithereens. The aggregated stone giant's body, after a moment of silence, began to collapse and shatter. The warhammer, shield, limbs, and torso all turned into stone fragments and dust, dust to dust, ashes to ashes. Having delivered a satisfying blow, Germain elegantly landed on the ground, then finally took a breath, exhaling a long, warm breath from his chest. His rune veins instantly operated at high speed, and the damage caused by critical strike, in turn, equally caused Germain's injuries to begin self-healing. In a short while, all his wounds, including his eardrums, returned to normal. The outcome of the battle with Stealing Tongue was that he won. He once again heard the rumbling sound in the underground cavern, opened his eyes, and saw the stone torso of Stealing Tongue, now completely reduced to powder. At the same time, the projection of the hunter badge informed him that he had acquired a thunder hammer and a teleportation lantern. Germain had no time to attend to this acquisition, his gaze quickly swept to another battlefield in the same underground cavern. His companions had not yet resolved their battle. Stealing Tongue's second stage transformation earlier had undoubtedly received assistance from the Crack of Joy. Otherwise, it would not have been able to acquire the stone giant's body so easily. Similarly, the Crack of Joy also received help from Stealing Tongue. The striking of the warhammer and shield just now emitted 2 bursts of white light that filled the entire underground cavern, which effectively hindered the invaders' movements. This was the ability cooperation between the Crack of Joy and Stealing Tongue. However, even so, Bisky and Morel had successfully severely wounded the Crack of Joy. They cut off many of the electric blood vessels that the Crack of Joy had spread throughout the underground. Because they discovered that the Crack of Joy was obtaining power through these electric blood vessels, which were like circuits, and at the same time manipulating the changing terrain of the underground cavern. Once this was realized, the more electric blood vessels were cut, the more the threat of the Crack of Joy would naturally decrease. Shizuku was on the sidelines, responsible for using Blinky to suck away the thunder snakes that ambushed Bisky and Morel. As for Jing, this crazy non-user, when the first white light from the Warhammer and shield collision spread, he bravely leaped into the core rift of the Crack of Joy. Boom! Another earth-shattering tremor, which made one feel that the underground cavern might collapse sooner or later. A torrent of lightning gushed out from the rift, and at the same time, Jing, charred and smoking all over, was also spat out. He fell in the distance, his clothes mostly burned off, coughing violently. Amidst the rumbling sound, the elongated land where the rift, which originally spanned the entire underground cavern, began to protrude upwards, rising like a towering high-rise. The Crack of Joy's second stage transformation was also forced out. Cough, cough, cough. Jing felt as if his throat was filled with gravel, burning and itching painfully. His hair was singed and curled, and only shreds of his clothes remained. Fortunately, they were wrapped between his thighs, otherwise, this would be his most pathetic moment. However, he only had a few burn marks on his body, which was already very lucky and remarkable. Perhaps for revenge, or perhaps to restrain him, just as Jing shakily stood up, he felt the ground shake violently. Crack! A 3-meter-long crack visibly appeared in the ground and rapidly expanded. It revealed the abyss beneath the earth and the blue nerves spread throughout it. Jing had already witnessed such an abyssal world after jumping into the core of the Crack of Joy. It could be said that the entire underground cave was filled with its nerves, stretching and extending like tree roots. It was through these nerves that it manipulated the terrain. Caught off guard, a powerful suction force from the rift was about to pull Jing back into the abyss. It was foreseeable that after he fell into the abyss, the rift would immediately close, trapping him underground like a prison. Jing didn't panic, he shook his arms, intending to reorganize his nen, destroy the rift's structure, and then burst out of the ground. However, the next moment, he heard a shout. Jing! Amidst swirling smoke, the 5 fingers of a giant white hand firmly gripped Jing's waist, pulling him out before the rift closed. Splat! The smoke arm, like a fishing line, lifted Jing and then flung him onto the ground nearby. Jing rolled twice before steadying himself and getting up. Are you all right? The one who came to rescue and care for Jing was indeed Morel, carrying his large pipe. His deep purple, among all the nen abilities of the nen users present, was the most malleable, almost deserving the title of ever-changing. The smoky nature of deep purple could be soft or hard, tiny or huge, divisible or reaggregating, all because manipulation type is close to emission type. Deep purple displayed effects similar to the nen abilities of Zeno and Silva. If it weren't for the great distance from transmutation type, Morel could clearly do more and with greater precision. Morel, seeing that Jing didn't answer immediately, repeated his question. Are you all right? I'm fine, I'm fine. Jing now looked like a disheveled savage, with only animal skins tied around his waist. He stood before Morel, subconsciously and somewhat awkwardly scratching the back of his head. What his fingers touched was uneven, singed black hair, which made him even more embarrassed. Fortunately, Morel, in this critical moment, had no intention of mocking him. Morel could see that Jing was truly not seriously injured, so he reported the latest battle news, his tone slightly excited. Germain has already won. Now only this champion-class demon remains, we can work together to eliminate it. Jing glanced in Germain's direction. He saw that Germain had already reunited with Bisky and Shizuku, but they were forced to separate again due to the cracks opening everywhere in the ground. He couldn't help but put his hands on his hips, pouting slightly with a hint of helplessness. I don't doubt that he can defeat that champion-class demon. On the contrary, we need to do something next, we can't rely on him entirely. Morel showed a look of shame. Jing, you're right. So what should we do now? Observe, then act. The first wave of attacks from the rift after its second stage transformation is the constantly opening and closing cracks in the ground. As he spoke, 2 more cracks opened beneath Jing and Morel's feet, trying to swallow them whole. However, the 2 of them instinctively jumped up, lightly landing on an uncracked section of ground, easily avoiding the rift abyss devour. Jing continued. This repetitive attack pattern won't work on us a second time because we're already prepared. I guess the rift is about to unleash its second move. I agree. The rift has risen like a tall tower, although it's overlooking us, it has also directly become our target. It must have other tricks up its sleeve. Almost as if to confirm their thoughts, the ground of the underground cave vibrated intensely once again. This time, the opened cracks did not close again, but instead opened as wide as possible, like mouths waiting to be fed. The next moment, a sound familiar to everyone, especially Morel, emerged from those cracks. Morel's eyes behind his sunglasses widened suddenly. This is the sound of flowing water. Puff, puff, puff. From the cracks scattered throughout the underground cave, the water that marine hunter Morel often dealt with gushed out. They surged forth, filling the air with mist. Jing frowned. It's groundwater. It wouldn't be trying to fill this place with groundwater, would it? Morel wasn't worried about that. Due to his profession, he often needed to hold his breath and swim underwater for long periods. On this point alone, he could proudly claim to be number one among all the non-users present. No, perhaps Germain would be ahead of him, because Germain had already entered the unreasonable monster level. Therefore, Morel wasn't concerned about the water gushing from the rift submerging the entire underground cave. Even if it did, he could still move freely. With his lung capacity, plus Deep Purple and his water element enchanted pipe, he should be able to quickly bring his companions to safety. Thus, he was worried about something else. This was also the reason for Jing's frown. Crack, crack. Sure enough, from the towering, raised crack of joy, stones shattered, and dense, slender blue nerves extended. Squeak, squeak. Electric arcs flickered on the blue nerves, looking so brilliant and beautiful. But in the eyes of Jing and Morel, they were headache-inducing death chasers. The rift wants to use a two-pronged approach, suffocate us with water, then send electricity along the water that soaks us, to completely kill the battle. If that's the case, they would have no space to dodge. To make matters worse, another situation occurred at this moment. Bang, bang, bang. The two looked in the direction of the sound and saw many stalactites and stone cones appearing along the path they had taken. They interlocked like dense teeth, clattering as they sealed off the way back. The non-users present were all top tier, their lung capacity and resistance to electric shock were certainly far superior to ordinary people, but there was still a corresponding lethal dose. In the worst foreseeable scenario, it was highly likely that only Germain would be able to survive in the narrow confines. Jing and Morel quickly thought of these things and resolved not to let the rift fulfill all its desired conditions. At this moment, however, someone acted before them. The water flowing from the various rifts suddenly twisted as if alive, converging into a rope-like water dragon, and simultaneously pouring in the same direction. Shizuko held her mechanical handle, and Blinky's large mouth greedily devoured the surging water column, its throat gurgling. Thanks to Liao for the tip. Thanks to the readers for subscribing, monthly passes, and recommendation tickets. Germain looked at the scene before him, strangely drifting off for a moment from the tense situation to ponder a mathematical problem. The rift continuously leaks a certain amount of water, and the Blinky continuously absorbs a certain amount of water. So, how long will it take for the water flow to completely fill the entire sealed underground cavern? Fortunately, Germain didn't dwell on it for long before snapping back to reality. Ha! Bisky, revealing her adamant true body, let out a shout and unleashed a furious punch from her Shinjin Ryu. She shattered several stone spears that extended from the rock wall, attempting to ambush Shizuku. As the stones clattered to the ground, she turned her head to look at Germain, who was not far away. Hurry! Shizuku is with me, you, gone, and Morel go deal with the last enemy. Germain didn't waste words, nodded to Bisky and Shizuku, then stomped the ground, shooting through the air like an arrow from a bowstring towards the crack of Joy's tower. Rumble! The closer he got to the tower, the more the ground shattered, as if it were crushed tofu. Germain ignored the situation, using a small amount of nin released from his tiptoes as a foothold to leap into mid-air. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Blue nerves swayed like branches, and electric arcs, like poisonous snakes flicking their tongues, extended and retracted, about to lick Germain's body. Germain raised his sacred moonlight greatsword, about to do something, but then he noticed a mist rapidly rising before him. The mist, like a white wall, firmly blocked all the blue nerves reaching for Germain, preventing them from penetrating for a short time. Several white serpentine paths extended from the white wall. One led directly to Germain's feet, and the rest all led to the crack of Joy's tower. Germain saw Morel's figure and immediately understood everything. Morel pushed his sunglasses up to his forehead, with a large pipe resting on his shoulder, and with a cloud of white smoke beneath his feet, he truly looked like a great sage descending. No need to worry. Germain, rest assured, I will support you as much as possible. Germain didn't reply but stepped on the white serpentine path, rapidly approaching the top of the tower. At the same time, he also saw the other member of the Yu'all Morel had referred to. Gon, looking disheveled, showed no sign of cowardice. He even stepped on the serpentine path created by Morel ahead of Germain and jumped towards the tower. Gon hovered above the slightly open, massive gap of the crack of Joy, a golden spear condensed in his hand. Whoosh! Gon fiercely threw the spear, aiming directly into the gap of the crack of Joy. He had once destroyed the core of the crack of Joy, and now he wanted to do the same. Hiss, hiss, hiss. In just an instant, countless stone spears sprang from the top of the tower, blocking the spear's path one after another, forming layers of thick, arched shields. Boom! The spear shattered the layers of shields but was at the end of its strength, failing to reach the crack of Joy before breaking and dissipating. When Gon tried to condense a second spear, he suddenly felt a tingling sensation all over his body. He looked down to see countless nearly transparent worms crawling on him. They had tiny mouthparts, biting into Gon's skin, but instead of pain, they gave him a strange sensation, like applying a cool medicinal liquid. But in the next instant, the scene in his vision suddenly changed. Many people appeared in his sight, reaching out to him. Old companions, current companions, Gon and his wife, they were calling him, telling him to stop and celebrate with them for a moment, just a moment. Yet, this illusion did not make Gon completely sink into it. Instead, his expression turned cold, and he mercilessly clasped his hands together, condensing a spear. Some people cling to past memories to the point of being unable to extricate themselves. But others can find a balance between past, present, and future. Gon was the latter. Gon rarely showed anger, and the spear shot out, piercing through the air. However, the enraged Gon, with veins bulging, was paradoxically mixed with rationality and calmness. After releasing the spear, he calmly moved aside. Give it the final blow, Germain. Germain flashed past Gon, without stopping. He was almost chasing after the spear Gon had thrown, getting closer and closer. Wielding the thunder hammer in his left hand and the sacred moonlight greatsword in his right, he suddenly stopped in midair just as he was about to plunge into the entrance of the crack of joy. The golden spear pierced through, and the light flashed and was gone, but it was enough to expose all the structures within the abyss to Germain's eyes in that instant. Germain saw clearly. All the blue neural pathways had the same origin. And that origin was a core as stunningly beautiful as a blue planet. Electric currents, like chains, bound the golden spear, preventing it from advancing another inch before crushing it into pure non, though it still caused a small explosion. However, compared to the core being pierced by the spear, losing many blue nerves was a more acceptable outcome. But the crack of joy, though eyeless, could sense an even more terrifying threat than the golden spear looming. The stealing tongue had fallen at his hands. The crack of joy, not wanting to suffer the same fate, did two things in that instant. Just like Gon, countless nearly transparent worms suddenly crawled on Germain's body. They could temporarily plunge creatures into illusions. This was to ensure Germain had a moment of distraction, then become the crack of joy's target. The target was locked, and all the blue nerves within the abyss gathered a large amount of energy in one go, unleashing it all towards Germain. Boom! A thunder dragon emerged from the crack of joy, biting at Germain. However, Germain, like Gon, did not succumb to the illusion of joy. Or rather, he had begun to get used to this feeling. He stared at the oncoming thunder dragon without changing his expression, and swung the thunder hammer in his hand. Buzz! Germain, like a bullfighter, shook the scarlet flag, and the bull followed the direction of the scarlet flag, goring it with its horns. The thunder dragon actually twisted its direction in midair, heading towards the direction pointed by the thunder hammer, and slammed into the distant rock wall. Boom! The rock wall shattered and cracked. And at this moment, there was no longer any obstruction within the crack of joy. Germain plunged directly into the clearly visible cavity of the crack of joy, like a cyan flame pouring into it. Bang! The crack of joy frantically tried to forcibly close the rift, attempting to crush Germain to death with brute force. The sacred cyan light was indeed swallowed by the abyss and the rift, disappearing without a trace. However, in the blink of an eye, a terrifying power burst forth again. The Chaos Roar's claws forcibly pried open the crack of joy. It raised its head and roared towards the top of the cavern. And Germain had already reached the front of the core. Die! The thunder hammer disappeared, Germain dual-wielded the sacred moonlight greatsword, and a massive energy beam shot from its tip. Boom! The collapse began, first the core, then the abyss, then the tower, then the ground, the rock walls, all structures were falling apart. The underground cavern truly began to collapse. A violent upheaval, seemingly intending to bury all living things here, was about to entomb two champion-class demons. After the riot, nearly half of the underground cave deep within the perilous mountains collapsed. Large, heavy boulders piled up, and the gaps between them were almost filled with gravel. With the demise of the crack of joy, all the blue nerves spread throughout the underground cave lost their activity and light. As a result, the cave became dark. Only the temporarily built bonfires and the torches in everyone's hands continued to emit dim yellow light without reservation. Jing, Morel, and Shizuko each held a torch and moved cautiously through the dark shadows of the cave. They neither wanted to move too much and cause a second cave-in, nor did they want to move too fast and miss what they were looking for. The three were looking for Nameless Stone. Actually, Nameless Stone was quite easy to find. Most of them were laid by the stealing tongue in small lakes. When they found nearby water stains, Nameless Stone would generally be nearby. Of course, this was not absolute. After all, the previous fierce battle, coupled with the collapse of the underground cave, made this place a mess. Morel's smoke rabbit played a miraculous role in such a narrow and dim terrain. Their bodies were flexible and variable, effortlessly drilling into tiny holes, and their quantity was large. Therefore, Morel was clearly the one who found the most Nameless Stone among the three. After they found Nameless Stone, they would collectively hand them over to Shizuku, who would then use Blinky to swallow each Nameless Stone. Germain, on the other hand, sat cross-legged by the bonfire, receiving treatment from Miss Cookie's peach-colored breath. Due to restriction and vow, the decompression treatment at this time could not directly remove the dark crown from Germain's head. Germain still needed to wait another hour, but the peach-colored breath could at least make him feel much better. Bisky, who had returned to her petite girl form, stood aside with her hands on her hips, chattering away. Her rambling was all about this journey to the perilous mountains. This also showed that she was much more relaxed now, otherwise, she would certainly not be in the mood to talk about these things. Luckily you were here, otherwise, how would we have dealt with two champion-class demons? No, it should be said, without you, this journey wouldn't have existed from the beginning. Nameless Stone, if properly developed and utilized, it will be one of the most important minerals in the human world in the future. Germain, we've accomplished another great feat. The excitement of defeating the crack of joy and the stealing tongue, the anticipation of collecting Nameless Stone, and the joy of soon leaving the perilous mountains all erupted at this moment. The cheerfulness in the hearts of Jing, Morel, and Shizuka could not be less than Bisky's at this very moment. Germain, while perfunctorily responding to Bisky's various topics, rubbed a sapphire ring on his left index finger. This was one of the gifts obtained from defeating the crack of joy, the Ring of Thunder. The other gift was, of course, the teleportation lantern. Ring of Thunder, can convert it into electricity and release it. This was clearly an item that could be used in conjunction with the Thunder Hammer. The Ring of Thunder releases electricity, and the Thunder Hammer can guide and amplify the electricity. In fact, if operated properly, the Ring of Thunder could work with any of Germain's materialized weapons. However, how to develop and utilize it in the future is a matter for the future. About half an hour later, Jing, Morel, and Shizuku returned to the bonfire, holding their torches high. Where's the nameless stone? Bisky asked curiously, how many did you collect? It's here with me. Shizuku placed the last nameless stone into Bisky's palm, which she had specially saved. The quantity is 117. Counting was something Bisky had specifically instructed Shizuku to do before they went to collect nameless stone. Otherwise, given Shizuku's personality, she probably wouldn't have counted at all, just letting Blinky swallow them. We searched carefully several times, Shizuku added. We could only find these, perhaps some were crushed or buried underground. She said this, but she didn't seem to care much. She just squatted like a child beside Germain, her voice so flat that it was hard to imagine the special relationship between her and Germain. Are you feeling better? Much better. Germain didn't try to act tough, immersed in the peach-colored breath, he indeed felt physically and mentally refreshed. Even with the negative trait, Thinker, which slightly reduced the effect of his decompression treatment. But as long as the treatment continued, this small reduction would quickly be nullified. That's good. Shizuku nodded, believing Germain's words. She wasn't a naive person, but she didn't think Germain would deceive her. Bisky, holding the blue mineral the size of a glass bead, looked at it repeatedly in the flickering firelight, a little disappointed. Perhaps in terms of practical value, nameless stone is a rare treasure, but in terms of color and aesthetics, it doesn't make it onto my gemstone ranking. She handed the nameless stone to Germain. Am I also corrupted? Has my taste become too high because I've obtained 3 types of hope? Germain also examined the nameless stone in his hand. He had to admit, it wasn't beautiful, but the energy contained within the mineral was enough to outweigh its other flaws. Then, Morel expressed his inner concern. Since it's an egg laid after the mating of the crack of joy and the stealing tongue, will we inadvertently hatch it? If nurturing beast pap hatches, it would be harder for us to utilize the electricity they emit. Probably not. Jing pointed to the underground cave. The eggs were laid here, partly for protection, and partly for hatching. The environment here is dark and damp, full of cold stones, and the nerves that transmit electricity. All in all, it probably needs all elements to be present for it to hatch. Otherwise, given the quantity of eggs the stealing tongue lays at once, if all eggs could hatch, the entire Perilous Mountains should have been filled with nurturing beast pap by now. As long as we're careful not to create such a hatching environment for nameless stone, simply putting it in water should be fine. Jing's deduction was very reasonable, and everyone nodded in agreement. Germain returned the last nameless stone to Shizuku, and Shizuku had Blinky swallow it. Everyone rested by the bonfire for another half an hour. It wasn't until the dark crown on Germain's head disappeared and his contempt armor fell off that they extinguished the bonfire and prepared to return. Before leaving the underground cave, Germain looked back, taking a final glance at the ruins. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, the crack of joy and the stealing tongue could be continuously reborn as long as the conditions were met. After their rebirth, all the anomalies in the Perilous Mountains would return to their original state. However, this was not a concern for the exploration team. They returned along the original path, their concern was the entanglement with the monsters. Surprisingly, unlike their arrival, the journey back from the underground cave to the mountain top entrance was almost smooth sailing, encountering very little obstruction. They didn't encounter even a single nurturing beast pap. It was highly likely that as soon as the crack of joy and the stealing tongue fell, they sensed it and fled, hiding away. All that remained were the underground monsters, dazed from the loss of the Fatal Delight's stimulation. Most monsters, after losing the Fatal Delight, would regain some rationality, knowing to seek advantages and avoid harm, and would no longer pester these terrifying invaders. However, there were also a very few frenzied ones who, having lost their joy, acted as if they had lost everything, attacking all living and dead things around them indiscriminately. The exploration team, merely passing by, would also be attacked by these violent monsters. But their violence was meaningless. Their withered limbs already weakened their combat power, and moreover, they were facing the exploration team, which had eliminated the 2 major bosses of the Perilous Mountains. The monsters were cleared, and the path ahead was clear. When the exploration team members bathed in daylight again, it was already dusk. The blood-red glow painted them layer after layer, like a magnificent battle robe of triumph. Having acquired another hope, and having obtained it after resolving a more dangerous calamity, their satisfaction and joy reached their peak at this moment. This joy was something Fatal Delight could never provide. After walking for another hour, the exploration team returned to their temporary stronghold beneath the axe-hewn stone cliff, reuniting with Knuckle, Menchi, and Sanbika, who had remained there. Their safe return was welcomed by Knuckle, Menchi, and Sanbika. At the same time, the exploration team shared their joy with the trio. At this moment, the relationship between the 8 members of the post team was undoubtedly the most harmonious and close. Knuckle, Menchi, and Sanbika merely passed the nameless stone to each other, observing it for a while before returning it to Shizuku. Germain, however, took a nameless stone and dropped it into the water to test it. As a result, after a short while, everyone saw it flickering with blue electrical arcs in the water, showing no signs of stopping. If left unchecked, the nameless stone would likely dissipate all its electricity freely in the water. Morel manipulated his smoke hand to retrieve the nameless stone from the water, then tossed it into the sand nearby, where it rolled several times to keep its surface dry. After a good while, the nameless stone stopped discharging electricity and stabilized. After wiping the surface of the nameless stone clean, Blinky swallowed it again. The small experiment allowed everyone to confirm how the nameless stone should be preserved and used. As for the more intricate details, those would be left to the members of Greed Island. The next day, the post team spent an entire day searching the vast and treacherous perilous mountains to find the unique teleportation lantern that had first brought them there. They spent a night nearby before Germain activated the teleportation lantern. In truth, they were still somewhat apprehensive. After all, the last time, this teleportation lantern had dragged them into that eerie dark space. No one wanted to experience again the situation in the dark space that had plunged all of them into torment. They could endure the physical and mental pain brought by torment, but they did not like it. Only Germain was truly accustomed to it. Fortunately, this time, the teleportation lantern smoothly transported them back to the top of the ancient labyrinth's tower without any mishaps. Germain immediately checked what negative traits or disease he had acquired this time. Negative trait, nyctophobia. When the ambient light is below a certain threshold, the stress triggered by events will greatly increase. Negative trait, enthusiastic phenomenon, obsessed with supernatural phenomena. These were two negative traits that Germain would prioritize having Abengain or Hina clear for him upon returning to Greed Island. Disease, fluid imbalance, greatly reduces physique. Disease, severe cough, greatly reduces damage dealt to targets. Disease, diarrhea, greatly reduces evasion speed and physique. All three types of disease were easy to resolve, requiring only a cure-all herb injection at regular intervals. Clang, clang, clang. Morel struck the bronze bell at the top of the tower, quickly attracting the attention of Boera, who was guarding the castle. When he, like a ball of flesh, thumped his way to the top floor of the tower, he immediately embraced Morel with excitement and warmth. Upon seeing Menchi with one leg in a cast, Boera came over to inquire with concern. Boera only relaxed after learning that there was nothing serious. The theme of the celebration banquet that evening was, of course, the week-long journey through the perilous mountains. The main course was the nameless stone, while the delicious meals prepared by Menchi and Boera served as side dishes. They chatted and laughed throughout the night. The next day, Jing sought out Germain. I have a feeling, Jing said somewhat inexplicably, then explained, I might be about to step into the champion level. This was an unexpected yet reasonable development. Jing was originally one of the 5 non-users of the 6 continents personally appointed by Chairman Netero, very close to the champion level. It was just that Germain had unreasonably surpassed him. After experiencing the ancient labyrinth, grayish-white desert, and perilous mountains, although Jing was not the protagonist, the hardcore game strategy had already accumulated enough upgrade experience points. He was just one step away. That being said, I still haven't been able to cross the boundary. Jing sat casually on the sofa in front of Germain. I thought about it for a long time and thought of you. What about me? Germain asked while sipping tea. Your experience tells me that to become champion level, one must independently defeat a champion level opponent. Chairman Netero was probably in a similar situation. Germain nodded. So you plan to? Counting the time, the pain-loving bloodthirsty apostle is about to respawn. Jing's lips curved into a rather cruel smile. Indeed, the last time the pain-loving bloodthirsty apostle was killed was in December last year. Almost 3 months had passed in the blink of an eye. Jing pointed at Germain. I know you need to participate in killing the pain-loving bloodthirsty apostle to get a teleportation lantern, so I won't let you do nothing. At that time, you just need to strike one sword at the beginning, then stand aside and let me fight the pain-loving bloodthirsty apostle one-on-one. That way, it's 2 birds with 1 stone. Germain agreed. He had no reason to refuse. Helping Jing improve his combat power was of great benefit to him and the entire team. Thus, on March 24th, when the pain-loving bloodthirsty apostle respawned outside the castle, Germain only struck it once with his sword before retreating to the side. He, like the others, did not leave the battlefield. However, he was not entirely just observing like Shizuko and the others. More importantly, it was to prevent the pain-loving bloodthirsty apostle from destroying the castle. Fortunately, the existence of the tower made the pain-loving bloodthirsty apostle completely ignore the castle buildings surrounding it. Jing's fierce offensive further attracted all of the pain-loving bloodthirsty apostle's attention. He led the pain-loving bloodthirsty apostle to the edge of the mist wall, far from the castle, and then began to fight seriously. Choosing this location was, on one hand, to create space so he wouldn't worry about his attacks damaging the castle, and on the other hand, to select a new respawn point. After killing the pain-loving bloodthirsty apostle, its next respawn location would be where it died, which was the edge of the mist wall. This way, next time, they wouldn't need to deliberately lure the pain-loving bloodthirsty apostle here for combat. The time that followed was Jing's struggle with the pain-loving bloodthirsty apostle. To maintain his participation in the kill status, Germain would occasionally fire an inconsequential shot from his shotgun at the pain-loving bloodthirsty apostle. Everything else was left to Jing. And Jing did not disappoint everyone's expectations. He indeed defeated the pain-loving bloodthirsty apostle and successfully advanced to champion level. Germain could confirm this just from the emanating from Jing. Germain also received the gift he wanted, a teleportation lantern. With this, his available teleportation lanterns reached 4. Jing rarely roared with such passion. Bisky looked at this scene with some envy. I am older than both Germain and Jing, yet I've been stuck at master class for so many years. Sigh. Chairman Netero entered champion level at around my age, didn't he? Menchi, who was nearby, had already removed her cast and was only using a crutch. Although she was not an enhancement type Nen user, her self-healing ability was also very strong. She comforted, Bisky, believe in yourself, you can do it too. Bisky nodded. I don't doubt Shinjin Ryu, nor do I doubt my daily and yearly diligent practice. I'm just a little too expectant. I firmly believe that Shinjin Ryu is a difficult but ultimately victorious martial arts style. Bisky clasped her hands together, silently giving thanks for the past, present, and future that martial arts had brought her. She knew her transformation would come eventually. She was envious but willing to wait patiently. The pain-loving bloodthirsty apostle fell once more, the fog wall descended, and the ancient labyrinth returned to its usual calm order. The calm order here refers to the plant weapon gold silver ingot being active but all becoming consumables for the pain-loving bloodthirsty apostle's rebirth. They were basically unable to pose a threat to the Dark Continent Post team. The Dark Continent Post team harvested a total of 80 cure-all herbs from the lifeless corpses of the pain-loving bloodthirsty apostle, slightly more than last time. It seems that for a pain-loving bloodthirsty apostle that has not fully matured, the yield of cure-all herb from it should be within this range. Following this, Germain intentionally spent a considerable amount of time in the ancient labyrinth, and by extension, in the Dark Continent. This was also his longest stay in the Dark Continent to date. His main goal was to acquire at least 6 teleportation lanterns to ensure he could use the silver triangle twice consecutively before returning to Greed Island. It should be noted that the cooldown for the teleportation lantern has now reached 160 days. Upon returning to Greed Island, the cooldown will double to a terrifying 320 days, roughly a year. 6 teleportation lanterns were for contingencies, he had already obtained 4 and would complete his goal with 2 more. However, the acquisition rate for the teleportation lantern was originally not high, and since using the unique teleportation lantern, the drop rate has significantly decreased. Recently, Germain could confirm that the champion class demons he killed or participated in killing almost all dropped a teleportation lantern. If this pattern holds, Germain could entirely obtain the remaining 2 teleportation lanterns from the disease spreader, Stealing Tongue, and Crack of Joy. He informed the other members of the Dark Continent Post team of his thoughts and plans, asking for their opinions and suggestions. After deliberation, everyone agreed to the plan. So, while continuing to build the castle and expand their activity range beyond the ancient labyrinth, they silently awaited the disease spreader's rebirth point. In fact, the disease spreader's rebirth point is very vague and can only be estimated. The last time it was killed was on January 22nd of this year, and the average time required for rebirth is 3 months, so it should be reborn by the end of April. The exploration team would definitely set off early, guarding near the respawn point before the disease spreader's rebirth to eliminate the weakest disease spreader. They set the departure date for April 15th, heading to the grayish-white desert. This time, the exploration team members consisted of only 4 people, Germain, Bisky, Shizuku, and Morel. Such a lineup was actually overkill for a newly reborn disease spreader, so there was no need to add more personnel. The first 3 members were essentially indispensable. As for Morel's inclusion, it was primarily due to his keen interest in the grayish-white desert, the undying disease, and the disease spreader. Everyone decided to satisfy his curiosity. After arriving at the grayish-white desert on April 15th, the exploration team waited until May 8th for the disease spreader to be reborn. After a series of skilled and coordinated battles, everyone cruelly hunted down the disease spreader, and all the objectives of this journey were accomplished. Killed the disease spreader, complete. Harvested 35 alchemy plants, complete. Obtained 1 teleportation lantern, complete. Satisfied Morel's curiosity, complete. Thus, the next day, the exploration team returned to the ancient labyrinth via the unique teleportation lantern. If there was any imperfection in this journey, it was naturally the restriction and vow that Germain had to bear. Because he used the unique teleportation lantern twice, Germain acquired 1 type of negative trait and 1 type of disease. Negative trait, slow reaction, body reaction and movement speed decreased. Disease, hemophilia, bleeding resistance halved, making it quite easy to bleed uncontrollably. Actually, hemophilia wasn't too bad, it quickly disappeared after a shot of cure-all herb injection. Slow reaction was more troublesome, there was no exorcist in the ancient labyrinth, so he could only deal with it after returning to Greed Island. Fortunately, Germain's champion physique was sufficient to offset the adverse effects of slow reaction. However, his negative trait count had now reached 5 types, and he would likely contract more before returning to Greed Island. This was the price he had to pay. At the same time, the castle built around the tower was finally completely finished. The tower remained the tallest structure, while the castle was only 4 or 5 stories high, significantly shorter. Every Dark Continent Post team member now had their own independent room, and the furniture was essentially all in place. If one disregarded the plant weapon gold silver ingot wandering in the ancient labyrinth, this place was entirely a magnificent castle built in the suburbs. Everyone also began using nameless stone to provide electricity inside the castle, though they used a rather direct and crude method. The Moose Centaur tribe also provided a large amount of manpower and material resources in the construction of the castle. Their reward was the ability to trade various strange artifacts from the human tribe at a discounted price. Among them, cure-all herb, alchemy plant, and nameless stone were certainly the most popular with the Moose Centaur tribe. Don Freaks once traded cure-all herb and alchemy plant with the Moose Centaur tribe. This marked the beginning of his century-long friendship with the Moose Centaur tribe. They were certainly no strangers to cure-all herb and alchemy plant. However, the fact that Germain and the others could continuously obtain so much still astonished them greatly. The Moose Centaur tribe had never even seen such a miraculous ore as nameless stone. The elders of the tribe had only heard Don Freaks describe it once or twice, and now they finally saw the real thing. In short, the trade between the ancient Labyrinth Castle and the Moose Centaur tribe became increasingly close as a result. The Moose Centaur tribe also did not forget the task Germain and the others had entrusted to them to collect various Dark Continent racial scripts. However, ordinary collection methods were still too difficult. The Dark Continent was simply too vast, and even the various settlements of the small species demi-human were separated by great distances. Fortunately, they soon brought good news: the small demi-human Watch Alliance was about to hold its annual conference. The Moose Centaur tribe invited Germain and the others to send representatives to attend the conference with them. On May 13th, Sarah, the most valiant warrior of the Moose Centaur tribe, personally brought this important news to ancient Labyrinth Castle with the tribe's merchant team. Everyone was happy to travel with the Moose Centaur tribe, so they discussed their representatives in the meeting hall. "I'll go." Don Freaks still had his usual lazy demeanor. He leaned back against the creaking chair, his hands clasped behind his head, and his chin perpetually covered in stubble. He was too lazy to shave daily. "It's better if I lead this time." Everyone looked on, eager to hear Don Freaks' explanation. If the rules of ancient labyrinth and grayish-white desert also apply to perilous mountains, then the crack of joy and stealing tongue, which perished in March, will be reborn next month. Bisky frowned, understanding Don Freaks' meaning. Then it's very likely to conflict with the timing of the small demi-human Watch Alliance conference. If we don't deal with them when they are weakest after rebirth, the difficulty of defeating them will gradually increase later. Yes. I think, to go to perilous mountains again, the best candidates this time are Germain, Bisky, Morel, and Shizuku. Everyone had seen how much Germain had to pay to send a large group of people to perilous mountains and make several round trips. What's more, frequently using the unique teleportation lantern might pull him into the dark space again, which was something no one wanted to see. For now, a 4-person elite exploration team was the most practical choice. Therefore, when Don Freaks quietly suggested that this exploration team be streamlined to a 4-person group, everyone tacitly agreed, and no one raised any objections. Knuckle, Menchi, Boera, and Sanbika were also willing to serve as post-team members stationed at ancient Labyrinth Castle. Germain looked at Don Freaks, who had once again played the bad cop for him. Don Freaks just smiled at Germain's gaze and continued. "Excluding others, I am the best candidate to attend this small demi-human Watch Alliance conference. From what I know, many demi-humans are very dissatisfied with our group, which suddenly appeared here and established a foothold. Especially those lizardmen who always try to rob our trade routes. Quite a few of their members have died at our and the Moose Centaur's hands. The lizardmen have clearly violated the small demi-human Watch Alliance pact, but they haven't been punished, which can only mean the alliance is corrupt to an unbearable extent." Don Freaks clenched his fist. "I think I can make them sober up a bit, which will also facilitate our expansion in the Dark Continent later." He had only recently been promoted to champion class non-user and was looking for a suitable group to test the deterrent power he could wield. Of course, this wasn't his only goal. At the same time, I can try to get to know more demi-humans and obtain more Dark Continent racial scripts from them. Besides that, I also have a selfish motive. I think I might be able to inquire about Don Freaks from them. If that's the case, Knuckle suddenly interjected in a gruff voice, "Don Freaks, I'll go with you." "You?" Don Freaks looked at Knuckle with some surprise. Knuckle, with his pompadour, sat up straight and explained. "You need a helper, and I don't serve much purpose staying in ancient Labyrinth Castle. I might as well follow you and go on this trip." He had played a significant role in the construction of ancient Labyrinth Castle, working from dawn till dusk, shirtless, moving various heavy stones and wood. After the castle was built, Knuckle became idle, spending most of his time wandering the forest outside ancient Labyrinth and interacting with the surrounding wild beasts. It's true that Knuckle's personality allowed him to become good friends with many mild-tempered wild beasts. In this regard, Knuckle set an example, and everyone indeed did not want a situation where they were surrounded by enemies in the future. If Knuckle could distinguish which beasts were highly aggressive, meaning ferocious, which ones could coexist peacefully if not provoked, and which were gentle and timid, it would be of great benefit to everyone's future activities. Overall, he wasn't useless in ancient Labyrinth Castle, at least, he could record and supplement the beast chapter in the New World Travelogue. However, now that there was an opportunity to travel far and encounter more strange and unique beasts along the way, Knuckle was very happy to go. Partnering with Don Freaks and the Moose Centaur warriors for the journey would also be a good travel experience for Knuckle's combat power improvement. Morel said with relief, "If that's the case, I support you." Knuckle was very happy that his teacher supported him. He had no immediate plans to leave the Dark Continent, his goal, of course, being to hone himself and fulfill the mission of a beast hunter. However, Morel was different. After once again defeating the 2 champion-class demons in perilous mountains, he would return to Greed Island with Germain. Knuckle and Don Freaks, after attending the small demi-human Watch Alliance conference, would most likely not return to ancient Labyrinth until early to mid-July. Germain, Shizuku, and Morel, after another expedition to perilous mountains, would return to ancient Labyrinth in mid to late June, and then teleport back to Greed Island. This time, they were familiar with the route and knew the weaknesses and attack patterns of the Crack of Joy and Stealing Tongue like the back of their hand. What's more, they would be at their weakest right after rebirth, so this time it certainly wouldn't take long. So, if all went well, they would most likely miss the chance to meet. Morel could propose waiting in ancient Labyrinth until Don Freaks and Knuckle returned, meeting once, and then they would teleport back to Greed Island. However, firstly, it was unknown exactly when Don Freaks and Knuckle would return, and secondly, there was no need for such sentimentality between men. Even so, thinking of this, both master and disciple felt a bit sad. This meant that after this parting, it would be a long time before they could see each other again. The more this was the case, the more Morel wanted to let go of Knuckle. He believed his disciple was already capable of standing on his own. Thus, the representatives sent from Ancient Labyrinth Castle were confirmed to be Don Freaks and Knuckle. The two of them would return to the Moose Centaur tribe with Sarah and would soon set off, heading east. The small Demi-Human Watch Alliance conference would be held in early June and conclude in mid-June, and the conference location was still quite far from here. They would need to cross mountains and valleys to get there, so it was best to depart now. Meanwhile, Germain and the others would quietly wait until early June to form their exploration team of him, Bisky, Morel, and Shizuku, and once again head to perilous mountains. They would take their lives while they were weak. Thank you to the readers for your subscriptions, monthly passes, and recommendation tickets. Modifications have been made to negative trait and disease in chapter 362 of the previous text. The year 1999 was already half over in the blink of an eye, and as the millennium drew closer, many sensational doomsday rumors spread widely. On his journeys by taxi, airship, and train, Kurapika always heard similar rumors circulating among the chattering passengers. He didn't believe such lies in the slightest and always treated them with cold indifference. However, his two companions were different, they seemed to take it quite seriously. Killua and Gon were a few years younger than him and still in a period of youthful, naive thought. Gon's birth in a remote area was one thing, but even Killua, despite being from the Zaldik family and constantly moving through the shadows, still lacked Kurapika's experience. Since learning the nobility, Kurapika had successively followed Germain, Melody, and Wing. They were all extremely excellent nin users, and Kurapika's time with them greatly broadened his own horizons. Killua and Gon, however, were not like that, they still possessed a childlike innocence, especially Gon. While eating the chocolate candy Killua recommended and loved most, they would enthusiastically discuss what they should do when the various Millennium Doomsday crises arrived. What they talked about most eagerly was how to build a fortress in the apocalypse, where they would be the two kings of the fortress. The two boys even promised Kurapika that they would let him in when the time came, to which Kurapika could only give a helpless smile. Kurapika would occasionally participate in these discussions, but mostly for Gon and Killua's sake. The three of them, along with Leorio, who had already left, were very compatible, and Kurapika didn't want to harm this hard-won friendship. In fact, the three of them had already left Heaven's Arena more than a month ago. Of course, they only left Heaven's Arena after fulfilling their respective agreements with teacher Germain. Turning back time. In February, Kurapika's first match in Heaven's Arena earned him the privilege of direct promotion to the 190th floor. Kurapika didn't want to waste too much time below the 200th floor, so he deliberately displayed his inability. The referee, of course, could tell at a glance that Kurapika was an user, and a very strong one at that, with considerable experience in inability combat. In fact, keeping him on any floor below the 200th would be unfair to the other contestants. The reason he wasn't directly promoted to the 200th floor was that the referee intended to observe and buffer a bit. As a result, Kurapika easily won his subsequent matches and steadily ascended to the 200th floor. Of course, many people would consider this to be a fix. They couldn't see anything outstanding about this young man with ear-length golden hair. Unless they personally encountered it, it was hard to understand how the seemingly light ring chains could knock down an opponent as strong as an ox with a single blow. However, when Kurapika began his first match on the 200th floor and won, all doubts were swept away. Everyone knew that above the 200th floor, there were no pushovers, no luck. Teacher was right. Kurapika couldn't help but recall what Germain had told him earlier. When you reach a stage that people cannot imagine or attain, all the previous jealousy and resentment towards you will transform into fervent adoration. This is how Kurapika gained his first batch of fans in Heaven's Arena. Although he didn't need them, afterwards, whenever he had a match, there would always be a fixed group of people who came to watch, bet, cheer, and ask for autographs. Such people grew in number. Kurapika's matches on the 200th floor were not entirely smooth sailing. He won a considerable number of matches, but he also lost 2 matches at one point, leaving him with only 2 more losses before his win count would reset and be recalculated. Fortunately, he withstood the stress. The healing thumb chain among the ring chains provided terrifying endurance. The stealing four-finger chain, chain jail, dowsing chain, and judgment little finger chain, on the other hand, worked wonders. His current ring chains were not designed to target the phantom troop or to create a restriction in vow by sacrificing his own life. Its power was certainly not as strong as in the original storyline, but its advantage lay in its comprehensiveness and sustainable development. The ability combinations of the ring chains were ever-changing, and Kurapika often released smokescreens to confuse the public, making it difficult for other competitors to discern his true nin ability. Many people still think he is a manipulation-type nin ability user. Coupled with the fact that his combat power had already advanced from brave level to elite level through the high-intensity training on the 200th floor. This terrifying and calm young man finally achieved a record of 10 wins and 2 losses in Heaven's Arena, earning him the opportunity to challenge the floor master of Heaven's Arena. That was a tough battle that took place in late April. Kurapika was once suppressed by the floor master and seemed on the verge of defeat, so he finally had to use his Scarlet Eyes. During the duration of the Scarlet Eyes, Kurapika's combat power was forcibly elevated to master class. This life-consuming method allowed him to achieve ultimate victory in the fastest possible time. The defeated floor master left in a daze, while Kurapika, looking a bit disheveled, ascended to the position of the new floor master. At this point, he had fulfilled his agreement with Germain. He could now go to Greed Island and join Germain's team. However, Kurapika finally decided to wait. Because Gon and Killua had also reached the 200th floor in March, not far from fulfilling their agreement with Germain. Their agreement had two conditions, one of which was to become a floor master like Kurapika, and the other was to achieve 3 wins on the 200th floor. After witnessing Kurapika's arduous battle, Gon and Killua also understood that becoming a floor master with their current strength was too difficult, so they chose the first option. They fully utilized the 90-day battle preparation period on the 200th floor, during which they followed Wing, learned the basics of Nin ability, and then began to participate in matches. Later, in mid-May, Killua and Gon each achieved 3 wins on the 200th floor, fulfilling their agreement with Germain. This also meant that they were about to be promoted from apprentice level to brave level. Even Kurapika marveled at such talent. They had mastered Nin ability in a much shorter time than he had, truly worthy of being the sons of Sylvazaldik and Jing Freaks. Kurapika had waited until now, intending to go to Greed Island with the very compatible Gon and Killua. Seeing them fulfill their agreement with their teacher, Kurapika was genuinely happy. Afterward, Killua suddenly challenged Kurapika. It couldn't really be called sudden, he had always been bothered by his crushing defeat to Kurapika during the Hunter exam. On the 200th floor, Killua, in order to learn an ability, was unable to fight Kurapika and then saw Kurapika become a floor master. Now that he possessed new combat power and ability, he naturally wanted to test how much the gap between him and Kurapika had narrowed. Kurapika was slightly surprised but still agreed. Contestants on the 200th floor of Heaven's Arena needed to achieve 10 wins to challenge the floor master. Killua clearly did not meet the challenge requirements, so Kurapika and Killua chose another venue for their fight. Thus, Killua once again fought Kurapika, but to his great disappointment, he suffered another crushing defeat. Killua knew he would lose, but he didn't expect to lose so badly again. It was as if the gap in combat power between him and Kurapika hadn't narrowed at all despite learning an ability. This was because Kurapika was also getting stronger, and Killua actually knew the reason, but it only made his head ache worse. His goal was not just Kurapika, but also his older brother Illumi, who was stronger than Kurapika, and Germain, who was even stronger than Illumi. Killua still had such a significant power gap with Kurapika. So when would he be able to completely break free from Illumi's control, and when would he be able to challenge Germain? After losing to Kurapika, Killua asked Wing, who taught him an ability, how to defeat Kurapika, Illumi, and Germain. Actually, everything I can teach you, I have taught you, Wing replied calmly, with his hands behind his back. With your aptitude, catching up to Kurapika and Illumi should just be a matter of hard work and time. Then, he showed a bitter smile. As for Germain, you can continue to train with him as your goal, this will certainly be of immense benefit to you. But as for how to defeat and surpass him, that is not a question I can answer. I believe that in the entire 6 continents, very few people can answer that question. Killua swallowed, once again realizing that Germain's strength was probably not just the concept of much stronger than Illumi that he had previously thought. Germain and Illumi were very likely not on the same level at all, perhaps even much stronger than his own family elders. At once, Killua understood the strange attitude of his elders when Germain visited their home, and their solemnity in entrusting him to Germain. The elders of his family, Wing and Kurapika's reticence gave him a chilling sense of dread, and at the same time, he sincerely looked forward to meeting Germain again. Germain had left them here for several months and had not shown up again, no one knew where he had gone, not even his disciples knew his whereabouts. Killua then asked Wing, after all, Germain had entrusted him to Wing for temporary care. Wing again showed his familiar bitter smile. He did have an idea where Germain had gone, but he couldn't say, so he casually brushed it off. Looking at Killua's confused expression, Wing sighed inwardly. I understand this feeling, because my teacher, and my teacher's teacher, also had such a demeanor, appearing and disappearing like a dragon. It took Kite several years to finally find Jing Freaks to complete his apprenticeship. For people like Knuckle, Shoot, Palm, and Zushi, having their teacher by their side, teaching them hands-on for most of the year, was actually quite fortunate. Gon watched the entire match between Kurapika and Killua, feeling sorry for Killua's defeat. However, he also understood that the current Kurapika was not an opponent they could defeat. He comforted Killua. However, Killua had his hands clasped behind his head, feigning an expression of I lost, I don't care. What Killua truly thought inside, only he himself knew. Afterward, Gon told Kurapika and Killua some good news about Leorio. Since entering Heaven's Arena, they had never broken contact with their friend. However, both Gon and his 2 companions, as well as Leorio, were very busy, so they usually called each other once a week. Leorio had just called Gon to tell him that he had pretty much confirmed his acceptance into Varn Medical University. When everyone parted ways in February, Germain had given Leorio a letter of introduction, allowing him to meet Dr. Li of Varn Medical University and become her disciple. Afterward, Dr. Li supervised Leorio's preparations for the entrance exam to Varn Medical University while also teaching him an ability. Leorio had recently completed the exam, and based on the estimated scores, it was almost certain that he would be able to enter Varn Medical University and officially become Dr. Li's student. He specifically called Gon to excitedly share this good news. However, his progress in learning an ability was far slower than his medical knowledge. His progress was the slowest among the 4. Since entering Varn Medical University was no longer an issue, Leorio would be able to fully dedicate himself to learning the nobility in the coming period. Kurapika and Killua were both happy for Leorio and subsequently sent him congratulatory text messages. Leorio's reply to Killua's message was thank you, but his reply to Kurapika contained an additional paragraph. Thank you very much to your teacher, Mr. Germain, whose letter of introduction helped me immensely. Otherwise, I certainly wouldn't have had the chance to meet Dr. Li, and even if I had, she wouldn't have been able to teach me in her busy schedule, let alone have the opportunity to get into Varn Medical University now. I don't have Mr. Germain's contact information, please convey my sincere gratitude to him on my behalf. Once I complete my studies, I will definitely find a way to repay him. Leorio was very clear whose influence Dr. Li was initially considering when she agreed to meet him. He was not the kind of person who forgot kindness. After reading Leorio's text message, Kurapika showed a bitter smile similar to Wing's. The problem is, I can't contact my teacher either. However, he made a mental note that if he ever had the chance to see Germain, he would definitely deliver Leorio's message. While Kurapika, Killua, Gon, and Leorio were enjoying smooth sailing, Zushi, who was also at Heaven's Arena, found himself in a difficult and awkward situation. He had a high win rate on the 200th floor, but he had never managed to achieve 10 wins before 4 losses, so he never had the chance to challenge a floor master like Kurapika. This made Zushi very envious of Kurapika, and at the same time, he felt very frustrated. He had actually started learning the nobility about a week earlier than Kurapika last year, and more than half a year earlier than Gon and Killua. But, look at the results now. Kurapika's combat power now far surpassed his, and he even successfully became a floor master of Heaven's Arena. Killua and Gon also successively reached the 200th floor, achieving a 100% win rate with 3 wins. Of course, such a 100% win rate was because they only fought 3 matches and would not fight anymore, they were not very interested in becoming floor masters. Zushi, however, had to stay in Heaven's Arena and continue to challenge to become a floor master. But, Killua and Gon had their combat power raised to such a level in less than half a year, which Zushi couldn't help but marvel at. And these exceptionally talented individuals Kurapika, Killua, and Gon were all discovered and brought to Heaven's Arena by the same person, Mr. Germain. Zushi also had to admire Mr. Germain's precise judgment. Although Killua and Gon had family bloodline factors, if you trace back, who among their ancestors didn't produce strong individuals? Ultimately, it was the unworthy descendants of those strong individuals who ruined the bloodline. Killua and Gon were clearly not among them. They were examples of individuals with bloodline, talent, firm will, and diligence. It was one thing that Kurapika was a few years older than him, but Killua and Gon were the same age as him. Zushi watched helplessly as they, with the help of their talent, closed the gap with him within a few months. This was truly a terrifying and stressful experience. It also almost broke Zushi at one point. Wing, at this moment, keenly noticed the change in his disciple's state of mind, smiled slightly, and stepped forward to patiently advise him. Zushi, don't be discouraged. Your aptitude is definitely at a genius level among your peers, it's just that those 3 are geniuses among geniuses, and you happen to meet all 3 of them at the same time. This will create a large sense of disparity for you, but don't be discouraged. You are definitely among the top tier of your peers. As your teacher, I am very confident of this. There's a reason they possess such talent and strength. Kurapika is a disciple chosen by Germain, Killua is the most talented child of the Zaldik family, and Gon is the son of Jing Freaks, one of the world's 5 great nin users. So, don't worry, Shinjin-Ryu has been proven by our predecessors to be a path where as long as you work hard, you will surely achieve corresponding results. Don't doubt yourself, and don't doubt Shinjin-Ryu. Under Wing's patient comfort, Zushi finally felt much better, and then he became curious. Master, Zushi asked his teacher, we follow Shinjin-Ryu, so what style do they follow? Wing adjusted his thin-rimmed glasses, thought for a moment, and replied. Killua and Gon learned an ability from me, so they can be considered Shinjin-Ryu. As for Kurapika, as far as I know, he follows blood origin style, proposed by Germain. Zushi asked in surprise, are there any differences between them? The difference lies in the single character difference between heart and blood, Wing said. We believe that martial arts growth requires cultivating the heart first, while Germain believes that martial arts growth involves breaking through limits in bloody combat. Oh. So, which style is stronger? Zushi blinked his naive big eyes. I cannot say which is superior or inferior, only whether it is suitable. Zushi, your personality and Gon's are more suited to Shinjin-Ryu, while Kurapika and Killua are clearly more suited to blood origin style. However, whether it's Shinjin-Ryu or blood origin style, their starting points are largely similar, and they ultimately lead to the same destination. Under Wing's explanation, Zushi nodded, half understanding. Then, after learning that Kurapika, Killua, and Gon were about to leave Heaven's Arena together, Wing specifically came forward and said to Killua and Gon. Congratulations, you have passed the final stage of the Pro Hunter exam. I hope you will create your own brilliance on the path of a Pro Hunter in the future. So, we must part ways now. Kurapika had previously mentioned the concept of the final stage to Killua and Gon. Therefore, when Killua and Gon were brought to Heaven's Arena by Germain and learned an ability under Wing's guidance, they already had a suspicion in their hearts. Now, hearing Wing confirm it personally, Killua and Gon were both surprised and delighted, even though they had guessed correctly. Only then did the sadness of leaving Heaven's Arena and parting with Wing and Zushi set in. However, all good things must come to an end. After leaving Heaven's Arena, their next stop was not Greed Island, but Gon's hometown Whale Island. Gon was already eager to tell his favorite Aunt Mito everything that had happened from the Pro Hunter exam to the final trial at Heaven's Arena. Of course, there was also news about Jing. Kurapika and Killua were naturally happy to go back with him for a visit. Kurapika was very interested in the place where the famous Jing lived in his childhood. Killua, on the other hand, simply wanted to go to Whale Island to play with Gon. Upon arriving at Whale Island, Jing's cousin Mito and Gon's great-grandmother warmly welcomed Kurapika and Killua, making them feel as at home as possible. After all, Whale Island was too small and too remote, and Gon only had one little girl as a playmate his age. Now, Gon brought 2 friends to visit, which made Mito and the great-grandmother very happy. Making friends and traveling with friends was what Mito and the great-grandmother wanted to see, not embarking on the path of a pro hunter that filled them with fear. However, Gon had already set out on his journey, and his 2 friends were also companions on this path, so Mito couldn't say much to dissuade him. At the same time, seeing the more composed Kurapika and Killua, she also felt a sense of relief, thinking that with them accompanying Gon, he shouldn't get into any trouble. Subsequently, Gon recounted many things that had happened over the past 6 months. Mito, with her short orange hair, listened with great interest, but as soon as Jing was mentioned, her face lengthened, and her expression became very displeased. There was nothing she could do, she held a great prejudice against Jing. This was evident from her willingness to risk remaining unmarried for life just to take Gon's custody from Jing. Jing had brought Gon back to Whale Island that year to entrust him to the great-grandmother's care. But Mito, who was still very young at the time, directly took on the responsibility of raising Gon from then on and angrily cursed Jing, telling him never to come back. She had only said it in anger at the time, knowing she couldn't prevent a father and son from reuniting, but she never expected that Jing truly never returned. This made Mito even more furious. Mito couldn't imagine what Gon would have become if he had grown up under Jing's care back then. In the years that followed, she poured almost all her love into Gon, disregarding all her suitors. Mito did not marry, nor did she plan to marry. It was a pity that even by raising Gon in an environment far from Jing, Gon ultimately chose to follow in his father's footsteps. Mito couldn't help but sigh about fate. Although she felt very displeased when Gon mentioned Jing, she eventually couldn't help but soften and handed Gon a box that Jing had left there. Only then did Gon realize that the clues about his father had been quietly lying just a few meters from his bedroom all along. However, he was not angry about Aunt Mito's concealment. He understood Aunt Mito and had long regarded her as his own mother. Aunt Mito was just afraid that knowing about Jing's existence would hurt him. After all, her previous narrative had always been that Gon's parents died in an accident, not that they abandoned him. Afterward, Gon infused Nen into the box, thereby unlocking the seal, and obtained 3 items Jing had left there: a ring, a game cartridge, and a cassette tape. Kurapika recognized at a glance that the ring and game cartridge were the admission tickets to Greed Island. After hearing Kurapika's explanation, Gon finally understood what Germain had meant by those words. He said, "Gon, if you truly want to see me, your unqualified father, come find me in a certain place. To know where that place is, you first need to learn an ability and then find a way to a place called Greed Island. Search for yourself, Jing should have left you enough clues." It turned out that Jing had indeed left clues pointing to Greed Island. Gon was very excited, and only after Killua's reminder did he remember to listen to the contents of the cassette tape. In the tape recorder, Gon heard his father's voice for the first time. Jing's words were largely similar to what Germain had conveyed, also telling Gon to find him and catch him. Afterward, Jing mentioned Gon's mother, but Gon immediately pressed the stop button on the tape recorder. He felt that who his birth mother was didn't matter, Aunt Mito was his mother. And the cassette tape quickly self-destructed under the influence of Nen, so who Gon's mother was is now only known by Jing and a very few others. Kurapika and Killua looked at the destroyed cassette tape with regret, but Gon himself was very satisfied. Afterward, they stayed on Whale Island for nearly another month. Gon took Kurapika and Killua sightseeing around the island and also met up with his childhood playmate. Kurapika could tell that Gon's childhood playmate, a girl with orange pigtails, seemed to have feelings for Gon. However, neither Gon nor Killua noticed this emotion. Coupled with the shy nature of the orange-haired girl, Kurapika didn't point it out. After almost a month, they left Whale Island, intending to find a way to Greed Island. And Kurapika was certainly the most knowledgeable about how to enter. Kurapika looked at Gon and Killua's expectant eyes, muttering to himself. "I can enter directly, but Greed Island will most likely not allow Gon and Killua to pass. Rizzo will certainly faithfully perform his duty and expel them, even if one is Jing's son and the other is the teacher's charge. Since that's the case, we can only use the normal entry method." After Kurapika figured out the key points, he pointed to the ring and game cartridge Jing left for Gon and said, "They are the key. Gon already has a ring and a game cartridge, and I also have a ring. Now, all we need is a special Greed Island game console and Killua's ring." Killua and Gon exchanged glances, then asked in confusion, "So where do we gather the remaining items?" Kurapika smiled, "I happen to know a place that has both a Greed Island game console and extra rings. They are in a mansion by a lake, a mansion located in a sea of trees on the European continent. The teacher took me there, and someone should still be managing it now." Killua and Gon immediately decided to go. This was why, on this mid-June day, the 3 of them traveled together to the gate of the mansion base that Bisky had bought. After returning from the Kaken Empire, Bisky and Kurapika had indeed left a Greed Island game console and several spare rings there. This mansion base was even one of several teleportation points that directly transported personnel from Greed Island to the European continent. The people living in this mansion now, responsible for hosting them, were naturally Greed Island staff. They had been sent here by Greed Island shortly after Kurapika, Gon, and Killua entered Heaven's arena, to be ready at any time. Even without explicit instructions, Germain and Duen had guessed Kurapika, Gon, and Killua's next move. And now, it was just as they had expected. Buzz. After a brief buzzing in his ears, Kurapika opened his eyes and found himself in a spherical palace covered with a silvery white network. This wasn't his first time experiencing Greed Island's teleportation, nor would it be his last. He was already very familiar with it. Killua and Gon had never tried such a magical teleportation journey, so Kurapika needed to show them the full steps on how to enter Greed Island. In the spherical palace, Kurapika unexpectedly saw Ida, one of the twins. Blue-eyed Ida sat on a suspended control panel, her silver medium-length hair covered by a blue mechanical hood, and a service-oriented smile always on her delicate face. Kurapika, long time no see, welcome back. Thank you. Kurapika hadn't interacted much with the twins, distinguishing them solely by their eye color and positions. Ida, has Germain returned? Not yet. Ida answered honestly and mechanically. Would you like me to leave a message for him? He'll see it as soon as he returns to Greed Island. Kurapika was slightly disappointed but still shook his head, saying, there's no need. I'll contact Germain later. This was the first time Germain had stayed on the Dark Continent for so long, which surprised Kurapika. Oh, right. Kurapika remembered the main topic. Gon, Jin's son, and Killua, the Zaldik family child, will be entering Greed Island after me. Ida finally made a slightly larger movement, she nodded. Yes, I see them queuing. I've already sent messages to Duen, List, and Riza. Then, Ida asked, Kurapika, do you want to use your administrator account or set up a new player account? Set up a new player account. I want to help Killua and Gon get through the beginner phase. Kurapika knew how disadvantaged new players were in the early stages of Greed Island Z. If he wanted to help Killua and Gon in the early game, he had to use a new player account. Using an administrator account was definitely not allowed, at least not temporarily. Ida smiled slightly, her fingers tapping the buttons on the control panel, making a clicking sound. Alright, it's all set up for you. So, without further ado, allow me to inform you about some updates to Greed Island Z new version. Kurapika hadn't been back to Greed Island for several months. The last time he was there, the new version of Greed Island was still in internal testing, but now it was fully released. In fact, he had been following the developments on Greed Island. Combining information from the Greed Island forum, Pro Hunter website, and his own observations, he knew what changes had occurred on Greed Island, but for now, he politely listened quietly. Ida first explained the expansion of the Greed Island Z cards deck, the addition of main and side quests, the increase in NPC quantity and interaction, and the defeat rule. Upon entering Greed Island Z, players start with 4,000 health points which can later be increased or decreased. Before a battle begins, at least one card must be wagered as a bet. The side with fewer than 10 magic book cards is protected, and other players cannot force a battle with them. During a battle, if one side's health points drop to 0, it is considered a defeat. The defeated party will be forcibly sent to Elena's spherical palace, and the wagered cards will belong to the victorious party after settlement. Red-eyed Elena was the other twin, originally responsible for Greed Island's exit. In Elena's spherical palace, the defeated party can choose to leave Greed Island Z or teleport to a teleportation point in Greed Island Z that the defeated party has activated, and their status will be reset. Similarly, if health points drop to 0 in Greed Island Z for any reason, the player will be forcibly sent to Elena's spherical palace. Kurapika knew why there was such a strange defeat rule. This was a new rule set by the administrators of Greed Island Z to prevent too many players from dying in this real game. 4,000 health points certainly far exceeded a player's near-death line. Being forcibly sent to Elena's spherical palace when health points dropped to 0 was actually a form of protection for them. After the protection period in Elena's spherical palace, defeated players had to make a choice. The defeated party could choose to leave Greed Island Z. This would prevent situations where players kept losing, unable to obtain the cards needed to leave Greed Island Z, and getting trapped on Greed Island for years. The defeated party could also choose to teleport to any activated teleportation point in Greed Island Z and have their status reset. Reset status meant health points restored to their original maximum and all abnormal statuses removed. However, it was possible that a victorious or defeated party might use a spell, magnetism, to pursue the other, wanting to continue a second battle. Therefore, players in Greed Island Z often acted in teams to avoid being bankrupted by someone who kept eating away at them. At the same time, they also had to be careful of third and fourth groups profiting from the sidelines, various tactics that they would have to decide based on the situation. Players could force a battle, and of course, there were also cards to force a refusal or disconnect from a battle. These all had to be obtained through the main and side quests in Greed Island Z. Ida then explained the red name player penalty. Despite the health points setting, there were still players who possessed truly lethal methods. This indicated that these players were intent on killing from the start. Such players would be branded with a red name, permanently expelled from the Greed Island Z game, and announced to all players. However, Greed Island Z would not impose any other penalties on red name players nor contact officials. Finally, Ida explained all the rules that needed immediate clarification to Kurapika. As for the more comprehensive and complete rules, they were listed in the player's manual, which players could check at any time by materializing their magic book. Kurapika, I hope you all have fun. Ida finally said to Kurapika, please enjoy the game we've created. Even Kurapika, who wasn't very familiar with Ida, sensed her genuine joy in that statement. I will. Kurapika replied and then walked out of the spherical palace. He descended a spiral stone staircase, marking his official entry into Greed Island Sea. Before he even stepped out of this brick building, which stood like a water tower, he saw 2 silver runes branded on the ground ahead. Kurapika had seen forum guides and knew that these were one of Greed Island C's newly added features, player advice. All players could see suggestive messages left by other online players on the nearby ground. Overall, the original intention of this system was for veteran players to help new players play the game faster and better, at least initially. Kurapika walked over and lightly stepped on one of them, and the player advice materialized before his eyes. Ahead lies a magnificent view, behold it. He looked up and saw a vast, seemingly endless green grassland, which was indeed grand and beautiful. Kurapika then checked the second player advice. No horses ahead, sprinting will be very useful. After liking both player advice messages, Kurapika pondered for a while, chin in hand, and then vigilantly gazed at the seemingly open, unobstructed grassland. After a while, Killua and Gon also left the spherical palace one after another and joined Kurapika. They were clearly very excited. Ida's explanation had fully stimulated their enthusiasm. However, both teenagers found it strange that Kurapika looked so solemn at the moment. Kurapika, what's wrong? Gon asked curiously. Nothing. Kurapika turned to them and said, next, we need to sprint all the way until we leave this dangerous area. Dangerous area? Killua and Gon immediately became serious. Is there danger here? Kurapika explained. Where we are standing now is still a safe zone. Once we leave, there will be no protection. Some veteran players might occasionally come here to tease new players. We don't have any cards yet, so they can't force a battle with us, but they can use spell cards to make us look foolish. In such a situation, all we need to do is sprint. Killua and Gon were eager to try, showing no signs of panic or fear. Thus, the 3 of them began their game journey in Greed Island Sea. June 14th, Dark Continent, Ancient Labyrinth, top floor of the castle tower. Purple patterns lit up, a lantern appeared, followed by 4 figures and 4 messenger imps emerging from between the light and shadows. After the messenger imps disappeared, Germain put away the lantern and checked what negative traits he had acquired during his round trip to the Perilous Mountains. Negative trait, Frail, reduces disease resistance, making it easier to contract diseases. Disease, Sloth Syndrome, greatly reduces the probability of producing virtue. As usual, Germain first gave himself a cure-all herb injection to clear the disease, Sloth Syndrome. As for the negative trait, Frail, he could only wait until he returned to Greed Island to figure out how to deal with it. Compared to other negative traits, Frail should rank quite high on his negative trait exorcism list. At this moment, Bisky, who was traveling with him, stretched her body, making cracking sounds. Shizuku squatted beside him, watching him with concern, like a kitten. Morel, on the other hand, rang the bronze bell at the top of the tower. Dong dong dong. This time, they had quite smoothly defeated the 2 champion-class demons located deep within the caves of the Perilous Mountains. Before this, they had patiently waited for a long time in the Perilous Mountains. The originally collapsed cave had been cleared day and night by nurturing beast pap, restoring a spacious environment. They voluntarily injected all their accumulated current into the ground, gradually awakening the stealing tongue and the crack of joy. The ultimate fate of the nurturing beast pap that did this was, naturally, to become mummified corpses. The first to be reborn was the stealing tongue. While it was weak, the 4 of them swarmed it and annihilated it again. A quarter of an hour later, the crack of joy was also reborn. At this point, Germain realized that their rebirth times were closely related to their death times, with a small but not significant error. So, Germain had Shizuku, Bisky, and Morel temporarily contend with the crack of joy. After delaying for an extra minute, they killed the weakened crack of joy. This way, the rebirth times of the crack of joy and the stealing tongue would be further staggered, which would be more beneficial for their next subjugation. However, they might not necessarily arrive before their rebirth next time, doing this was merely a precaution. Unfortunately, because the crack of joy and the stealing tongue did not copulate, no nameless stones were produced. Of course, their main objective for coming here was achieved. Germain had obtained 2 more teleportation lanterns. At the same time, they retrieved some nurturing beast pap remains, as well as body tissues from the stealing tongue and the crack of joy, and so on. They were stored in Shizuku's Blinky and would all be taken back to Greed Island. Upon returning to the ancient labyrinth, the group reunited with Menchi, Boera, and Sanbika, who had remained there. It was confirmed that neither the Moose Centaur representatives nor Jing and Knuckle had yet returned from the small demi-human vigilance assembly. They waited until the end of this month, June 30th. Even after the pain-loving bloodthirsty apostle had been reborn, Jing and Knuckle still hadn't returned. It seemed Jing and Knuckle would indeed only be able to return in July. With an understatement, Germain dealt with the pain-loving bloodthirsty apostle and obtained another teleportation lantern. This brought the number of spare teleportation lanterns he possessed to 8. At the same time, Shizuku and the others harvested 71 cure-all herbs from the pain-loving bloodthirsty apostle this time. The original plan was for Germain, Shizuku, and Morel to teleport back to Greed Island by now, without waiting for Jing and Knuckle. However, Germain saw that the teleportation lantern would cool down by July 25th, which sparked another idea. After July 25th, they could complete the teleportation without using the silver triangle and without consuming 3 spare teleportation lanterns. At least for now, his spare teleportation lanterns were still very scarce. So, he might as well wait another month. After all, it was only one more month. With such a legitimate reason, and Morel himself being very concerned about Knuckles' current situation, he reluctantly agreed to wait a little longer. Shizuku was indifferent to returning to Greed Island a month later, she could live her life just fine here anyway. After all, the two people she cared about most now, Germain and Bisky, were both here. Finally, on July 15th, Jing and Knuckle returned. They were travel-worn, their fatigue from the journey completely unconcealed, but they were quite surprised to see Germain, Shizuku, and Morel. "Why are you still here? I thought you all teleported back to Greed Island last month." Germain explained the reason, and Jing and Knuckle suddenly understood. "Tell us about your experiences on this trip," Germain asked. Everyone else also gathered around, very interested. Menchie's leg injury had long since healed, and she cooked a grand meal for Jing and Knuckle. Knuckle devoured his food, having no time to speak, so Jing had to recount their experiences of the past 2 months. Jing directly skipped over the arduous journey and difficulties, jumping straight to the small demi-human vigilance assembly. "To be honest, I'm very disappointed." Jing pouted, his chin, uncut for a long time, bore a beard resembling sideburns. The small demi-human vigilance assembly was just an assembly of dozens of small tribes, not as grand as I imagined. No powerful enemies appeared at the assembly, the strongest was merely master class, and his body was already ravaged by corruption. They disdained our existence and also intended to seek justice for the lizardmen, so we taught them what justice was with our fists. After I killed the alliance chairman, the remaining members scattered, then fearfully hoped that I would become the new chairman. I had no interest in that, so I pushed Sarah, who was with me, to become the chairman. This way, we could establish contact with dozens of demi-human tribes through the Moose Centaur tribe. Afterward, I began to gather information about Dawn Freaks, as well as various Dark Continent languages and scripts they knew. They knew nothing about Dawn Freaks, but they did give me a large collection of scripts from various races. Unfortunately, I compared them with the Western volume fragment, and none matched. However, no matter what, these languages and scripts are all very valuable. I still copied them all and brought them back. When you return to Greed Island, give them to Paihu. This was the experience of Jing and Knuckles' long journey. Although they did not achieve their most desired goal, there were many unexpected pleasant surprises. Controlling the assembly, contacting dozens of demi-human tribes, numerous languages and scripts, and the sights and sounds along the way, both Jing and Knuckle benefited greatly. And this journey also marked a considerable expansion of the relay station's scope of activity. Having demi-human tribes as footholds in every place within their range of activity would also make their future actions easier. Since Jing and Knuckle had returned safely, Germain and the others had no reason to remain in the ancient labyrinth. Before leaving, Morel asked Knuckle if he wanted to return to the 6 continents with him. Knuckle refused, this long journey had clearly made him bolder than before. He wanted to stay here with Jing, Bisky, and the others, taking advantage of their control over the small demi-human vigilance alliance to establish contact with more tribes and broaden his horizons. "Teacher, I still remember your expectations for me at the World Tree, in the East Gordo Republic. I will definitely become a beast hunter capable of standing on my own." Seeing this, Morel did not try to persuade him further. While marveling at Knuckle's growth, he made a pact with Knuckle to rendezvous on the Dark Continent later. When he returned to the 6 continents this time, barring any unforeseen circumstances, he would next come to the Dark Continent by sea with the Hunter Association exploration team. Thus, Germain, Shizuku, and Morel teleported back to Greed Island on July 26th. After nearly half a year on the Dark Continent, returning to the dungeon hall of Raimeru Castle, the three of them felt a moment of disorientation. What made them even more disoriented was that the person waiting for them at the teleportation point this time was Chairman Netero. A sliver of sunlight, like a golden thread, stitched itself onto Germain's closed eyelids through the incomplete gap in the curtains. The discomfort roused him. Once conscious, he stared at the light grey ceiling for a while before feeling the heavy, soft weight pressing down on his upper body. Shizuku was sprawled across his chest, which was covered in faded runic brands. Her clunky black-rimmed glasses were casually tossed on the bedside table, her sleeping face was languid, relaxed, and at ease. Her cheek rested against Germain's chest, making her mouth appear to pout slightly, revealing tiny teeth, truly an infant's sleep. Shizuku, smooth and slick all over, always gave Germain the feeling that if his fingers, placed on her back, applied even a little pressure, her skin would break. This always filled Germain with an ineffable sense of tenderness whenever he embraced Shizuku. He turned his head and glanced at the digital alarm clock on the bedside table, it read 9:02 a.m. It was time to get up. Germain knew he couldn't linger in the tender embrace, but he also couldn't bear to wake the deeply sleeping Shizuku. So he could only, bit by bit, gently move Shizuku aside, then withdraw himself and slip away from the bed. Fortunately, Shizuku was always quite relaxed and off guard when she slept with Germain. Even when she sensed Germain's movement, she only mumbled softly, reached out to hug the pillow beside her, rested her head on it, and continued to sleep without opening her eyes. Germain closed the frosted glass door of the washroom and stood before the large mirror, brushing his teeth while recalling the madness of Raimeru Castle the previous night. He, Shizuku, and Morel were like victorious generals returning from battle, and the nameless stone was like the head of an enemy king. Everyone in the entire castle celebrated their victory. The banquet attendees were all familiar faces, but there were also many unexpected yet understandable members present. A breathtaking feast prepared by Grandma Lin and her disciples almost turned the night into a sleepless one. Fortunately, Chairman Netero proactively called a halt to the young people's endless activities, fueled by their boundless energy and excitement. Only then did the celebratory banquet conclude. However, as the crowd dispersed, Chairman Netero quietly said to Germain, "Remember to wake up early tomorrow and come see me, I have something to discuss with you." Emerging from the washroom, Germain bumped into Shizuku, who seemed to have just woken up. She was only wearing an open-collared white shirt and close-fitting pink shorts, walking barefoot from the bedside. Whether she forgot or simply didn't want to, she still wasn't wearing her glasses, and her eyes were squinted into two downward-sloping lines. Even with her eyes squinted, Shizuku could approach Germain like a snake sensing warmth. She stretched out her hands, placed them on Germain's shoulders, then bent over, her rear sticking out, and her head drooping downwards, looking utterly sleep-deprived. Her shirt collar and magnificent snowy peaks were forced to yield to gravity, the latter exhibiting an astonishing, mochi-like curve. Of course, this was a sight Germain often saw, so it was nothing surprising. "Did I wake you? If you didn't sleep well, do you want to go back to bed for a little longer?" Germain asked with concern. Shizuku, still holding onto his shoulders in that bent-over posture, remained motionless, making him wonder if she had fallen asleep again. After a moment, her hazy voice came, wait a moment, just let me stay like this, just for a little while." Finally, 3 minutes later, Shizuku used Germain's shoulders for leverage and stood up. She opened her eyes and looked at Germain, then closed them again, yawned, and swayed her head as she entered the washroom. Germain leaned against the door and said, "I need to go see Chairman Netero, we arranged it last night. You go eat breakfast first." Shizuku, sitting on the toilet, responded weakly. Arriving at Chairman Netero's door, Germain had just raised his hand to knock when he heard Chairman Netero's voice from inside, "Come in, the door's unlocked." Based on Germain's experience, Chairman Netero must have known Germain was in the hallway and deliberately waited for Germain to make a move to knock before speaking. Chairman Netero enjoyed teasing those around him with various trivial matters, almost no one could escape his clutches. Germain pushed the door open. "You're earlier than I expected." Chairman Netero's pale long hair and beard, trimmed during the Chimera Ant Extermination War, had grown back. He stroked his beard with a smile, "Haha, I thought you and Shizuku would sleep until noon." By now, no one in Rimaru Castle and Ancient Labyrinth Castle was so obtuse as to be unaware of the relationship between Germain and Shizuku. Chairman Netero gestured for Germain to sit on the sofa and handed him a tin box filled with various preserved fruits. "Want some?" "Thank you." Germain picked a preserved plum that looked both salty and sweet, and put it in his mouth to suck on. It was indeed both salty and sweet. "I was inseparable from my wife back then, and only later did Beyond come along." Chairman Netero extended two fists towards Germain, "Martial arts and marriage, you must grasp both, and both must be firm." Germain wore an expression that clearly said, "If you don't get to the point, I'll just keep sucking on this plum and wait here, I'm very patient." Tisk, what a boring young man. Chairman Netero pouted, "Every time at moments like this, I can't help but miss Pariston, he always has a flash of inspiration on how to subtly mock my words." "Since you're working with Beyond, don't you have a chance to see your beloved Pariston?" Germain asked, mockingly. "I saw him once." Chairman Netero stood up, walked to a nearby desk, and started rummaging through it. He smiled and said, "I'm truly sorry to have disappointed Chairman Netero, but to be able to serve your son, I suppose we've made amends." Chairman Netero's tone when recounting was so lifelike, it was as if Pariston himself were standing there, speaking with that feigned refined demeanor and tone. Many people would be infuriated to death by his matter-of-fact tone, but the two present were not among them. "Sometimes, I can't do anything about this guy. His skin can be thick enough to shoot and kill someone right in front of me, and then calmly shove the gun into the dead person's hand, framing it as a suicide with no connection to him whatsoever." Chairman Netero found a stack of paper scrolls, held them in his hand, walked over, and tossed them onto the table. "Take a look." Germain opened them and saw, on the first page, several large, bolded words V6 member nations. His tongue stopped rolling the preserved plum. "You understand with just one look, right?" Chairman Netero sat back down on the adjacent sofa, his left hand reaching into his wide right sleeve, and his right hand into his wide left sleeve. Germain quickly read the contents of the scrolls while quietly listening to Chairman Netero's explanation. "This is the current situation after the world underwent dramatic changes in the several months since you left the 6 continents. The V5 member nations have become the V6 member nations. The Bijaras United Nations, Sahelta United States, Okama Federation, Mingbo Republic, Kyokanya Kingdom and the newly joined Kaken Empire, now form the new V6. The Kaken Empire originally harbored ambitions to join the V5, and King Nasubi even launched a forceful declaration, catching the V5 off guard, to lead all humanity in colonizing the Dark Continent. This gave the Kaken Empire an advantage in public opinion, and the Kaken Empire's strength and influence in all aspects also prevented the V5 from underestimating it." Germain had already turned to the relevant paragraphs, where King Nasubi and Beyond's speeches from that worldwide live broadcast were transcribed. They were quite ambitious. Chairman Netero chuckled a few times and continued. To salvage the gradually deteriorating situation, the V5 was forced to incorporate the Kaken Empire, transforming into the V6, and demanded cooperation in the so-called colonization of the Dark Continent, sharing the profits. However, this is, of course, merely a publicly announced statement, with hidden and biased information. The Kaken Empire does not truly intend to colonize the Dark Continent. Chairman Netero leaned over, extended his hand, and helped Germain turn to a specific page, pointing to the simplified sea map there. The Kaken Empire's colonial army, led by King Nasubi and beyond, will set sail on a massive ship named BW-1. At the same time, the V5 will dispatch 5 accompanying ships, led by our Hunter Association, to jointly undertake this colonial voyage. Germain saw the comparison chart of the V5's 5 vessels and the BW-1, which was like comparing a large blue whale to 5 small killer whales. In this way, the Kaken Empire completely stole the show. As long as this colonial voyage yielded results, the event would surely be extensively documented in history books, and the Kaken Empire would likely be praised as a great empire leading the entire world. At that time, the prestige of King Nasubi and beyond would reach its peak. Of course, this completely excluded Germain's side of the situation. Most people in the world still did not know that Germain's side had already acquired 3 of the 5 great hopes. Chairman Netero pointed to 2 distinct boundary lines on the sea map. This voyage will begin on August 8, and is estimated to last 2 months. 3 weeks later, the BW-1 and other ships will cross the first sea boundary line. Beyond this sea area lies waters not yet fully explored by humanity. 5 more weeks later, the BW-1 and other ships will arrive at what the V6 publicly claims to be the Dark Continent. Chairman Netero moved his finger, pointing to a continent. However, this is actually just a smokescreen. It is not the true Dark Continent, but merely an outpost where the Kaken Empire's colonial army and the Hunter Association will be stationed. We, who are in the know, refer to this place as the imaginary Dark Continent. Imaginary Dark Continent. Chairman Netero's finger didn't linger too long on this small island on the sea chart, continuing to move to one side. Next is the main event, and the true journey of Dark Continent exploration. The Hunter Association exploration team and the Beyond expedition team will continue sailing from here until they cross the second sea boundary and reach the gate where the gatekeeper resides. We will cooperate to pass the gatekeeper's challenge, and then, with the help of the guide, cross the most perilous Dark Sea. After reaching the true Dark Continent, our 2 exploration teams will then part ways and head towards our respective predetermined goals. And the Hunter Association exploration team's primary objective, of course, is to rendezvous with you at the ancient Labyrinth Way station on the Dark Continent. This way, we can form a sea and land connection spanning half of Mobius Lake, linking Greed Island, the refueling station, the imaginary Dark Continent, the transit base, the Dark Continent, and the ancient Labyrinth. After this, we can successively announce that we have obtained the hope, and then, based on this sea and land route, establish a stable path for humanity to return to the Dark Continent in the future. Germain listened quietly, and when he saw Chairman Netero stop speaking and instead pick a candied date to chew, he finally asked. So, you brought them to Greed Island this time to make all sorts of preparations, right? Chairman Netero once again let out his characteristic oh-ho-ho laugh. Germain could see the chewed date pulp in a whole pit in his half-open mouth. At the Rimeru Castle banquet last night, it wasn't just Chairman Netero and Greed Island's A-rank authorized personnel, many other influential figures from the Hunter Association were also there. Cheetle, Myzystem, Podobai, all of the Zodiacs, except for Jing freaks, were present. Even Jing's disciple, Kite, was there. Due to the Kaken Empire's colonial expedition, many internal affairs of the Kaken Empire had to be hastily concluded, and more manpower and resources were diverted to the colonial expedition matters. Kite and his team's investigation mission thus ended early, allowing him to come to Greed Island. When Germain saw them last night, he was quite surprised, then turned to see Chairman Netero's mischievous smile, and only then realized he had been pranked again. Chairman Netero had calculated the cooldown time of Germain's teleportation lantern and waited alone at the teleportation point in the Rimeru Castle dungeon hall precisely for this. It sounds ridiculous, but this is exactly the kind of thing Chairman Netero would do. He just wanted to see the astonished expressions of Germain and the others at the first possible moment. Chairman Netero stroked his white beard again and showed the same cunning smile as yesterday. After the V6 was formed and the Hunter Association exploration team's journey to the Dark Continent was confirmed, I secretly gathered them here and brought them for intensive training. You absolutely cannot imagine the expressions on their faces when they first saw your results. Hehehe, I even took a few photos, want to see them? Cheetle's dumbfounded look. Her glasses even slipped down at the time, and after that, she spent day and night immersed in the Archives and Research Institute. No, that won't be necessary. Germain didn't have such a twisted sense of humor. Chairman Netero seemed rather displeased and deliberately snorted, then smiled again. His rapid change in emotions was astonishing, completely unlike a centenarian, more like a mischievous child. To complete this great sea and land connection, to fully display your achievements to the world, and to protect your abilities from the covetousness of the V6, we still need 3 preparations. First, understanding the Dark Continent and corresponding preparations. On this point, the results you have accumulated on Greed Island are a treasure trove. Cheetle, Myzystem, and the others have been diligently studying for several months, almost neglecting their work at the Hunter Association. In terms of preparation, the Hunter Association exploration team will far surpass the Beyond expedition team. As chairman, I have no choice but to be busy, but seeing their eyes as if they discovered a new continent, it's worth it. Isn't that your job to begin with? Germain couldn't help but retort. He who touches pitch shall be defiled. Chairman Netero glanced at Germain. You've spent too much time with Bisky, you've even learned to retort. Then, he continued, second, the Hunter Association exploration team needs members who have actually been to the Dark Continent to serve as leaders and provide experience. And this time's leaders will naturally be Morel and Eileen and Zig no longer have the energy for such a long voyage. My memory of the Dark Continent is a bit rusty, as it was more than half a century ago, but Morel went to the Dark Continent with you for 5 months, which will be fresh and valuable experience. On this point, the combination of Morel and I is clearly superior to Beyond alone. Third, naturally, is your cooperation on the Dark Continent. We have the Sahel to United States travel route map from back then, but so many years have passed, and the terrain will have changed more or less. This is where your rendezvous will be needed. Germain nodded. No problem, make a few copies of the route map for me, and we'll establish several meeting points and agreed upon times to meet there. Okay, it's settled. Afterward, Chairman Netero asked about Germain's experiences over the past few months. Germain recounted them one by one. At the same time, the post team also had a habit of supplementing the New Century journey and writing their own waystation log. Their experiences were meticulously recorded, complete with photos, and this time Germain also brought back these 5 months' worth of memoirs. Chairman Netero, the other Zodiac's members, Greed Island's A-rank authorized members, and Kite and his team could simply peruse them if they wanted to know more about the Dark Continent. It's clear that during our voyage, you won't give up on challenging the remaining 2 calamities and hope. Chairman Netero understood that when Germain and Jing were together, no one could stop them from moving forward, not even him. Germain nodded again. It was estimated to take 2 months for the V6 Colonial and Exploration Army to depart from the 6 continents and reach the imaginary Dark Continent, and then another period of time to cross the Dark Sea. Germain and Jing had no intention of waiting idly, even though their list of achievements was already thick enough to go down in history, and honors like 3-star Hunter were well within reach. They were the core of the post team, and the core members' ideologies lawful, neutral, chaotic, or good, neutral, evil often determined the entire team's stance. Chairman Netero couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. He felt that he wasn't as crazy as these 2 when he was young. Most importantly, he, Zig, and Lin ultimately returned defeated, and the different outcome for Germain and his companions determined the subsequent developments. Everything stemmed from the appearance of this young man. He changed too many things. Then go ahead and do it. I know you'll never stop until you uncover the truth of the Dark Continent. However, you must remember that you are now the core that connects and unites several organizations and groups. If anything happens to you, then we will ultimately only be able to stop at the 5 Great Hopes. Germain emerged from Chairman Netero's room, clearly understanding the weight of Chairman Netero's words just now. The ancient labyrinth way station, Greed Island, the Hunter Association, Meteor City, the Zaldik family, he was now the central point connecting these 5 major organizations and even more. They revolved around Germain like planets around the sun. This was both an honor and praise, and a responsibility and trust. Germain had now advanced to the forefront of all humanity except Dawn Freaks, and the subsequent surge of people would continue to push him forward. He was the vanguard and pioneer of humanity's return to the Dark Continent. At breakfast, Germain indeed became busy, as too many people wanted to see him and chat with him. Germain decided to take them one by one, choosing Cheetle first. Dog Girl Cheetle arranged to meet Germain in the Dark Continent archives of Raimeru Castle. When Germain walked in, he saw Cheetle, wearing thin-rimmed glasses, sitting in a corner, engrossed in a book. She truly fit the image of a high school girl librarian often seen in many anime, even with the added bonus of being a furry. Ah, you're here. Then, Cheetle looked around, as if worried her voice would disturb others in the archives. Afterward, she waved Germain over, motioning for him to sit in front of her. After sitting down, Germain realized there were many familiar faces in the archives: Poto by the dragon, Sho the horse, Jal the snake, and so on. Cheetle adjusted one side of her glasses frame and said in a somewhat neutral tone, "Everyone is unwilling to let go of the information stored here, even the photocopies have been flipped through by us many times. Of course, some couldn't bear it and chose to give up." Cheetle was undoubtedly pointing to Kansi the tiger. There was no need to doubt. This member of the Zodiac's Kansi didn't know who the Kaken Empire's king was, or even what the Dark Continent was. It was truly a miracle that someone so lacking in common sense could become a pro-hunter and a Zodiac. In the original storyline, Jing once described the Dark Continent like this. It's Pandora's box, which adults with common sense deliberately avoid touching. They don't want to face the fact that the world we know is just a small part of an unimaginably vast world. In a certain era, in a certain region, certain chosen people, left records of having been there among their relics. The Dark Continent is the forbidden common sense within the human world. In front of the long wooden table used by the archive, Cheetle, while expressing her dissatisfaction with Chairman Netero for concealing the inside story, habitually twitched her dog-like nose. Just like a puppy. As one of the 2 vice-chairmen of the Hunter Association, it's unbelievable that I only learned about the secrets here after the Dark Continent exploration was fully confirmed. When I questioned Chairman Netero, he still smiled and told me it was a surprise for me, and asked if I didn't like the gift. Even though several months had passed, Cheetle's chest still heaved rapidly like bellows when she recalled that scene, her anger flaring up. Germain was genuinely afraid she might explode on the spot. However, she then changed the subject, highly praising the achievements and results of Germain and the others. Cure-all herb, alchemic plant metal lion, nameless stone, monster remains, archives and materials. Everything you've collected will not only give the Hunter Association exploration team a head start and a huge advantage, but it will also largely change the entire human world in the future. For me, the cure-all herb is particularly important. You cannot imagine its profound significance to the medical community. For us, it's like finding a mathematical formula that can be applied to hundreds of different mathematical problems. Incredible. Cheetle, the troublesome disease hunter and physician, stared at Germain with bright eyes. Now, there are 2 paths before us. The first path is the one Gugu has already made progress on, cultivating and growing the cure-all herb on Greed Island. The second path is the one I, Sanbika, Gel, and others will take, which is to study the pharmacology of the cure-all herb. If we can find out how it acts on the human body, how it radiates and cures hundreds of diseases. By then, we will no longer be limited to the cure-all herb itself, and even not limited to only curing hundreds of diseases. Sanbika is temporarily ahead of us, but I've reviewed the information she left, and I know she's encountered obstacles. This is because our existing conditions are not yet fully mature, and the corresponding scientific technology has not yet caught up. If we are piecing together a puzzle, then the cure-all herb is the largest piece. What we need to do now is gather all those scattered, yet indispensable, small puzzle pieces and complete it. As the vice chairman of the Hunter Association, Cheadle showed great enthusiasm and optimism, her gaze always focused on the present and the future. This is the meaning brought by hope. The Oxmai was the second person Germain met. He was also very surprised by the shocking secret hidden on Greed Island, but he appeared much calmer than Cheadle in front of Germain. Wearing an outfit with colors entirely patterned like a cow, he revealed the reason why Chairman Netero had not informed them, some of the Zodiacs, about these secrets on Greed Island sooner. I think, besides the situation being decided, this also has to do with the internal investigation report I submitted earlier. Among the previous Zodiacs, Paristan and Saito were both on Beyond's side. Although they left voluntarily, it's hard to guarantee there aren't still internal informants. So, Chairman Netero had me initiate an investigation into the past backgrounds of the other Zodiac's members, excluding you and Gon. After all, with half a century of blank space, anything is possible. He asked me to first investigate Cheadle, Morel, Paihu, and Gugu, and then the others. Now I finally know why it was these four first. In short, I submitted report after report to Chairman Netero, and finally concluded that the current Zodiac's members are all safe. Germain began to understand how the current management structure of the Hunter Association operated. Chairman Netero held the highest position, overseeing the overall situation and controlling the direction of the Hunter Association's progress. Cheadle was responsible for the busiest work. She had to organize and arrange the tasks of various departments of the Hunter Association, being the one who actually got things done. My Zystem operated outside the structure, possessing the power to secretly investigate and supervise Cheadle and all other Hunter Association members, serving as a sword of Damocles. The Zodiacs, the Investigation Division, the Examination Committee, and other major departments and their members had to obey Cheadle's management, but also had to be wary of my Zystem's supervision. However, all of them had to obey the highest-ranking Chairman Netero. Of course, there were exceptions, such as Germain and Gon, who were prime examples of Zodiac's members who would take orders but not necessarily follow commands. Germain caught a key point from this. Since Cheadle was among the first four whose background you investigated and confirmed as safe, why did she still learn about Greed Island's secrets so late? My Zystem shrugged. Chairman Netero most likely genuinely intended to give Cheadle a surprise, as he didn't tell me about this either. I, for one, was quite surprised. Subsequently, the conversation shifted from the Hunter Association and Greed Island to Meteor City on the European continent. Gyro's forces have been completely eliminated. My Zystem pressed the brim of his cow-patterned hat. However, Meteor City has also been severely weakened. Originally, at a time like this, various countries, regions, and organizations would step in to carve up the spoils of victory. But, firstly, the devastated Meteor City has little left to exploit, and secondly, they are all attracted by more focal major events. The Kaken Empire announced its colonial voyage, the birth of V6, and the ships are about to sail towards the imaginary Dark Continent. All of these have captured attention. From my observation, the world's 13 existing gangsters' forces are all eager to move. They are already impatient to get a piece of the pie in this colonial voyage. The 13 existing gangsters in the world referred to the former 10 Dons, plus the Kaken Empire's 3 major gangster families. At this point, my Zystem couldn't help but purse his lips. Germain noticed this and asked, "What's wrong? Is something amiss?" "Nothing." My Zystem hesitated for a moment, then replied, "I just feel that even the gangsters are flocking to it, yet the former V5 still can't see the current situation clearly. The Kaken Empire's colonial voyage this time is justified, even if they don't actually reach the Dark Continent, it's no longer important. As long as the Kaken Empire can establish a foothold in the imaginary Dark Continent, future history books will naturally incorporate it as part of the Dark Continent. More importantly, if the Kaken Empire occupies the necessary route from the 6 continents to the Gatekeeper, then everyone who wants to explore the Dark Continent in the future will have to pass through there and rely on the Kaken Empire's approval. Without the Kaken Empire's support in the imaginary Dark Continent, exploring the Dark Continent will become even more difficult in the future. The former V5 has been so utterly defeated by countless past failures that they dare not open their eyes. If it weren't for Chairman Netero's persistence, they might not even be willing to send 5 ships to accompany the Kaken Empire's BW-1. Indeed, in the short term, the former V5 can gain huge profits from the Kaken Empire's colonization and exploration without investing large resources. However, they will lose their strategic future. If the Kaken Empire truly succeeds, the former V5 will no longer be able to contend with it. I somewhat understand why the Kaken Empire has risen so quickly. Although it is an empire, it has no ideological baggage or practical shackles. My Zystem coughed a few times, clearly realizing he had said too much. He didn't want to dwell on these matters, so he abruptly steered the conversation back to Meteor City. Several months ago, I went to Meteor City and reached a private cooperation agreement with the 3 existing elders there, Shulnark, Maki, and Pakunoda. Shulnark, Maki, and Pakunoda became the 3 elders of Meteor City, while Sheila served as their envoy and bridge for communication with Greed Island. Within the gangsters' forces, and even the entire underworld, there are numerous scattered Meteor City residents who can acquire a considerable amount of intelligence for us. We will covertly assist Meteor City's reconstruction, and their repayment will be to provide valuable intelligence. Mutual utilization leads to pleasant cooperation, Ms. Eistem concluded. In fact, Greed Island also cooperated with Meteor City in this way. Next, Germain sought out Paihu, wanting to get the latest progress on the deciphering of the Western volume fragment from her. The bunny girl Paihu showed none of the lively cheerfulness expected of a cute young girl. Instead, she was slumped dejectedly on a soft cushion, scrolling through videos on her phone. Hearing Germain's inquiry, she looked up and glanced at Germain, then rolled over, turning her back to him, and continued watching videos, complaining under her breath. So annoying, really so annoying. How can something like that just be deciphered? Do you think I'm Sherlock Holmes? Besides, the dancing men was at least encrypted based on English, but I'm dealing with completely unfamiliar text. Everyone keeps rushing over to ask me, ask your mom, it's so irritating. Germain said to the slightly agitated Paihu, you know I can hear you, right? Paihu reluctantly rolled back over, lying on her side, but she didn't put down her phone or stop scrolling through videos with her finger. The work on deciphering the Western volume fragment has stalled, but I've started another task. I've replicated the enchantment text you brought back last time. Enchantment text. Germain paused for a moment before realizing she was referring to the enchantment text Dawn Freaks had left on the Moose Centaur warriors. Paihu's eyes remained fixed on the lit phone screen. I've found that without needing to understand the meaning of this text, as long as certain conditions are met, its effect can be replicated. Of course, this effect is greatly weakened. In other words, we can also use the alchemic plant metal line to imprint their elemental power onto our tools. It's just that the material and time consumption will be very high, nowhere near as effective as the original from the Moose Centaur tribe. It wasn't until Germain handed Pai the large collection of demi-human languages and scripts that Jin and Knuckle had gathered, that she finally showed a noticeable change in expression and action. Pai merely glanced at the items in Germain's hand, then dropped her phone and leaped up like a real rabbit. Oh Germain, you should have given these to me first. Sit down, there's a spot here, let me look at these first. After that, Paihu's attitude towards Germain improved significantly, a complete 180-degree turn. In the newly built plant cultivation laboratory at Raimeru Castle, Germain saw Gugu. The plant hunter was sitting on a retractable high stool, resting her head sideways on a violin she held, slowly playing a tune. When she caught sight of Germain entering from the corner of her eye, she placed the violin in its case nearby, then pointed to the plants in the cultivation cabinet and explained proactively. Many research theories prove that music can have a certain positive impact on plant growth. Germain nodded, like a leader inspecting work, bending over to look through the specially designed glass at the cure-all herb growing in clumps of flesh and blood sludge inside. Gugu fiddled with the towering hair ornament on her head. When she spoke, she always unconsciously adopted an overbearing tone, even if that wasn't her intention. These are the first successful batch in several months, after I simulated a flesh and blood environment and cultivated parts of the cure-all herb tissue. However, after testing by Cheadle's team, their medicinal value is vastly different from the original cure-all herb. I am already trying to improve them, hoping that after several generations of selection and cultivation, we can achieve a medicinal value similar to the cure-all herb. Germain pointed to the flesh and blood inside and asked, what are these? Initially, it was the flesh and blood of poultry and livestock, Gugu said, crossing her arms, looking like she was not to be trifled with. Later, it was various wild beasts, and finally, we found that the monster carcasses you brought back from the Dark Continent were more effective. Then, she uncrossed her arms and said, I will hand over the subsequent cultivation work here to reliable plant hunters and experts. In the upcoming Dark Continent joint operation, I must participate to use mine ability to help us maintain written communication. Gugu can use birds to deliver letters and documents to designated recipients. In the original storyline's election arc, she managed to use this ability to send ballots to almost all pro hunters. It's worth noting that most pro hunters were scattered across the 6 continents at that time. While some had left accurate addresses, there were also cases where addresses were not left, or were outdated or vague, which greatly increased the difficulty of communication. However, Gugu still largely completed this almost impossible task, only the deceased did not receive ballots. Along the entire route from the 6 continents to the Dark Continent, and the entire land route from the Dark Continent coast to the ancient Labyrinth Way Station, communication would undoubtedly rely on non-users like Gugu. Electronic devices became unreliable in the Dark Continent. Instead, the more primitive methods proved to be surprisingly effective. Gugu's role was paramount. No, in fact, none of the Zodiac's members did not bear important responsibilities in the Dark Continent exploration. Germain finally finished his morning meetings with various members and had lunch with Shizuku. Shizuku took a few bites of her meal and suddenly said, I plan to go back to Meteor City tomorrow. Sheila said Meteor City is being rebuilt, and I want to go back and see how I can help. All right, Germain listened, nodded, and then asked, are you going to rebuild a grand cathedral? The original cathedral had collapsed into ruins, and the old priest had been transformed into a monster by Zazen, ultimately killed by Shizuku herself, who was his benefactor. Germain thought the cathedral might hold significant meaning for Shizuku, but she shook her head. No need for a church, but an orphanage can be built. Sheila said it's better not to call it an orphanage, but a children's welfare center, for a better meaning. Shizuku put down her chopsticks, a habit she developed from eating Chinese food with Germain, then reached out to touch her golden inverted cross. She blinked her big eyes and looked at Germain. I think Sheila is right. Starting from our generation, let's have fewer and fewer orphans in Meteor City. Germain, to this day, hasn't been able to feel a sense of belonging to that garbage-strewn, foul-smelling land like Shizuku, but he still respected Shizuku's choice, just as before. What's more, the current Meteor City indeed has the potential for change, at least to break the cycle of ugliness and being at the mercy of others. Germain said, Greed Island will also provide financial assistance for Meteor City's reconstruction. If you find anything else you need, just let me know. Shizuku nodded. In the afternoon, Germain, who was strolling on the grassland, was caught by Duan, who dragged him all the way to Rymera Castle. Come, I'll take you to meet someone. In fact, it couldn't be entirely considered a person, because he appeared on a computer screen and claimed to be a resident of the cyber world. The image of the cyber world resident resembled Mickey Mouse wearing a hood, except his eyes were vertically misaligned, making him look more like a mental patient. There was also a PE mark on his hood, which he later explained stood for Perimeter Edge Router. This person is HxH, Duan introduced. A hacker hunter, a 2-star hunter. Besides that, he was once one of us. One of us? Germain seemed to have some impression of the person on the screen, but before he could recall anything, his attention was drawn by Duan's words. HxH also participated in the creation of Greed Island, Duan said. Think about it, isn't the abbreviation for Greed Island G.I. G stands for Jin, now it stands for you, and I stands for HxH. The overall framework of Greed Island was designed by HxH, and we mostly made adjustments and improvements based on his work. Germain hadn't expected such an old connection. While surprised, he also recalled HxH. This person had appeared in the Hunter Association election arc of the original storyline, as one of the presidential candidates who made it to the later rounds of the election. What was rather amusing was that later, Bisky and most of the Zodiac's members were eliminated, yet HxH remained on the list. And he hadn't even come to the scene, always staying in the cyber world, and had no interest in the position of president. HxH yelled from the computer screen, I already quit. Why bring up such old news? Let's get to the point. His eyeballs moved up and down, clearly not looking at anyone else, but Germain could tell from his movements facing him that he was about to speak to him. You're Germain, who proposed the updated version, right? HxH indeed shouted at Germain, well done. You did a great job. Germain had expected HxH to come to demand an explanation, but he was met with praise, which left him a bit stunned. Jin and HxH parted ways, and one of the points of divergence was version updates, Duan explained, scratching his belly. HxH wanted to update the game content with high intensity every week. We couldn't accept that workload, so Jin negotiated with him. Jin proposed a network game duel with HxH, where the winner would decide everything. Of course, Jin won later. How can one match decide everything? HxH on the screen yelled, and Germain could almost imagine his fuming expression, he won and then ran off, is that still my problem? In any case, Duan brought the topic back, Greed Island ZS major update has been out for several months now, and game feedback is overwhelmingly positive, with rave reviews. Now, more players are flocking to Greed Island, and the main quest is progressing more intensely. We've observed that 3 teams are very close to clearing the game. Which 3 teams? Germain asked. Duan said, one team is Ziegler's bounty hunter team hired by the wealthy Batara, one is the Jiuzisha team, and another is the Nikon's team. I believe their clearance is only a matter of time and List and I both agree that now is the time to consider a large-scale expansion for Greed Island Z. However, List will soon depart with the Hunter Association exploration team to set up base stations on islands along the way, attempting to connect Greed Island Z to the imaginary Dark Continent, and then to the Dark Continent itself. Therefore, the design and refinement of the large-scale expansion will require other experienced personnel. I put in a lot of effort to get HxH to come back. After trying out Greed Island Z, he was very satisfied with the content of the Greed Island version update, which is one of the reasons he agreed to return. HxH interjected, a mere large-scale expansion is nothing. I'm actually very interested in your plans to connect Greed Island to the Dark Continent. Alright, I'll help with both these matters. Duan smiled, praising HxH, if you're willing, I have no reason to refuse. I should say, with your help, we will definitely complete it faster. Of course. HxH said confidently, almost tilting his head to the sky. Germain finally found an opportunity to ask, what is the main quest of the large-scale expansion? Duan chuckled again, it's the Chimera Ants. Players will challenge the Chimera Ant King of course, we can only simulate master-class combat power, it won't be the real Ant King. HxH also laughed, although I don't know what you mean by master-class, I understand combat power, stacked values, insane attack desire, command reading, terrifying mechanics. The 2 game designers exchanged glances and chuckled, as if envisioning countless suffering Greed Island players. Finally, Duan added, besides that, we also have a personal motive. That is to have Palm, Melioron and Ikalgo appear as positive characters, helping players defeat the King and Royal Guards, just as they helped the Chimera Ant extermination team, to dispel the misunderstandings people have about them. Although the identities of the surviving Chimera Ants were concealed, many pro-hunters or high-ranking officials were aware of their existence. A game might allow the non-users involved to understand that among the Chimera Ants, there are both brutal individuals and kind ones. Germain was pulled by Duan and chatted with the hacker, HxH, for a while, exchanging many opinions about Greed Island Z. They seemed to get along very well, after all, they had common topics. When the curved widescreen monitor turned off, it meant that HxH had left. In fact, he had not gone too far, he was definitely still within the Greed Island network. It is now very difficult to define HxH's existence, his location, his actions, etc., because he has ascended. Perhaps it's better to understand him as an extremely excellent artificial intelligence rather than a human. HxH is a resident of the network world, he has abandoned his physical body and roams between the virtual. It is this way today, and it will be this way in the future. Seemingly worried that Germain might have concerns, Duan explained on behalf of HxH to Germain. Although he often bickers with Jing, his relationship with Jing has always been in a delicate balance. Even after going their separate ways, they still played games together sometimes. Besides that, HxH also has a strong professional ethic. As a resident of the network world himself, he is more mindful of network information privacy and has a good sense of boundaries. He has never attacked Greed Island's network. Unless provoked or required to complete a certain task, he would not intrude into others' homes. Actually, Duan didn't need to explain so much. From their previous interaction, Germain also felt that HxH wouldn't be a morally corrupt villain. Moreover, how bad could someone who associates with Jing be? If he were truly the kind of hacker who steals network privacy everywhere and then shows off his abilities by spreading them, he would never have received so many votes in the election arc of the original storyline. On the contrary, if he committed such malicious acts, everyone should despise and hate him. These points have directly or indirectly outlined the image of HxH. As Duan and Germain walked across the sky bridge between the two tall buildings of Rimaru Castle, Duan brought up another topic. Your disciple, Kurapika, Jing's son, Gon, and Killua of the Zaldik family, entered Greed Island in the middle of last month. They all fulfilled their agreement with you, received Wing's approval, then went to Whale Island to rest for about a month, and then entered here. Kurapika used a new player account, planning to guide Gon and Killua through the most troublesome beginner phase. The forum feedback is also like this. It seems I need to discuss with HxH how to solve this beginner phase problem. Duan almost got sidetracked while talking, and it was only when Germain reminded him that he returned to the topic of Kurapika and the others. Rubbing his administrator ring, Duan showed Germain the current achievements of the young trio. They have already progressed from the apprentice level area to the brave level area, and basically possess the ability to fight using a magic book. Currently, the bounty city of Andakaiba, Magic City, Mashadora, the gambling city of Dulias, and the love city of Ai are the four major neutral cities of Greed Island. Outside these cities, areas are divided by danger level into apprentice level, brave level, and elite level. The location for clearing the main quest Seaside City, Safrabi and the hidden Rimaru Castle are naturally deep within the elite level area. However, players do not need to fight their way through the elite level area to clear the game. They only need to meet certain conditions to use cards to fly directly to the locations of the two cities. In fact, players clearing the game don't even need to reach elite level, brave level is already sufficient. Greed Island is, at its core, a card collecting game. Nevertheless, since these areas are all connected, players will always inadvertently wander into areas they cannot safely traverse at their current level. Fortunately, the penalty for players accidentally entering later game maps is not that severe. Kurapika has met Elena 1 time, Killua has met Elena 4 times, and Gon has met Elena 5 times. However, they have also sent many players to meet Elena. Meeting Elena is a popular phrase on the Greed Island forum, meaning to be defeated and die in the game. Players often tease each other with it, to the point where it has become a special greeting. Duan, who constantly lurks on the forum, naturally picked up this phrase and often uses it, especially in front of Elena. Elena is very helpless about this but can do nothing. However, the twins also have their own prank countermeasures, they often switch places to see if any players can tell them apart. They look so similar that with colored contact lenses and helmet changes, there are almost no flaws. So far, only Gon, relying solely on his wild instincts, noticed and pointed out the twins' prank. Is Kurapika still in the brave level area? Germain grew curious. More than a month has passed, Killua and Gon should have gotten through the beginner phase, right? Yes. Duan nodded. Killua and Gon are definitely familiar with Greed Island now. Kurapika is still with them because... It's because of me. At this moment, a thin figure emerged from the corner at the end of the skybridge. He was dressed in a crisp black suit, but his face had a sickly appearance. A soft hat covered his bald head, and the eyes behind his glasses still held a sharp intelligence. Knuckle. Germain had, of course, noticed him at the end of the skybridge, but he didn't expect him to appear and join the conversation in such a way. Knuckle, adjusting his glasses, said calmly. I haven't repaid you for the kindness regarding the East Gordo Republic. After learning how important they were to you, I volunteered to approach them in the game. I appeared as a traveler NPC in a side quest that Killua and Gon accidentally triggered, but Kurapika quickly recognized me. So, I asked him to cooperate with me to deceive Killua and Gon, and in the mode of issuing a series of quests, I began to teach Killua and Gon advanced ability techniques. The reason I didn't show my true face or true intentions was to make Killua and Gon feel a sense of urgency when carrying out the missions, which can help them progress faster. Kurapika's cooperation saved me a lot of trouble and made Killua and Gon more immersed in the Greed Island game. Germain, you can go see them when you have time. They have made great progress, and their speed is surprising even to me. Thank you for guiding them. Germain's gratitude was heartfelt. Knuckle was entirely sufficient as an advanced ability teacher for Killua and Gon. Some of the current issues Kurapika faces could also be clarified by Knuckle, given Knuckle's extensive combat experience. No need to thank me. Knuckle adjusted his glasses again. As I said at the beginning, I am repaying a kindness. However, all three of them are indeed very talented and perceptive young people. Guiding them has also benefited me greatly. Knuckle was not speaking out of politeness but from the heart. No matter how slow-witted, the members of the Chimera Ant extermination team at the time could sense Palm's distance from them, especially her teacher, Knuckle. Although they met, Palm could communicate with them normally, but she was far from her former enthusiasm. It's worth noting that Palm's admiration for Knuckle was almost undisguised back then. What changed her, of course, was the part of the Chimera Ants within her body, as well as the various emotional journeys since the extermination battle. Her personality had changed. Palm became much braver, no longer covering her face with her long black hair but showing it openly, and she learned to communicate with her eyes when speaking. She displayed excellent workability on Greed Island, and she contributed to the version updates. This also touched Knuckle, Shoot, and others, making them begin to reflect more on themselves. The Chimera Ant extermination battle in the East Gordo Republic was undoubtedly a humiliation for Knuckle. As a senior and teacher, he failed to fully play his role and put his juniors, Palm, Knuckle, and Shoot, into life and death crises. Several months ago, when Morel and Knuckle actively requested to join Germain's team and go to the Dark Continent together, he showed no reaction due to his inner fear. And in these past few months, Palm has been changing almost daily, developing in a good direction, even proactively offering to join the Hunter Association exploration team. Her self-recommendation was accepted, and her ability, Lonely Deep Sea Fish, was indeed what the Hunter Association exploration team needed. Once seen, the target would never escape Palm's locked reconnaissance, which would be a very useful means of seeking advantages and avoiding harm. Another Chimera Ant who joined the Hunter Association exploration team for the same reason was Melioron. His God's Accomplice and God's Accomplice will certainly work wonders in the Dark Continent. As for the NPC storylines that Palm and Melioron were responsible for, after they leave, HxH will handle them using technical means. They will leave their virtual images on Greed Island, becoming true NPCs. Other NPC members who leave like them will also be handled by the same method, which is one of the reasons Duan invited HxH back. Only HxH can complete this kind of project. Ikalgo, Welfin, and Hina, the three Chimera Ants, will remain on Greed Island to continue developing and expanding their role-playing careers here. Seeing Palm and Melioron choose to join the Hunter Association exploration team without hesitation, even knowing the dangers of the Dark Continent, Knuckle found it hard not to have thoughts. His disciple had already surpassed him in courage, and Knuckle felt ashamed about it. During this time, he actively taught Kurapika, Killua, and Gon, and from many déjà vu scenes, he recalled how he had guided Palm step by step in her growth back then. Kurapika, Killua, and Gon's positive feedback, especially Gon's innocent enthusiasm, infected him and finally made him determined. I will also join the Hunter Association exploration team and set off with them. I will reach the farthest place I can go. I've already disappointed Palm. No matter what, I can't let Killua and Gon find out that their NPC teacher is a coward. The next morning, it was Germain who woke up the sleepy Shizuku. She had patted her chest and said last night that she would leave early to meet Hina in Meteor City, but she couldn't get up in the morning. After waving goodbye to Shizuku, Germain used his administrator exclusive cards to fly into a lush, dense forest on Greed Island. He found Abengain there, preparing for exorcism. Abengana's NPC image on Greed Island was a shaman, so his location was a cabin in the woods. He himself wore a strange, large mask and was completely wrapped in a brownish-yellow robe, presenting himself in this manner. Many players would come here to complete some side quests and obtain cards. But some also came specifically for exorcism, it's just that the price was too high, and few could afford it. Germain naturally didn't need to pay this kind of price, or rather, he had already paid it. As soon as Abengain saw Germain, he quickly stepped forward to greet him. For a moment, he felt a bit dazed, as if he had returned to January 1998. That was when he and Germain met for the first time, in another one of his cabins in the woods. That moment was just like this moment. And Abengain no longer had the regret he felt after meeting Germain back then. He was now grateful that he had seized the opportunity and become a pig swept up by the wind. As Germain's status rose, Greed Island flourished, and the Dark Continent exploration was restarted. Abengain would only gain more in the future. With the added boost from the surrounding trees and vegetation, and Abengana's full concentration, the forest spirit removed two negative traits from Germain. The thinker, which affected the effectiveness of stress reduction therapy, and nyctophobia, which affected the accumulation of stress when environmental brightness decreased, were the first to be eliminated. Abengain looked at the many twisted beasts in the bonfire and still couldn't help but swallow. Sorry, Mr. Germain, there are still 4 negative traits that I temporarily cannot remove for you. It's fine, Germain said, I'll go find Hina and the Hunter Association's exorcist later. Hina is the female Chimera Ant with a similar appearance to Paiu, wearing rabbit ears and possessing exorcism ability. And after Chairman Netero learned of Germain's exorcism needs, he invited the Hunter Association's female exorcist over. Abengain finally breathed a sigh of relief. He was genuinely worried that Germain would ask him to continuously clear these negative traits. Having 2 exorcists to share the stress made things much better. While Abengain, sweating profusely, drove the remaining beasts back into the bonfire and then extinguished it, Germain was staring at the positive trait projected by his hunter badge. Returning from the Dark Continent, he was relatively lucky this time, only contracting one positive trait and no negative trait or disease. Hatred of evil beasts. When fighting evil beasts, greatly increases damage and greatly reduces the effect of stress accumulation. It seems even the hunter badge could tell that he truly hated evil beasts, as he had directly or indirectly eliminated many large evil beasts on this trip. Considering he would continue to face evil beasts in the future, this positive trait was definitely very valuable. After bidding farewell to Abengain, Germain indeed sought out Hina and the Hunter Association's exorcist. This time, with the help of Hina's and the Hunter Association's exorcist's ability, Germain removed two more negative trait. They were slow reflexes, which affected physical reactions and speed, and frailty, which greatly reduced disease resistance and made it easier to contract diseases. Now, Germain had three negative trait remaining. Pale, which slightly reduced bleeding and corrosion resistance, this could be masked by his monstrous champion physique. Anxiety, which increased a certain amount of stress each week in areas outside the Dark Continent. There were also many members on Greed Island who could help Germain relieve stress. For example, Grandma Lin's cuisine, Melody's flute music, Komuji's gunji games, and so on. Finally, there was enthusiastic phenomenon, an obsession with supernatural phenomena. Germain suddenly felt that enthusiastic phenomenon wasn't so bad. Was this the influence brought by enthusiastic phenomenon? In any case, Abengain would be able to perform exorcism again in about half a month, and Hina could continue exorcism after a month or more. The remaining three negative trait wouldn't last too long either. As for the Hunter Association exorcist, she would, of course, follow the Hunter Association exploration team and set sail on August 8th of next month, heading to the Dark Continent. Morel appeared distraught when he met Germain in the afternoon. He finally calmed down after a great effort, no longer scratching his dangerously receding hairline. As one of only two members of the current Hunter Association exploration team who had been to the Dark Continent, Morel smoothly became the leader, and had been extremely busy recently. His current stress was very heavy, even though he had been to the Dark Continent once, it was by a trick and Germain and Jing were leading the way. Although no one asked him to be responsible for the safety of all members, with his personality, it was hard for him not to try to cover all bases. Germain, this is the member list for the Hunter Association exploration team. Take a look and see if I've missed anything. Morel subconsciously sought Germain's help, as Germain had always borne this kind of stress before and could be said to be experienced. Germain looked at the list. Chairman Netero, Morel, Cheetle, and other Zodiac's members, Kite, Palm, Shoot, Melioron, List, Melody, the Hunter Association exorcist, and others were all listed. The long list contained many familiar names, but also many unfamiliar names seen for the first time. Very good, very comprehensive. There are talents from all aspects, Germain commented. Actually, it should be you and Jing who come back to lead, Morel still lacked much confidence. Or it would be good to have Bisky or Wing come and help me. But Morel also knew this was impossible, Germain was only one person, he couldn't be in multiple places. If they merely wanted to obtain the 5 great hopes, then they wouldn't need to join this colonial voyage, this Dark Continent expedition, they could simply reap the rewards. After all, Germain and Jing would accomplish everything else. However, if they truly wanted to return to the Dark Continent, the nature of it changed, they absolutely couldn't rely on Germain for everything. Germain's way station team, led by him, merely acted as a special forces unit, piercing the enemy's defenses and precisely eliminating the target leader. But when it came to actual occupation, administration, and development, it certainly wouldn't work without a large, well-equipped, well-supplied, and fully structured army. Germain didn't really comfort Morel, Morel adjusted himself with a few deep breaths. After a while, he suddenly remembered something. I heard that your disciple, Garapika, also wants to join the Hunter Association exploration team. What do you think? Germain wasn't surprised by this. If he wants to go, let him go. I promised him that as long as he became a floor master in Heaven's arena, I would let him directly participate in Dark Continent matters. It's good that you don't object, Morel said. That's good. Garapika has excellent talent and diligence. It would be a waste to keep him on Greed Island. Germain, rest assured, although I can't sculpt 2 gems like you and Wing, as Bisky did, the juniors I've guided have never disappointed me. I don't doubt that at all, Germain said truthfully. He could see Morel's training methods from Knuckle and Shoot. Moreover, the entire Hunter Association exploration team was filled with elites, from Chairman Netero down to List, Melody, and others. Garapika, being among them, would definitely learn a lot in the end. Germain and Jing were similar, after teaching their disciples the basics and advanced in ability, the rest was free range. Staying by their disciples' side and protecting their safety was indeed a very responsible and irreproachable approach. However, there was also another imperfect choice. It was precisely the imperfection of this choice that often pushed a person to their limits. Before Morel left to get busy, he didn't forget to repeatedly entrust Germain with taking care of Knuckle, who was still at the ancient labyrinth way station. Germain naturally agreed. At dinner, since there were only a little over 10 days left until August 8th, the topic of heated discussion around the Rymera Castle dining table was all about the Dark Continent. Naturally, many people came to seek advice from Germain, Chairman Netero, Grandma Lin, and Morel. And the most people were always around Germain. After all, Germain had successfully retrieved Hope the most times, and he was the core confidence of the entire Hunter Association exploration team. So much so that for a long time after the banquet ended, Germain didn't have a chance to return to his room, but was forced to exchange experiences with many Hunter Association exploration team members. Fortunately, Chairman Netero had watched enough of the show and helped him out, allowing Germain to return to his room before 11 at night. It was then that he discovered that Jing's disciple, Kite, had already cleverly been waiting by the room door for some time. "You're back later than I expected." Kite shifted his blue baseball cap, revealing his eagle-like sharp eyes in the shadows. "I was just about to leave." Germain pushed open the door and invited him in. "You came to find me later than I expected too." He was already mentally prepared for Kite to come find him. After all, Jing was Kite's teacher, Gon was Jing's son, and Kite had known Gon in his early years. For various reasons, Kite would come to Germain to ask about Jing and Gon's situation. Even if it came down to it, as a member of the Hunter Association exploration team, Kite would also come to consult Germain on some questions. Kite stepped into Germain's room and saw 3 drawings pinned to the grayish-white wall, each outlining a different map. The ancient labyrinth, the grayish-white desert, and the perilous mountains. The map of the perilous mountains was the roughest, as electronic devices there all turned into scrap metal, making it impossible to take photos or videos. Ultimately, Germain and the others pieced together parts of the perilous mountains map from their collective memories. Besides the maps, Kite saw a fishing rod on a stand, a few sketches scattered on the desktop, and a vintage record player. These items, along with a game console and controllers, would soon be swallowed by Shizuku's Blinky and taken to Germain's room in the ancient labyrinth. Germain poured Kite a glass of water, and sure enough, Kite immediately asked about Jing. In the past few days since his return, Germain had been constantly recounting his experiences of the last few months to different people, which naturally included Jing's. Germain was already skilled at picking out what Kite might be interested in and what was irrelevant and could be omitted, making the entire process quite smooth. Kite didn't ask much about Gon. He had already quietly gone to see Gon once and confirmed that Gon was doing well and had friends, which was enough. Kite and Gon had met 3 years ago when Kite went to Whale Island, searching for Jing's whereabouts to complete the final test Jing had assigned him. However, he couldn't find Jing and instead encountered Gon, who had wandered into danger. He saved Gon and, from Gon's resolute, familiar-looking eyes, realized Gon's relationship with Jing. Upon asking, it was confirmed they were father and son. Kite and Gon found common ground, and he gradually described everything he knew about Jing to Gon. It could be said that he was the one who directly pushed Gon onto the path of becoming a pro hunter and searching for Jing. At that time, he accidentally left Jing's hunter license on Whale Island, and he left without knowing it. Gon picked up that hunter license and had kept it ever since. He thought it was Kite's and intended to return it to Kite someday. Such was the connection between Kite and Gon. Kite, seemingly indifferently, briefly asked Germain a few questions about the future arrangements for Gon, Kurapika, and Killua, then nodded without saying much. This indicated that he was satisfied with the arrangements. Next, Kite discussed his observations in the Kaken Empire, including the undercurrents between the Kaken royal family and the 3 major gangsters' families. After 4th Prince Psaridnika's death, the Kaken royal family, from top to bottom, strengthened their guards and vigilance, investigating while suspecting each other. The Aie family, which had originally collaborated with Psaridnik, quickly shifted their allegiance to 9th Prince Halkenberg and further solidified their position. This time, the Kaken Empire's colonial expedition, BW-1, will carry all members of the Kaken royal family, and the main members of the 3 major gangsters' families will also follow. The tall, thin Kite sat upright on the armchair, one leg resting on the knee of the other, his head slightly bowed, his fingers propping up his chin in thought. Although they publicly claim this is to demonstrate the Kaken Empire's confidence and importance placed on this colonial expedition, such an unreserved action is truly strange. Germain took a sip of warm water, raising his dark eyes. They only left the most basic governing structure in the Kaken Empire. That is indeed very strange. Kite nodded. Doesn't the Kaken royal family worry that during a 2-month voyage, the Kaken Empire could experience a coup that overthrows them? Even if they have contingencies in the Kaken Empire and loyal subordinates, they are still very far from their homeland. Besides internal strife, there's also the possibility of invasion by countries like the V5. Don't they have any concerns about that? Unless they never intended to return in the first place, Germain said. They plan to completely relocate the core of the Empire to the imaginary Dark Continent. He and Chairman Netero had happened to discuss this matter, so Kite bringing it up now didn't surprise him. About 30 years ago, the Kaken Empire, through the calmest revolution in history, changed its political system from an empire to a nominally parliamentary democracy. However, precisely because of that calmest revolution, the entire national power actually remained in the hands of the Kaken royal family, with the parliament largely serving as a puppet and a mouthpiece. The collective relocation of the Kaken royal family from the Kaken Empire's mainland to the imaginary Dark Continent via a long voyage was, in fact, the transfer of the nation's greatest political core. Moving the capital is not uncommon in history, but such a long-distance migration, with a vast ocean separating it from the homeland, is unique to the Kaken royal family. This incredibly strange behavior naturally caught the attention of Germain, Chairman Netero, and others immediately. They believed that if the former V5 wasn't overly foolish, they would also have realized the strangeness of the situation. This was also one of the reasons they agreed to dispatch 5 warships to accompany the voyage. Germain and Kite exchanged opinions on this matter, and as Kite spoke, he brought Germain an unexpected piece of news. I heard Hisoka is still alive, he said. Although I haven't seen him in person, I've certainly heard many urban legends about him. He seems to have formed a subtle cooperative relationship with Morena of the Aie family. When the Aie family initially lost the support of 4th Prince Psaridnik, they were originally preyed upon by the other 2 major gangsters' families. At this point, Morena and Hisoka launched extreme retaliatory actions. When the chaos became so frenzied and uncontrollable, the Kaken royal family had to intervene to quell it. Hisoka no longer shows his true face, he seems to have acquired the skill of freely changing his appearance, able to disguise himself as male, female, old, or young. This allows him to easily infiltrate most parts of the Kaken Empire and commit various atrocities, making him the AIE family's #1 villain. Morena and Hisoka, as leaders of the AIE family, are very likely to be on the colonial expeditions BW1. Kite knew about the strange relationship between Germain and Hisoka, so he specifically conveyed this information to Germain to prevent Germain from being ambushed at that time. After all, from some of the information Kite had gathered, Hisoka's modus operandi had changed considerably. The Hisoka of the past, to satisfy his desire for battle, still adhered to some principles, but now he had reached a point where he would stop at nothing, solely pursuing pleasure. Germain knew that Hisoka and Kurora had engaged in a fierce battle, the outcome of which was that both were severely wounded and disabled, and Kurora, having lost most of his combat ability, eventually committed suicide in front of Germain. As for Hisoka, his severed limbs could be reattached with bungee gum, and his disguises could be achieved with texture surprise. Having died once and been severely wounded once, Hisoka's Nin ability had probably evolved and become stronger through accumulated combat experience. And now, he and Morena were both chaotic evil individuals, together, they were two of a kind. Seeing that it was almost midnight, Kite stood up to leave. After Germain saw him off, he went to the washroom to freshen up, then stood on the balcony outside, enjoying the night breeze, silently contemplating under the sparse starlight. The next morning, Germain specifically went to ask Knuckle about the current location of Kurapika, Killua, and Gon. He wanted to go see them. However, Knuckle was also unsure of their current whereabouts, as his guidance for the three young people had ended, and now it was all up to them. Knuckle himself was also busy with the Hunter Association exploration team's affairs and had no time to spare. Germain still obtained the exact location of Kurapika, Killua, and Gon from the twins Ida and Elena, and then used the administrator cards to fly over. It turned out they were currently with Komuji, intending to complete Komuji's main quest and obtain the corresponding cards. Killua and Gon both quickly lost to Komuji and Gunji, failing to meet the conditions for acquiring cards. The condition for acquiring cards was, of course, not to defeat Komuji. There were probably very few people left in this world who could beat this female Gunji master. One only needed to hold out for a certain quantity of moves to pass and obtain the most basic cards, and the more moves one held out, the better the quality of cards the player would receive. Killua and Gon, no matter how much they racked their brains, couldn't block Komuji's Gunji offensive when they didn't even understand the rules. Kurapika, on the other hand, had known Komuji before and had played several games of Gunji with her, and now they were having a back and forth on the board. Finally, after Kurapika made another move, Komuji smiled. With her eyesight restored, her eyes were always almost covered by her thick eyebrows when she smiled, but the excitement couldn't be hidden. Kurapika, you have met the basic requirements and can acquire cards and leave. Do you want to continue? Looking at the unfinished game on the board, Kurapika originally wanted to continue, but then he suddenly heard a bang and turned to see teacher Germain appear not far away. Teacher. Kurapika stood up, he didn't know that Germain had returned to Greed Island the day before yesterday. Killua and Gon exchanged glances, also jumping from their seats to the ground in surprise. Komuji was the slowest to react. After seeing Germain, she stammered a few ah sounds, and then quickly tried to stand up. As a result, she knocked over the board, and the black and white pieces clattered to the floor. She then frantically tried to pick them up, which caused her to bump her head on the corner of the table, making her clutch her forehead, on the verge of tears. To avoid delaying Komuji's work, everyone left her current residence and found a vast wilderness, surrounded by red earth and rocks. Kurapika recounted his experiences of the past 6 months to Germain, who listened quietly. Killua and Gon chimed in, adding details, though many were insignificant, Germain didn't mind learning more. Finally, Kurapika cautiously brought up his desire to join the Hunter Association exploration team. By now, the Colonial Voyage and the Hunter Association's dispatch of an elite exploration team were common knowledge, so there was no need to hide it from Killua and Gon. They were young, yes, but not childish. Information on this matter could be found on news websites, and the Hunter-dedicated website offered even more details. Germain's response was the same as he had given Morel previously, he told Kurapika to decide for himself whether to go. I am your teacher, and I am pleased that you seek my opinion, Germain said. I believe the current you will shine in the Hunter Association exploration team. Kurapika breathed a sigh of relief, knowing Germain supported him. His application to the Hunter Association had been held, neither approved nor rejected. He knew then that the Hunter Association was waiting for Germain's opinion. As long as Germain didn't object, the Hunter Association had no reason to reject him, already competent. Then, Killua and Gon also interjected, hoping to participate in this grand colonial voyage. They, too, submitted applications like Kurapika, but unlike Kurapika, their applications were quickly rejected. The reason was self-evident. This reminded Killua and Gon of a player's advice they often saw on Greed Island, you're not qualified, not qualified. Killua and Gon were indignant about this. Under Knuckles' guidance, their Nin ability had developed by leaps and bounds and was now taking shape. They felt they could perfectly well go along. Of course, how much of their reasoning was genuinely for exploring the Dark Continent and how much was for fun, only they themselves knew. Killua and Gon knew that Germain was one of the zodiacs of the Hunter Association, an important and influential figure. They thought that by using their connection to him, they might be able to join the team. So, to demonstrate their persuasive power, the two boys displayed their newly mastered Nen ability before Germain. Gon, an enhancement type, had an ability called HxH, which divided into 3 types of attacks. Rock for enhancement type, Scissors for transmutation type, and Paper for emission type. Killua, a transmutation type, had an ability called Lightning. As the name suggests, it involved transforming the nature of his Nen into lightning for offense and defense, and also stimulating his own nerves to increase his speed of action and reaction. These were just the starting points of their Nen ability. Killua and Gon were geniuses among geniuses. Given time, they would certainly reach the combat level of the Zodiacs, and that wasn't even their limit. As for their current selves, they were still a bit too green. To make the two boys give up, Germain warmed up slightly and then knocked them to the ground. The entire process took less than 5 seconds. Killua and Gon sat on the ground, somewhat questioning life, their faces and clothes covered in dust. Especially Killua. Gon's HxH had a significant weakness, the time it took to accumulate Nen was too long. It was normal for Germain to seize him and knock him down. But Killua's lightning was different. He certainly couldn't beat Germain, after all, he couldn't even beat Kurapika right now. However, Killua had been hiding a move that he had never used before, and he only used it this time against Germain. He believed he could definitely catch Germain off guard with it. This move was Lightning Godspeed, which would bring about an extreme boost to Killua's physical abilities. He couldn't beat Germain, but surely he could touch Germain's back, like playing red light, green light. The result was that before Killua's hand even touched Germain, Germain turned around, grabbed his hands, and then flung him to the ground, where he rolled several times before stopping. Killua's Lightning Godspeed indeed made his movements very fast, but it wasn't fast enough to make Germain unable to react. This couldn't help but make Killua recall the scene of his first meeting with Germain last year. He had challenged Germain then, and the situation at that time was almost no different from today. But I've improved. And I've improved a lot. Killua sat on the ground, somewhat bewildered, with an incredulous expression. It was Gon who reached out and helped him up. You are still too weak, Germain said mercilessly. Joining the Hunter Association exploration team won't be of much use. Killua and Gon were both a little disappointed. However, facts spoke louder than words, and they weren't the type to be headstrong and insist on joining the exploration team, that would only burden others. Then, when can we join the Hunter Association exploration team? Gon asked, still somewhat unwilling to give up. The Hunter Association exploration team departing on August 8 was just the first batch, subsequent reinforcement troops would follow depending on the situation. Gon had already learned a lot about Jing from Kurapika and had more or less guessed that Jing would play an important role in this colonial voyage. As long as he could participate, Gon believed he would definitely get news of Jing. Germain thought for a moment and said, just like before at Heaven's Arena, let's make another promise. What promise? Killua and Gon both leaned in curiously. Germain briefly explained the method for clearing the main quest of Greed Island, which required flying with cards deep into the elite level area. You will be forbidden from using flying or teleportation cards to go directly to the clear point, Germain said. You must break through by land and reach the final stage. This would make the difficulty of clearing the game skyrocket. Although the monsters in the elite level area had rigid attack patterns, their stats were all very high. If Killua and Gon were to advance by land, they would certainly see Elena many times. The two boys exchanged glances, but neither showed fear or panic. Instead, they became subtly excited, they liked challenges. Their exploration of Heaven's Arena and the early areas of Greed Island, as well as the improvement of their own Nen ability, gave them the confidence to agree. We will succeed. Gon said. When we do, please let us join the exploration team. All right, Germain replied. As long as you clear the game according to our agreement, not only will you be able to join the exploration team, but I will also tell you Jing's exact location and what he is doing. Upon receiving this promise, Gon's eyes lit up. He was already eager to begin the next phase of Greed Island. However, before that, Germain didn't let them leave just yet. There was one more thing he had to do for Killua. Ain't a needle. Killua exclaimed, pulling both hands from his pockets in surprise, causing the chocolate candy box hidden inside to clatter to the ground. You mean, Illumi stuck in a needle in me? How is that possible? When did this happen? Why do I have no memory of it at all? Killua, this is one of the characteristics of a manipulation type Nen ability. However, you will soon remember the exact time and place. Germain extended the index and middle fingers of his right hand, poking Killua's forehead, and said softly, relax. Killua felt a cold touch beneath his white bangs and couldn't help but frown, but out of trust in Germain, he slowly relaxed his body and mind. Whoosh! As fast as lightning, before Killua could even react, Germain precisely located the Nen needle and pulled it out. A streak of blood floated in the air, fell, and disappeared. Illumi's Nen needle, when in complete control, can make a person his captive until death. Even in a state of incomplete control, it's enough to alter a person's way of thinking and seal off certain memories. You were clearly in a more precise, incompletely controlled state. When the Nen needle is extracted, you will break free from the mental shackles, and your forgotten memories will return. Germain flicked the golden Nen needle in the sunlight and casually dropped it to the ground. Without Nen, it was just an ordinary golden needle. Kurapika and Gon watched this scene with astonished expressions, gaining a new understanding of manipulation type Nen users and becoming more wary. This kind of undetectable manipulation was truly terrifying. Before this, the manipulation-type Nen user they had interacted with the most was Zushi. However, Zushi had not yet reached the point of mastering his Nen ability, so the pressure he exerted was insufficient, leading to an inaccurate perception of manipulation-type Nen users. A bead of blood seeped from the center of Killua's forehead, sliding down like a tear, tracing his nasal bone, and stopping at the left side of his nostril. He stood there with a vacant expression, like a plaster statue, his eyes hollow. Spiky-haired Gon asked worriedly, Killua? Killua? Are you okay? After asking several times, Killua finally reacted, I'm fine. He had been involuntarily lost in the returning tide of memories and only awakened after Gon's calls. Then, he wiped the blood from his forehead with the back of his hand, and the tiny pinprick quickly stopped bleeding. Germain, when did you know there was a needle in my head? Killua looked up at Germain, his eyes now clear, having clearly recalled all his missing memories, his gaze shifting from confusion to determination. Germain thought for a moment about when he should have known about this, and finally chose their previous meeting. My second visit to the Zaldik family, he said, half-truthfully. At that time, my strength had made a leap forward compared to before, so Illumi's trick no longer worked on me. Why didn't you tell me then, and why didn't you help me remove the Nen needle? Killua asked, still doubtful. I had just gained guardianship over you at that time, Germain said. I didn't want to immediately do something that would displease the Zaldik family members. For Illumi to be able to implant a Nen needle in your brain, he must have had the approval of your parents and grandfather. I am also a Zaldik family member, Killua frowned. You are, Germain said. Besides that, I believe the existence of this Nen needle was beneficial to you for a certain period. Killua opened his mouth to retort, but the facts left him speechless. After his memories returned, Killua knew the purpose of the Nen needle. It had implanted a thought: if you encounter an opponent you can't beat, run away quickly. Even Killua, who strongly disliked Illumi's methods, had to admit that the Nen needle had saved his life more than once. Without that Nen needle, he might have fought many terrifying opponents and ultimately been injured, crippled, or even killed. Not everyone Killua had provoked was like Germain, they wouldn't be merciful to a young boy. After realizing all this, Killua's feelings towards Illumi were quite complex. He couldn't be entirely angry, nor could he entirely forgive him, stuck in an uncomfortable middle ground. Why are you suddenly willing to tell me and remove the Nen needle now? Killua thought for a moment, then pressed on. Germain replied, I am your temporary guardian, and my approach is to take different protective measures for you at different stages. Your Nen ability already has a basic framework, all that remains is continuous practice to achieve rapid growth. Before this, the Nen needle did protect you, but now it has become an obstacle to your progress. The Nen needle is like the Zaldik family's care for you, and the guardianship of myself and Wing and others, but you will eventually have to leave our protective wing. At your current stage, you can no longer avoid fear. On the contrary, only by embracing fear can you break through your limits again and again. Besides that, there's one more thing I need your help with. Germain gazed at Killua. Next, I will go to the Zaldik family. Your great-grandfather, Mr. Zig, has agreed to let me see Aluka. Hearing the name Aluka, which had long been shielded in his heart by the Nen needle, Killua couldn't help but tremble. Why do you know Aluka? And why do you want to see her? Mr. Zig and the others told me. The specific reasons and process involve too much for me to tell you. Mr. Zig said that you and Aluka have a very good relationship. I need you to come with me. You must also want to meet your little sister after so long, right? Killua did want to meet Aluka, he couldn't believe he had forgotten someone so important in his life. Even with the Nen needle's influence, he couldn't forgive himself. Killua hadn't contacted the Zaldik family for almost half a year. He once thought he had broken free from the family's shackles and could forever avoid returning home, forever traveling with Gon. Now he realized he was terribly mistaken. From the beginning, his family knew very well that he would definitely return, as long as he remembered Aluka. Even without Germain, Killua, at a certain critical moment, facing fear, would have been able to detect the Nen needle's presence and remove it. Illumi, his parents, they all knew Killua would never abandon Aluka. They knew Killua would definitely return from the moment they implanted the Nen needle. This kind of "we're doing this for your own good" manipulation deeply hurt Killua's feelings. Killua agreed to Germain, forced to return to that shadow-filled family, to find the hope and gentle light he had rarely experienced before. Germain did not depart immediately but waited until August 1st, because an important event was happening that day. The Hunter Association exploration team, led by Chairman Netero, would depart from Greed Island in batches, arriving at the Kaken Empire's colonial voyage assembly point. They would rendezvous at that port with other members of the Hunter Association and members originally dispatched by the V5, making final preparations until August 8th. Those remaining on Greed Island bid farewell to the departing Hunter Association exploration team members. This was a novel experience for Germain, as it was usually others bidding him farewell, wishing him a smooth journey to the Dark Continent. Now it was the other way around. Germain bid farewell to Chairman Netero, Team Leader Morel, Vice Chairman Cheadle, Vice Chairman Myzystem, Knuckle, Kite, Palm, Shoot, and others one by one. Finally, he came before Kurapika. Kurapika, take care of yourself, Germain said. We'll meet again on the Dark Continent. See you on the Dark Continent. Kurapika placed one hand on his chest and bowed respectfully to the teacher who had changed his future. Soon, all members of the Hunter Association exploration team left the secret training ground of Greed Island, splitting into several teams, converging on the Kaken Empire like rivers flowing into the sea. At the same time, more personnel had already been mobilized. The V6, especially the Kakan Empire's powerful state machinery, hummed into action. Like a galaxy of stars, the BW1 was like the sun, and the 5 vessels were like planets. They would depart on August 8, moving like a solar system, heading into the depths of the universe. Compared to the macroscopic, grand journey, Germain, Killua, and Gon's microscopic, small journey home received less attention. Germain and Killua were both going to the Zaldik family for serious matters, while Gon was mostly accompanying Killua, as Killua had just accompanied him back to Whale Island not long ago. Mid-journey, Killua began to tell Germain and Gon about his relationship with Aluka. Aluka was his childhood playmate, his younger brother, and also his little sister, though Aluka preferred Killua to call her a little sister. Killua respected and accepted Aluka's gender identity. In fact, Aluka did behave more like a little sister. However, this was not the only strange thing that happened to Aluka. One day, when Killua and Aluka were playing in the sea of trees at the foot of Kukuru Mountain, they encountered an injured bird that was clearly not going to survive. Aluka suddenly seemed to transform, her eyes turning pitch black. She effortlessly revived the dying bird and set it free. Afterward, Aluka quietly told Killua that there was another of Killua's little sisters inside her body, Nanika. Aluka wanted Killua to dote on Nanika just as he doted on her. Killua didn't think much of it and agreed. At the time, the innocent siblings didn't see this as a problem, instead, they were quite excited. They believed Aluka must have gained superpowers like a clean-up warrior and would one day maintain world peace. However, as Nanika became more active and displayed terrifying abilities, and as Killua grew more sensible, he realized that things were far from as simple as he had imagined. Killua once tried to conceal Aluka and Nanika's abilities, but eventually, the secret leaked to his parents and older brother. The Zaldik family was on high alert, as if facing a formidable enemy. Even great-grandfather Zig, who rarely made an appearance, specially called Aluka to his room, where she stayed for half an hour. According to what Aluka later told Killua, great-grandfather Zig merely stared at her for a long time, asked a few small questions about her daily life, and then let her go. If great-grandfather Zig reacted this way, others' reactions were even more intense, especially Killua and Aluka's mother, Kikyo, and elder brother, Illumi. After that, Nanika frequently appeared. Kikyo and Illumi then used the lives of the Zaldik family's butlers and servants to conduct several control experiments, testing the various conditions of Aluka and Nanika's abilities. Wishing, pleading, chain death, and so on were all discovered during this period of investigation. If he hadn't heard Kikyo and Illumi repeatedly caution him, Killua would not have known that Aluka and Nanika's abilities had so many restrictions and terrifying aspects. Aluka and Nanika never asked him to do so many outrageous things when pleading with him. Later, he realized that this was because these conditions and costs did not apply to him, which was why he had never perceived these dangerous rules and regulations. Aluka and Nanika would never harm him, this was the major prerequisite for all abilities to be activated, the highest priority. At this stage, Aluka's range of activity and contact with others had already been restricted, even though none of this was her fault. The fault lay with those wishers. As long as there was no initial wishing, there would never be subsequent pleading to the next person. Why didn't everyone understand this point? At this time, Killua was very dissatisfied with the treatment Aluka and Nanika received. At the same time, he keenly realized that his ability to command Aluka and Nanika without restrictions must be kept a secret. Based on his understanding of his mother and elder brother, once they learned of the existence of commands, they would definitely use him to control Aluka and Nanika. In Illumi's perception, Aluka and Nanika could fulfill all wishes, but the subsequent costs brought by pleading also became correspondingly heavier. If commands could be unrestricted, wouldn't he be invincible with Killua on his left and Aluka on his right? After hearing Killua's account, Germain felt that things would not be that simple. Perhaps it wasn't a command at all, but rather Killua's long-term devoted companionship had already overpaid for pleading. And Killua very rarely wished to Aluka and Nanika, which led to this strange phenomenon. That is to say, if Killua started to command continuously, the final outcome would also be the same as other wishers, losing this layer of protection. One day, he too would have to bear the cost of the previous person's wishing due to his own greed, and be forced to accept some rather cruel pleading. It is very likely that Killua's love for Aluka and Nanika unknowingly saved him and the entire Zaldik family. Thinking from a gentle perspective, it was precisely because Killua had no overly greedy desires towards Aluka and Nanika, and genuinely regarded Aluka and Nanika as his younger sisters, that Nanika would not harm Killua or those he cared about. Thinking from a rational perspective, living beings generally seek advantages and avoid disadvantages, rarely engaging in self-restricting behaviors that would harm themselves. The people Killua loved most at the moment should be Aluka, Nanika, and Gon. If he also had to accept pleading and failed to meet the demands of pleading 3 or more times, a terrible disaster would befall him and those he loved. At that time, the easiest state would be Killua, Aluka, Nanika, and Gon dying tragically, twisted like a rope. If Nanika did not want to kill herself, then it would be best not to initiate pleading with Killua. Alternatively, it would be better to distribute the pleading that Killua should bear among other pleadees. These 2 points are not mutually exclusive, on the contrary, combined, they are probably the answer. On August 3, Germain came to the Zaldik family mansion on Kukuru Mountain for the 3rd time. He once again witnessed the affection the butlers, servants, and gatekeepers held for Killua. This was not Killua's first long journey, nor was it his first time staying away from home for an extended period. Coincidentally, his longest time away was also to Heaven's Arena. That time, Killua followed Master Silva's request, staying at Heaven's Arena for 2 years, reaching the 200th floor, not going any higher, and then returning home. Thinking back now, that was almost 4 or 5 years ago. However, the Zaldik family's butlers and servants still couldn't hide their concern and longing for Killua, often watching live online broadcasts of Killua's matches at Heaven's Arena. Especially since such a major event occurred before young Master Killua left. Master Silva, who had always strictly disciplined Killua, was actually willing to allow Mr. Germain, an outsider, to act as Killua's temporary guardian. This was truly unbelievable. This also made everyone update their views on Germain, re-evaluating his standing in the hearts of Master Silva, Lord Zeno, and the others. As soon as Killua returned, he first asked Gota if Illumi was home. The reply he received was that young Master Illumi had already left home last month to accept a commission and had not yet returned. He muttered, "Lucky him," and temporarily put aside the matter of settling scores with Illumi. Gon was visiting the Zaldik family for the second time. He was already quite familiar with the place and was cheerfully greeting his acquaintances. Gota, Canary, Zebro, Second, and others were among those he greeted. Zebro responded with a kind smile, while Canary and Second were much more reserved, simply nodding in acknowledgement. Only Gota, initially serious, had no choice but to force a professional smile towards Gon in young Master Killua's presence, not only responding but also greeting Gon. Germain, of course, received a very high level of reception. He once again saw Zeno, Silva, and others come to greet him at the entrance of the Zaldik family mansion. Aside from Kikyo and Miluki appearing somewhat unnatural, everyone was very happy about the arrival of Germain, Killua, and Gon. Germain did not immediately get to the point, but instead gave Killua time to catch up with his family. Even in an unconventional family, mutual concern among family members is very normal. Almost at their first meeting, Silva detected Killua's lingering anger from his expression and quickly realized that his needle had been removed. Who removed the needle from Killua's head was self-evident. Silva had anticipated this day when he handed over temporary guardianship to Germain. He skillfully deflected Killua's opportunity to lash out, subtly using Gon's presence to steer the conversation towards their training experiences over the past few months. Seeing that it was Killua's father asking, Gon naturally spoke freely and comprehensively, omitting only some topics about Jing. Watching Gon talk endlessly, Killua for a moment couldn't find an opportunity to interject and question, nor did he want to make a fool of himself in front of Gon and Germain. Thus, matters concerning Aluka and the needle were also temporarily put aside. Silva listened as Gon recounted how they achieved 3 victories on the 200th floor of Heaven's Arena and how they completed various main and side quests on Greed Island. Upon hearing that Killua and Gon's nin abilities had both achieved some success, Silva feigned surprise, shifting from a posture of resting his chin on his fist to sitting upright. Killua, is what Gon says true? Can you show me your achievements? Killua sulked and did not respond to his father. Gon, on the other hand, generously demonstrated the paper in his rock-paper-scissors. He had accumulated nin for a long time before emitting an nin ripple, and its power was not very strong. Kikyo couldn't help but open her fan, covering her mouth, and let out a few disdainful laughs. Miluki was much more unrestrained, truly embodying the word belly laugh. Silva and Zeno both smiled politely. Their youngest son, Kalito, still stood quietly nearby, dressed in a kimono like a large doll. Germain glanced at Gon, who was scratching the back of his head and grinning foolishly, and some peculiar thoughts arose in his mind. You might say Gon was wary, because when Silva asked him to demonstrate his nin ability, he did. But you might also say he wasn't wary, because he specifically demonstrated the rock-paper-scissors, paper, which has the most obvious weakness. This would give those present who were unaware of the inside story a preconceived notion. It's important to know that in nin ability battles, half knowledge is more dangerous than complete ignorance. Enemies can fully exploit incorrect or missing information to set traps. Of course, such small tricks are useless against old foxes like Zeno and Silva. However, with the same matter, one person sees the front, another sees the side, and still others see the back. From Killua's perspective, his best friend was being ridiculed by his mother and that guy Miluki. Killua was already furious about Aluka and the nin needle. He immediately sparked with electricity and challenged Miluki by name to a one-on-one fight. Miluki wasn't afraid of Killua, the novice, but the fight was quickly stopped by Silva. How could he stand by and watch his two brothers fight fiercely in front of him? Coupled with Gon's persuasion, Killua finally calmed his anger. However, by this short burst, the Zaldik family members were able to observe that Killua's nin ability converts nin into lightning-type energy. Less than half a year after leaving the Zaldik family, Killua had already progressed from having almost no understanding of nin ability to now possessing the ability for nin ability combat. The rapid progress was astonishing, even for Zaldik family members who had always been confident in Killua's talent. It seems that Killua certainly didn't waste his time during these few months away from the Zaldik family, and he also received guidance from a renowned master. Kikyo, however, frequently looked at Germain and Gon, muttering to herself. Why is Killua more willing to be close to these outsiders? Why isn't Killua willing to obey me obediently and make good use of the most important growth period under my supervision? Where did things go wrong? In Zigzaldik's gloomy attic, a rare large group of people gathered. They stared silently at the sight before them, like bats flying back to their cave. This is the cure-all herb. This is the alchemic plant metal lion. This is the nameless stone. Germain brought 3 types of hope. Among them, the cure-all herb and alchemic plant metal lion were submerged in a special solution to prevent wilting. The nameless stone was packed in a special powder to keep it dry. Zig, who had lost his left hand and right leg and was confined to a wheelchair, laughed, revealing his few remaining teeth. It seems you have indeed succeeded once again. Isaac Netaro's trust in you is well founded. Maha walked around the transparent container of the cure-all herb with his hands behind his back. His bald head was covered in wrinkles that slightly smoothed it out as he smiled, looking like a kind and amiable old man. Before, Netero brought processed cure-all herb injections or powders. This is my first time seeing the actual plant. I never imagined such an ordinary-looking plant could possess such powerful healing abilities. Zeno, whose silver hair was still thick and spiked towards the ceiling, gently twirled his shrimp claw-like mustache, his attention fixed on the alchemic plant metal lion. A treasure alchemists dream of but cannot obtain. Germain, I heard it can allow an user to be free from type restrictions, is that right? That's not entirely accurate. Germain, dressed in a black robe, stood to the side like a vampire count in a castle. Our ability still needs to adhere to type restrictions. It's just that with the help of enchanted tools, we can use transmutation type Nin ability to transform Nin into corresponding elements. Zeno nodded in understanding, like his grandfather Maha, and began pacing around the hope. Silva seemed to show little change in emotion. He was too tall, so he had to bend down to examine the hope in the container, looking for a long while before finally standing back up. Germain, may I test the ability of one of the hopes? For example, the Nameless Stone. Please do. Germain replied, this is a gift for the Zaldik family. How to deal with it is up to you. So, Silva took one of the Nameless Stones from the dry powder in the container and submerged it in water. Through experimentation, it was found that after being away from the necessary environment for incubation for a long time, the Nameless Stone would no longer be able to hatch and would truly become a mineral. Everyone watched as this bead-sized stone released beautiful electric light in the water. The next moment, Silva directly reached out, retrieved the still discharging Nameless Stone from the water, and calmly wiped the water droplets clean with his fingers. Once the Nameless Stone was dry, it stopped discharging electricity. Silva placed it back into the dry powder for storage. Throughout the entire process, Silva's expression remained unchanged, and the onlookers also showed no surprise, simply watching his actions quietly. For Zaldik family members, enduring electric shocks is a mandatory course, something they must experience daily, like 3 meals a day. The discharge of a mere Nameless Stone was more like a soothing electrotherapy for Silva. How much electricity can it discharge? Silva asked again. Each Nameless Stone is different, but on average, it's about 20,000 kilowatts per day, Germain replied. And this is not its limit. I can feel it. Silva, who had personally touched the current discharged by the Nameless Stone, commented. At this moment, he recalled Killua's Nin ability, which was transmutation type lightning, displayed an hour ago in front of them. Although Killua could transform his Nin into lightning, he still needed to recharge periodically as a restriction and vow. Perhaps only when he reached a higher stage, like Phaeton Portor, a deceased Phantom Troop member, would Killua no longer need to recharge. Could such a coincidence exist in the world? Killua currently needed to recharge to maintain long-term, continuous combat power. And the Nameless Stone could perfectly serve as his power bank. Silva looked at the Nameless Stone and couldn't help but be tempted. It seems I should fulfill my promise now, Zig said with a laugh. When Germain last visited, I said that if he could bring back the Nameless Stone, I would let him interact with Aluka. Zig had already mentioned this to Maha, Zeno, and Silva after Germain left, but no one had expressed an opinion at the time. Zig brought up the old matter again, and Maha and Zeno remained silent. However, their silence was actually a tacit approval. But the three of them didn't make a final decision, instead looking together at Silva. Although they were elders of the Zaldik family, they did not use their seniority to pressure others, they clearly knew that the current helmsman of the Zaldik family was Silva. The 3 Zaldik family elders needed to maintain proper boundaries, they couldn't have their cake and eat it too. If they wanted to wield ultimate family power, they shouldn't have stepped down in the first place. An example contrary to their style was Chairman Netero. Even at his advanced age, Chairman Netero had not cultivated a successor for the Hunter Association, and even if he had a successor, he had not relinquished power. Chairman Netero appeared carefree and unrestrained, but in reality, he was more dedicated, diligent, and devoted to his duties than Maha, Zig, and Zeno, working tirelessly until death. This couldn't really be considered a good thing. However, he had changed in the past year, perhaps truly seeing hope. Silva knew that everyone's gaze was focused on him. He thought calmly for a moment before his sharp eyes, peering through his sparse silver bangs, looked towards Germain. What do you intend to do by interacting with Aluka? I want to further understand the mist-like being AI, and then confirm whether the next target is them or double-tailed snake Hell Bell. Germain replied. Silva shook his head, he had clearly misunderstood Germain's meaning. You should already have a basic understanding of Aluka's abilities and their cost. I will not allow you to use her wish to achieve your goals, that is too dangerous. I understand. Germain said, I will not wish to Aluka, nor will I let anyone else wish for me. I just want to interact with her, meet her, and get a general impression. You can monitor and observe the entire process, and I can accept any restriction you impose. Germain looked at Zig, who was in a wheelchair, and said, if necessary, I am willing to sign the blood oath shackles. Silence fell in the attic for a moment. No need. Silva said, I will take you to see Aluka. He also knew that the mist-like being AI within Aluka, originating from the Dark Continent, would eventually need to be resolved, and the opportunity for that resolution lay with Germain. Half an hour later, Silva led the way, and Germain followed him through one heavy gate after another. Besides them, there were 2 other companions on this trip, Killua and Sabone. Finally, only one last gate remained before them. However, after opening it, Silva sent Sabone in alone, while the others remained outside. After a while, Sabone came out. Wearing a monocle, she was burly and tall, smiling as if nothing had happened. If one ignored the blood dripping from her finger. Young Master Aluka wanted my little fingernail. Subone explained, then bowed to Master Silva. Master Silva, I will take my leave now. Silva nodded. Subsequently, Subone vanished into a blur, swiftly leaving the heavily gated passage. Silva allowing Germain to interact with Aluka was, of course, not without any restrictions at all. He just knew that the best restriction was to utilize the rules of wishing and amatory. The previous wishmaker was Milwaukee, he wanted an expensive, high-performance computer. Aluka granted this wish. Generally speaking, for such a wish, the amatory burden on the next person should not be too troublesome. The result was indeed as Silva expected, Aluka's first amatory only required Subone's little fingernail. And in Silva's understanding, for Aluka to reach the state of granting a wish, Subone would need to fulfill 2 more amatory requests. However, if Subone fulfilled 1 amatory request and then left midway, Aluka could not transfer the amatory target. In other words, as long as Subone did not appear before Aluka again, Aluka would not be able to grant anyone else's wishes. However, if Subone died for some reason, it would be considered an amatory failure. Everything would return to normal, and the amatory fulfillment difficulty would drop to its lowest. This was also one of the reasons why the Zaldik family, despite knowing this method of restriction, still decided to keep Aluka confined. Now we can go in, Silva said. In fact, before Silva had even finished speaking, Killua had already quickly walked in ahead, followed by Germain and Silva stepping in together. A surprised shriek came from inside. When Germain entered the rather spacious, enclosed cell, the first thing he saw was a floor covered with dolls of various sizes, and then he saw Aluka. Aluka's hair color was still inherited from her mother, Kikyo, it was pure black, long, and straight. She was petite, wearing a shrine maiden outfit, and her headband was engraved with the 4 expressions of joy, anger, sorrow, and pleasure. At this moment, Aluka was enjoying a long-awaited warm embrace from her favorite brother, a look of contentment on her adorable face. Silva merely watched with his arms crossed, without making a sound to disturb them. At the same time, the other members of the Zaldik family were also watching this scene in the monitoring room. Killua sincerely apologized for not visiting Aluka for a long time. Aluka forgave him almost without hesitation, in fact, she had never blamed or resented Killua. I'll never be angry with Big Brother. Because just seeing Big Brother makes me so happy. I'm truly overjoyed. Aluka playfully pounced on Killua, rubbing against him like a kitten. The more she did this, the more guilty Killua felt inside. For over a year, he had been thinking about going out to play everywhere, actually leaving Aluka and Nanika here. Then, Aluka noticed Silva's presence, so she jumped off Killua, obediently ran over, and hugged Silva's thigh. Father, long time no see. I'm so happy today, to be able to see Big Brother and Father come to see me together. Silva smiled, hugged Aluka back for a moment, asked a few caring questions, and then released Aluka. Aluka then noticed the stranger beside her Germain. However, she wasn't shy, she just blinked her big eyes curiously, staring at Germain. You, who are you? Killua walked over, whispered a few words to Aluka, and then, holding his sister's hand, introduced the only stranger in the room to her. He is Mr. Germain, he is our friend, Killua said. He wants to meet you. Mr. Germain. Aluka blinked her big eyes, walked over, and extended her hands towards Germain. Big Brother just told me that you've been taking care of him recently, thank you very much for your care of Big Brother. You're welcome. Germain shook Aluka's hand, feeling that she was truly tiny and delicate, like tofu that would crumble if squeezed. However, this did not mean that the mist-like being AI was weak. Because this body was, after all, a human body, a vessel for Aluka and Nanika to coexist. Germain could feel the energy contained within Aluka, which was a very strong life fluctuation. Perhaps, even destroying Aluka would not completely kill Nanika, this was Germain's first impression. Big Brother said you came to see me. Aluka tilted her head slightly, her hands clasped behind her back, asking cutely and curiously, why? Germain said, I heard that Aluka is Killua's favorite sister, so I specifically came to see you, and besides that, to give you a gift. Aluka showed a satisfied expression when she heard Germain say she was Killua's favorite sister, giggling foolishly. When she heard that Germain was going to give her a gift, her curiosity was immediately piqued. However, she still knew basic manners, so she secretly glanced at Silva and Killua, unsure if she should accept it. Silva nodded silently, he had learned what the gift was from Germain in advance, so he naturally wouldn't object. Killua also smiled and said, Aluka, it's okay, accept this gift. Aluka immediately became overjoyed. She placed her hands on her chest, looking expectantly at Germain. What could it be? What could it be? Aluka couldn't help but shake her head back and forth. Germain unwrapped a bag he was carrying, revealing a handheld game console with a Greed Island Z mark on it. Aluka tilted her head in surprise. She still recognized the handheld game console, but she didn't lack one and didn't particularly like playing games. Although she wasn't that fond of game consoles, she wouldn't refuse it. Just as she was about to reluctantly accept it, she heard Germain's subsequent explanation. Your big brother is currently leveling up in a game called Greed Island Z. He'll probably be there for several more months. He was worried you'd be lonely during this time, so he asked me to find a solution. I then asked 2 designers to design and create this Greed Island Z handheld game console. The designers Germain referred to were naturally HxH and Duan, they only took one day to rush out this special game console. Aluka, you can activate this handheld game console to get a virtual Aluka game character on Greed Island Z. This way, you can use it to remotely stay by Killua's side and play with him on Greed Island Z. Germain knew the Zaldik family's bottom line, it was definitely impossible for him and Killua to just take Aluka away like that, so he settled for the next best thing. Killua accompanying Aluka's virtual game character, allowing the two siblings and Gon to clear Greed Island together, surely that wouldn't be a problem? At this moment, the microphone in the monitoring room seemed to be on, and Miluki's pig-like wails came from it. Killua didn't get the chance to duel Miluki, but he knew how to provoke his chubby older brother. At this time, hearing Miluki's unwilling howl, he smugly curved his lips. Hours earlier, when Gon was telling Silva about his and Killua's experiences during this time, Greed Island was inevitably mentioned. And as Miluki, who was obsessed with games and anime, it was impossible for him not to have heard of Greed Island. At that moment, he jumped up in surprise, wanting to get to the bottom of it. He had been pursuing this non-user game for a long time. Recently, he heard it had a major update and had been itching to play it, but he had no way to obtain entry qualifications. So, Killua accidentally mentioned that he and Gon obtained their Greed Island entry qualifications from Germain, and that Germain was Greed Island's administrator. Miluki's face turned pale at that moment, then flushed red. He stared at Germain with wide eyes for a long time, unable to say a word. Germain had come 3 times, and Miluki had not given him a good look all 3 times. Plus, Germain was clearly on Killua's side, so it was too late for him to try to curry favor. The more this happened, the more furiously jealous Miluki became. He couldn't understand why Killua was so lucky to directly encounter Greed Island's administrator. I've been searching online for so many years and just couldn't find any information about Greed Island's designers and administrator. Killua looked at Miluki's grim face, but his mood brightened considerably. Originally, after several hours of psychological adjustment, Miluki was no longer so jealous and angry. However, not long ago, Germain proposed giving Aluka this gift, which once again stirred up trouble. To be on the safe side, Silva had Miluki, who was proficient in technology, examine the game console. Miluki was quite excited after learning about its functions. Then, he used various methods to confirm that it was safe. It could indeed only allow Aluka to create a virtual game character within Greed Island and play Greed Island remotely with Killua, there were no other special functions. However, just as he was admiring it, he had to helplessly watch Germain take it from his hands. Because this game console did not belong to him, it was Germain's welcome gift to Aluka. By this point, Miluki, watching this scene through the monitor and hearing Germain's explanation, was so angry his lungs felt like they would explode. I'm also Killua's brother, why didn't you give me a welcome gift? That's mine, that should be mine. Germain looked strangely in the direction of the microphone. Then he ignored the wailing coming from there and placed the handheld game console in Aluka's hands. Aluka held it with both hands, taking a while to understand Germain's meaning. You mean, I can use it to always be by Big Brother's side? It's your game character that will be by Killua's side, Germain corrected. But it's pretty much the same, you can video chat, you can talk directly. Before Germain could finish, Aluka raised the game console high and shouted with joy. Great! Great! Aluka jumped around like a happy little rabbit. I can play games with Big Brother now. Hooray! She turned around and happily spun in circles around Killua. People with personalities like Germain and Silva couldn't help but be infected by this joy. Killua still felt he hadn't done enough, but this was the limit of what he could give Aluka at the moment, he wasn't strong enough to protect Aluka yet. Unexpectedly, Aluka showed such a satisfied and happy expression, making Killua feel even more guilty. He held the bouncing Aluka and said, Aluka, have you forgotten? What should you do when you receive a gift from someone? Aluka paused, then nodded. She held the handheld game console with both hands, walked up to Germain, and obediently said, Thank you for your gift, I like it very much. Good, if you like it. Germain smiled. Afterward, Germain personally taught Aluka how to use this special handheld game console and helped her add Killua as a game friend. If needed, Aluka could also connect this game console to a large screen to play. Aluka held the game console contentedly with both hands. Only an ill-timed voice came. Time's almost up. Silva, standing at the door, said, We should leave. Killua couldn't help but frown, but before he could say anything, Aluka obediently got up and shook Killua's arm. Big brother, it's okay, I'm already very happy like this. Let's meet again in the game. Killua felt a pang in his heart, a sentence caught in his throat, unable to be spoken. In the end, he could only utter another sentence, Okay, we'll meet again in the game. I'll introduce my friends to you. MHM. Aluka nodded her head vigorously with anticipation. After a reluctant farewell, Aluka waved her hands frantically at Germain, Killua, and Silva before the gate closed. Even after the gate closed, everyone seemed to still see the lively and adorable girl with a sweet smile on her face before them. Killua still had a smile on his face when he said goodbye to Aluka, but after the gate closed, only a gloomy expression remained. He had secretly resolved to become stronger than everyone else, so that he could protect his favorite sisters. Only then could Aluka and Nanika truly find happiness. At the Zaldik family dinner, Killua deliberately sat far away from Silva, Zeno, and Kikyo. Gon, of course, followed and sat beside him. Their two little heads leaned together, whispering. Seated at the dining table were Germain and most of the Zaldik family members, with the exception of Maha, Zig, and Illumi. They all had their own reasons for not attending this dinner. And the Zaldik family members present, whether it was Silva or Zeno and Kikyo, all ignored Killua's childish tantrum. Regarding Aluka's treatment, they did not believe there was anything wrong with keeping her locked up. This was the safest approach for the entire Zaldik family, and for Aluka herself. They were not cold-blooded and heartless, after all, Aluka was connected to them by blood. It was just that as the world's foremost assassin family, they were accustomed to thinking with reason instead of emotion. Silva's complexion was always a sickly pale, and his eyes were always half hidden beneath sparse silver bangs, making it difficult to discern the true meaning in his gaze. As he used a silver fork to pick up a piece of sliced, sauced beef, put it in his mouth to chew, he quietly asked. Germain, after meeting Aluka, do you have any thoughts now? Germain was seated beside him, also enjoying the dinner prepared by the Zaldik family's chef. Their profiles were illuminated by the same hanging crystal lamp. Today, not only did he get to meet the Zaldik family's fourth child, Aluka, as he wished, but he also got to review the experimental records of Kikyo, Illumi, Miluki, and others. Stacks of written materials and data displayed on computer screens all outlined the terrifying nature of Aluka and Nanika's wishes and pleas. I've at least confirmed one thing, Germain replied softly. It, residing within Aluka, is different from it in the Dark Continent. Silva looked at Germain. You mean its ability has changed? Evidently, the Zaldik family members had already discussed this point. Yes. Before, it directly took Mr. Zig's limbs and blood, but it wasn't fatal. Instead, it resided within Mr. Zig's body and transformed his body. But now, it has evolved into the many restrictive rules of wishes and pleas. Silva put down his knife and fork, resting his chin on his hand, thinking seriously. It might be because it is in two different states. Germain used the small knife in his hand to cut a piece of beef in half, first pushing the left half aside. This is it without a host body. At this time, the wishes and pleas are not fatal. It won't even give you a chance to refuse, but will directly demand. However, at least the host can survive. At this point, it is more seeking a dwelling, like a hermit crab's shell. Germain then pushed the right half aside. This is it with a host body. It needs time to adapt to the body and gain control, after which the wishes and pleas become fatal. No, to be precise, refusing 4 pleas will lead to death, being wrung out like a rope, or flattened into a plane. Their common characteristic is that they are instantly squeezed, as if all the liquid in the body is taken away. And the method of taking it away is probably the dark space. Grandpa Zig had been willing to talk more with Silva recently, so Silva was not unfamiliar with the dark space. Prompted by Germain, he almost immediately thought of the description of the 3 original waters guarded by the mist-like being AI. Can become the stock solution of all liquids. Is it that the 3 original waters are the stock solution of all liquids, or can the bodily fluids of various different creatures, after refinement and combination, become the stock solution of all liquids? Could the mist-like being AI have accelerated and distorted a complex process similar to the formation of fossil fuels like petroleum, thus creating the 3 original waters? At this moment, 2 knocks interrupted Germain and Silva's thoughts. They looked up and saw it was Zeno, sitting on the other side. He held a pair of chopsticks, tapped the table with the head of one, and said, "It's dinner time now, let's eat first." Germain and Silva exchanged glances, not wanting to continue such an unappetizing topic at dinner, so they stopped. However, Germain already had a spiritual intuition at this time. Perhaps the mist-like being AI and the 3 original waters were even more troublesome than recorded. Chairman Netero, Mr. Zig, and Grandma Lin are the unrecorded survivors of the calamity, the mist-like being AI. And there are 3 officially recorded survivors, all members of the Hunter Association commissioned by the Mingbo Republic. However, they all suffered from mental disorders and could not provide much useful information. Why did they suffer from mental disorders? Could it be possible that the mist-like being AI also resided within their bodies, vying for control, ultimately leading to their mental disorders? But then, where did the mist-like being AI residing within them go? Perhaps this is related to why Nanika transferred from Zig's body to Aluka's body. And Nanika's existence might also be unique among the mist-like being AI. Kikyo gently wiped the corner of her mouth with a handkerchief, and the red dot in her mechanical eye looked at Germain, making him feel as if he was being targeted by a sniper rifle. I heard that after you eliminated Gyro and the Phantom Troops forces, you are now supporting 4 Meteor City residents to become elders and funding Meteor City's reconstruction. She came from Meteor City, which made her an extremely tough and strong woman, evident from her jet black hair being inherited by 4 of her 5 children. If young Silva hadn't defeated her again and again, completely conquering her, she certainly wouldn't have been willing to marry into the Zaldik family. Now that she was the mistress of the Zaldik family, she did not rashly fund Meteor City, she had a good sense of proportion in this regard. However, Canary and other Meteor City residents having the opportunity to become Zaldik family butlers and servants was, to a greater or lesser extent, due to her. Yes, Germain had nothing to deny. Meteor City is now full of ruins, with most of its people dead or injured, and it certainly needs help from the outside world. Kikyo scoffed at this. What difference does it make whether it's rebuilt or not? It's always been a place full of garbage, so whether it's ruins or not doesn't really matter, does it? As for the dead and injured, they'll probably be replenished very quickly. The world will never lack those criminals, vagrants, and refugees who have lost everything. Meteor City residents are as resilient as cockroaches, they will soon reproduce to overpopulation, and everything will start all over again. Kikyo precisely speared a cherry tomato with her fork, said these words in a cold tone, and then threw the cherry tomato into her mouth. Germain couldn't tell at once whether her attitude towards Meteor City was contempt or praise. The next day, Germain did not immediately leave the Zaldik family, but stayed there for several days, during which he saw Aluka almost every day. At first, Silva would accompany him, but later, for some unknown reason, Milwaukee took over the accompaniment. Only later did he realize that the little fatty had actually been looking for an opportunity to curry favor with Germain, but he didn't know how to start. Killua, of course, also came along, and during this time he played many games with Aluka. However, once visiting hours were over, the three had to leave, leaving Aluka alone behind the closed heavy gates. It should be said that she wasn't entirely alone. Aluka had Nanika for companionship, and they could communicate with each other. But being isolated for most of the day, for a child Aluka's age, was still too pitiful. Germain stayed with the Zaldik family until August 8, then watched the live broadcast of the colonial voyage on television with the members of the Zaldik family. The massive, rather clunky BW-1 ship dominated most of the broadcast, while the other 5 escort vessels merely flashed by. They sailed away from the port, embarking on their journey. The announcer's voice came through. Dear passengers, BW-1 and other ships have safely sailed out to sea, beginning their pleasant journey. From this moment, they will sail for approximately 2 months, with the Dark Continent as their destination. The colonial voyage had begun. After the broadcast ended, Germain told Silva, Killua, Gon, and I will leave tomorrow and return to Greed Island. This was a decision he had already discussed with Killua and Gon. Although Killua was a bit reluctant due to Aluka and Nanika, he still agreed. He still understood priorities. Without an increase in strength, he wouldn't have the ability to protect his sisters. What he needed most now was to return to Greed Island, that training ground. All right, Silva said. Please continue to look after Killua. And, I wish you a smooth journey on your next trip. We will. Zig had mentioned that if Germain's next target was the mist-like being AI in the 3 original waters, the Zaldik family could provide assistance. Since Germain hadn't mentioned it, Silva understood Germain's current inclination. Silva himself also hoped to get a stable solution for separating Aluka from the mist-like being AI before discussing anything else. Soon, the news of Killua's impending departure spread throughout the Zaldik family. That evening, Milwaukee finally couldn't hold back and sought out Killua. The 2 brothers stayed in a room for half an hour, after which they came together to find Germain. Ahem, Killua said to Germain, who was reading a book. Germain, there's something I'd like to ask you. Is now a good time? What is it? Germain looked at the grinning Killua and the fidgeting Milwaukee behind him with surprise, and quickly had a guess. Sure enough, Killua's words confirmed Germain's speculation. Milwaukee also wants to enter Greed Island. Do you happen to have any spare game consoles, cartridges, and rings? Germain glanced at Killua, then at Milwaukee, and asked, did you get something out of this? Killua grinned and took 2 metal yo-yos out of his pocket, twirling them like meteor hammers with impressive force. I think they're quite handy. It seemed Milwaukee had conceded to Killua and offered these 2 custom yo-yos, finally convincing Killua to bring him to Germain to ask. Killua then added, it's not entirely for the yo-yos. Didn't you give Gon and me a task to clear Greed Island by land? I think with Milwaukee's help, forming a team, the clearance will be smoother. You wouldn't forbid us from forming a team, would you? Germain certainly wouldn't forbid them from forming a team. It would be very difficult for Killua and Gon to get through the elite level area, facing both monsters and players. What's more, a virtual Aluka would also join their team as a mascot, which would make it even harder. With Milwaukee's help, and given Milwaukee's own interest in this area, it was actually a pretty good choice. All right, Germain agreed. After we return to Greed Island, I'll send over the necessary equipment. Milwaukee was about to cheer when Germain added. However, I advise you not to try to hack into the Greed Island system, because hacker Hunter HxH is currently guarding the gate. If he discovers your actions, he might very well hack into your computer in return. What happens then, I wouldn't know. Milwaukee was quite familiar with the notorious HxH style. He didn't doubt Germain's words in the slightest, shaking his head and waving his hands repeatedly, his chubby cheeks jiggling. Don't worry, I would never do such a thing. Killua then slapped Milwaukee hard on the back and said. You'd better keep your word and not take any chances, otherwise, if you come to us then, there'll be nothing we can do. After Killua and Milwaukee left, Germain realized they weren't the only visitors that night. Unexpectedly, Kalito, the youngest child of the Zaldik family, dressed like a Japanese doll, also came to Germain's room. He bowed to Germain. Thank you for looking after and guiding Killua. He has changed a lot since returning this time. Please continue to guide him in the future. You're welcome. It's not just my effort. Germain and Kalito chatted briefly, and the atmosphere soon grew a bit quiet. After all, although Germain had visited several times, he wasn't very familiar with Kalito. He had thought that with the room so quiet and him unable to find a suitable topic, Kalito, being so aware of the atmosphere, would soon take his leave. However, Kalito remained seated on the sofa, neither speaking nor showing any intention of leaving, just staring intently at a glass of water. Germain realized that things weren't that simple. Kalito, is there something else you want to tell me? Kalito flinched at the question, seemingly jolted from his deep thoughts. Sorry, I was just thinking and zoned out. You've met Aluka a few times. What do you think of her? A very cute child, Germain evaluated briefly. Yes. She is very cute and well behaved, so Killua likes her very much. When she wasn't locked up, Killua and Aluka often played together in the sea of trees. Kalito's eyes drooped, looking diagonally at the ground, and the beauty mark at the corner of his mouth followed downwards. He was clearly recalling many memories. I rarely had the chance to play with them, because Killua thought I would report to mother, so. After Aluka was locked up, I actually thought for a while that I would take Aluka's place and become Killua's playmate. But Killua never came to find me, never did. Kalito realized he had said too much. He squirmed uncomfortably, then immediately rose from the sofa, his feminine kimono swishing with the movement. He was somewhat confused as to why he was telling Germain all of this, when Germain wasn't even a member of the Zaldik family. Perhaps it was because Germain was a man Killua also trusted. Germain, I know I can never replace Aluka's position in Killua's heart. No matter how much I imitate her, I am not Aluka. I don't know what exactly happened, that father and grandpa are willing to let you interact with Aluka, but I know you will definitely bring some changes to the Zaldik family. If there's a chance, please grant Aluka her freedom, so that she and Killua don't have to be separated like this anymore. Kalito bowed to Germain once more, and then, without waiting for Germain's reply, turned and quickly left the room. Germain somewhat understood. Kalito's feminine attire might not be entirely due to his gender identity, nor entirely because Kikyo liked raising children. He simply always hoped Killua would look at him. He was also Killua's younger brother, or sister. The next day, Germain, Killua, and Gon once again left Kukuru Mountain and quickly returned to Greed Island. Soon after, Germain also kept his promise and sent Milky a game console, cartridge, and ring, enough to enter Greed Island. At this time, the trio consisting of Killua, Gon, and Aluka, remotely controlling virtual Aluka, had already begun their wild adventure on Greed Island. August 13th. 5 days had passed since BW1 and the other 5 vessels departed from the Kaken Empire port. These 5 days were enough for anything unpredictable to happen. However, they had already sailed out of the area where direct communication and interaction with the 6 continents was possible. The 6 continents could no longer receive news from them immediately. To establish contact with the 6 continents, BW1 and the 5 ships would need to rely on airships constantly flying back and forth, transporting supplies. However, upon entering more dangerous waters, the sky would also become unsafe, and the airships would then be unable to follow. Even the 5 ships would, like a joey entering its mother's pouch, enter BW1's internal dock through 5 gates to temporarily avoid the danger. At this point, BW1 and the 5 ships would be like 6 islands in the vast ocean, almost completely cut off from the human world. Contact would only be re-established after reaching the imaginary Dark Continent and beginning to establish a stable shipping route from the 6 continents to the imaginary Dark Continent. That would be at least several months to half a year later, possibly even longer. Germain was temporarily unable to communicate with the Hunter Association exploration team. Even Gugu's ability couldn't allow birds to fly directly across this vast ocean, it was far from as calm as the waters of the 6 continents. Unlike Duen, who worriedly paced back and forth muttering all day, Germain appeared unhurried and still acted at his own pace. He found Abengane and asked him to perform exorcism for him. The last time Abengane performed exorcism for Germain was on July 28, half a month ago, and Abengane's condition had returned to its best. Abengane once again removed 2 negative traits for Germain, anxiety and enthusiastic phenomenon. Germain's only remaining negative trait was an almost inconsequential pale, whose existence could be completely masked by Germain's champion physique. After the exorcism, Germain and Abengane discussed management issues on Greed Island. List, who departed with the Hunter Association exploration team, would try to establish contact between Greed Island and the imaginary Dark Continent. This meant that List's original work on Greed Island would need to be taken over by other members. Although HxH, a 24/7 workaholic, had joined, there were some things that he, as a network resident, couldn't accomplish. HxH was stubborn and unwilling to leave the virtual world, so work related to reality had to be handed over to Duen. Duen alone couldn't handle the mountain of work, so after consulting Germain, Grandma Lin, Riza, and others, he promoted Abengane. Abengane had been waiting for this opportunity. He finally got his wish and entered the core of Greed Island's management. Upon learning the news, he couldn't sleep. He knew very well who cast the most crucial vote. After the exorcism, he would ask Germain many questions, understand Germain's future positioning and views on Greed Island, and promise to implement these ideas. If there were factions within Greed Island, then Abengane was undoubtedly part of Germain's faction. He also proactively suggested that in half a month, he, in his fully recovered state, would perform exorcism on Germain again, eliminating the last negative trait. Originally, this task could have been given to Hina, because in half a month, Hina's demon child Neverborn should also disappear, allowing her to perform exorcism again. However, Abengane didn't want to leave a bad impression on Germain, as if after his promotion, he was unwilling to condescend to perform exorcism for Germain anymore. Many people who are promoted often have such thoughts. They would feel that their current status was earned by themselves, thus ignoring the help of their initial benefactor. Such people, lacking self-awareness, often end up with very poor results. Abengane would never make such a low-level mistake. He had already come this far, and he wanted to continue climbing, step by step, to the highest position. To achieve this desire for power, Abengane could not do without Germain's support. However, Germain told him to rest well, because Germain didn't want to wait another half a month, he would soon return to the Dark Continent. Shizuko had also sent a message a few days ago, stating that she would return in a few days. During these few days of waiting for Shizuko's return, Germain, having nothing to do, once again used his administrator privileges to fly to Killua and Gon's side. At this time, Aluka and Miluki had both successively entered Greed Island, forming a team with Killua and Gon, though Aluka was in a virtual image form. When Germain arrived at their side, he surprisingly found that their team had added other members. Gon excitedly introduced their new companions to Germain. They were hunter exam candidates from the same period as him and Killua, Hanzo and Pakal. They are like us, Gon thus referred to him and Killua. After submitting an application to the Hunter Association Exploration Team, they didn't pass. We accidentally met in Magic City, Mashadora. They are still novice players on Greed Island and only have a superficial understanding of its situation, so we invited them to join our team. Originally, we also wanted to invite Leorio, but he said that he had already been admitted to Varn Medical University and was diligently studying medicine and ability, so he couldn't come here to accompany us. Gon's expression turned a little disappointed as he finished speaking. This colonial voyage was a global event, and the Hunter Association would play an important role in it, which naturally attracted many pro-hunters who wanted to participate. Hanzo and Pakal, who had only obtained their hunter license less than a year ago, naturally also wanted to participate in this grand event. Unfortunately, they were eliminated even before reaching the interview stage. Pakal, wearing a purple soft hat and carrying a bow and arrow, knew who the black-robed man in front of him was, so he appeared a little reserved. It should be said that most pro-hunters now certainly recognized Germain, the rat of the Zodiacs. It was said that among the members of this Hunter Association exploration team, most of the Zodiacs were present, with only Rat Germain and Borjin absent. This was somewhat strange, as Germain and Jin were already recognized as the top combat forces among the Zodiacs, yet they were precisely the only ones not in the Hunter Association exploration team. However, someone quickly came up with a reason the Hunter Association exploration team sent this time was the vanguard, and the Hunter Association would later send out second and third batches of teams. Many believed that Germain and Jin might be joining the subsequent teams. After all, it takes 2 months to travel from the 6 continents to the Dark Continent, in fact, the imaginary Dark Continent, by sea. Anything could happen within 2 months. Without resolute, courageous, and powerful pro-hunters as leaders, great chaos might occur at sea. This was actually a rumor deliberately released by the Hunter Association to prevent too many people from focusing on Germain and Jin. Most people in the world probably wouldn't know that the far-ranging Hunter Association exploration team was a decoy to attract attention, and Germain, Jin, and others were the main force. Pakal was aware of the aforementioned rumors, so in his mind, Germain became the examiner Toguri for whether he could catch the second and third Dark Continent exploration teams. He didn't expect that more than half a year after the Hunter exam, he would once again face a similar examiner Toguri and challenge. This time, the examiner Toguri was still the famous Germain. Since becoming a pro-hunter, Pakal had seen or heard news about him more than once. Even though Germain was as elusive as Chairman Netero and Jin, his legend still echoed within the pro-hunter community. Fastest single-star hunter, Phantom Troop and Shadow Beasts Destroyer, greatest contributor to the Chimera Ant Extermination War, and so on. Each honor was resounding, a peak that Pakal could not imagine or reach. Pakal actually knew, more or less, why his application was rejected. He could be said to have the worst talent among the pro-hunters who obtained their hunter license at the same time, and thus the slowest progress in ability. Pakal's application to the Hunter Association exploration team was more of a shot in the dark, and the result was, naturally, his unsurprising rejection. Hanzo's talent was much higher than Pakal's, and among his contemporaries, he was second only to the 2 monsters, Killua and Gon. However, he had only learned the basics and advanced techniques of ability for a few months, and his ability combat experience was still unremarkable, so he was also rejected. Illumi and Kurapika had already learned ability before taking the hunter exam, so they were naturally not in the comparison group of their contemporaries. Both Hanzo and Pakal only gradually understood why Illumi and Kurapika performed so strongly in the exam and where their miraculous abilities came from after learning ability. Therefore, when they learned that their contemporary, Kurapika, was able to join the Hunter Association exploration team, they were only slightly surprised, but ultimately found it reasonable. After all, they also understood that Kurapika was far ahead of them in ability combat. And more importantly, from the intelligence gathered from various sources, Kurapika's teacher was Germain, who stood before them. A renowned teacher produces outstanding students. The disciples of the Zodiacs are basically famous in the pro-hunter circle, and it is expected that Rat Germain's disciple, Kurapika, will also shine in the future. Hanzo also realized that Germain might be the selection examiner Toguri for the second and third batches of the Hunter Association exploration team. It was no wonder Hanzo and Pakal thought this way. Because after their applications were rejected, they both received an ambiguous text message from the Hunter Association. If you still haven't given up on joining the great cause of exploring the Dark Continent and ushering in a new era for humanity in the future, then please go to Greed Island. This was why Hanzo and Pakal passed Batara's recruitment and managed to enter Greed Island, this game for non-users. Not a few rejected pro-hunters received this text message like them, and perhaps all were flocking to Greed Island. Hanzo and Pakal initially guessed that the Hunter Association's intention was probably to have them hone their ability on Greed Island. But after seeing Germain, they couldn't help but think of another possibility. It seemed that the selection for the second and third Hunter Association exploration teams would be held on Greed Island, and the examiner Toguri would be Rat Germain. This situation was all too familiar to Hanzo and Pakal, because it was a replica of the Hunter exam. The two exchanged glances and immediately imagined this possibility, feeling fortunate to have met Killua and Gon, who gave them this information in advance, allowing them to gain an advantage in this selection. As for why Killua and Gon knew Germain, it wasn't surprising upon closer thought, because they had a good relationship with Kurapika, and thus could naturally connect with Germain. In fact, Hanzo and Pakle's guesses were largely correct. The Hunter Association did indeed plan to conduct selections for future exploration team members on Greed Island. However, the examiner Toguri was not Germain, but Granmalin and others. Only members who passed numerous tests and background checks would gain access to the Dark Continent Data Library and Research Institute in Raimeru Castle, followed by the next stage of training. Germain's arrival significantly injected surging passion into Hanzo and Pakle, igniting their motivation. After this, the team of Killua, Gon, Milwaukee, Aluka, Hanzo, and Pakle rose in Greed Island, becoming a formidable semi-cleared team, directly competing with teams like Zizu Ziegla, but that is a story for later. Germain only came to check on the condition of Killua, Gon, and Aluka, and incidentally Milwaukee, to confirm they were all well, and then he left. After this, on Greed Island, Germain successively discussed the current selection with Granmalin, HxH, Duen, Abe and Gain, Riza, Ida, Elena, and others. After explaining many things, the affairs of Greed Island were basically concluded. By August 15, Shizuka finally returned to Greed Island. There are no major issues with the reconstruction of Meteor City. She adjusted her heavy and cute black-rimmed glasses. Sheila accompanied me for a few rounds during this period, and the funds we provided all went to confirmed destinations. While the V6's attention is temporarily elsewhere, the Hunter Association also provided assistance. In addition, Sheila said that the Zaldik family also allocated a large sum of money. Germain recalled the woman with the mechanical prosthetic eye. It seemed she spoke very coldly, but in reality, she subtly helped Meteor City, which was reborn from the ruins. Shizuka continued, Shulnark, Maki, and Pakunoda are reorganizing Meteor City's governing structure and military organization to ensure it can sustain the entire Meteor City in the future and possess at least self-preservation capabilities. Also it's just. Shizuka had said a lot of serious things, but she stammered and got stuck here, finally revealing a fact. Sheila told you all this, didn't she? Yes. Shizuku nodded in admission. She said too much at once, and I forgot everything afterward. Oh, but they asked me to bring back a stack of Meteor City reconstruction proposals. She materialized Blinky, which spit out all the documents, handing them to Germain. Germain quickly flipped through them, nodding. It was clear that Shulnark and the others were acutely aware of future trends from the major event of the colonial expedition. If Meteor City wanted to change its current situation and no longer be the garbage dump of the 6 continents, it needed a monumental change unseen in thousands of years. Now was clearly that moment. If this opportunity was missed, it would be unknown how many years later Meteor City would have to wait for another chance to rise. They could have directly handed this proposal to Germain, but there was always a lingering resentment between them and Germain. They were willing to use and cooperate with Germain, but feigning affection for each other was completely unnecessary. Thus, intermediaries like Shizuku and Sheila became quite important, especially Shizuku, who could directly converse with Germain. In fact, people like Shizuku, Shulnark, Maki, Pakunoda, and Sheila didn't need to waste their time on the almost hopeless Meteor City. Their talents and abilities were enough for them to secure a place anywhere on the 6 continents and live a life above others. However, they still did it for their own long-held wishes, and Germain would provide appropriate assistance. After dealing with the affairs on the 6 continents, Germain and Shizuka finally decided to teleport back to the ancient labyrinth of the Dark Continent on August 17. Germain's teleportation lantern cooldown had now reached 320 days, a time he simply couldn't afford to wait. Fortunately, he now had 8 spare teleportation lanterns. By using the Hunter Badge Silver Triangle and consuming 3 of them, he could immediately initiate a teleportation. After Shizuku used Blinky to swallow all the equipment and materials Bisky and the others had requested to be brought, as well as the necessary supplies, she stood beside Germain. This time, only Germain and Shizuku were teleporting. Granmalin, HxH, Duen, Abe and Gain, Riza, and the others were observers. Since HxH was stationed on Greed Island, the matters of the post team could not be hidden from him, who appeared and disappeared like a ghost. Ultimately, Duen simply explained it to him. HxH, surprised, quickly browsed the electronic data of the Dark Continent Research Institute. You truly are audacious. This seemed to be the same assessment made by everyone who first learned of what Germain and the others had done. However, HxH quickly added, in my opinion, your research institute's network defense is only A class, that's not enough. Watch me upgrade it to SS class. Everyone was surprised by HxH's focus and that his exclamation, you truly are audacious, actually referred to their network defense. HxH, who could ascend into the network and daily receive and browse massive amounts of information from all over the world, had developed a certain tolerance for even the strangest or most astonishing things. There were countless strange people and events on the internet. Germain, Gon, and Bisky, these oddballs, were not the strangest, nor were their actions the most astonishing, they were merely among them. As HxH spoke, he truly upgraded the firewalls of the Dark Continent Research Institute, and other places to what he considered SS class. In fact, the entire network of Greed Island was upgraded due to his return, becoming impregnable. At this moment, he was on the other end of an electronic screen, watching the teleportation unfold. Germain did not add more members to the post team this time. His experience in the perilous mountains had made him realize that blindly increasing members was unwise. A small, elite team of 4 to 6 people was actually sufficient. It was HxH's first time personally witnessing a teleportation. He watched the lanterns appear, the messenger imps crawl out, and then Germain, Shizuku, and the messenger imps held hands and vanished into light in a vortex. It seems having a living, breathing body isn't such a bad thing after all. HxH's eyeballs twitched wildly up, down, left, and right, like someone having an epileptic fit. Only after he finished speaking did his eyeballs stop rolling. However, the virtual network world is still better. One day, I will also be able to do the same thing, instantly flying from the network of the 6 continents to the network established on the Dark Continent. Duan, smoking a cigarette nearby, laughed, ha ha ha, your damnable competitiveness. You used to compete with Gon, and now you're competing with Germain. Don't you believe in the power of network speed? I believe, of course I believe. Duan took the cigarette from his mouth. In the future, network speed will be even faster, its coverage wider, and its uses more numerous. However, all of that depends on us somehow gaining control of the sea, land, and sky. You're right. HxH fully agreed. At the same time, with the spatial distortion, Germain and Shizuku returned to the ancient labyrinth way station. After ringing the bronze bell, Germain and Shizuku descended the tall tower and soon met with the post team members stationed nearby. Everyone welcomed Germain and Shizuku's return with enthusiasm. Menchi and Buera even added the cure-all herb to their dinner later, making a medicated meal that was both delicious and nourishing. Taking advantage of everyone's presence, Germain began to recount the various major events that had occurred from February until now, the most notable of which was, of course, the colonial expedition. So. Bisky excitedly twitched her pigtails, the old man and the others are already on their way here. Since deciding to stay on the Dark Continent last October, Bisky hadn't seen any acquaintances from the 6 continents for almost a year and was now starting to miss the old man who often played tricks on her. Faster than expected. Even Gon was quite surprised by the colonial expedition, let alone the other members. Germain took out the route map Chairman Netero had given him and showed it to everyone. This would also be the route map for the Hunter Association exploration team to rendezvous with the post team after landing. Gon's chin was now completely covered in a full beard, making him look much more mature and steady. He looked at the route map for a long time before speaking. We can show it to the demi-human tribes. Perhaps these routes will pass through their tribes. This way, the exploration team will at least have a few safe landing spots in the future. Besides the colonial expedition, the next most noteworthy topic was, of course, Aluka and Nanika of the Zaldik family. Despite the wishing and pampering rules, Killua can almost unrestrictedly summon Nanika, who can grant wishes. On the bright side, it's possible that Nanika truly regards Killua as her brother, thus granting Killua the privilege of command. However, because Silva or Miluki were watching the entire time, and the entire room was under surveillance, I told Killua not to reveal the existence of command. Most members of the Zaldik family were now wary of the power Aluka possessed, which could bring about the family's demise, which is why they supported Germain. If they discovered that they could control Aluka by using Killua at least, no negative consequences of command had been discovered so far it might cause trouble. Germain didn't want to take that gamble, so he had Killua keep command a secret for now. Anyway, he had no intention of using Killua's command to achieve anything. The more convenient command was, the more unsettling it became. A vertical air conditioner was placed in the ancient labyrinth's council hall. Like the refrigerator against the wall in the living room, it hummed, sweeping away the August mugginess. They were all products of the human world that Shizuku had brought here from Greed Island with the help of Blinky, and the energy naturally came from the electricity of the nameless stone. Cool breezes, colorful shaved ice cream, popsicles, and various flavored sodas, the people remaining at the ancient labyrinth finally experienced the convenience of human society once again. The residents of the Dark Continent also had their convenient solutions for enduring hot weather. However, their physical structure and heat dissipation methods were different from humans, making mutual understanding impossible. Germain and Shizuku had returned 2 days ago. The ancient labyrinth's previously calm and relaxed pace of life was broken, and the post team once again tightened its gears. Everyone gathered in the council hall that day, and Germain began the discussion. There are still 2 types of calamities and hope remaining, and at the same time, the colonial expedition fleet is approaching the Dark Continent. The future situation may be very complex, and we cannot just wait. Germain placed his tricorn hat on the edge of the round table. Now, we must first clarify 2 things before we can challenge the next calamities and hope. Gon, Bisky, Shizuku, Knuckle, Menchi, Sanbika, and Buera were the other members of this meeting. Except for Gon, who had his arms crossed and was staring down at the patterns on the table, everyone else directed their gaze towards Germain. First, the number of exploration team members for the next challenge will be streamlined to 4, with the other 4 remaining at the ancient labyrinth. Germain's first matter was not unexpected. Everyone had known this would be the outcome since the perilous mountains. The increase in members at that time did not yield significant results. Knuckle, Menchi, and Sanbika were all forced to leave the team before heading to the underground cave, remaining at the temporary base. And Germain's method of transporting members back and forth would not only expose him to excessive negative trait or disease but also potentially lead to everyone being forcibly pulled into the dark space. So far, the only way known to everyone to escape from the dark space was for all members to wear the dark crown of torment. Anyone who had experienced it would not want to relieve that suffocating terror. Considering the above factors, a team of more than 4 people was not cost-effective, it was possible but unnecessary. Naturally, no one present objected. In addition, the 4-person way station exploration team members were basically determined after confirming the first matter. Germain, Gon, Bisky, and Shizuku, this was currently the optimal solution. Roles such as damage output, reconnaissance, decompression, and transport storage were all covered. Knuckle, Menchi, Sanbika, and Buera were not bad, it was just that, comparatively, they could not replace any of the 4 members in this group. You who remain at the ancient labyrinth way station are not without things to do, Germain looked at Knuckle and the others. I need you to interact more with the demi-humans. If, for some reason, we cannot return in time, you will need to rendezvous with the Hunter Association exploration team. You all know the route map and the preset time nodes. Should this situation occur, I entrust you with meeting Chairman Netero, Morel, and the others. Knuckle, Menchi, Sanbika, and Buera knew that Germain was merely stating a possibility, not speaking dishearteningly. It was always necessary to prepare for various situations, and they nodded in agreement. In fact, during the more than half a month that Germain and Shizuku were away, those who remained at the ancient labyrinth way station never slackened their communication with the demi-humans. Especially when the power of the small demi-human watch alliance fell into the hands of Sarah, a warrior from the Moose Centaur tribe with whom they were familiar, it became even more convenient. During this time, Knuckle learned a lot from some demi-humans. Those demi-humans pointed out to Knuckle that many beasts on the Dark Continent were not all violently aggressive, they helped Knuckle distinguish them one by one. Knuckle learned from the demi-humans which beasts looked fierce but were actually timid as mice, merely putting on an act. He also learned from the demi-humans which beasts looked weak but were actually insidious and cunning, liking to lure prey and especially fond of using terrain to trap prey before gradually devouring them. Similarly, Menchi and Buera's Dark Continent recipes were still expanding, while Sanbika had almost become a renowned doctor even among the demi-humans. The human forces of the ancient labyrinth way station were continuously rooting deeper and further into the soil of the Dark Continent, and its canopy and branches would grow even larger and more luxuriant. Germain continued, the second matter is to decide on the next target. Based on the data from the dangerous creatures evaluation list, the mist-like being AI and the double-tailed snake Hellbell were actually quite similar. Their ferocity was A2 and A1 respectively, and their destructive power was AB and A2, which was very close. Similarly, their quantity and reproductive capacity were both unknowns. Germain wanted to ask for everyone's opinions, and if necessary, vote as they did last time. However, Gon this time asked Germain to express his preference first. Because he knew that at this point, there was no need to use voting to unite everyone. Germain's prestige in everyone's hearts now, perhaps, only needed a catalyst to immediately react violently enough to surpass the Hunter Association's #1 chairman Netero. From every perspective, Gon was happy to help establish Germain's authority. Under normal circumstances, if the second and third most important figures firmly supported the first, then the team would advance very steadily towards a common goal. Germain glanced at Gon, and without hesitation, said, I lean towards choosing the double-tailed snake Hellbell. Why? Gon sat up straight, placed his hands on the table, fingers intertwined, and asked. First, Germain tapped the dangerous creatures evaluation list on the round table, I don't completely trust this table. Its last update, cited from records brought back by Beyond more than half a century ago, with the main content coming from the fragmentary records of the New World. The fragmentary records of the New World is a work from 200 or 300 years ago, and much of the content regarding the double-tailed snake Hellbell and the mist-like being AI is missing. Beyond's records were written more than half a century ago, and his records primarily focused on supplementing the undying disease, ZB. The information on the plant weapon gold-silver ingot and the undying disease, ZB is relatively complete and can be partly trusted. The information for the other 3 types of calamities is only partial, which makes it very difficult to trust. I believe we need to break free from the shackles of the New World Travelogue and the dangerous creatures evaluation list and make judgments beyond the written data. Gon said it very well before, the timing and location of the mist-like being AI's appearance are unknown, while the double-tailed snake Hellbell is at least confirmed to be before the swamp. Although we do not pursue longevity, the 3 original waters are more valuable to us than the longevity food Nitolami, but considering the unknown acquisition risks, I would lean towards the latter. Gon had already put forward this view during the last vote for nurturing Beast Pap, and Germain repeated it this time. Gon supported him, but he did not feel superior because of it and still considered others' opinions. Second, I have come into contact with Zig and Aluka. The former was Nanika's previous host body, and the latter is her current host body. Their commonality is that a dark space appeared within both of them, allowing Nanika to reside there. This leads to 3 situations. First, the last 3 survivors of the Mingbo Republic exploration team all went insane due to the influence of the mist-like being AI. Second, among the 3 survivors of the Netero exploration team, who left no written records, Zig had his limbs and blood taken, and his body was transformed by Nanika. Third, Aluka accepted Nanika, living in the same body like a dual personality. And Aluka suffered almost no adverse effects, on the contrary, she gained the terrifying abilities of wishing and pouting. I was unable to see Nanika this time, nor could I clearly distinguish the source of the differences between these 3 situations. Whether it's the mist-like being AI's almost infinite wish-granting ability or its connection to the dark space, both make me uneasy. The mist-like being AI can be seen as an alternative the monkey's paw, after granting 3 wishes, it brings negative consequences. I hope to deal with such a dangerous creature last. Perhaps Nanika can provide the correct answer on how to handle it. After listening, Gon directly ignored Shizuku, who would undoubtedly blindly follow Germain, and looked at Bisky, Knuckle, and the others. To be honest, I also lean towards the double-tailed snake Hellbell and the longevity food Nitolami. A demon that transmits murderous intent seems more like a calamity that we can solve at this stage than an infinite wish-granting desire-dependent entity. Gon paused, then added. Furthermore, when it comes to the last 2 calamities and hope, I am more willing to trust Germain's intuition than other reasons. His unease should be some kind of warning. Gon's words aroused the curiosity of everyone present, including Germain himself. I've always wondered how Don Freaks traveled the entire east coast of the Dark Continent alone and how he managed to withdraw from the range of the 5 great calamities so calmly. He was a pioneer and a lone wolf, he couldn't know about the calamities and hope from a fragmentary records of the new world like us. But every time, he survived, and even investigated a lot of relevant information, writing it in his book. How did he avoid the first encounter kill? Besides his own strength, I think it might be his intuition. We all know it, it's a type of an ability. Don Freaks' N must be far superior to ours, so what would his N be like? N, when developed to its extreme, might not only detect like radar and thermal imaging, not only sense the target's emotional fluctuations, but also produce a dangerous intuition for seeking benefits and avoiding harm. This might be one of the keys for Don Freaks, who was both a lone wolf and a pioneer, to be able to travel the east coast of the Dark Continent for hundreds of years. Among us, whose strength is closest to Don Freaks? Of course, it's Germain. I think, Germain, you now possess a similar spiritual intuition to him. Gon gazed at Germain. I've decided to trust your feelings. You might be instinctively avoiding crises that cannot be solved right now. Germain didn't expect his intuition to be held in such high regard by Gon, becoming the most important factor in his decision. As for whether his spiritual intuition was truly as Gon described, he himself was unsure. Bisky tapped the table with her fingers, thought for a moment, then looked up at Gon. None of us know what an ability will be like when it reaches its peak. The old man couldn't break through this bottleneck even at his prime. So. Gon retorted. Your inference, I think, makes sense, Bisky said. Risk prediction is actually not some profound ability, it's the result of accumulated experience and instant thought based on known circumstances. Since most of the information about the double-tailed snake Hellbell and the mist-like being AI is missing, it's better to trust Germain's intuition in choosing one of the two. Bisky also cast her vote in favor of Germain. After all, they were going to an unknown region with missing information, so if they had to trust something, it might as well be Germain. What about everyone else's thoughts? Germain did not make a direct decision and continued to ask. Shizuku sided with Germain almost without hesitation. Knuckle, Menchi, Sanbika, and Boera, who remained at the ancient labyrinth, exchanged glances for a moment and also preferred to trust Germain's spiritual intuition. Germain had always been the leader, his achievements on the 6 continents and the Dark Continent were enough to propel his prestige to its peak. In their eyes, Chairman Netero's past glory could no longer overshadow Germain's presence. Gon's speculation even put Germain on par with the legendary figure Don Freaks. As they supported Germain's decision, a thought unconsciously arose in their minds. Germain himself might indeed become the first hunter in history, even more legendary than Don Freaks. This required time to verify, and they would be fortunate enough to be witnesses. On August 20th, BW-1 and 5 other ships were theoretically nearing the refueling and safety inspection station. After leaving there, they would enter truly undeveloped waters. They would then need to sail for about 6 more weeks before possibly reaching the imaginary Dark Continent. At the same time, at the ancient Labyrinth Way station, the 4-person exploration team of the Old Guard was already standing on the teleportation point on the top floor of the high tower. Knuckle, Menchi, Sanbika, and Boera would watch them depart to challenge the double-tailed snake Hellbell. A new exploration and challenge began. Screech. The needle pierced his skin, bringing a sharp, numbing pain as Germain pushed the syringe, injecting the cure-all herb injection into his body. His 3 companions were doing the same thing. If an outsider were present, they might mistake it for some kind of addicts party. In reality, Jin, Bisky, and Shizuku were simply being prepared. The disease resistance provided by the cure-all herb injection was extremely important for them, as they were about to venture into the rainforest. Yes, they had been teleported from the ancient labyrinth tower to a lush, verdant rainforest. Germain had indeed contracted a disease called red fever. It would weaken Germain's physique, a curse originating from the use of a special lantern. And the cure-all herb injection could effectively eliminate it. This was indeed the case. When Germain touched his hunter badge, the red fever was no longer listed under disease. Give me the syringe. Shizuku walked up to Germain, holding a box in her left hand, which already contained the used and retrieved syringes from her, Jin, and Bisky. This was Sanbika's instruction, and everyone had taken it to heart. All right, Germain placed the syringe into the box, then watched as Shizuku sealed it and tucked it into Blinky's mouth. The entire box tumbled down the vacuum cleaner's throat into the dark space. Your Blinky's rule is first in, last out, or last in, first out. If you swallow the box, will it affect your ability to deal with emergencies? Germain reminded her. Shizuku adjusted her black-rimmed glasses, tilting her head slightly, her eyes revealing confusion as she said, Didn't I tell you? What did you tell me? My Blinky evolved. She poked her full lips with her finger, glancing upwards with her big eyes, thinking seriously for a moment, then added, did I really not tell you? Germain interrupted Shizuku's tangled thoughts and asked, when did it evolve? What did it evolve into? It was shortly after returning to Meteor City. I always wanted a more convenient ability, and it only responded to my thoughts at that moment. Germain knew that an ability was not static, but always dynamically developing. If a person's ability remained unchanged for several years, or even decades, it would have long been figured out and countered. Killua's lightning and Godspeed, Hisoka's bungee gum and texture surprise, Kurora's skill hunter and bookmark of demonic incarnations, and Germain himself, all had evolutions and derivations of their abilities. As combat power increased, an ability also needed to match it, not only with an increase in stats but also with the addition or subtraction of mechanisms. Like this, Shizuko held Blinky in her right hand, and extended her left hand into Blinky's open mouth, when I keep thinking about taking out a specific item, and keep imagining what it looks like. Blinky made uncomfortable gurgling sounds, as if it was about to vomit at any moment. But Shizuko ignored it, reaching in to rummage, even extending her hand into its throat. Finally, Shizuko's eyes lit up, as if she had caught something, and she pulled her left hand out of Blinky's mouth in one swift motion, making a plop sound. Blinky exhaled in relief, its large tongue hanging out to the right side of its mouth like a large dog, making hurried panting sounds. And in Shizuko's left palm, there was now a six-sided die. She showed it to Germain and said, "This is the die you gave me back then." Germain picked up the die, rotated it, and examined it, confirming that it was indeed the original die. At that time, he had contracted the negative trait terrible gambling luck, and he wanted to see just how terrible it was. As a result, he lost to Shizuko in comparing dice rolls, and she nonchalantly took the die. So, now you just need to remember what's inside Blinky, imagine its appearance in your mind, and you can directly retrieve it, right? That's right. What if you forget what's inside Blinky, or can't clearly remember the specific appearance of the item? How do you activate this derivative ability? Shizuko thought seriously for a while again, and finally concluded, if there's really no other way, then forget it. You're just giving up directly. Bisky, who had heard everything clearly from the side, couldn't help but interject, hands on her hips, the items you forget in your pouch of wonders will cry, you know. Pouch of wonders. Shizuko's eyes widened in surprise. The name of mine ability is Blinky. Bisky, your memory is really bad. I was using Doraemon's pouch of wonders as a metaphor. Forget it, forget it. When you mocked me for having bad memory, I already lost. Bisky looked helpless, while Shizuko still didn't understand what the problem was. Jin, who had just returned from walking around, said to everyone, I didn't see any swampland. It looks like we'll have to search this humid rainforest for a while. Then let's start looking, Germain said without further ado. The waystation exploration team walked over dead branches and fallen leaves, and muddy, damp soil, heading in a fixed direction first. During this time, Germain's N swept through the area intermittently, allowing them to foresee and avoid many magical beasts lurking in the humid rainforest. Unless absolutely necessary, they did not want to engage in meaningless slaughter, their priority was to find the swampland. The fragmentary records of the New World described that longevity food Nitolami naturally grew in swamps. Finding the swamp naturally meant finding the hope for this trip. I believe the swamp will be deep within the heart of this rainforest. Jin's boots crunched on the decaying branches and leaves, and his soles were caked with sticky mud. Before the Okama Federation exploration team reached the swamp, 99% of them became bait for the Hell's Bell. Unlike us, they entered from outside the rainforest. Most people perished before reaching the swamp, which means they were far from the swamp's exact location. It's highly probable that the swamp where longevity food Nitolami grows is deep within the rainforest. Germain generally agreed, we'll continue in this direction first. If we reach the edge of the rainforest, then we'll change our search direction. Alright, Jin carved a Mobius strip mark within on a tree trunk that resembled a twisted human face nearby. Seeing this mark means we've been here once, and it will glow even at night. Bisky put down her camera, which had been capturing the flickering after images of distant tree canopies, and asked curiously, you can do that kind of an ability too? A little, the hexagonal warrior, Jin, said, I learned a bit before. Suddenly, shadows enveloped them. Looking up, they saw dark clouds rolling in, having dense into a thick mass at some unknown point. It's not going to rain, is it? Bisky frowned. A blinding flash of light, followed quickly by rumbling thunder. Before anyone could react, large raindrops began to fall from the sky. Bisky was right, it started to rain. Ah! Bisky suddenly cried out. She looked at her arm, where it had been hit by a raindrop. A reddish bump had appeared, and the burning sensation had not yet faded. Was this temperature from boiling water? An ominous feeling spread as the rain intensified. The scorching hot rain caught the exploration team off guard. Raindrops the size of beans caused minor erythematous burns upon contact with skin. If they continued to be exposed to the rain, their skin might quickly blister and fester. However, at the end of the day, these were just raindrops. Then in defense of a brave level or higher an user could even ward off ordinary bullets, let alone rain with insufficient penetrating power. But no one wanted to waste an on something as trivial as blocking rain, so following Germain's refer to, they all ran in that direction. They took shelter under the giant rainforest canopy, where the branches intertwined like strands of hair. The scalding raindrops fell onto the branches and leaves, then slid down, already dissipating into a misty vapor halfway. Shizuko applied Sanbika's ointment to Bisky's minor burns while listening to Bisky's complaints. After almost a year on the Dark Continent, I feel like my skin has gotten worse. If I get a scar this time, I'll be miserable. Luckily, I have magical beautician Cookie. She can hydrate, moisturize, lock in moisture, and remove scars from my delicate skin. After hearing this, Gon couldn't help but mock, Bisky, are you some kind of beauty product advertiser? Get lost. Shizuku, ignore him. Feel it, really feel it, isn't my skin good? Later, I'll have Cookie give you a treatment too. I guarantee it'll make Germain completely smitten. Shizuku nodded repeatedly. After applying the ointment to Bisky, she abandoned her and went to Germain, asking him to apply the ointment for her. Germain and Gon didn't need ointment because they possessed a monstrous champion physique. Even if they were suddenly drenched by such scalding rain, their skin showed no abnormalities, as if their bodies were forged from steel. The rain poured down, the pattering sound like a dense drumbeat. The rising steam made the rainforest even more muddy, a vast grayness obscuring their vision. However, this scorching hot rain came and went quickly. In less than 10 minutes, it disappeared, as if it were a nightmare during a scorching summer day. The white steam gradually receded, and the crisscrossing muddy paths reappeared. Let's go, Germain said after applying ointment to Shizuku's erythematous areas on her neck and shoulder blades. If we can't find the swamp during the day, we should at least find a suitable campsite for the night first. The exploration team once again moved swiftly. However, they had walked for less than a quarter of an hour when the familiar scorching hot rain returned. Everyone had to find tree cover again and waited under the branches for 5 or 6 minutes until the rain stopped. But when they set off again, the annoying scorching hot rain descended once more 10 minutes later. It was then that they realized this would be the norm in the rainforest. The rain came and went as it pleased, like easily ignited human emotions. If not for the lingering steam and widespread puddles, there would truly be almost no lingering effect. The exploration team didn't know how many times they had stopped and started because of this. Fortunately, they were well-traveled and battle-hardened hunters, otherwise, they would have become anxious. Shizuku, Bisky said casually, even squatting beside a bush with her hands cupping her face, during another rain delay, I remember you once said you were interested in taking the hunter license exam, didn't you? Did I say such a thing? Yes, of course you did. I think it was after our first team up, when we returned from the Dark Continent, you said Germain got his hunter license very easily, and you would go take one too or something like that. That's roughly it. Oh, Shizuku replied expressionlessly, neither confirming if she remembered nor if she was simply humoring Bisky. Bisky poked Shizuku's arm with her elbow, a sly smile on her face. For you to take the exam, wouldn't that be a dimensional reduction attack? I think, at that time, we should just let Germain go find the old man and directly apply for a hunter license for you, really use Germain's power, and pull some strings. From top to bottom in the Hunter Association, no one would dare not give Germain face. With your achievements added in, you might even break Germain's record as the fastest single-star hunter. Hey? What do I need a hunter license and a one-star hunter for? Shizuku suddenly became sharp at this moment, she was always so sharp in strange places. She blinked her big eyes. The things I can get through them, I can get from Germain, and even more, right? Bisky was stunned, because Shizuku was indeed right. Gon, leaning against a tree trunk, burst out laughing. Exactly, exactly. What use are a hunter license and star-level honors once you reach a certain stage? Gon certainly had the right to say such a thing. He had given his hunter license to his disciple Kite, who then abandoned it with Gon. At the same time, despite having enough achievements, Gon was too lazy to apply for a 3-star hunter. His current situation was that without these two things, he could still thrive on the 6 continents, and even came to the Dark Continent with Germain. What did he rely on? He relied on a sea of deep personal connections and resources. Wherever he went, he knew people and could always form a team. In the past year, Germain had also acquired similar resources to Gon. His extended network of connections was enough to cover all critical nodes across the entire 6 continents. Gon couldn't stop laughing after hearing Shizuku's unthinking, heartfelt words. However, the next moment he was caught off guard and attacked. Rustle, rustle, rustle. Several vines suddenly wrapped around him, and thorn-like barbs scraped against his arm, attempting to tear open wounds. Gon felt something was amiss, looked down, and saw the vines gradually tightening, so he stopped smiling. Golden and suddenly swelled, blasting apart the vines on his body with a bang. At the same time, Bisky and Shizuku had already risen, poised to act. Faster still was Germain, who pulled out his shotgun and fired a shot towards Gon's side with a bang. Several more massive vines, as thick as giant pythons, were shattered by the shotgun, reduced to fragments. The moment Germain raised his hand, Gon knew what he was going to do and, of course, made no unnecessary movements. After the explosion, Gon turned and unleashed a golden semicircular arc towards the depths of the rainforest. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. The golden semicircular arc sliced through the vines, which were intertwined like a city wall, and briefly illuminated the dark depths of the rainforest. Amidst the hazy steam of the scorching hot rain, a vortex-shaped, thorny, gaping maw appeared. A rumbling sound, accompanied by an earthquake, caused the ground beneath their feet to crack. A wide surface, hidden for a long time, buried beneath the rock and soil layers, was like a trap net closing in, intending to gather everyone and make them involuntarily roll into the center of the gaping maw. Boom! The wide, thick brown skin, like a triggered trap, suddenly snapped shut towards the center. Germain and the others instantly lost their balance, thrown into mid-air, about to fall and then roll into the massive, spiky maw at the very center. It's just like a giant Venus flytrap. Germain, like a magician, drew the sacred moonlight great sword from his palm and warned. Beware of my slash. Compared to falling into the spiky maw, his slash was clearly more dangerous, but to escape, he had no choice but to use it. Gon and Bisky were startled by the warning, then focused intently, remaining vigilant in the air, not wanting to be caught by Germain's attack. Shizuku, however, was much calmer, she had a mysterious trust in Germain in this regard. Germain took a shallow breath, gripped the hilt with both hands, then swung the sacred moonlight greatsword in a fierce semicircle, like wielding a baseball bat. Boom! In an instant, a blue sword energy, like a crescent moon falling from the sky, neatly severed one half of the giant's skin. Bang! That side of the skin collapsed into the rainforest like a mountain crumbling, crushing a swath of trees and stirring up grey mud. The other three successfully dodged the sword energy, landed safely on the ground not far away, and turned to look at Germain. Instead of leaving the battlefield, Germain shot towards the giant, Venus flytrap-like monster, holding the sacred moonlight greatsword inverted, its tip pointing directly at the maw. Boom! A pure, cannonball-like outpouring of Nen, a destructive blue light, pierced directly through the center of the maw, the ripple suddenly tearing the maw apart and spreading in all directions. Blue light overflowed, as if to devour everything. After delivering the fatal blow, Germain lifted his greatsword, swept away the scorching hot rain, steam mist and muddy debris in front of him, and landed on the ground. The downpour had not yet stopped, mercilessly drenching the colossal plant remains behind him, which looked like ruins ravaged by war after the blue light dissipated. The colossal plant remains were almost unrecognizable from their original form, and the various tissues were intertwined with mud, making them indistinguishable. Putting away the sacred moonlight greatsword, Germain walked towards the other three and said, "Sorry, I intended to finish quickly, so I just said one sentence and acted directly." "It's nothing," Gon, with his big beard, said, spreading his hands. "This is actually a good thing. Your bombardment just now was like a lion's roar, which will reduce many potential attackers and keep them away from our area." "A lion's roar also serves to display strength and attract lionesses," Bisky first retorted Gon's words, then looked at Germain with considerable surprise. "Is it my illusion, or is it true? Have you become much stronger again?" Gon crossed his arms and said, "Are you just realizing that now? I noticed it when Germain first returned to the ancient labyrinth. I think he probably returned to the 6 continents and gradually stabilized the power he gained and enhanced during his time in the perilous mountains. The rapid growth in an user's strength will have a fluctuating period with intense ups and downs, and after it stabilizes, that's their true combat power." "Of course I know all this," Bisky glared at Gon, "I've eaten more salt than you've walked roads." Yes, you're an old-timer," Gon glanced at her askance, specifically emphasizing old-timer. "It seems you want to fight me again." Bisky was enraged the moment she saw Gon's defiant expression, coupled with his mocking words. Germain spoke at the opportune moment, interrupting their quarrel, "I've always been improving, and this time, I feel like I'm about to hit a bottleneck. I'm very familiar with this feeling, it appeared when going from elite to master class, and from master class to champion level." Bisky then ignored Gon, her expression serious as she said, "Can I understand that you mean you just need something to catalyze you, and you'll be able to reach the legendary level, is that right?" "Yes, at least I feel that way. Germain broke through to the champion level at the end of November last year, and 9 months have passed since then. At the time, he had a premonition that to cross from champion to legend, he would need much more time than he had spent on previous tier advancements. As it turned out, everything was as he expected. Now, that long-lost feeling had finally returned, back to his palm, back to his chest, back to his blood, pulsating. "I really envy you," Bisky said. "Shizuku and I are still struggling at the master class, and Gon has only just entered the world of champion level, yet you're already close to legendary level." Shizuku shook her head and said, "I'm not struggling, I don't care if I can advance to champion level, as long as I can help Germain and you all." "But if you become champion level, you really could help Germain better," Bisky said. "Oh, right, then I'll also try to become champion level." "What do you mean I'll also try to become champion level? This isn't the hunter exam. The difficulty is very high." "That's why I said I'd find a way," Shizuku tilted her head. Bisky was so stumped by her words that she opened her mouth for a long time, unable to utter a complete, refuting sentence. She understood, feeling truly foolish, truly. This was Shizuku, trying to communicate with her using normal logic was utterly meaningless. Gon laughed heartily and said, "Perhaps the purer a person is, the easier it is to approach their goal. Bisky, don't let Shizuku surpass you." Staying here wouldn't make Germain level up in place, so after the scorching hot rain stopped, they set off once again. After walking for an unknown duration, during a rain shelter, they took out biscuits and snacks to stave off hunger. As they waited quietly, they heard a distant rumbling. At first, they thought it was thunder, but it continued persistently, making them realize something was amiss. Germain's hand extended out and quickly retracted back to his body. Strong life reactions, violent emotions, conflicting Nen. "I think it's probably a fight between a group of medium-sized monsters." The heavy rain gradually stopped, and the muggy steam was completely sucked away by Shizuku's blinky, like an exhaust fan. Germain pointed in the direction from which the rumbling continued. "Shall we go take a look? To fight each other even while being drenched in scorching hot rain, that's probably killing intent, isn't it?" Gon also looked in that direction. "Germain, are you suggesting that double-tailed snake Hell Bell is nearby?" "Yes, observing from a medium to long distance will help us prepare and respond in unavoidable skirmishes later on." Everyone quickly agreed to Germain's suggestion and walked together in that direction. Bang! Bang bang! The rhino-shaped medium-sized monster, with 5 large, curved sharp horns on its head, fought fiercely during its charge. The rumbling sound of impact spread through the rainforest. Initially, it would startle some birds into flying away, but later, they seemed to get used to it, perching on branches, their eyes gleaming, awaiting yet another feast for the dead. In the distance, Germain, half crouching on a tree branch, put down his binoculars, turned to the three people beside him, and said, "It looks like kin slaying kin. I can't see any reason for their conflict." Jin also lowered his binoculars and said, "It's not about competing for a mate, nor is it about territory." Bisky and Shizuku had also observed the surroundings with binoculars, reaching the same conclusion as Germain and Jin. Then it's largely leaning towards the double-tailed snake hellbell direction. Bisky stroked her chin and said, "A demonic beast that can spread killing intent perfectly fits this situation, doesn't it?" "But, have you seen the double-tailed snake hellbell?" Jin asked. Germain, Bisky, and Shizuku exchanged glances and all shook their heads. "Perhaps it's hiding," Germain said, "using the method of spreading killing intent to provoke a fight might be because its main body isn't strong, just like nurturing beast pap in the perilous mountains." "Did your N not sense their presence?" Bisky asked. "It's difficult," Jin explained on behalf of Germain. "Germain and I are probably similar, we both sensed far too many life reactions. They could be the double-tailed snake hellbell, or they could be insignificant snakes, insects, rats, or ants. Then should we get closer to observe?" Bisky asked again. "Indeed, that's the only way," Germain pondered for a moment and said, "they are likely very good at concealing their aura. If we get closer, we'll need to be careful of their attacks." Everyone nodded. In fact, even if Germain hadn't reminded them, everyone was already aware of this. They weren't newly debuted NAN users. They jumped down from the tree branches, concealed their auras, and slowly approached the direction of the giant rhino duel. When they arrived at that area, they happened to be standing on high ground. Looking down, they could see blood splattering, and with a thud, another giant rhino fell. The low-lying area was utterly chaotic. A dozen or so giant rhinos were still fighting, and they had no fixed targets, always attacking the closest of their kin. 1, 2, 3. Shizuku extended her fingers and counted from a distance, 6 have already fallen, and they're still fighting. Don't they get tired? Indeed. Germain's brows furrowed slightly, but his focus was different. Only 6 have fallen, which is less than I imagined. He had initially thought that such intense fighting and loud crashing would result in heavy casualties among the giant rhinos, but upon arriving, he realized that wasn't the case. Driven into a killing frenzy. Bisky put her hands on her hips, responding to Shizuku, "Killing intent spreads like an epidemic, until there's nothing left alive here." Shizuku adjusted her black-rimmed glasses, somewhat perplexed, "But why haven't the beasts hiding around been infected with killing intent and joined the melee? Either it requires physical contact to spread, or it's transmitted among the same species," Jin speculated, "or both. The biggest problem now is, where is the double-tailed snake hellbell?" They were already close enough, but still hadn't seen the double-tailed snake hellbell or any creature resembling it. "Perhaps we can treat them as manipulation-type NAN abilities." Germain looked up from his contemplation, attempting to answer, "They might not need to stay nearby, as long as certain conditions are met, they can control everything here from a distance." Everyone nodded in agreement. Germain added, "Of course, there's another possibility, which is that they indeed have certain methods to still evade our detection at such close range." Bisky suddenly realized, "You mean they might possess an ability similar to Meleoron's God's Accomplice?" Germain had described the Chimera Ant extermination war and its aftermath to everyone, naturally mentioning Meleoron, Ikalgo, Welfin, and Hina, among other Chimera Ants who had defected. Among them, Meleoron's NAN ability was the most impressive. His existence once gave Knuckle and Shoot the opportunity to fight one of the powerful royal guards. "If it's an ability of the God's Accomplice type, then that's troublesome," Bisky said. "They might be right beside us now, flicking their tongues, preparing to attack." After she finished speaking, she looked around suspiciously, and Shizuku also turned her head left and right with her. "Actually, besides NAN abilities of the God's Accomplice type, there's another possibility," Germain said, and as if infected by Bisky, he involuntarily turned his head to look, but saw nothing. "That is, they are indeed not beside us right now, but they can, like Knuckle, instantly." "Were." Before he finished speaking, Germain and Jin both flinched, followed by Bisky and Shizuku. They suddenly turned their heads to look in the same direction. Behind Jin's side, a triangular snake head emerged. After opening its bloody maw, it revealed a pair of hooked fangs. The snake's body was covered in strange, twisted patterns, up to a black cyst. The segment from the black cyst upwards to the snake's head was suspended in mid-air, while the part below the black cyst seemed to have been completely severed, disappearing from view. Instantaneous movement. The same thought flashed through everyone's minds. The next moment, the venomous snake launched its attack. It lunged fiercely at Jin's back neck, and with this movement, the snake's body beneath the cyst actually emerged from a space twisted like ripples, its tail splitting into two in the middle. Twin-tailed snake, it was undoubtedly the twin-tailed snake. The characteristics were simply too obvious. This attack was extremely sudden and fast. The twin-tailed snake instantly appeared less than half a meter behind Jin, biting at him in the blink of an eye, giving no one any time to react. Even at such a close distance, Jin was quick enough. He dodged the twin-tailed snake's fangs by turning sideways, leaning to one side. However, the twin-tailed snake was relentless, twisting its head and tail, gliding through the air like a flying squirrel. Its twin tail served for steering and balance. It bit at Jin again, aiming directly for the vital area of Jin's crotch. Jin, facing such relentless pursuit, naturally showed no mercy. He raised two fingers, and a golden light, like a bullet, instantly shattered the twin-tailed snake's head with a bang. The twin-tailed snake suddenly died, then plopped onto the muddy ground, wriggled twice, and stopped moving. Jin frowned suspiciously, and just as he was about to say something, he suddenly saw the black cyst on the twin-tailed snake's body rupture. A puff of black smoke rose, and immediately after, a strange ringing sound, like a symbol of death, inexplicably reached everyone's ears. It was night. In front of the bright bonfire, everyone was roasting several skewers of meat, their surfaces slightly browned, while discussing the events of the day. It's really strange. Double-tailed snake Hellbell died so easily, and nothing else happened afterward. This is very odd. I had already prepared myself for all sorts of scenarios. I even worried that you might suddenly attack me, forcing me to retaliate. Bisky's tone was puzzled. She lifted the hem of her princess dress to avoid it catching fire. Jin bit into a skewer of roasted meat, spices clinging to his bushy beard, and said, I feel the same way. The situation was urgent. Since I didn't know the specific ability of double-tailed snake Hellbell, I could only eliminate it first. However, after easily killing it, I realized it was too easy, which strongly suggested the characteristics of a counterattack ability. What is a counterattack ability? Shizuku, holding a partially charred skewer of meat, handed it to Germain and asked. Germain took the slightly blackened skewer while explaining, it means that, under normal circumstances, the ability isn't actively used. It only triggers and counterattacks the enemy when certain conditions are met, like a trap. Shizuku blinked her large eyes and asked again, but after double-tailed snake Hellbell died, we didn't encounter any other attacks. Jin, his mouth glistening with oil as he chewed, said, that's what we all find strange. Perhaps certain conditions haven't been met yet. Or perhaps the trap has already been triggered, but we haven't noticed it yet. In any case, after double-tailed snake Hellbell died, the black aura and the strange ringing sound both fit the characteristics of a counterattack ability. Some rare counterattack abilities require death to trigger, because the resentment after death is the strongest catalyst for triggering the ability. Hellbell it might refer to an ability triggered after death, just summarized with more mysterious terminology. Everyone pondered in silence. That is indeed a possibility. Someone replied to him from the darkness. Everyone looked up, following the sound. A moment later, a slender figure stepped into the illuminated area. Her chocolate-colored skin and dancer-like soft steps made her difficult to detect even when walking in the dark, like a beautiful snake woman. The lower half of her face was covered with a cloth, making her voice muffled when she spoke. A long spear and a shield were strapped to her back, and her left hand was bandaged with a blood-stained cloth. Shield breaker Sigmund, one of the exploration team members from the outpost, had been scouting the surroundings and had just returned. Bisky paused, then smiled and motioned for Sigmund to come over quickly, saying, it's Sigmund. The roasted meat is ready, come and have some. Okay, Bisky. Sigmund sat among the group, pulling down her half-mask to reveal a rather beautiful face. She took the skewer of meat Bisky offered her and bit into it, the aroma wafting out. Bisky raised an eyebrow, asking proudly, how is it? I roasted this myself. Is it delicious? Sigmund was usually taciturn, but she would respond to her companions, it's delicious. The smell of the spices reminds me of my hometown. That place was a necessary route for trade caravans, and spice trade was always indispensable. Hehe, if it's delicious, eat more. There's plenty here. Consider it our reward for your hard work. Jin looked around at the darkness and asked, Sigmund, when you were scouting just now, did you notice anything unusual in the surroundings? Sigmund thought for a moment, then shook her head and said, no. Neither I nor my little snake sensed anything strange. However, this is the Dark Continent, and our experience might not apply here. Jin nodded and said, you're right. Perhaps I'm being paranoid, but I always worry that the double-tailed snake Hellbell I killed will bring troublesome consequences. Germain handed a perfectly roasted skewer of meat to Shizuka beside him, then asked, are you worried that we will turn on each other, like those giant rhinos and other beasts here? During their journey in the daytime, the giant rhinos were not the only group they saw fighting among themselves, subsequently, there were many more unheard of and unseen medium and small species. To avoid encountering more double-tailed snake Hellbell attacks with unknown abilities, they observed from a distance and then quickly left. Jin replied, exactly. It can now be basically confirmed that their infighting and killing are caused by double-tailed snake Hellbell, it's just that the specific method is still unclear. I am indeed worried that we, too, will devolve into a situation of mutual hatred, hostility and a desire to kill each other. Bisky laughed, Jin, don't worry, at least for now I don't want to kill you. Monster that spreads murderous intent, spread perhaps there's an incubation period. Germain heard this and asked as a reminder, do you all still have spare cure-all herb injections? Everyone nodded. Sigmund even searched for a while within her loose robes and pulled out a cure-all herb injection to show Germain. That's good. Whether it's useful or not, if you feel something is wrong, just give yourself an injection first. Bisky, I'll leave the stress reduction treatment to you. Bisky stood up, smiling proudly, no problem. I'm incredibly strong now. My cookie can already continuously relieve a certain amount of accumulated stress for 4 people. Jin looked at Bisky's chin, which was tilted skyward, and a sarcastic remark was about to escape his lips. However, considering their encounter with double-tailed snake Hellbell during the day, he was still unsure what effects this monster had brought. Therefore, he didn't want to easily stir up conflict, so he swallowed his words. Just then, a cold, eerie wind blew through, making the bonfire flicker and dust fly. After nightfall, The rainforest had stopped raining hot, scorching rain, allowing everyone to find a clear, flat spot nearby to set up camp. As the cold wind blew, their first thought was that it might start raining again. However, they quickly realized that the eerie wind was not brought by heavy rain. Vague, massive silhouettes stirred in the darkness, moving towards their location. At the edge illuminated by the firelight, dark shadows outlined by sharp claws became visible. Everyone stood up immediately. It wasn't their first encounter with such enemies, and they quickly recognized them. Night Raid species, it was Night Raid species again. Sigmund recovered the lower half of her face. Frowning, she pressed her bandaged left hand and said apologetically, "I'm sorry, I didn't even notice there were Night Raid species nearby. I was negligent. Now is not the time to be so hard on yourself." A loud, clear shout seemed to steady everyone's resolve. Barbarian warrior Hart, carrying her long-handled blade and clad in leather armor made from animal hide, stood proudly in front of everyone. "What are you afraid of?" She showed no typical feminine delicacy, but rather was full of masculine vigor. "I'll cover the rear, you all retreat quickly. Don't let this beast lure a whole group of monsters to surround us again." The roars of the Night Raid species, the chaotic night, and the encirclement by monsters, all these were forcefully torn open after Germain drew his sacred moonlight greatsword. The outpost exploration team, of course, couldn't abandon the barbarian warrior, Hart, to cover their retreat alone, nor could they abandon anyone else. However many people came, that's how many would leave. What's more, Germain was no longer the same as before. With him holding the fort, the Night Raid attacks were far less terrifying than they used to be. In less than 10 minutes, everyone had repelled the monsters that had swarmed them like a tide, and Germain had even slain the leading Night Raid species. Everything returned to tranquility. If not for the ground littered with corpses and blood, it would be impossible to imagine the riot that had occurred not long ago. Hart plopped down on the severed head of a monster, casually wiping the blood from her long-handled blade with a white cloth, then tossing it directly into the bonfire. The blood-stained white cloth burst into flames. She laughed heartily, saying, "The monsters in the rainforest are really nothing special, they weren't as fierce as what we encountered in the perilous mountains back then." "Don't be too careless." Sigmund unfastened the shield from her left arm, revealing the bandaged stump of her limb. "This is just the beginning of this journey." Yes, yes, Hart, however, was quite dismissive, jumping down from the giant monster's head. "You're just too cautious." "There's nothing wrong with being cautious." Sigmund rehung her blood-stained shield and spear on her back, completely unafraid of the tall female warrior standing before her. Hart's face, marked with blue patterns, showed a hint of displeasure. Bisky came over to mediate. All right, everyone's just finished a tiring battle. Let's get some good rest. Who among you needs Cookie's magical beauty?" "I don't need it," Hart said. "You should treat Sigmund instead, I think she's too stressed out. Don't let her go crazy." After the barbarian warrior finished speaking, she snorted and turned to leave. She walked to a large rock far from there and sat down, resting her long-handled blade, and closed her eyes to rest. "Hart is like that." Bisky sat beside Sigmund and whispered, "She's actually a good person, just a bit sharp-tongued." "I know, it's fine," Sigmund replied. "Do you need Cookie's magical beauty?" No, thank you, Bisky, for your kindness. I'd like to be alone." "Okay, don't mind Hart's words. Remember, you are companions." I know, we are companions." Bisky had no choice but to get up and leave to use magical beautician Cookie's ability on the others. Sigmund was right, the journey was long, and this was only the beginning. Bisky already felt the team's atmosphere was a bit tense, and she needed to find a way to de-escalate it. Bisky's verbal negotiations and Cookie's magical beauty were her methods of handling the situation. On the other side, Germain checked the time on his phone, confirming that it was past midnight on August 21st in the 6 continents. He, Jing Freaks, and Shizuka moved the mountain of monster corpses, clearing space for the camp, only then able to rest for a while. Clang, clang, the sound of armor rubbing and colliding echoed. Reinhard, the Crusader, stood in front of Germain, raising his visor, and said with a smile. "You all get some good rest. There are still several hours until sunrise. I'll take the first watch. Jing Freaks, you take the second watch. I'll call you in an hour, no problem." "Okay." Jing Freaks responded, then sat cross-legged on a patch of withered branches and leaves, clasping his hands behind his head. He leaned back directly and, like Hart, closed his eyes to rest. The sleeping maiden of Greed Island was too fragile and inconvenient to move with them. Unless they reached a relatively safe place, sufficient to protect the sleeping maiden, everyone still preferred to rest in their physical bodies. Reinhard turned and left, the sound of his armor clashing gradually fading. Germain sat down, leaning against a large tree. Shizuku took off her glasses, rested her head on his shoulder, and fell asleep with soft breaths. Germain, meanwhile, caressed his hunter badge, checking what he had gained from the recent night raid battle. The Ring of Darkness, it can transform Nen into dark mist and release it. It paired well with the previous Ring of Thunder. This way, he now had 2 rings that could utilize the transmutation type ability. Most importantly, they didn't take up much space. Germain had 10 fingers, and each finger could wear one such ring. Just as Germain was about to put away the projection of the hunter badge, the corner of his eye caught sight of the words teleportation lantern below. 11 special lanterns, 6 ordinary lanterns, and 5 empty lanterns, his thoughts began to extend. After returning to the ancient labyrinth, the pain-loving bloodthirsty apostle would soon revive. When that happened, he could use it as a target, gaining another empty lantern, which would be enough for him to travel back and forth between the Dark Continent and the 6 continents. As he pondered this, he suddenly noticed something amiss. In fact, even before the night raid battle began, Germain had felt something strange, but the attacks from the night raid species and monsters had interrupted his thoughts. Now, with the battle over and the surroundings calm again, coupled with the teleportation lantern's prompt, a certain line of thought, as if previously blocked, became clear. Something was wrong. A teleportation lantern can only teleport 4 people at a time, and this time, I remember I only teleported once and only brought 3 people. We even held a meeting specifically to confirm this, and everyone agreed to maintain a streamlined 4-person team. That is to say, the number of members in the outpost exploration team should be 4 people. Germain's eyes scanned the surroundings, counting. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Why were there 7 people here? Germain frowned slightly, trying to recall which 3 people had teleported with him, but the figures standing beside him kept changing. One moment it was Sigmund, Shizuku, Bisky. Another moment it was Jingfreaks, Hart, Shizuku. Then it was Shizuku, Reinhard, Bisky. The combination of outpost exploration team members accompanying him kept changing, and each memory seemed quite credible. However, Germain knew that only one of them was real, the others must be false. He thought of his experience in the perilous mountains, something must be affecting his mind, his memory, and his perception. Jingfreaks' concern was right, after double-tailed snake Hellbell died, something was indeed triggered, subtly making them accept 3 members who didn't belong to the team. But does this mean that Jingfreaks himself is reliable? If double-tailed snake Hellbell had to be killed for all this to be triggered, then could Jingfreaks have deliberately faked being attacked to take action? And is Shizuku Murasaki, who is beside me, a real person? What is the purpose of these members who have infiltrated the exploration team? For a moment, countless questions flooded his mind, and Germain almost woke Shizuku beside him, preparing to interrogate her privately. However, it seemed someone reacted faster than him. Don't you feel like something is wrong somewhere? Dubisk, the curse user, with a scarred face, always looking exhausted, and bound by chains, spoke in a cold tone from a place where the bonfire's light couldn't reach. There are 8 of us here, the quantity doesn't seem quite right, does it? Since curse user Dubisk had already brought up the matter, instead of letting suspicion and unease spread, it was better to address it openly. Germain immediately woke up Shizuku. Ugh, what's wrong? Is it morning? She rubbed her eyes, rising in a daze like a baby, and sluggishly put on her black-rimmed glasses. Germain gathered everyone and had them sit around the bonfire, no one was allowed to leave this spot. Dubisk's icy tone came again. Since when did we need your permission just to stay somewhere? You must have already noticed the problem, haven't you? Germain's dark eyes under his tricorn hat met Dubisk's. If you want to understand the situation, just listen to me for now. If my method doesn't work, then we'll listen to yours. Under Germain's gaze, Dubisk chose to back down, walking silently to the bonfire and sitting down. The others also realized that something serious seemed to have happened and gathered with solemn expressions. Are we not leaving anyone to guard nearby? Reinhard's voice came from inside his helmet, sounding strangely echo-like. No, Germain decided instantly. Sit down. We'll all stay together and deal with the current situation first. Everyone sat down, their gazes fixed on Germain. My teleportation lantern is the key to traveling between the ancient labyrinth and this rainforest. And I can only bring 3 people at a time. In the meeting not long ago, we all agreed to streamline the team to 4 members and not add any more. These are all facts. However, when I realized something was wrong, there were already 7 people in the team, and just now, 1 more person appeared, making it 8. This means that 4 uninvited guests have infiltrated us. Upon hearing this, everyone's expressions changed. The reason we didn't notice this obvious problem is likely because we were affected by this area, just like in the perilous mountains. The death of double-tailed snake Hellbell was just the trigger. Now, if we don't root out the infiltrators, their numbers are likely to grow more and more. At a certain point, they might suddenly attack, killing 1 or 2 people here, which would then trigger suspicion and infighting, eventually escalating into a situation of mutual slaughter. This is probably what we saw in the daytime, what those monsters, our own kind, experienced when they turned on each other. Everyone understood Germain's meaning, initially shocked, then nervously looking at their companions around them. Germain's eyes swept across everyone's faces, but he didn't see anyone showing a strange expression. Now, look at the people around you, look carefully. Is there anyone you don't recognize? Everyone looked at each other again, and after a while, they shook their heads one after another. Germain was not surprised by this. After calmly thinking for a moment, he gradually understood what that Okama Federation exploration team had encountered back then. Only 11 people survived, and 99% died before reaching the swamp. So, a simple estimate would reveal that the Okama Federation exploration team had at least 1,100 people. In such a massive and unwieldy team of over 1,100 people, if enemies infiltrated them like this, the numbers could suddenly skyrocket to 2,000 or 3,000. Such a huge team, realizing the presence of enemies, would then suspect each other, leading to more and more casualties. Their spirits would be extremely tense, and eventually, the string of rationality would snap. Germain understood that now was not the time for reasoning. This was not the orderly, logical human world. He had to nip all seeds of unease in the bud immediately. He materialized a meat cleaver, which transformed with a click, then he chopped it into a log in front of him, embedding it without cutting it through. Germain's tone became cold and grim. He deliberately pulled down the brim of his tricorn hat, preventing everyone from seeing his eyes and expression. The teleportation lantern is the sole prerequisite ensuring all of us can travel back and forth. Therefore, I, who possess it, am definitely the real person here. Does anyone have any objections to that? It was the first time Germain had directed his killing intent at his companions, and only then did everyone feel the weight of this stress. Everyone also sensed the atmosphere taking a sharp turn for the worse, but the reality of the situation indeed left no room for leniency. After careful consideration, none of them voiced any doubts or denied that Germain was the real person. Now, I will be the one to determine who is real and who is fake, Germain continued coldly. Do you have any objections to this? What if you make a mistake in your judgment? Barbarian Warrior Heart asked, holding her long-handled blade, a little displeased. I will provide convincing reasons for my judgment, Germain replied. Regardless, I will proceed with the conviction that only I am real, and all of you are fake. If I make a mistake in my judgment, I will atone for it with the rest of my life. Heart muttered under her breath, what's the use of atonement if everyone's dead? All right, all right. Reinhard clapped his hands, his gloves thudding. He lacked his usual cheerful generosity at this moment. Germain is also trying to root out the enemy. Before we came here, we all came with the awareness that we might die here. If it's for the survival of our companions, I am willing to calmly accept it, even if I am mistakenly killed. Hart stared at Reinhard for a moment and said, don't be so quick to play the good guy. I haven't even determined if you are real or fake yet. Reinhard was rendered speechless by this remark and simply coughed, falling silent. Oh! Bisky suddenly exclaimed, then rummaged through her belongings. I know how to tell. She pulled out a camera, showed it to everyone, and said, the uninvited guests most likely altered our perception, but photos never lie. I often take pictures of various landscapes in the Dark Continent, and occasionally I photograph you all. The person who doesn't appear in the photos is definitely the most suspicious. But, curse user Dubisk, who had been silent for a long time, spoke again. He stared at Bisky. How do we know your photos are real? What if you are one of the enemies and have a way to modify the photo content? Then you could decide who is suspicious and who isn't, couldn't you? Bisky's hand, holding up the camera, involuntarily paused. Then she said, somewhat exasperated, don't you all know what mine ability is? We're not so sure now, Dubisk said coldly. Since the enemy can modify perception, they can naturally modify an ability information. I'll let Cookie come out for you to see, would that be enough? Don't the enemies have 3 companions as well? Even if your ability isn't modified, as long as theirs is, it's enough to cover it up. You're just directly assuming I'm fake, aren't you? Have you forgotten that the side effect of your ability is to increase our stress? How many times have Reinhard and I had to clean up your messes? If Reinhard and I weren't here, you would have already detonated the entire team like a bomb. But you. Seeing that Dubisk and Bisky were about to have a big argument, Germain immediately stopped them and took out his phone. I also have some photos on my phone. Let's take a look first. The content of Germain's phone photos was also not entirely satisfactory. Most of the people here appeared in the photos, Reinhard, Bisky, Sigmund, Shizuku, and Hart. They had both group photos with Germain and group photos with each other. The only ones not in the photos were Jing Freaks and the curse user Dubisk. Jing scratched his hair and explained, you know me, I don't like gathering together, and I don't like taking pictures. Dubisk offered no explanation, but his unsociable and uncomfortably silent personality already answered everything. Originally, the shield breaker Sigmund was also a reclusive person, but she also had group photos, most of which were taken by Bisky forcibly pulling her in front of the camera. How can this be? Bisky looked at the photos, quite puzzled. Germain, however, already understood what was happening. They can not only affect cognition but also tangibly influence reality. It's just that the process is lengthy, and we detected the anomaly before they completely finished correcting memories and reality. Jing then proposed another possibility, or, they are doing it on purpose. Because their goal isn't to completely replace any of us, but to incite conflict and slaughter among us. Allowing some issues to surface, making us realize something is wrong, this might also be part of their plan. Everyone felt a chill run down their spines upon hearing this. If that were the case, the situation would become increasingly complex. How much of the current situation could truly be trusted? Jing then added, regardless, we must believe the overarching premise for all our judgments, that Germain is real. Everything must start from there. Everyone fell silent. Having to rely on others to determine one's own authenticity would be difficult for anyone to accept. However, it was best if Germain was real, otherwise, it would mean that all of their cognitions had been completely altered, and even the means of traveling to and from the Dark Continent, whether this place was the Dark Continent, and other such matters would be called into question. That would indeed be the beginning of utter collapse and despair. However, everyone also believed the situation was not that pessimistic. Since they were all still alive and able to sit down and talk, rather than killing each other, it meant that only a portion of their cognition had been altered. Now, all the stress fell on Germain. Then let's start everything from scratch, using my actions as the axis, marking out the time nodes and events of our encounters, and see what we find. Everyone exchanged glances and agreed. After 7 rounds of individual statements, Germain, under the bright bonfire, recorded everything in a notebook, drawing a timeline. The earliest was 1997. On November 22nd, he met the gem hunter Bisky, because Bisky wanted to take the Ruby of Promise from Germain. Then came 1998. On January 10th, he met the Crusader Reinhard. The reason was that it was during the Hunter exam, and Reinhard was in the mansion of mechanical traps during the second exam. He pretended to be a fully armored knight controlling the mechanisms, attacking the examinees and eliminating the disqualified one by one, but he was defeated by Germain, and the two became acquainted after their fight. On January 16th, he coincidentally met the Dark Realm sweeper Shizuku, who happened to be looking for Germain to collect a debt, and thus they became acquainted. On January 22nd, Germain, Bisky, Reinhard, and Shizuku teamed up to go to the Dark Continent. They returned to the Six Continents after battling giant snakes and spiders, establishing a cooperative relationship. On February 9th, Germain was practicing his nin ability alone in the mountains when he encountered the barbarian warrior Hart, who was also training in the wilderness. The two exchanged insights, and many of Hart's suggestions helped Germain successfully set up his unique restriction and vow. On March 25th, Germain received a notification from Bisky to meet up, so he invited Hart. On April 1st, Germain, Bisky, Reinhard, Shizuku, Hart, and Wing teamed up to go to the Dark Continent. Subsequently, they were sent to the ancient labyrinth by the Wall Facer and then returned to the Six Continents. On April 13th, Germain was severely injured and hospitalized after killing Phaeton Portor and Franklin. To avoid being pursued by the Phantom Troop, the Shield Breaker Sigmund, following Chairman Netero's instructions, came with Knuckle and Palm to help Germain successfully transfer hospitals. On May 15th, Germain, Bisky, Reinhard, Shizuku, Hart, Menchi, and Boera went to the Dark Continent together, then returned. On August 14th, during the massive brawl on the Kaken Empire train, Germain called Bisky, Reinhard, Shizuku, and Hart to engage the main force of the Phantom Troop. Everyone also participated in the assassination of 4th Prince Tserednik of the Kaken Empire. On September 9th, Germain's group encountered Beyond's group, and Jing, having received intelligence from Chairman Netero in advance, came to assist. It was later confirmed that the curse user Dubisk, who was Chairman Netero's man, had anonymously provided information to Jing. On September 25th, Germain, Jing, Bisky, Reinhard, Shizuku, and Hart teamed up to challenge the ancient labyrinth. On September 28th, for the future, Jing, Reinhard, and Hart remained in the ancient labyrinth. On October 19th, for the same reason, Bisky and Menchi remained in the ancient labyrinth. On November 23rd, on the night of the decisive battle against the Chimera Ants, Sigmund and Dubisk were among the members. On December 5th, a few days after the celebration banquet, Germain was to return to Greed Island. Sigmund and Dubisk, following Chairman Netero's instructions, followed Germain. On December 10th, Germain, Sigmund, Dubisk, Shizuku, Boera, and Sanbika teamed up to go to the ancient labyrinth. Finally, it was 1999. On January 23rd, everyone except Germain and Shizuku returned to Greed Island, while the rest remained in the ancient labyrinth. On January 27th, Germain and Shizuku together defeated Gyro and Zazan, who were entrenched in Meteor City. Afterwards, on February 2nd, the two also visited the Zaldik family together. On February 15th, Germain, Shizuku, Morel, and Knuckle teamed up to go to the ancient labyrinth. On March 1st, everyone challenged the perilous mountains except for Boera and Dubisk, who remained in the ancient labyrinth, and returned to the ancient labyrinth on March 7th. On July 26th, all members except Germain, Shizuku, and Morel remained in the ancient labyrinth. These three teleport back to Greed Island. On August 17th, Germain and Shizuku returned to the ancient labyrinth. On August 20th, all members of the Waystation exploration team challenged the rainforest swamp. In the early morning of August 21st, Germain and the others discovered anomalies within the team. Germain looked at this timeline and could immediately spot numerous flaws. Because his teleportation lantern initially could not teleport more than 3 members. Therefore, several instances where more than 4 members were teleported were clearly unreasonable. Once the timeline was clear, everyone began to offer information, speaking over each other. However, the massive amount of information instead muddled many true situations, causing Germain to frown deeply. He could now only confirm who 2 of the real people were, and he was unsure about the third real person. To everyone's surprise, Germain announced that he hadn't found any answers from the timeline, and told everyone to go about their own business. Everyone had their doubts, but they had no choice but to disperse for now. They orbited the bonfire like planets, each in their own trajectory. Germain walked around the bonfire and came to a large tree at the junction of dim light and darkness, where he saw Shizuku squatting. Shizuku hugged her knees with both hands, looked up, and glanced at Germain expressionlessly. Germain could tell she was in a bad mood and asked, "What's wrong?" Shizuku stammered for a long time, adjusted her black-rimmed glasses, and said, "Are there really 4 false people among us?" "Yes, you just heard our analysis. I didn't bring more than 3 people to the rainforest swamp, yet there are 8 people here. There must be a problem." Germain eyed Shizuku suspiciously from head to toe and asked, "Do you have any clues?" Shizuku shook her head, hesitated for a moment, and asked, "Do you think it's possible that I am one of the false people?" "Hey?" Germain was stunned when he heard this. He really hadn't expected anyone to doubt their own existence, but considering that this person was Shizuku, it actually made sense. "Why would you think that?" "Well, you know I have a very bad memory, don't you? Everyone often makes fun of me for that." Shizuko lightly tapped her own head with her fist, saying, "Maybe I'm one of the false people who snuck in, but I just forgot about it. If it were me, I could totally do something like that, right?" She usually wouldn't admit it, but occasionally she was quite self-aware. Germain couldn't help but smile and said, "Don't worry, Shizuku, you are not a false person." Shizuku's eyes widened, staring at him as if she had heard something incredible, and asked, "Is that true? How can you be so sure?" "Why?" She fired a series of questions. Germain explained. "After listing that timeline just now, I actually understood the rules of the double-tailed snake Hell Bell's ability after its death." "I don't understand." Shizuko shook her head. Germain began to explain step by step. "It actually has many more convenient methods and would never reveal flaws in the timeline. For example, directly replacing one of us, or replacing someone in our memories. But it didn't do that, which proves that it either didn't want to do so, or couldn't do so. The former means they have the leeway for complete hypnosis, but deliberately exposed flaws to make us kill each other. But such a method is completely unnecessary. If it had that ability, it could just hypnotize us to kill each other directly. So I lean towards the latter, it cannot do so. I noticed that the quantity of false people was slowly increasing. When I realized something was wrong, there were still 7 people, and later it became 8. In other words, they are like nails, piercing your flesh, making you bleed continuously, fester, and the wound gradually infects and expands. Their way of modifying cognition and reality is to insert themselves into our memories like this, constantly eroding reality. Directly replacing someone is something they cannot do, at least not yet. In this way, to know who the real person is, you just need to grasp one point. That is a character like me, absolutely indispensable in the timeline. Without this character, the events after the timeline cannot proceed at all." Shizuku's eyes were already vacant halfway through, and regardless of whether she understood or not, she nodded resignedly, admitting that everything Germain said was correct. "Anyway, just trust Germain." Germain continued. "Your ability, Blinky, plays a crucial role in the Dark Continent exploration, second only to mine. There is simply no one else's ability here that can replace yours, so you must be real. If you are not real, then it shakes the major premise that I am real." Shizuku's big eyes rolled, and she licked her lips, saying, "Anyway, I am a real person, that's correct, right? Right." At this moment, someone suddenly spoke from behind the tree, and then a figure turned around, startling Shizuku. Shizuku turned her head and saw that it was Jin, who had a big beard. She couldn't help but turn to look at Germain, her eyes implying that Jin had overheard their conversation and whether they should kill him to silence him. Germain understood her gaze and waved his hand. Jin pouted and explained. "I, like you two, am a real person, and the reason is the same irreplaceability. Without me, you would have no way to connect with Greed Island, and it would be impossible to obtain logistical support from Greed Island. They can imitate Greed Island's cards, imitate some of the cards' abilities, but they haven't fully woven the most direct network of relationships with Greed Island. After all, they are just a group of demons living on the Dark Continent, using our memories to understand humans. They never expected that after encountering such a situation, we would be so calm, not immediately suspecting and killing each other, so there were many omissions in the memory modification. Besides that, the scope of their memory modification is also limited. Most of their encounters with us on the timeline occurred between late 1997 and now, the rest of the parts are unusually vague. If given more time, they should be able to do better, right?" When Jin said this, his tone even carried a hint of regret, as if he wanted to witness such a situation. In short, after Germain realized this, he disbanded the gathering just now, then quietly found me, explained the situation, and then came to find you. The reason for being so cautious is that we still have one companion among the other 5 people, and we are not yet sure which one is our companion. Before we find him or her, it's best to keep quiet about this part we know." Hearing the words cautious and keep quiet, Shizuku covered her mouth. Then her clear black and white eyes looked left and right, as if afraid that her breathing would be too loud and expose the situation here. Germain said, "Just be natural." So Shizuku released her hands, blinked her big eyes, and asked in a low voice. "How do we find our last companion?" Germain said. "Actually, we already have a target, but we're not yet certain. The reason is also irreplaceability. I am irreplaceable because of the teleportation lantern, Shizuku, you are irreplaceable because of Blinky, and Jin is irreplaceable because of Greed Island. What else is irreplaceable? That would naturally be the ability to keep the team fighting." Initially, I wavered between decompression and healing, but considering my many experiences with Virtue and Torment, I finally determined that decompression is essential. In this team, Reinhard and Bisky both possess an ability of decompression. The last companion should be among them. It's just that both of them have been in the team for a long time, and there are no obvious flaws in their memories, so it's hard to tell which one is the real person for now. Shizuku asked. "So what do we do now?" "Call both of them over and ask." "That's an option," Germain said. "First, call both of them over. Even if we can't tell who's real and who's fake right away, it doesn't matter." Shizuku, at this moment, acutely realized what Germain wanted to do. "I know, we're going to target everyone else besides them, right?" Germain nodded and said. "Exactly. Their quantity is gradually increasing, we can't wait any longer. Otherwise, by the time the sun rises, there will probably be a crowd of people here, and the situation will become even more complex, and cognition and reality will be modified even more by them. Germain turned to Jin and added. Later, I'll ask you to keep an eye on Reinhard and Bisky to see if you can identify the false person. Shizuku and I will take care of the rest of those guys. Okay, leave it to me. Jin replied. Shizuku became eager to try. Just as the three were about to make their next move, they heard a loud bang not far away, and then saw a cloud of dust rise and a large tree collapse with a crash. A long simmering conflict had now suddenly erupted. The ones at odds were barbarian warrior Hart and shield breaker Sigmund. The two women clashed for a moment with a long-handled saber and a spear, then separated to their left and right. Reinhard the Crusader and Bisky the Gem Hunter quickly stepped between them, trying to mediate and prevent them from fighting each other. Dubisk the Curse user stood coldly in the shadows, silent, with no intention of helping either side. She's definitely a mongrel who snuck in. Hart pointed at Sigmund, her emotions agitated as she cursed loudly. Her Nin ability is related to snakes, and double-tailed snake Hellbell is also a snake. How can there be such a coincidence? Sigmund stared coldly at Hart, saying. You said I was going crazy before. Now it seems, the one who's crazy is actually you, isn't it? The two women were at daggers drawn, their nin clashing, and the weapons in their hands were poised and ready to strike at each other. Don't be like this. Reinhard shouted, don't fight anymore. He noticed Germain, Jing, and Shizuku approaching from behind, quickly turned around, and said. Germain, you say something too, stop them. Double-tailed snake Hellbell must want us to attack each other like this. We can't fall for it. Germain, Jing, and Shizuku exchanged glances, nodding while thinking of other things. Based on the previous elimination method, both Hart and Sigmund were definitely false people who had snuck in. Are they putting on a show in front of everyone now, feigning hostility, intending to play a double act and split the entire team into two factions? After thinking this, Germain decided not to explain anything to Reinhard and Bisky, he would act at his own pace. So, he directly patted Shizuku's arm and whispered. Distract one first. I'll help you later. Shizuku nodded in agreement. Then, the two separated, Germain walked towards Hart, and Shizuku walked towards Sigmund. Hart thought Germain was coming to break up the fight, and her face was still fiercely saying. Germain, you don't need to say anything. I will absolutely not trust this woman. Before she could finish her sentence, she heard a snap, and her hands, holding the long-handled blade, flew up in her vision. Then, her head's vision also spun wildly. Hart was instantly left with only half her body, standing in place, blood gushing into the sky. And Germain just looked down with cold eyes, holding the still dripping meat cleaver in her hand. Until her death, she had not expected Germain to suddenly erupt and slash her. In fact, apart from Jing and Shizuku, no one else had expected this. Reinhard and Bisky were both greatly astonished, their throats itching, unable to utter a single word. Then, they both took a step towards where Hart's corpse lay, but suddenly felt a weight on their shoulders. The two looked back and saw Jing already between them, his hand pressing on their shoulders. Don't move, just watch quietly, don't do anything suspicious. Trust us, this will be good for all of you. Reinhard and Bisky quickly realized they were being threatened. The two were somewhat annoyed and were about to say something when they saw Jing motion towards Hart's corpse. See for yourselves. The two turned to look, and saw the standing half-corpse finally unable to support itself, falling to the ground with a thud. Hart's face was filled with disbelief and horror. Germain stood aside, holding the bloody meat cleaver. This incomplete corpse suddenly emitted black smoke as if it were burning, and soon her body, clothes, weapons, etc., all disappeared one after another. Along with them, the perception that Hart was their companion, and the related modified reality, also disappeared. After a moment of daze, Germain and the others recalled and confirmed that Hart was indeed not one of them. Almost everyone had the same thought. Why did we trust Hart so much before, believing she was one of us? There were so many flaws. It seems this is the influence of the champion-class demon behind double-tailed snake Hellbell and the entire rainforest terrain. Germain turned around, first observing the expressions on Reinhard and Bisky's faces, then exchanged glances with Jing. Afterward, he quickly walked to the other side of the battlefield. Sigmund was equally shocked by Germain's sudden move, so much so that she didn't react to Shizuku's approach immediately. When she came to her senses, the shield she was holding with her severed limb had already been sucked away by Shizuku's blinky and was thrown to the ground by Shizuku. Shizuku said to her with a hint of triumph. You are fake, I am real. Hey? Shizuku, you. Sigmund was startled for a moment, trying to salvage something, but noticed Germain already walking towards her with the meat cleaver. You can't do this. I am your companion, have you all forgotten? Those memories of us fighting side by side, do you think they are all false? At this moment, she could no longer maintain her previous taciturn persona. Germain was unmoved, walking quickly, then suddenly shifting into a flash step, breaking through to Sigmund's front with lightning speed. Stop! Sigmund's spear only managed to raise slightly before the meat cleaver chopped her neck, instantly separating her head from her body. That chocolate-colored face immediately filled with venomous resentment. A snake made of nin shot out from her severed limb, fiercely biting at Germain. Germain calmly dodged to the side, and with another casual slash, cut Sigmund's severed limb into two pieces. Amidst the spraying blood, Sigmund fell to the ground, and in the blink of an eye, black smoke also rose from her, like burning plastic. Germain then looked at Dubisk not far away. Dubisk cursed under his breath, seemingly realizing that explanations were meaningless, so he immediately swelled up, transforming into a tall werewolf, and turned to run. The werewolf ran on all fours, extremely fast, shooting out like an arrow in an instant, darting back and forth among the tree branches dozens of meters away. It still had a chance, even if it didn't stay with Germain and the others, it could continue to propagate false people, it would just take longer and have more flaws. But at least it was alive, and being alive meant preserving its lifespan. However, the next moment, a sound of fatal pursuit broke through the air from behind. It turned its head in horror, and was met with a sharp spike that directly blew its head off. With a thud, the headless werewolf tumbled down from the branches, falling into the mud, and before long, its body also began to burn. Germain retracted his spiral cane, which had transformed, shot out, and lengthened, and turned to walk back to the campfire camp. At this point, there were only 5 people left, including himself. Hart's entire corpse had burned to ashes, and Sigmund still had half remaining. Memories should all be corrected back, right? Germain looked at everyone, and they all nodded. That's good, he said, walking towards Reinhard and Bisky. Both of them became nervous, because they realized that Germain was going to pick out the last false person from among them. If caught, their fate would surely be the same as Hart, Sigmund, and Tubisk. Germain's body was originally covered in the blood of Hart, Sigmund, and Tubisk, but as they died, the blood also evaporated into black gas. He first explained the criteria for judging irreplaceability, pointing out that he, Shizuku, and Jing were all real people. So now there was one more real person between Reinhard and Bisky. Reinhard and Bisky both looked at each other with grim expressions. Emotionally, they both had memories of being companions, but rationally, one of them must be fake. Both knew who the fake one was, but how should they prove themselves, to make Germain believe them? Reinhard quickly stated first. Germain, Jing, Shizuku, think carefully, how I stood on the front lines to protect you before, and after the battle, I still had to. Before he finished speaking, he felt a strong gust of wind from beside him. Reinhard quickly swung his straight sword to block, but it was directly pushed aside by a gentle force, followed by a strong punch to his face. Bisky. Reinhard was greatly astonished by the sudden attack from the person beside him. Bisky, however, attacked Reinhard with murderous intent without explanation, this was her method of self-proof. Only a false person would intend to continue muddling through. A real person is not only indispensable to the team but also absolutely fearless of death. Bang! The force of a punch, like an exploding bomb, struck Reinhard's helmet. With a crack, the helmet instantly shattered. After a brief moment of dizziness, he focused his eyes and saw Bisky, who had returned to her tall, true form. Bisky's fists were merciless, and her words even more so. At this point, anyone who still tries to use unreliable memories to gain sympathy and stall for time to create more companions is definitely a false one. To put it bluntly, the quickest way to distinguish between the real and fake among us is for one of us, you or I, to die. The aftermath of death will be enough to prove our innocence. In our memories, we are both pro-hunters. If you are real, you should have the same resolve as me, shouldn't you? Bisky, having adopted the Shinjin-ryu stance, immediately pursued Reinhard after speaking. Reinhard noticed that Germain and the others had no intention of intervening. He frowned inside his helmet and had no choice but to fight back fiercely. He once again dual-wielded straight swords enveloped in and slashed at Bisky several times, each strike incredibly sharp. However, in terms of combat power, Bisky still held the upper hand. Bisky parried Reinhard's slashes one by one with an and continuously forced him back with Shinjin-ryu Kung Fu. Reinhard's armor was swept by Bisky's punches, and piece after piece shattered and fell off with a clatter, leaving his body covered in wounds. Most importantly, his psychological stress was immense. Because he knew very well that no matter if he won or lost this battle, he would not escape death. If he were on a chessboard, he was now in a position of being checkmated. In such a predicament, Reinhard immediately pulled out a scroll from his pregnant and suddenly unfurled it downwards. Buzz! A dazzling golden light flashed into Bisky's eyes, causing her movements to involuntarily pause. He then quickly rolled up the scroll and, seizing the opportunity, turned to escape into the darkness of the rainforest. His armor, having been broken apart by Bisky's fists, coincidentally lightened his burden, making his steps lighter and faster. It wasn't that Reinhard hadn't seen the fate of Tubisk, who had also tried to escape, he simply had no other choice now. However, he was startled when he looked back. Because Jing had appeared behind him at some point, silently accumulating golden for a long time. It's you, all right. Before Reinhard could speak, Jing raised his hand and delivered a punch. No. Wait. The golden like a venomous snake biting, gave Reinhard no time to react and instantly blew his head open like a watermelon. Reinhard's body swayed unsteadily for a moment, then collapsed to the ground. After a while, the same black smoke emerged from his body. After the death of a false one, they would self-immolate, symbolizing that they came naked and left naked. This was why, among the self-slaughtering tribes encountered during the day, the number of corpses left on the ground was fewer than expected. A melee ended, all false ones died, and the 4 people present all breathed a sigh of relief. Then they gathered together. For now, it was safe. Bisky, who had returned to her petite form, had sore and painful eyes from the bright light of the scroll just now and had to use a small handkerchief to wipe away her tears. After she felt a little better, she opened her eyes, looked at the other 3, and asked. You couldn't tell who was real and who was fake between Reinhard and me, could you? What if I had died at Reinhard's hands just now? Jing retorted. Aren't you stronger than him? Besides, you confidently said that as pro hunters, you should have some resolve, didn't you? I have resolve, but I still try not to die like that. If I have to die, I must die in the most beautiful and spectacular way. Bisky replied as a matter of course. Don't worry, Germain said, Reinhard couldn't afford to gamble in a death match. As soon as he tried to escape, it was as good as telling us he was fake. If he had stubbornly continued to fight you, we would have intervened before either of you was seriously injured and found another way to judge. Bisky nodded and said. I knew you were thinking that, which is why I decisively attacked Reinhard, pushing him to a dead end, and also showing you my identity. He was, after all, a person who had just been created, he still didn't understand you enough. Shizuku, you should be able to recognize that I am the real one, right? Shizuku tilted her head and thought for a while, then chose to nod. In fact, she hadn't recognized it, but by associating with good company, she had also become much more cunning. She almost thought she was a false one, so how could she have recognized Bisky as a real person? Very good, it wasn't for nothing that I'm usually so nice to you. Bisky also smiled, choosing to believe her. Germain thought for a moment, then shook his head and said. They might not be people who were just created, but rather some kind of template that already existed. Everyone looked at him in confusion. After Reinhard fell, a part of Germain's memory that had been deliberately sealed finally opened. He remembered. All the Crusaders, curse users, barbarian warriors, shield breakers were all game characters from the Darkest Dungeon. However, they were not entirely the same as the heroes in the Darkest Dungeon, many of their backgrounds had been localized to better suit this world. In other words, Double-Tailed Snake Hellbell was using the memories of Germain, Jing, Bisky, and Shizuku to create ambiguous hybrid humans. Meeting their confused gazes, Germain explained. You should all still remember now, Reinhard, Hart, Sigmund, and Tubisk, their past backgrounds, their relationships. These don't seem like things that could be simply created in a short amount of time. Therefore, I believe they come from our memories, a fusion of various images. It's just that they all became templates used by Double-Tailed Snake Hellbell for rapidly creating humans, becoming one of the baits. Jing understood and said. Indeed, Double-Tailed Snake Hellbell cannot create a perfect human out of thin air because it doesn't understand human society enough. Moreover, it also needs to shape different abilities, which requires even more information, something it cannot fully process and digest in a short time. So, directly acquiring a part from our minds and merging them together is the most economical and practical method. To prevent us from seeing through the flaws too quickly, it uses methods like altering cognition and sealing off parts of memories to deceive us. Bisky laughed with no small amount of pride. Normally, for an ordinary non-user team, this method would be enough in a short time, but they were unlucky enough to run into us. Plant weapon gold silver ingot, undying disease, Zabi, nurturing beast pap. Having experienced various calamities, we won't easily fall into disarray. Everyone looked at each other and laughed, feeling quite relaxed. Knowing the true nature of Double-Tailed Snake Hellbell, everyone could now think of ways to deal with it, instead of having to grope in the dark as before. The latter half of the night finally passed without incident. Everyone took turns on watch, while the other three took the opportunity to rest well. It wasn't necessarily about sleeping, but about slowly recovering their energy and so that yesterday's fatigue wouldn't hinder today's actions. Hours later, the orange-red sun slowly rose, and even the dense rainforest foliage couldn't block all the light. The grey-white and charcoal-black embers of the campfire danced in a sudden gust of cold, damp wind, like scraps of paper, fluttering in mid-air. The sky, having rested all night, became hazy again, and soon came the familiar lightning and thunder. Pitter-patter, hot, scalding rain fell into the rainforest mud, and the rising smoke wove into a net that enveloped everything. Fortunately, no matter how heavy the rain, it would only last for a while, rarely exceeding 20 minutes. After the outpost exploration team set off again, they had no choice but to resume the stop-and-go pace of the previous day. They slowly traversed the rainforest, occasionally dealing with various demons that appeared there. However, until the afternoon of this day, no one encountered the Double-Tailed Snake Hellbell again. Germain decided to change his strategy. Now that we know what the Double-Tailed Snake Hellbell's ability is, I don't think we need to waste time exploring the rainforest's boundaries. Our destination is always the swamp. Based on our past experience challenging other calamities, the Double-Tailed Snake Hellbell will likely guard the surrounding swamp. Finding a large settlement of Double-Tailed Snake Hellbell is equivalent to getting closer and closer to the swamp. As for how to find a large settlement of Double-Tailed Snake Hellbell, I think we should start by finding those cannibalistic groups. Everyone felt that Germain's words made a lot of sense, so they changed their strategy, turning to using binoculars, and other methods to search for groups that were fighting. Every time they found a group, they would observe and search nearby for any Double-Tailed Snake Hellbell, or at least detect traces they left behind. However, the Double-Tailed Snake Hellbell might have already used dark space to jump away after causing cannibalism, or perhaps it knew that everyone was looking for them, so it deliberately avoided them. In short, everyone searched for a long time but found nothing. But those groups, tearing each other to flesh and blood and still not stopping, were like lighthouses on the bay, illuminating the general direction with their beams of light. At least everyone knew that the Double-Tailed Snake Hellbell must have appeared in this area. That night, they once again encountered a night raid. Being attacked on 2 consecutive days was quite rare. However, with the current lineup of the exploration team, they easily repelled the enemies and killed the night raid species leader. Night raid no longer posed much of a threat to them. Time came to the third daylight after they arrived in the rainforest. Because they had been unable to find the whereabouts of the double-tailed snake Hellbell, Germain and the others once again changed their approach. In order not to alert the enemy, they no longer used large-scale nin. Perhaps it was because the double-tailed snake Hellbell had sensed the large-scale nin from Germain and Jin earlier, which caused it to disappear on its own accord. This time, they only used small-scale nin and concealed their aura. This way, they could both give an early warning and catch the double-tailed snake Hellbell before it jumped into dark space and escaped. Finally, when Jin was carving a Mobius loop mark nearby, he unexpectedly discovered a double-tailed snake Hellbell coiled on a tree branch. He was both surprised and delighted, then quietly left and returned to the team, immediately telling the others about his discovery. Everyone had been searching for almost 2 days and finally saw a living double-tailed snake Hellbell again, so they couldn't help but feel a little excited. Unbeknownst to them, calamities had long ceased to be calamities in their eyes, but had instead truly become prey. Germain asked. Jin, did you see any other double-tailed snake Hellbell? No, at least not during a brief visual inspection. Because I was worried that releasing mine would alert that double-tailed snake Hellbell, I didn't probe the surroundings. Bisky nodded and said. You did the right thing. It took us so long to catch one, we can't let it get away easily. These demons are really sensitive. So, everyone concealed their aura and tiptoed to the spot where Jin had left the Mobius loop mark earlier. Jin glanced in one direction, nodded to everyone, indicating that the double-tailed snake Hellbell was still in its original position. No one spoke, they just looked in the direction he pointed, and sure enough, they saw a double-tailed snake Hellbell, almost blending in with its surroundings, hidden under several branches and leaves. It was coiled around the branch like a rope, occasionally wriggling its soft, scaly body. The 4 members of the outpost exploration team did not act rashly, they all returned to doing what pro hunters should do. They held their breath and observed quietly from within the bushes. After a while, Germain suddenly waved to the others and then pointed in a direction. The other 3 looked over and saw another double-tailed snake Hellbell on another branch. Over the next 15 minutes, they noticed more and more double-tailed snake Hellbell hidden in the dense, leafy jungle. A simple count revealed that there were already over 30 double-tailed snake Hellbell witnessed by them here, with many more unseen. Everyone exchanged silent glances, the tacit understanding forged from long periods of fighting side by side quickly allowing them to comprehend each other's meaning. With such a large quantity of double-tailed snake Hellbell appearing here, it seemed this was undoubtedly their settlement. They had finally found the right path. Perhaps the swamp was nearby. Jin made gestures to everyone, first extending his right fist, representing the double-tailed snake Hellbell settlement, then raising his left hand, representing the outpost exploration team, and making a circling motion. Everyone quickly understood Jin's meaning. Since the swamp was likely nearby, there was no need to get too entangled with the double-tailed snake Hellbell. They wanted to bypass this settlement as quietly and covertly as possible, going straight for the target. The 3 all nodded in agreement with Jin's suggestion, and then they began to move like shadows. However, the hot, scalding rain, which had ceased for a long time, began to fall at an inopportune moment as they quietly circled around. Large raindrops pattered down. The double-tailed snake Hellbell, which had been calmly staying in one place, all began to move because of the rain. As they moved, several double-tailed snake Hellbell quickly noticed the presence of Germain and the others, who had been in their blind spot, and immediately raised their upper bodies, flicking their tongues. Hiss! 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 The double-tailed snake Hellbell that first discovered the members of the outpost exploration team issued a warning, and then more and more double-tailed snake Hellbell noticed these humans. Seeing that concealment was no longer meaningful, Germain and the others gave up, exchanged glances, and made a decisive move. They no longer circled but instead quickly passed through the double-tailed snake Hellbell settlement, intending to break through at the fastest speed. And the double-tailed snake Hellbell among the branches did not jump into dark space to leave this time, instead, they all hissed menacingly at them. This, in turn, confirmed the speculation in Germain and the others' minds, that they were already not far from the swamp. The double-tailed snake Hellbell had even abandoned their biological instinct to avoid danger in order to protect the swamp. The previous plant weapon gold-silver ingot, undying disease, Zabi, and nurturing beast pap had also shown similar territory-protecting characteristics. Germain walked quickly and said, "Don't mind them. Since they are counterattack type non-ability demons that can only be triggered by death, let them hiss." The other 3 also understood this principle, so they all ignored the intimidation of the double-tailed snake Hellbell. And the double-tailed snake Hellbell naturally wouldn't let them leave so easily. By shaking the cysts on their bodies, they created dark space and flexibly drilled into them. The next moment, they appeared from all directions around the outpost exploration team members, fiercely baring their venomous fangs and biting. This scene was terrifying to the extreme, as if everyone had plunged into a den of 10,000 snakes. Those who could dodge did, and those who couldn't used their respective means to swat them away one by one, but never killing them. The threat level of the double-tailed snake Hellbell before and after death was truly worlds apart. Soon, the path ahead was cleared. Just as the outpost exploration team was about to successfully break through this infested area, Germain keenly noticed something strange. A double-tailed snake Hellbell shook its head, ferociously and without hesitation biting another double-tailed snake Hellbell. HxH. It fiercely bit off the latter's head, spitting it onto the ground. Following this, more and more double-tailed snake Hellbell did the same. They suddenly began to kill each other, similar to the script of slaughter everyone had seen in other tribes these past few days, only the cause was different. Like a domino effect, more and more double-tailed snake hellbell died in quick succession within a short period. This situation was less mutual slaughter and more assisted suicide. Looking at the double-tailed snake hellbell that had died, with strange black smoke emerging from their ruptured cysts, everyone's heart sank. Indeed, we don't kill them, but they can kill their own kind. This way, it can still trigger the death counter-attack ability. Even more terrifying was that only one double-tailed snake hellbell died at Jin's hands at that time, which caused the chaos that night. Here, more than a dozen died in succession, and the number was still increasing. Ding-a-ling, ding-a-ling, ding-a-ling. Soon, a series of eerie bell sounds rang out, signaling a rather troublesome situation that was about to unfold. Black mist permeated and intertwined, like dark clouds descending upon this dense forest. Sacrificing more than a dozen double-tailed snake hellbell, the creation of false people also became much faster. Puff 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 puff. Amidst the churning black mist, several figures emerged, all in the guise of different human forms. Without exception, their appearance templates were all game characters from the Darkest Dungeon that Germain was familiar with. However, in order to immediately produce battle-ready false people, the double-tailed snake hellbell sacrificed their ability to correct memories and perceptions of Germain and the others. This allowed Germain and the others to distinguish between friend and foe at the first moment. Because of the chaos the night before last, everyone faced the false people with a certain composure. However, they also knew that the current situation was not so optimistic. They needed to eliminate these false people as quickly as possible, otherwise their numbers would only grow. The four immediately took action. Germain and Jin acted alone, while Bisky and Shizuka cooperated, dealing with this group of false people. Four figures quickly blocked Germain from all sides. They were Dismas the Highwayman, Quincy the Occultist, Picote the Vestal, and Buddy the Houndmaster. Buzz. With a strange sound, an ominous red mark from the Occultist appeared on Germain's arm. Germain was made the target of the four. But in the next moment, the Occultist was astonished to find that while he had marked Germain, it hadn't weakened Germain's defense. Normally, it shouldn't be like this. What the Occultist didn't know was that Germain's champion physique was so strong it could be called a monster among monsters. Germain didn't even feel this slight weakening. However, hitting the mark should still deal considerable damage. The Occultist thought so, and so did the other false people. Bang! The Highwayman raised his flintlock pistol at close range, black smoke rising from the dark muzzle, the bullet accurately striking Germain's marked location. He himself was thrown back 2 meters by the incredibly strange recoil before he barely managed to steady himself, showing the astonishing power of this point-blank shot. However, Germain held up his meat cleaver, casually deflecting the scattered bullets from the point-blank shot. Clang! Sparks flew, leaving no trace. Then, he took the opportunity to dodge the bite of the white-haired dog released by the Houndmaster. It was as if the power of that point-blank shot was no different from an ordinary gunshot. The Highwayman broke out in a cold sweat. Now he hesitated, wondering whether to continue with point-blank shot up close, or to provide gun support and harassment from afar. Our Father, hallowed be thy name. The combat-type Vestal muttered under her breath. She raised a mace, and a yellowish beam of light shone on Germain, seemingly intending to stun Germain with her ability. However, Germain's champion physique, coupled with the rune veins on his chest, successfully resisted the invasion of the spell. Similar to the Occultist's mark earlier, he didn't even perceive the spell's existence. The Vestal swallowed, a feeling she hadn't experienced even in her false memories when she was expelled from the church for lusting after men. She felt that something was seriously wrong. This man was too terrifying. The four false people would not give up, they were still trying to find Germain's weakness and break through it. The Occultist raised a hand, and several evil tentacles rose from the ground, almost coiling around Germain like nooses. But Germain vanished from his spot like lightning, and the tentacles completely missed. That's about enough. Germain had pretty much assessed the combat power range of this group of false people. The Highwayman was master class, while the Houndmaster, Vestal, and Occultist were all elite level. Through a few breaths of probing, it was confirmed that their abilities were all within expectations, with nothing particularly noteworthy. So, now it was time for the reckoning. Boom! A deafening explosion. The Occultist, having lost his target, was startled, thinking Germain was coming for him. But when he frantically turned his head, he saw the Vestal being blasted away by Germain's shotgun. Germain's casual shot had the terrifying power of a point-blank shot, yet without the recoil. Instead, the Vestal was sent flying back as if hit by a cannonball. A horrifying hole appeared in the fallen Vestal's chest, she twitched twice, then stopped moving, clearly beyond saving. Sure enough, black smoke from self-immolation rose from the Vestal's body, her eyes wide in death. The false people were all startled, but none dared to relax their attacks on Germain. In the current situation, even a slight relaxation meant death. The Highwayman charged forward fiercely, swinging a sharp slash at Germain with his knife. Bullets didn't work, so he'd try close combat, try blades that could cause continuous bleeding. The Highwayman was desperate, forced to try every method he could think of. The Houndmaster's club came crashing down, emitting a dazzling yellow light. The white-haired dog took the opportunity to pounce as well. If it were an ordinary non-user, they would probably have died from their pincer attack in a flurry of panic. But Germain was here. The sacred moonlight greatsword hummed as it was drawn, a blue light soaring into the sky, and a diagonal upward slash unleashed terrifyingly immense energy. Amidst the blue light, terrified screams of dismay could be heard. The Occultist watched helplessly as the Highwayman, the Houndmaster, and the long-haired dog were all swallowed by the blue light in an instant, directly incinerated into black smoke and ashes. It was truly an instantaneous event, making it realize the fragility of its comrades. It was incredibly shocked, the part of its memory that was human made it fear, yet it could only watch helplessly as Germain raised the sacred moonlight greatsword and slashed at it. It's coming for me. The occultist frantically raised the skull in its palm, which could release an ability, but the result was that both its own skull and the skull in its palm were chopped to pieces. It was too fast, even though he wielded a greatsword, the slash gave the occultist almost no time to react. There were no fancy abilities, yet the slash carried an unstoppable power. A heavy sword without an edge, great skill without artifice. The occultist was cut in half, falling to the ground. Germain looked around, the scorching rain had temporarily ceased, and amidst the rising mist, the battle was still raging fiercely. Jin chased the jester who was trying to play his lute to buff the false people, and quickly twisted off the latter's head. The face with the flamboyant makeup was distorted in terror. The tall Bisky picked up the frail plague doctor, and like Bane did to Batman, gave the plague doctor a back-breaking kill. The pathetic plague doctor's delicate body emitted a crunching sound as her spine fractured. Shizuku, on the other hand, gave herself a cure-all herb injection, apparently having just been attacked by the plague doctor's poison bottle. Bang! Suddenly, the musketeer crouched among the branches and fired, aiming directly at Shizuku's head. Shizuku, however, had already sensed her presence. She calmly raised Blinky, swallowed the incoming bullet, then turned and aimed at the musketeer, launching a counterattack. Boom! First, the bullet from the musketeer returned the way it came, then the large amount of scorching rain that Blinky had previously swallowed, all surged towards the musketeer. The astonished musketeer dodged the bullet but couldn't escape the pervasive scalding steam, she could only resist it with Nin. The musketeer endured the high temperature, but couldn't maintain her balance, swaying for a moment before tumbling from the branches and rolling onto the ground. At this point, the advantage of Bisky's strengthened physique and thick skin became apparent. She charged over like a gorilla, ignoring the steam mist, caught the musketeer, and pinned her with one hand. Boom! She unleashed an explosive punch, hammering the musketeer into a nearby tree trunk as if driving a nail with a hammer. The musketeer's head lolled, unable to rise again. Judging from the performance so far, this battle was practically a one-sided slaughter. These creatures, who infiltrated other tribes under false identities, instigated and caused conflicts, and spread murderous intent, would never have imagined that here they would only meet the end of their own lives. No matter how many schemes and tricks, in the face of an absolute disparity in strength, they were as fragile as paper. Among the four, Germain was clearly the most formidable. Yet, there were still false people targeting him, trying to at least injure him through sneak attacks or pincer movements. By now, the fate of the highwayman and others had made the false people realize that they could only slightly impede these humans' progress by sacrificing their lives. Thus, false people with completely different intentions launched a fiercer and more reckless assault on Germain. The masked leper leaped up, bringing down a powerful, heavy slash on Germain. The flagellant swung his iron rod, and metal chains lashed out at Germain's legs like whips. At the same time, the arbalest, waiting for the right moment, extended her heavy crossbow from the bushes and shot an arrow at Germain's back. The struggle continued. However, the outcome was already decided. A master-class leper, and two elite-level flagellant and arbalest, even combined, would not be Germain's match. Germain spun around, his arm shooting out like a spring, and with a powerful flick, he caught the crossbow bolt shot at his back by the arbalest. Then, he was as slippery and agile as a loach in mud, easily dodging the leper's broken sword slash and the flagellant's torture device whip. Immediately, as if an afterthought, he sent the still vibrating crossbow bolt in his hand into the flagellant's throat. HxH. The flagellant paused for a moment before realizing the intense pain in his throat, blood spurted out, and pressing his fingers against it did nothing to stop it, like a bursting river. However, the flagellant did not panic, pain was as common to him as breathing. Instead, he calmly opened and closed his mouth rapidly, reciting prayers, and then released his wound, raising both hands to the sky in a gesture of praise. Suddenly, a chain appeared between him and the leper. Buzz. Filled with green light, the flagellant's mere fatal wound actually healed as good as new, leaving only a ghastly scar. The leper's minor injuries also healed along with it. Germain merely glanced at it, not surprised. He knew all too well what an abilities the hero templates chosen from his memories possessed. Swish. A sound of air being torn came from the side, the leper's broken sword, carrying violent nin, slashed towards Germain's nape. Germain did two things in that instant. He wielded the sacred moonlight greatsword in his right hand, clashing head-on with the leper's broken sword, emitting a clang. Sparks flew. At the same time, his left hand grasped the spiral cane, and the transformed iron whip lashed out backward. Like a snake striking. The arbalest, believing he had seized the opportune moment, suddenly heard a whooshing sound as he moved from the bushes. When he looked up, it was too late. The extended tip of the spiral cane struck the arbalest's chest squarely. Pfft! The extended spiral cane pierced through the arbalest's flesh and blood and bones like a bullet, instantly pulverizing his heart. The arbalest was like a patient suffering sudden cardiac arrest, his crossbow slipped from his hands, falling to the ground with a thud. With a pale face, he reached out to clutch his chest, but halfway through, he stiffened and fell backward. Puff! The arbalest lay with his mouth open, half his face submerged in mud. Soon, the black flames of self-immolation would incinerate his corpse. On the other side, the flagellant lowered his hands from praising and praying, and a wide smile spread beneath his hood. Redemption pulled him back from the brink of death, and as long as he wasn't instantly killed, he still had one more chance for redemption in a short period. This was an extremely beneficial ability for him and for his companions. However, when he turned around, the first thing he saw was the fallen arbalest, and he couldn't help but frown. It's fine, it doesn't matter, I still have a helper. Looking at the leper, he was indeed reliable, having withstood Germain's sword strike and still standing tall and imposing. The flagellant felt a surge of ecstasy, taking half a step forward to help, when he heard a clatter, 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 and something fell to the ground. He looked down, and his expression changed drastically. What had fallen to the ground were the leper's decapitating sword and the mask that concealed his twisted, pale face, disfigured by leprosy. Amidst the flowing blood, Germain pushed aside the standing corpse of the leper, and it fell lightly. Poof! Black flames incinerated it. The flagellant's face changed in horror. In terms of combat power, the leper was definitely above him. He had already prepared himself mentally to use the leper as the main force, with him assisting the leper with healing abilities and weakening Germain with bleeding abilities. This was the planned combat strategy. However, plans always change. The leper couldn't even last 2 rounds against that black-robed man? Then how am I supposed to deal with him alone now? Germain was undoubtedly the strongest among this group of humans, so how to deal with him was something that the false ones had put on the table from the very beginning. They thought of psychological factors. The flagellant and many of the false ones here had their basic templates derived from information sealed deep within Germain's memory. Because, under normal circumstances, what is buried deep in one's heart is usually that person's untouchable past, unbearable memories, which are his weaknesses. Targeting his weaknesses, digging into the secrets deep within his heart, and breaking through his psychological defenses, this common tactic would naturally be employed. It's a pity that even with the power of the double-tailed snake Hell Bell, they couldn't penetrate the deepest secrets of this black-robed man's heart, otherwise, perhaps more could have been achieved. However, under normal circumstances, this should have been enough. The templates of these people placed deep within should have been figures who were once very important to Germain. But why, upon seeing them, did Germain show so little emotion or pity, and strike down without mercy? What they wanted was to see Germain's defenses break. However, they didn't get to see Germain's breakdown. Instead, the flagellant, watching 2 companions fall in quick succession, leaving him alone, was on the verge of breaking down himself. The flagellant and the false ones would probably never truly understand human thinking, much less understand Germain, an anomaly among humans. Germain had kept the flagellant and others as secrets because the Darkest Dungeon and Bloodborne were the foundations of his inability. Under normal circumstances, he wouldn't likely tell these things to others, even to Shizuku, who was currently his closest companion. This doesn't mean he liked these characters from Darkest Dungeon or kept them in his heart, the reason isn't necessarily deep affection. In fact, much of the time, he disliked these characters intensely. The appearance of the false ones mimicking these hero characters awakened too many unpleasant memories deep within Germain's mind. Heh. Now, he finally had a chance to personally punish this group of game characters that gave him high blood pressure. From the very beginning, he would never show mercy. The double-tailed snake Hell Bell and the false one's superficial and careless understanding of human memory led them to misunderstand everything. In a flash, the flagellant was left alone to sustain the battle. He roared in despair at Germain, wielding his torture tools made of iron rods and chains, which were then destroyed by the sacred moonlight greatsword slashes. Bang! The torture tools shattered, and the flagellant flew out like a broken sack, landing headfirst in the mud, no longer moving. After a while, black flames incinerated its corpse. Germain turned to look at the others, only to see that Gon, Bisky, and Shizuko had also finished their battles and were clearing the battlefield. Fallen by their hands were the grave robber, who used a pickaxe and dagger as weapons, and the bounty hunter, who used an axe and hook. They had formed a quite harmonious grave robbing duo, but now they had all become the fallen souls under Gon, Bisky, and Shizuku. Many double-tailed snake Hell Bell still coiled on branches and in bushes, hissing at the 4 of them, yet none dared to approach, nor did any commit suicide again. Gon picked up his tattered felt hat, which had fallen to the ground during the battle, and put it back on his head, saying, "The good news is, as long as they don't throw themselves to their deaths, there won't be a mass production of false ones. The bad news is, they're not sacrificing themselves, nor are they obstructing us. It seems the swamp is definitely ahead, and their leader is already prepared to deal with us." Germain concernedly inquired about everyone's injuries, especially Shizuku, who had been poisoned earlier. Shizuku shook her head and replied, "I'm fine. Blinky already sucked out all the toxins for me immediately. I only gave myself an injection as a precaution." This was what Germain had said before, whether it worked or not, if there was a situation, just give an injection first, as there wasn't much harm. Shizuku kept it in mind and followed through. Germain touched her warm palm, then composed himself and said to everyone, "Ahead might be the swamp we've been searching for. Everyone needs to be mentally prepared. We probably won't have a chance to stop and rest midway now." Heh. Bisky, who had returned to her petite form, put her hands on her hips and laughed, "Don't worry, it's not our first time experiencing this kind of battle." Shizuku nodded with clenched fists, looking as if she was either cheering herself on or trying to cheer on Germain and the others. With that, Germain said no more and, along with the other 3, traversed the rainforest. This time, the double-tailed snake Hell Bell still watched menacingly, but indeed showed no intention of obstructing them. They passed through quite smoothly. However, at this point, they appropriately slowed their pace to buy time to recover some of the nin they had lost earlier. Stepping through the depths of the twisted, claw-like forest, the further they walked in this direction, the more withered branches and fallen leaves there were, with bare, grey trunks as if burned by a great fire. The weeds were either withered and yellow or faded and white, and after walking a bit more, the ground even became completely bare. However, upon exiting this withered forest, the open expanse that greeted their eyes was a lush green, as if they had instantly stepped into a completely different region. There were continuous patches of weeds and reeds, as well as small puddles embedded everywhere, gleaming like mirror shards, and countless indistinguishable algae. Before them was undoubtedly the swamp they had been searching for several days. Pitter-patter. The scorching hot rain, like an uninvited guest ignorant of social graces, fell unseasonably once more. The lingering high-temperature mist added a sense of eeriness to the swamp. By now, the members of the outpost exploration team naturally wouldn't seek shelter from the rain. They expanded their nin outwards, forming a white nin membrane like a raincoat, blocking the burning sensation of the raindrops. Germain's N, centered on him, swiftly swept outwards and then retracted in an instant. There are two enemies ahead, undoubtedly champion level. Germain revealed the results of his instantaneous scan. The swamp varies in depth, be careful not to get stuck in the mud. Gon had already been promoted to champion level, but he wouldn't act recklessly. He said. Then let's do as before, you handle one, and we handle the other. All right. Germain never imposed the heavy responsibility of assault on others, readily agreeing to Gon's suggestion. I'll deal with one of them as quickly as possible and then come back to help you all. Gon laughed, maybe we'll finish one first, and then go help you. That's fine too, as long as we win. Germain had no such burdens. Bisky, however, stared at the swamp and exclaimed. Looking at this place reminds me of the first time Shizuku and I got on that pirate ship with you, and the swamp we arrived at. Lord of Crows. Shizuku's memory, which was sometimes good and sometimes not, was sharp at this moment. She still remembered that elite monster. I remember it. Its corpse made us a fortune, it was our first pot of gold. But it also made us get discovered by the old man faster, Bisky said. Time flies, it's already been over a year. She was still in her petite form as she spoke. After saying this, she walked out from behind Shizuku, already transformed into her tall, sturdy, iron tower-like appearance. Bisky laughed, hitting her left palm with her right fist, making a slapping sound, and said. Like that battle, let them be buried here. The four walked forward, utilizing N's detection to confirm which areas could be stepped on and which would cause them to sink, before proceeding. Pushing aside sharp reeds that could cut flesh and blood, sweeping away rain mist that could burn skin, and facing the setting sun and evening glow gradually swallowed by the distant mountains, the group saw their target. It was a breathing, scaly mountain of flesh and blood. However, with careful discernment, one could recognize it as two large venomous snakes intertwined and coiled together. Upon sensing the approaching small-sized humans, they began to move, starting to untangle themselves. Swish, swish, swish. The sound of scales rubbing, accompanied by a few scattered sparks. The two giant snakes, one fiery red and the other dark as ink, both fixed their vertical pupils on the group. The twins of envy and slander descended like a great calamity. And the naturally growing longevity food Nitolami was far behind them, at the position they guarded. From a distance, the longevity food Nitolami had a peculiar sense of displacement and blurriness. Without giving Germain and the others much time to observe, the fiery red giant snake, the son of envy, made the first move. It shook its head and tail, first rising vertically like a towering pagoda towards the sky interwoven with dark clouds and lingering twilight, then sharply bending, like a diver, plunging headfirst towards the ground. Poof! Everything mixed with mud, algae, and reeds was parted, and the fiery red continuously twisted and changed, its immense body compressing in an instant. In a flash, the son of envy had transformed into a completely fiery red figure, surprisingly in human form. The group looked closely, even more astonished, and couldn't help but frequently turn back to look at Germain. Because the son of envy had actually turned into another Germain. Only, it was entirely fiery red, with an evil aura about it, and a venomous smile on its lips. However, this was not the end. From the mist behind him, two more figures emerged. They were the veteran, holding a sturdy shield and a mace, and the antiquarian, carrying a skull censer. Without a word, both the veteran and the antiquarian used their respective abilities to apply defensive and evasive buffs to the son of envy. It seems my long-held desire to spar with you will be realized here. This was Gon's view. It seems my long-held desire to beat you up and knock you to the ground will be realized here. This was Bisky's view. Shizuku adjusted her black-rimmed glasses, glanced at Bisky, then at Gon, but didn't join them in teasing Germain. Germain heard them say this and knew that their chosen target was the son of envy, who had become extremely similar to him. He most likely possesses many of my abilities. I just don't know how much combat power he's mimicked, but he's at least champion level. You all need to be careful. Gon and Bisky both smiled and nodded in agreement. He then specifically reminded Shizuku. Shizuku, don't hold back. He's not me. MHM. Shizuku nodded expressionlessly, holding Blinky with its tongue sticking out, and said, I'll smash that imposter's head. She even deliberately pointed above Germain's head and added, I'll hit him right there later. Germain smiled, nodded at them, and then shifted his attention to the other giant snake. The dark as ink son of slander also stood upright, revealing its body, which was slightly different from the Son of Envy's. Along its long trunk were 9 black cysts, looking as if 9 rings were encircling it. Then, dark mist spread from its body, making it seem as if a huge, ferocious snake head was emerging from a black hole. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Its forked tongue flickered out, condensing into masks like a spell. Each mask bore a different expression, but all were equally twisted, pained, and angry. The malicious masks, like meteors trailing fiery clouds, hissed with irritating unease, surrounding Germain from all directions. The final battle of the rainforest swamp had begun. Ugh, ah. Giant malicious masks, like stone walls, roared and howled. They surged towards Germain from all directions, impatiently and oppressively. Tear his mind, shred his flesh and blood, all their actions contained such malevolence. Buzz. Germain's will was unified, the black and white contempt armor draped over him, and the greedy antler helmet sat on his head. An infused hands, extending from his body and floating in the air, wielded all his weapons. The meat cleaver, shotgun, spiral cane, katana thousand shadows, sacred moonlight greatsword, thunder hammer, and 2 rings. A formidable champion aura burst forth, and as the tip of the sacred moonlight greatsword struck the ground, blue light shot out like countless arrows. Buzz buzz buzz. The suffocating malicious masks that had already rushed forward instantly turned into brittle walls gnawed by termites, easily pierced by the blue sacred arrows. Chirp chirp chirp. Masks shattered, smoke chaotic. Germain rubbed the ring of thunder, and black mist surged from his body, layer upon layer, obscuring and blurring his figure. He then rubbed the ring of thunder on his other finger, and crackling electric lights flickered, like blue butterflies dancing on his fingertips. The black serpent of calumny's sharp vertical pupils, however, could not penetrate the swirling black mist. Even with acute perception, it was impossible to discern everything in just a few breaths. And so, poof! Black smoke spewed in one direction, torn open like a curtain by Germain, who leaped up. The thunder hammer swung, guiding the lightning that enveloped his entire body like a spider web. The current was entirely concentrated into a single point, forming a massive, shining orb that whistled down towards the black serpent of calumny like a falling meteorite. Boom! The orb of lightning slammed heavily into the black serpent of calumny's body. The snake's body noticeably caved inward, electric light dissipated with a sizzling sound, and a burnt, foul odor drifted on the wind. The black serpent of calumny hissed in pain. Its head hung low, and its vertical pupils were astonished to find that the lightning orb had pierced its proud scales, damaging its flesh and blood. Germain's strike, infused with the power of thunder, heavily wounded the black serpent of calumny. However, Germain had leaped up, and to ensure the hit, he had also come close enough to the black serpent of calumny's body. Here, Germain could smell the black serpent of calumny's foul breath and hear the mixed, strange sounds of its scales scraping and its body writhing. Germain being able to wound the black serpent of calumny here meant he had also actively entered its killing range. This was exactly what the black serpent of calumny wanted. Who? With a piercing shriek, Germain turned his head and saw the gaping maw of the snake. But the incomparably sharp, hooked fangs did not bite down on Germain, there was still some distance between them. However, the invisible assault spewed from the black serpent of calumny's gurgling throat instantly erased that distance. Boom! The nun of killing intent surged straight forth, like a flood engulfing Germain's entire body in an instant, and then like a mind cannon blast, it slammed Germain to the ground. Buzz buzz buzz! Germain was assailed by intense killing intent, his brain felt as if it would split open, growing several different cerebellums. Countless memories not his own flooded in, each belonging to a deceased person who had once perished here. Whether beast, demi-human, or human, they were diverse, expressing ecstasy, anger, sorrow, or joy. The unimaginable information flow and the extreme pain, akin to a personality split, far exceeded the torment of the dark crown Germain had experienced in every previous outburst. Even he, in that instant, felt the strings of calm and reason tremble uncontrollably, nearly collapsing. If not for the contempt armor he wore and the silver halo above his head, he would probably have long since fallen into madness. Even so, he temporarily lost control of his body, falling defenselessly, like a heavy hammer, into the swamp by the killing intent. Poof! He fell into soft, muddy ground. Soon, the dark, viscous mud completely swallowed his face. Germain plunged into darkness. Deep in the swamp, Germain sank deeper and deeper, like a drowning person. Fortunately, he quickly regained his senses and stopped the downward momentum caused by the killing intent, curling his limbs like a baby in a womb. The next moment, he spread his limbs, an astonishing nun gushed forth, shooting straight up. Bang! The bubbling swamp mud instantly exploded, creating a huge opening. Moss and reeds shot out, mixing and curling with hot, scalding rain, then falling chaotically, pulled by gravity. A powerful pillar of nun penetrated upward from the mud, then curved like a diversion pipe, forming an arch bridge that stabbed into another swamp surface not far away. Like a siphon, Germain was pulled out, bending his body, then calmly landed on the swamp surface indicated by the nun conduit, standing firm. The massive nun pipe disappeared, and Germain shook himself. After a tremor, large chunks of mud fell from his contempt armor and greedy antler helmet. He looked up and saw the black serpent of calumny looking down, licking its wound with its forked tongue. After hearing the explosion, the black serpent of calumny also looked over with considerable surprise. The black serpent of calumny hadn't expected this man to be able to withstand the concentrated malicious killing intent that had just burst forth. That was a condensed crystal it had collected for a long time. Moreover, he not only withstood the attack but quickly regrouped and returned to its presence. Among the enemies the Black Serpent of Calumny had faced, he was truly one of the very few. What kind of monster was he? Within his seemingly slender body from the Black Serpent of Calumny's perspective did he possess a formidable power no less than its own. The Black Serpent of Calumny hadn't encountered such an evenly matched opponent in a long time. Germain, at this moment, also frowned deeply. Because he saw that the large wound on the Black Serpent of Calumny, which it was licking and which had been inflicted by his thunder hammer, was actually healing. And it was healing incredibly fast, granulation tissue wriggled to fill the gaps, blood flowed to clear clots, and the wound's super regeneration proceeded in an orderly fashion. He used Nen to sense and his eyes to observe, quickly discovering the clue. On the Black Serpent of Calumny's coiled, massive body, among the 9 dark, swollen sacs, the 2 outermost ones had become transparent, as if the black Nen within them had been completely emptied in one go. It seemed the problem lay here. Germain slowly circled the Black Serpent of Calumny, walking on the varying depths of the swamp, all while thinking under extreme pressure. The emptying of the black Nen from 2 sacs was a hint. What 2 significant events had just occurred? Obviously, one was the killing intent impact from the gaping maw, and the other was the super regeneration of the flesh and blood wound. Germain quickly recalled the Nen aura slot he had abandoned after reaching the champion level Nen user stage. If the 9 black sacs functioned similarly to the 5-stage aura slot, then the Black Serpent of Calumny could use killing intent impact and super regeneration 7 more times. Furthermore, barring any surprises, it should also be able to recharge. As Germain's thoughts turned, he saw the Black Serpent of Calumny's next move unfold as he had predicted. It shrieked to the sky, and the black mist, like a black hole surrounding its body, truly exhibited an endless gravitational pull. Only, what it attracted was not a physical object. Killing intent. The killing intent unleashed during the battles on this swamp. Expanding further, the accumulated death intent in the double-tailed snake hellbell habitat. Expanding even further, all the murderous desires contained within the entire rainforest. Their essence was all Nen. Countless malicious Nens came along the ground, reaching the swamp, all converging at the swamp's center, the place where longevity food Nitolami grew. Malice nourished them, making them grow vigorously. And the Black Serpent of Calumny was also devouring the malicious Nens gradually converging on this swamp. In the 2 transparent, empty sacs, the one closer to the snake's head suddenly surged with black Nen. Threads intertwined, as if ink had suddenly been injected into clear water. It wouldn't be long before that sac was fully replenished, followed by the next one. The battle-hardened Germain clearly formed a hypothesis and decisively acted to prevent this future. In extreme confrontations, one often doesn't need definitive evidence to make judgments. Usually, evidence cannot be complete, there will always be missing links. He had to trust himself, his intuition, his ability, his experience, and his belief in winning from near-death situations again and again. Chirp. Like lightning, Germain's figure flickered. The black mist from the Ring of Thunder deceived vision, and the electric light from the Ring of Thunder created a diversion. Many malicious masks condensed in the Black Serpent of Calumny's black mist, roaring and trying to chase Germain, but they were somewhat at a loss due to his rapidly flashing figure, even colliding with each other in confusion. And Germain himself, almost deliberately, pressed directly towards the Black Serpent of Calumny's abdomen. He wielded the sacred moonlight greatsword with both hands, suddenly slashing out an incredibly wide blue crescent moon. Boom! The wide crescent slash aimed at the snake's belly. The Black Serpent of Calumny's vertical pupils had actually been relentlessly tracking Germain's main body. Upon realizing where Germain's attack was truly aimed, it naturally had to respond. Its large body was surprisingly agile, with a terrifying twist, the crescent slash grazed its scales, flying past with sparks showering. The attack missed. At the same time, its maw pulsed again, a black sac emptied, and a killing intent impact, like a cannonball, once again roared towards Germain in midair. However, the killing intent poured down like a waterfall, but it hit nothing. It turned out this was the situation Germain wanted. From the beginning, he had guessed the Black Serpent of Calumny's fierce attack on him, so he feigned left and right dashes, then closed in for a heavy strike on its belly. Everything was to make the Black Serpent of Calumny unleash its killing intent impact in his direction. The moment Germain unleashed the blue crescent slash, he did not hesitate or pause, instantly dodging to the side. Thus, he narrowly avoided this killing intent impact. He did not land but moved rapidly through the air, then becoming an invisible staircase beneath his feet. Glancing sideways, the Black Serpent of Calumny's head happened to sweep over. His dark eyes met those vertical pupils filled with angry malice, without backing down. 6 sacs left. This might turn into a prolonged war of attrition, but Germain was very patient. Just as Bisky and many others had initially judged him, this was a man with the qualifications of a hunter. Whoosh! With a whistling rush of wind, the Black Serpent of Calumny's tail, like a collapsing pillar reaching the sky, slammed down, its momentum and speed like a thunderclap. Germain watched as he was enveloped by the giant black shadow, but he showed no panic, gathering them with one hand towards a direction and blasting it out. Puff puff puff. Like a nitrogen boost, Germain arced an extremely exaggerated drift in midair, instantly bypassing the giant snake tail's whip-like strike. Not only that, Germain also used the momentum to climb onto the snake's tail, rushing straight up its body like an extreme climber. Whoosh! Germain slowly exhaled warm air from his mouth, his body's joints moving to their utmost limit. He moved steadily on the twisting, coiling snake's tail, as if wearing shoes with suction cups. The Black Serpent of Calumny felt his presence and desperately twisted its body, trying to shake him off. However, Germain was not shaken off. Amidst the turbulence, he still maintained his balance. Germain quickly reached one of the 9 sacs, the one at the very end, closest to the tail, and also one of the 3 transparent ones. What would happen if I did this? The sacred moonlight greatsword instantly executed his thought, and a close-range blast of blue light directly pierced that transparent sac. Bang! The predicted scene unfolded before Germain's eyes. The seemingly indestructible sac ruptured, like lichen spreading and proliferating, splashing mucus everywhere. This was it. A thrill of pleasure also arose from this foresight. He took a deep breath, then slowly exhaled, maintaining this rhythm. His thoughts were already ahead of his actions. He seemed to see it, seeing himself shattering the black serpent of calumny's next black sac. Germain did indeed achieve it. The second black sac ruptured under his sacred moonlight greatsword. The nin from his sword tip had already shot towards the 3rd sac. However, the malice had accumulated for a long time, and that originally transparent sac was once again filled with blackness. The nin shot towards it, but before it could get close, it was emptied once more. The black serpent of calumny would never allow Germain to act wantonly on its body. However, the size difference between Germain and it did cause some trouble. This was its countermeasure. Buzz. Darkness twisted. The blue nin sword light pierced through, but it hit nothing. Germain was even surprised to find that the entire black serpent of calumny had vanished from his sight, without a trace. The next moment, malice surged behind Germain. It was a chilling sensation that made his hair stand on end. He didn't even need to turn around or look back to guess what had happened. It had appeared behind him in the blink of an eye. The black serpent of calumny must have expended 1 sac of black killing intent to achieve an incredible dark space warp of its entire massive body. That huge being instantly appeared behind him. The black serpent of calumny expended another sac of black nin and let out a shriek. That familiar killing intent impact, capable of destroying all reason, struck again. Boom. Although Germain reacted quickly and swiftly dodged away, he was still hit from behind by the powerful shockwave. The killing intent impact's blast radius was simply too wide. However, Germain still had a trump card. Germain, who instinctively foresaw that he couldn't dodge this attack, unhesitatingly used the greedy antler helmet's ability. Permanently consuming Katana Thousand Shadows, an barrier enveloped his entire body as his outermost defense. Coupled with the multiple enhancements of Contempt Armor, Silver Halo, Rune Network, Positive Trait, and Champion Physique, he withstood this blow. Both mentally and physically, he maximally defended against the destructive, severely damaging impact. However, he was still hammered to the ground. The impact force was simply too great. Bang! This was his second direct fall into the swamp. Once again, he plunged into the bottomless mud, surrounded by thick mud and darkness. Air was thin, and his movements were sluggish, yet Germain became even calmer. That feeling of sudden inspiration, that feeling of mutual understanding when battling the Ant King Miriam, subtly and intermittently returned a little. Germain's temporary decline did not cause him to feel fear, disappointment, or discouragement. Quite the opposite, he found a sweet taste in his battle with the Black Serpent of Calumny. That feeling from the depths of the Black Serpent of Calumny's heart, lofty yet trampled and ignored, reigning supreme yet repeatedly challenged. In the Black Serpent of Calumny's boundless rage, Germain accurately grasped that trace it tried to hide. Fear. Germain seemed to be born for this. This was the taste he was pursuing, like a rabid dog chasing the tail lights of a speeding car down the street, tongue lolling out. So far, the Black Serpent of Calumny has displayed 5 abilities. Mask of Malice, Malice Absorption, Killing Intent Impact, Hyper Regeneration, and Darkness Warp. Each of the latter 4 abilities requires the consumption of malice from one of its cysts. The Black Serpent of Calumny possesses 9 cysts, meaning it has ample resources to use the aforementioned 4 abilities. However, once a cyst is emptied and becomes transparent, the cyst itself also becomes fragile and easily destroyed. Germain took advantage of this to destroy 2 of its cysts, leaving the Black Serpent of Calumny with only 7 segments of malice, further weakening its combat power. The Black Serpent of Calumny evidently realized Germain's intention. After blasting Germain into the swampy mud, it straightened most of its serpentine body, observing him from above with its vertical pupils. At the same time, its lower half, the tail, swayed back and forth at the spot where Germain had fallen. What it intended to do was simple. It wanted to repeatedly strike Germain with its tail, like playing whack-a-mole, sending him back into the depths of the mud every time he tried to swim up. This way, the Black Serpent of Calumny would maintain its advantage and slowly wear Germain down to death. However, something unexpected happened. It felt a powerful nin, like a towering structure, rising from the depths of the swamp. Initially, it thought it was Germain, so it poised itself, ready to lash out with its tail. But when a pair of furry, sharp claws tore through the surface of the mud, it knew it was wrong. Chaos roar burst forth from the mud. It was a gigantic skeletal frame covered in long, black fur, yet possessing abnormal vitality, looking exceptionally ferocious. The Black Serpent of Calumny's tail lashed down, but it was precisely caught by the Chaos Roar's claws, the sharp talons piercing directly into its scales. The Black Serpent shrieked in pain. The roaring beast tightened its grip, quickly adding its other claw, both claws straining to tear off the snake's tail. The Black Serpent couldn't care less about anything else and immediately let out a shriek towards the roaring beast. Killing Intent Impact. The roaring beast was suddenly struck, almost unable to resist and on the verge of toppling over. But it ultimately held its ground with resilience and retaliated with a roaring offensive. Chaos Roar. 2 destructive mind cannons, different in mechanism but identical in essence, collided in midair, creating an explosion that stirred up a fierce wind. The curtain of rain falling from the sky was skewed by the strong winds, leaving this area temporarily free of raindrops. While the roaring beast and the black serpent were locked in a stalemate, Germain also crawled out of the bubbling mud. He shook off the mud clinging to his entire body, glanced at the two strategically stalemated behemoths, and then took action. This scene was exactly what he wanted to see. He wanted the roaring beast to temporarily hold back the black serpent. The black serpent's abilities were quite troublesome. Killing intent impact, which could almost break one's mind with a single strike. Hyper regeneration, which could heal any injury. Darkness warp, which allowed even its massive body to teleport instantly. Germain couldn't let the black serpent constantly use these abilities to gain an advantage. As the roaring beast and the black serpent blasted each other, he moved like a shadow, quietly arriving behind the black serpent. Then, like an antelope leaping on a cliff, he lightly jumped onto the snake's body, and then, stepping on the gaps between the protruding scales, continued to climb upwards. The black serpent had not yet noticed that the annoying human had once again climbed onto its body. Germain, like an arrow shot, sped along the snake's scales, first passing over the two cysts he had previously destroyed, and then arriving before the third and fourth cysts. The malice within their transparent casings had already been consumed by the previous darkness warp and the current killing intent impact. Now, they were at their most vulnerable. Germain took the meat cleaver from his hands, which extended from his body like spider legs. He raised the meat cleaver like a butcher, bringing its rusty serrations down hard onto one of the transparent cysts. Crack! The cyst burst, oozing a viscous fluid that looked utterly disgusting. Germain, however, had neither the inclination nor the time to dwell on it. After severing this cyst, he immediately moved on, quickly walking towards another transparent cyst. The black serpent hadn't had time to use malice absorption, so this cyst was, of course, also vulnerable. Crack! Germain raised his hand and struck again, easily severing this cyst as well, which burst with a gush of pus. With this, the black serpent was left with only 5 segmented cysts. The black serpent finally recovered from its confrontation with the roaring beast and noticed Germain wreaking havoc on its body. Enraged, it twisted and shook, once again trying to throw Germain off. But Germain was like an incredibly tenacious insect, clinging to the snake's scales, unmoving as a mountain. With no other option, the black serpent could only use the malice from another cyst, exchanging it for darkness warp. Whoosh! The giant black serpent beneath Germain suddenly vanished, leaving only a piece of scale firmly grasped in his hand. Germain showed no surprise, he had once again anticipated this, having already rehearsed this scene in his mind. As if he had done it countless times, he gripped the sacred moonlight greatsword with both hands, turned around, and unleashed a mind cannon blast behind him. Boom! The mind cannon, interwoven with silver holy light and azure moonlight, shot towards the black serpent, which had torn through space and appeared at the anticipated location. The black serpent had intended to catch Germain off guard, but it hadn't expected that immediately after its darkness warp, it would be caught off guard by Germain's mind cannon instead. Left with no choice, it could only hurriedly let out a shriek, retaliating with killing intent impact. Boom! A familiar explosive sound echoed, creating another stalemate, only this time it was between Germain and the black serpent. Thinking carefully, it no longer remembered how many times it had been forced to make a choice. This made it increasingly unacceptable, as it meant this human had forced it into a very passive position. It wanted to do something to disrupt the current rhythm, it couldn't let Germain regain the upper hand. The black serpent decided to use a two-pronged attack, with Mask of Malice and Tail Sweep both attacking Germain. Germain was currently clashing with the black serpent's killing intent impact using his mind cannon. In his current situation, he clearly had no spare energy to defend against other attacks. Mask of Malice and Tail Sweep thus aimed at Germain's back, one from the left and one from the right. However, Germain still had a companion. Roar! The roaring beast let out a furious roar, first tearing apart the masks of malice with its claws, and then, in the nick of time, catching the lashing snake tail. It pulled with immense force, causing the black serpent to lose its balance, and in a moment of carelessness, Germain's mind cannon had already blasted its killing intent impact into energy fragments. The scorching rain had ceased, and night had fallen, creating a rather tranquil scene of the rainforest swamp. However, the battle unfolding in the dim light was as intense as if a fierce storm were still raging. The roaring behemoth clutched the black serpent's tail with its claws, dragging it towards the exposed skeleton in its abdomen, as if the black serpent were a prisoner escaping from its belly. Germain's mind cannon, fired from the sacred moonlight greatsword, shattered the black serpent's killing intent impact. Working in tandem, one as the main force and the other as support, they had actually cornered the black serpent. Hiss! The roaring behemoth seized the opportunity, hooking a claw and piercing one of the two transparent malice cysts, causing its contents to gush out. When it tried to repeat the process and pierce the other cyst, the black serpent reacted in time. The black serpent had no choice but to empty a full malice cyst and activate its ability. Darkness warp. Buzz. The black serpent once again escaped from the roaring behemoth's grasp and instantly warped several hundred meters away. However, the cost was that it could now only use the power of 2 malice cysts. To use more, it would have to wait for malice absorption to replenish them. Just as Germain and the roaring behemoth were about to give chase, a red light whistled past from above, looking quite astonishing. Both man and beast halted, trying to discern what it was. The red light, like an arrow, pierced the black serpent's scales with precision and force. What was even stranger was that the black serpent had ample time to dodge, yet it made no movement, as if it deliberately waited for this arrow of red light to strike it. And indeed, the red light did not harm the black serpent, instead, it merged into its scales, flowing between them. The next moment, a blurred, crimson serpent outline emerged and, like a vine, tightly coiled around the black serpent, their two tails intertwining. Watching this, Germain's mind raced, and he roughly guessed what was happening. Before long, three figures sprinted from a distance, further confirming his suspicions. Gon, Bisky, and Shizuko had arrived. They were slightly disheveled, with streaks of blood, but judging from their non-breathing, none of them had sustained serious injuries. "We just took down the red serpent and its two lackeys," said Gon, who had exerted the most effort. "It couldn't perfectly mimic your combat strength, but it was still very tricky. We spent a bit of time." The transformed Bisky was now the tallest person there. She looked down at Germain. After it died, it suddenly turned into a red light and flew this way. "We couldn't stop it, so we could only rush over." Shizuko blinked her innocent large eyes, nodding vigorously, as if she hadn't participated in ganging up on the red serpent, and the blood on Blinky's teeth wasn't from the red serpent either. "Then I understand what's going on," Germain said, pointing in the direction where the black serpent and red serpent were intertwined, stating his hypothesis. They were originally one entity, but mainly with the black serpent as the dominant one. Once the black serpent faces a fatal threat, or if the red serpent dies, the red serpent will return to the black serpent, completing their fusion. No sooner had Germain finished speaking than a thunderous roar erupted, and a pillar of murky black and crimson light, swirling in that direction, shot straight into the sky. The clouds were swept aside, revealing the previously obscured crescent moon, missing only a sliver. A massive monster shadow stood erect beneath the moonlight, like a black hole, absorbing every last bit of faint light. Its entire body was murky black, with a snake head so large it nearly drooped, and a human body so muscular its contours were clearly defined. The four remaining malice cysts on the black serpent had all transferred to its right arm, bulging hideously and disgustingly, all fully replenished. However, its left arm was severed at the elbow, replaced by a wide, long crimson curved bow, strikingly prominent like a red-hot branding iron. A forked serpent's tongue flickered in and out of its snake mouth, and its golden vertical pupils were wide open, giving a sense of oppression and suffocation. Thump, thump, thump. The snake-headed giant took steps that shook the ground with each stride, causing the swamp mud to erupt like fountains. "Be careful," Germain only warned the others this much before mentally guiding the roaring behemoth forward to grapple with the snake-headed giant. Gon, Bisky, and Shizuko were not greenhorns. Even without Germain's warning, they wouldn't be startled into panic by the scene. Having participated in several expeditions to subjugate the calamities of the Dark Continent, they were well-traveled and had long since become resolute and courageous. Without explicit commands, the familiar group naturally formed a battle array. Germain and Gon acted independently, while Bisky and Shizuka worked as a duo in the rear. The roaring behemoth took the lead. It roared at the distant snake-headed giant, its four claws sinking into the swamp, and charged towards the snake-headed giant like a rapidly moving small mountain. Seeing a ferocious monster with long black fur and a clattering skull and skeletal frame charging at it, the snake-headed giant calmly raised its right hand. A quarter of a malice cyst vanished, generating a unique and strange power. The roaring behemoth's charging motion instantly froze. Its fur remained wildly splayed, its two front claws raised, and its two hind claws planted on the ground. The roaring behemoth's time seemed to be paused at this moment, its entire massive body caught in an uncontrollable rigidity. At the same time, the snake-headed giant suddenly leaped into the air, its terrifying body maintaining an astonishing suspension in mid-air. The crimson curved bow on the snake-headed giant's left arm aimed at the roaring behemoth, and another quarter of a malice cyst on its right arm was emptied, transforming into a murky black arrow, knocked onto the crimson bowstring of its left arm. In that instant of its suspension and drawing of the bow, all the light in the world seemed to wither, like someone slowly closing their eyes. Only the crimson curved bow, the sacred moonlight greatsword, and Gon's golden and remained luminous. The next moment, as if something had sighed, all the darkness in the world shot forth with that murky black arrow. Boom! The roaring behemoth, completely rigid, was utterly defenseless, struck directly in the skull by the murky black arrow, and soon its entire massive beast skeleton disintegrated with a loud crash. At this point, the mountain-like snake-headed giant finally descended from its suspended state to the ground, shaking the swamp into a tsunami-like surge of mud. Light also returned to the world. The roaring behemoth was destroyed. After piercing through it, the murky black arrow had not yet vanished, and it shot directly towards Germain and the others. The four scattered with great unspoken coordination to dodge. The fierce murky black arrow whistled past them, sweeping up a large amount of mud, creating an incredibly terrifying trajectory. Boom! The murky black arrow pierced into the swamp far behind Germain and the others, and a terrifying explosion occurred. Mud splattered into the sky. A chasm-like black hole formed in the swamp, and it would be a long time before the rebounding mud would cover it again. Germain no longer looked at what had happened, but turned his head, focusing on the snake-headed giant's next move. The snake-headed giant, after landing, raised its right arm, and all four malice cysts wriggled like a fetal movement. The entire area where the longevity food Nitolami grew, serving as the core, greedily absorbed the malevolence and killing intent of the entire rainforest. And all of them were absorbed by the malice cysts. Soon, all four malice cysts were fully replenished. The snake-headed giant, fully recovered, shifted its golden vertical pupils, fixing them on Germain. Immediately, it used 3 abilities in quick succession. The snake-headed giant first used Darkness Warp to instantly appear behind Germain. Germain reacted quickly, but the snake-headed giant still managed to extend its right hand first and point at him. Just like the roaring beast, he too became rigid and stood still. Then, the snake-headed giant turned its left arm, aimed its crimson curved bow at him, and knocked a murky black arrow. The light of the entire world was absorbed once again, darkness descended, and vision became blurry. This was a combo that was almost certain to heavily injure Germain. But then, a sharp golden light whistled, tearing through the sky. The golden image, like a spear, plunged into the snake-headed giant's left arm. Then burst forth, actually forcing the aim of the crimson curved bow and the murky black arrow to shift slightly. While the snake-headed giant was astonished, it tried to straighten the crimson curved bow and the murky black arrow, but then felt a sharp pain in its ankle. It turned out that after Germain was immobilized, Bisky also reacted. After a brief charge, she unleashed a mind cannon-like Shinjin-Ryu punch towards the snake-headed giant's ankle. A deep indentation was visibly formed in the snake-headed giant's ankle. It realized it couldn't wait any longer, so it still shot the murky black arrow without precise aim. Even if it didn't hit, the mere shockwave from the explosion would affect Germain nearby, also dealing him heavy damage. However, the murky black arrow had just left the bowstring and whistled for less than a second before it screeched and veered off course. This time, it was Shizuko who made her move. She raised Blinky, and Blinky's large mouth was strenuously trying to attract the murky black arrow from the side. Although Blinky couldn't really suck it in and swallow it, that strong suction force was enough to make the murky black arrow's trajectory shift again and slow down its firing speed. The snake-headed giant was quite surprised and realized that the danger came not only from Germain but also from this group of humans. At the same time, Germain's champion physique, runes, and trait, and so on, were all operating at high speed. With the distraction from Jin, Bisky, and Shizuku, Germain, using only this short amount of time, broke free from the snake-headed giant's forced paralysis caused by its finger. He immediately flashed away from his original position, and with extreme speed, he scooped up Shizuku, who was not far away, and sprinted into the distance. Shizuku also understood and turned off Blinky's suction. Boom! The murky black arrow exploded behind them, and again, a strong earthquake and wave-like mud rushed towards them. Germain, holding Shizuku, reached a safe distance and turned around, only to see the snake-headed giant entangled with Jin and Bisky. Jin seemed to have seized the opportunity to shatter a transparent malice cyst, and now he was being driven away by the snake-headed giant's punches. Bisky was also making a big fuss over the snake-headed giant's ankles, insteps, and toes, charging up and throwing punches, showing Chairman Netaro's assertiveness. Germain put Shizuku down, patted her head, said thank you, and then rushed towards the snake-headed giant. Shizuku was a beat late but followed closely behind. At this moment, the snake-headed giant's right hand grabbed Jin in midair, its fingers clenching, trying to crush him. However, judging from the golden light peeking through the gaps in its fingers, Jin was desperately trying to avoid this dire outcome. Bisky was also struck by the snake-headed giant's tail sweep, sent flying into the distance, like a small stone skipping across a lake, causing ripples in the swamp at intervals. Still some distance from the snake-headed giant, Germain raised the sacred moonlight greatsword with both hands and unleashed a cyan crescent slash. Boom! The terrifying slash, aimed at the snake-headed giant's right foot, which had been tormented by Bisky for a long time, made a loud crack, and its right foot was brutally severed at the ankle. One of the snake-headed giant's feet, which supported its enormous body, was severed, quickly causing it to lose balance and sway diagonally. Jin also seized the opportunity to use mind cannon to blast through several of the snake-headed giant's tightly clenched fingers, and he broke free, flying out. The snake-headed giant saw that the situation was dire and had no choice but to use up the stored energy within its last malice cyst. Darkness warp. The snake-headed giant instantly vanished from its spot, its mountain-like figure appearing in the distance, near where the longevity food Nitolami grew. Germain told Shizuku to find Bisky, who had been knocked flying, while he sprinted to Jin's side and rendezvoused with him. It only has 3 cysts left now. Jin clearly understood the function of those malice cysts, which was why he targeted them. Moreover, I've noticed that every time it wants to recharge, it flies near the longevity food Nitolami growth area. It seems to really need that core area. Unfortunately, unless absolutely necessary, we cannot destroy the longevity food Nitolami growth area, otherwise the purpose of our trip would be lost. Then let's find a way to use that growth area, Germain said. The combo it just used on me, if it wants to use it on any of us again, it will exhaust the energy of all 3 cysts. At that point, it will try to return to the longevity food Nitolami growth area, and this period will be its most vulnerable. If it doesn't attack proactively but instead plans to guard the longevity food Nitolami growth area and counterattack, then the initiative will be in our hands. Indeed, no sooner had Germain finished speaking than the snake-headed giant initiated malice absorption once again, absorbing malevolence from the longevity food Nitolami growth area. The 3 malice cysts were quickly refilled. The snake-headed giant also seemed to have reached a similar conclusion, finding itself at a loss near the longevity food Nitolami growth area. Finally, its choice was to spend the power of one malice cyst to use hyper-regeneration to restore its missing fingers and ankle. The severed limbs of the snake-headed giant were rapidly regenerating, the flesh and blood at the breaks wriggling like boiling water. At the same time, its massive body moved near the longevity food Nitolami growth area, taking the opportunity to absorb the malice extracted from there. It seems to have chosen the latter of your hypothetical scenarios, Jin said, stroking his thick sideburns and smiling. At this moment, Shizuka found Bisky, who had been knocked away, and brought her here. Bisky was a typical beauty-obsessed individual, and her princess dress had been specially modified for combat by Greed Island. Even in such intense combat, the princess dress was resilient enough not to be torn, and the mud on her body scattered with a shake of her nan. However, her current appearance still made her look like a fallen princess. Germain cast a concerned glance. Bisky waved her hand and said, I'm fine. Although the swamp is dirty and smelly, it has its advantages. That is, after landing, there's a considerable buffer zone, so I don't get thrown around and feel like my bones are about to fall apart like in the previous few battles. Shizuku adjusted her black-rimmed glasses, pointed at the snake-headed giant guarding the longevity food Nitolami growth area, never leaving its side, and asked. What should we do now? She didn't know if she had figured out the snake-headed giant's ability herself, or if she had understood these key points through Bisky's explanation on the way over. Jin replied, it still has 3 Malicists left. Destroy them all, and it will be a lamb to the slaughter. I'll attract its attention. You all figure out a way to destroy the Malicists, Germain said. I'll go from the front, it can't ignore my presence. Everyone considered it and agreed to the plan. Germain would undoubtedly bear the greatest risk. But ultimately, in this struggle against a champion-class demon fusion, who could be completely without risk? So, Germain, holding the sacred moonlight greatsword, openly approached under the snake-headed giant's nose. As night fell, Germain, with blue light particles scattering like fireflies around him, was as conspicuous as a person holding a torch walking in the darkness. The snake-headed giant's golden vertical pupils shifted with his movements. However, it soon noticed the other 3 humans stirring. But the hum of the sacred moonlight greatsword in Germain's hand prevented it from pulling its primary gaze away from him. The 4 realized this and tried to maximize the distance between them. The snake-headed giant became increasingly uneasy, the field of vision of its vertical pupils was always limited, making it impossible to encompass all 4 of them. It needed to constantly rotate its undulating snake head, but could only see 3 of them at a time, and there would always be one person momentarily out of sight. If the snake-headed giant didn't have amoeba-like sensory abilities similar to N, the 4 humans would have swarmed it long ago. As the distance between the 4 grew, this situation would only become more disadvantageous for it, requiring even higher instantaneous perception. The snake-headed giant knew that they were doing this to take advantage of the black-robed man's attack to break its Malicists from the side or rear. By then, without the Malicists, it would mean it had lost most of its offensive and defensive capabilities, only able to counterattack with its physical body. This would put it at an absolute disadvantage. The snake-headed giant could not sit idly by. Its way of not sitting idly by, however, was temporary, necessary endurance, waiting for the right moment. And that moment soon arrived. Only when it perceived that all 4 had entered a certain range did it move again. The snake-headed giant consumed 3 Malicists in one go. It let out an extremely terrifying, high-pitched, ear-piercing shriek in all directions. The shriek instantly filled everyone's ear canals at that distance. It didn't cause too much of a huge impact on everyone's physical bodies. Their ears hurt a bit, but after defending with Nin, it was just a muffled, mixed sound. However, the shriek possessed the power to induce illusions and disrupt the mind. The moment everyone heard the malice shriek, the memories or fantasies they feared from the depths of their hearts were all brought forth, appearing before their eyes like misty phantoms. Nightmares invaded reality. Shizuku saw herself dying in the darkness, surrounded by unfamiliar corpses. Germain and Bisky stood high above, but merely gave her a cold glance before turning and leaving, abandoning her there. Bisky saw herself standing in front of a mirror, caressing that wrinkled face. She could no longer reclaim her youth, old age had finally found her, despite her hiding. Jin first saw his dying wife on her sickbed, then his child in swaddling clothes, and finally, himself. He fell from a cliff, sank into the sea, and was pushed by the seawater, gradually moving away from the coastline belonging to the Dark Continent. What Germain saw was complete darkness. This darkness lasted for a full 5 seconds before light finally appeared. He found himself standing on a slope full of wild grasses and blooming wild flowers. A bright full moon rose in the night sky, then turned blood red. It was this scene again. Germain stretched out his hand, the blood moon grew larger and larger in his vision, as if getting closer, but his fingers could never reach it. He was the first to awaken from the illusion. Germain soothed his mind while checking the current situation. The snake-headed giant had just consumed 3 Malicists in one go and was standing near the longevity food Nitolami growth area, extracting malice. Jin, Bisky, and Shizuku stood in different directions, each a considerable distance from Germain. However, Germain's mind transcended this distance, feeling their inner struggles, pain, regret, apprehension, fear. If he let their minds continue to be chaotic, the accumulated stress would surely crush their minds, plunging them into madness and confusion. Germain closed his eyes, stepped forward, and walked towards the snake-headed giant. At the same time, his name was conveyed to the hearts of all living beings present. I am here. Even if one is in endless darkness, swept by violent, treacherous winds, dragged uncontrollably into the abyss, it doesn't matter. Because I am here. This unwavering name spread through everyone's minds and manifested in the snake-headed giant's consciousness. The snake-headed giant realized that things might take a turn for the worse. Clang. Beams of light erupted from Jin, Bisky, and Shizuku, enveloping them. Immediately, silver-white halos appeared above their heads. The 3 opened their eyes, their gazes no longer holding any confusion or fear, only determination, fearlessness, focus, courage, and exhilaration. The light connected them to Germain, providing their name to him, as if it were a natural occurrence. They wanted to push him to legend status. The contempt armor fell from Germain's body, and the greedy antler helmet and sacred moonlight greatsword disappeared. Darkness surged, and a black outfit of pure energy covered his entire body. However, a silver-white halo still floated above his head, and with a whoosh, a pair of dazzling silver-white light wings sprouted from his back. The snake-headed giant looked at this scene in horror. It felt the sudden surge of Nen and also the killing intent Germain had locked onto it. Bang! Germain took another step, the ground cracked and shattered, but his figure was no longer in its original spot. The snake-headed giant's vertical pupils couldn't keep up with his speed, and it couldn't help but look around in panic. The next moment, Germain appeared beside the snake-headed giant, his silver-white light wings spread, allowing him to take flight. The snake-headed giant tasted the chill brought by terror. Black energy surged and flowed, densely crawling towards Germain's fingertips, merging with his entire arm to form a jet-black long spear. At this moment, the snake-headed giant's 3 malice cysts had also finished accumulating. It hastily emptied one of them, attempting to create distance with darkness warp. However, Germain had already raised the jet-black long spear, and its tip thrust out. Boom! Black light burst forth. The snake-headed giant's undulating snake head, and even its upper body, disappeared in an instant, as if bitten by an invisible giant beast. Germain retracted his long spear, merely lowered his gaze for a moment, then spread his silver-white wings and flew away. The snake-headed giant crumbled behind him, turning into countless falling stones that plunged into the nearby swamp. He didn't even destroy the 3 cysts, directly blasting it to death, not even giving it a chance to regenerate. Germain must have entered a higher stage. Can I still catch up? However, at least I had the chance to witness such a scene. This is something you wouldn't see on the 6 continents. This was Jing Freaks's voice. What a beautiful posture. I really hope I can also grow such a pair of silver-white wings, like an angel. No, I am an angel already. Yes, yes, yes. I am an angel. This was Bisky Kruger's voice. Just now, Germain seemed to be speaking to me in my heart. It's strange, but also amazing. This feeling is really good. I really want to try it again. When it's just the 2 of us, I'll ask him. This was Shizuka Murasaka's voice. The auras above their heads and the light pillars enveloping their bodies had disappeared. Germain lightly tapped his toes on the ground. The silver-white aura, silver-white wings and black robe transformed into black and white speckles, disappearing into the night sky. As he walked towards the crowd, he suddenly noticed a peculiar point. As long as he concentrated, he could hear the inner thoughts of Jing, Bisky, and Shizuku, and perceive their emotional changes. At the same time, he found that he could also communicate with them telepathically. Shizuku, even if we're not alone, you can still ask me. However, when we are alone, is there still a need for telepathic communication? Halfway through, Shizuku's eyes widened in surprise, and she quickly covered her mouth. She thought she had unconsciously spoken her inner thoughts again. But after looking up and meeting Germain's gaze, Shizuku realized that things weren't as she had just imagined. Another possibility emerged in her mind. That's right, Shizuku, it's just as you are thinking now. As long as you and I are close enough, we can communicate telepathically without speaking. This ability seems to be something I can activate unilaterally. Germain winked at Shizuku. Shizuku felt a surge of excitement, as if she had just learned a little secret, and her cheeks flushed slightly. Germain believed that this was probably one of the abilities he gained after being promoted to a legendary level Nen user. Not only with Shizuku, but he should also be able to establish a telepathic connection with Jing and Bisky beside him. Bisky had originally wanted to compliment Germain's posture just now. However, after seeing Germain and Shizuku exchanging glances, she became a little suspicious. Were you two communicating with your eyes just now? Is there something that Jing and I can't know? Damn it, I really want to know. You clearly know I love gossip the most, but you're exchanging glances right in front of me. Bisky put her hands on her hips and stomped her foot, a little angry. Germain thought for a moment and decided to try establishing a telepathic connection with all 3 at once. It's not really gossip. Can you hear my voice? Bisky jumped, and Jing also raised his eyebrows noticeably. Both looked at Germain in surprise. Yes, just as you are thinking, I can hear your inner thoughts, and I can also establish a telepathic connection with you directly. Before this, I was able to use this ability intermittently, but it wasn't until I was promoted a stage just now that I truly mastered it. Bisky suddenly panicked. Ah, this. Then from now on, won't we have any privacy in front of you? If I just imagine your... my brain, don't imagine. No, Germain, it's not what you're imagining. Bisky's face turned crimson. Don't worry, I can't see your imagination. Germain said, half-truthfully. In fact, he could perceive Bisky's emotional fluctuations and inner thoughts. Plus, she usually barely concealed her preference for handsome men and fujashis, so Germain probably guessed what was going on. In any case, it would be better not to delve into it. Bisky and Chairman Netero were surprisingly similar in this regard, one a lecherous old man, the other a lecherous old woman. Jing turned his head to look at her strangely, because he could only hear Germain's voice in his mind, not Bisky's. However, he quickly guessed what was going on and directly asked about it. Germain answered Jing's question. I will master this ability as soon as possible. It should only be triggered when I concentrate and am close enough to you. Under normal circumstances, I will try to seal it off. Jing's usual lazy voice came. I don't really care. After all, I wouldn't think anything sorted. However, your ability is truly convenient and miraculous. Is this the power of the legendary level? Speaking of which, what happened during the battle just now? Did Yernan awaken us, and Arnon then helped you get promoted? Germain responded briefly. It's probably as you imagine. At this moment, Bisky finally opened her mouth to speak. Let's just speak out loud. It's too strange for four people to be silent, staring at each other. Moreover, I can only hear Germain's voice, but not Jing's or Shizuko's, which is not conducive to our communication. Shizuko shook her head and said, I didn't speak just now. Jing also spoke. I was talking to Germain just now. You really can only hear Germain's voice. Germain and I were just discussing whether Arnon helped him get promoted to a legendary level. Bisky's tall figure instantly shrunk to a cute, petite appearance. I'm also very curious. Unlike Chairman Netero, who broke through cultivation, both Germain and you were promoted only after single-handedly defeating a champion-level monster. Does this mean there are two methods of promotion? One is the path Chairman Netero took, which requires daily and yearly physical and mental cultivation to be promoted. The other is your relatively special method, where you can quickly be promoted by defeating a champion level. Now that Germain has successfully entered the legendary level after resonating with our minds, perhaps it's also a special method of rapid promotion, like the latter. Jing scratched his sideburns and said, your idea is very interesting and worth pondering. Shizuko put her hands behind her back, leaned slightly forward, and asked curiously. Germain, after you entered the legendary level, are your abilities only the combat power and telepathic communication you just demonstrated? Jing and Bisky also looked at Germain with interest. Germain said, let me confirm. He took out his hunter badge and checked his status through the projection. And this projection was still only visible to him. Upon seeing this, he first noticed the gains after killing the two large-sized heteromorphic demons. Their true names also appeared in the projection, which had never happened before. Jealousy's Red Serpent's Gift, Crimson Curved Bow / Teleportation Lantern. Black Serpent of Calumny's Gift, Murky Black Arrow / Teleportation Lantern. In this way, Germain not only obtained two artifacts that could be materialized at will, but also two more idle teleportation lanterns, for a total of 7 now. Subsequently, what he noticed was the legendary aura and physique that replaced the champion aura and physique. Legendary aura, each trigger reduces stress by 10 points. Legendary physique, ordinary abilities, runes, traits, and diseases will not affect you. This was also something that hadn't existed before. Because the legendary level and other classifications were set by Germain and did not exist from the beginning. However, his ability was gradually changing due to his own will. In other words, as a legendary level individual, he could more easily acquire knowledge, understand, organize, and construct his own ability. After seeing the description of legendary physique, Germain looked at the bottom of the projection and indeed saw that the 3 columns for runes, traits, and diseases had all disappeared. Those familiar runes blood drunkenness, giant lake, etc. Those familiar positive traits heteromorphic demon bane, evil bane, etc. Those familiar negative traits pale. All had disappeared. Perhaps it should be said that they were completely overridden by the legendary physique. From this moment on, the negative trait and disease cost that the teleportation lantern would incur no longer existed for him. Even more powerful, ordinary abilities would also be ineffective against him. The scope of this ordinary was worth further research and confirmation. And the bonuses from runes and positive traits had also been completely overshadowed by the light of the legendary physique. It could be said that legendary physique was the culmination of all runes and positive traits, already so formidable that it transcended the concept of a monster. Germain finally understood. With that legendary perception that allowed telepathic communication, and the legendary aura that reduced stress, and the legendary physique that resisted negative effects, Don Freaks was able to travel alone along the east coast and west coast of Mobius Lake for hundreds of years. Also overridden was the contempt armor, for the same reason. The silver-white aura, silver-white wings, and black robe in his legendary form, that is, the black holy garment and silver-white holy body, completely replaced all the positive effects of the contempt armor, and at the same time, abolished its negative effects. This was Germain, who had become a legendary level individual. At this moment, on a distant slope, a figure on horseback was quietly stopped there. His presence was so subtle that even Germain's legendary perception hadn't noticed him for a moment. The person just watched from there, observing the 4 unfamiliar humans. Germain told the other 3 about the changes he saw in the hunter badge projection, which again surprised everyone. Jin was quite fascinated. So, at your current level, you should have caught up to Don Freaks. And these abilities are why he can travel around Mobius Lake. Bisky's focus, however, was elsewhere. If I step into the legendary level, will I become able to maintain my youthful appearance forever, or even revert to a younger age? Jin pouted and said. Who knows? In any case, your body will definitely be healthier. Bisky immediately glared at him. Because she knew Jin was definitely mocking her for being an old person who needed to be healthy. Shizuko's heart, along with her eyes, drifted into the distance, and she asked. Aren't we going to collect Nipolami yet? Her single sentence reminded everyone. They were here marveling and discussing the abilities Germain gained after advancing to the legendary level, but they almost forgot about the harvest that was close at hand. Jin, Bisky, and Shizuko all headed straight for the Nipolami growth area. Germain, on the other hand, told them he would first go inspect the alien fiend corpses. The corpses of Jealousy's Red Serpent and Black Serpent of Calumny were rapidly melting, like snow in the scorching sun. As Germain approached slightly, his legendary perception granted him certain knowledge. These are powerful monsters, but failed creations. Having obtained this profound knowledge, Germain frowned. He circled the corpses, unable to gain more knowledge, so he gave up and turned to walk towards the Nipolami growth area. Jin, Bisky, and Shizuko had arrived there much earlier than him. Jin was still observing with his hands behind his back, while the other two had begun picking. Germain looked at the plants. The fruits they bore had a very peculiar shape. They looked like the angular, blocky fruits that would only appear in pixel games. From a distance, there was a vague sense of misalignment, as if one were in my world. Bisky couldn't help but pick a fruit that looked like countless small pixels pieced together, took a bite, and found it a bit crisp, but completely tasteless. It couldn't be described as delicious, only as filling. She touched her cheek and said, "I don't feel my lifespan increasing." Idiot. Jin never missed an opportunity to mock Bisky. How can things like lifespan and vitality be so easily felt? Let's take them back first and let Sanbika, Menchi, and Boera study them, then we'll know. Longevity food Nipolami, whether it's longevity or food, happens to hit the interests of virus hunter and gourmet hunter. No need for you to tell me, of course I know these things. Bisky was quite defiant in this regard. However, she quickly became immersed in the satisfaction of harvesting Nipolami with Shizuku. Jin turned to Germain and said, "I didn't expect Nipolami to be such strangely shaped food. But, my curiosity has been satisfied. Germain, we are already at the forefront of human history, quite close to that Don Freaks." "Yes." Germain's tone remained as calm as ever. Jin couldn't stir Germain's excitement either. Perhaps only in battle could he see this side of him. Well, if Shizuko wanted to, she should be able to see it too. He simply brought up another topic of interest. "Before, I said that many events on the 6 continents might originate from the Dark Continent. For example, bloodletting therapy originated from the ancient labyrinth, and the Philosopher's Stone originated from the grayish-white desert. Bioelectricity originated from the perilous mountains. What do you think on the 6 continents would originate from the rainforest swamp?" Germain shook his head and asked, "What is it?" Jin smiled and said, "I heard that in the ninja nation Yamato there's such a legend. There's a cat demon called a Nikomata, which has a bifurcated tail and often mimics human speech, waiting for an opportunity to seize human bodies. Nikomata are extremely skilled at disguise and deception, this is how they maintain their lives. Besides, cats are generally believed to have 9 lives. Hearing this, doesn't it feel very familiar? After understanding double-tailed snake Hellbell and the abilities of those 2 alien fiends just now, I couldn't help but think of the Nikomata." Jin smiled as he said this. Protecting ruins is very meaningful for humanity. Perhaps the fragmentary records of the New World were indeed thoroughly collected by the V5 2 or 300 years ago, and those who saw them were forbidden from spreading the content. But the records on them will always be passed down by the people of that time in various forms, inscribed within the ruins. Ensuring their inheritance, this is one of the meanings of our existence as ruins hunter. Germain also nodded in agreement. He hadn't expected the true face of the rainforest swamp, after centuries of evolution and transformation, to become a legend like the Nikomata. By the same token, bloodletting therapy, the Philosopher's Stone, and bioelectricity also came about this way. As Germain was marveling at human history in Jin's words, his heart suddenly stirred, and he abruptly turned his head. He saw a figure riding a black horse appear beside the rapidly melting corpses of Jealousy's red serpent and black serpent of calumny, seemingly observing them. Germain was momentarily surprised and uncertain. Because he now possessed legendary perception. He hadn't even noticed the approach of this person and horse until he was this close, only then becoming aware of their presence. He hadn't noticed the other party, so Jin, Bisky, and Shizuko certainly hadn't either. The person on the black horse, who had been looking down at the corpses, now slowly raised their head. A pair of eyes beneath a hood met Germain's gaze. Germain sensed that this was a human, not a demi-human, nor a beast, nor an alien fiend or evil entity. Soon, he realized the other party's identity. After all, among the humans lurking in the entire Dark Continent, besides their Labyrinth Outpost members, there was only that one man. Jin was still speaking volubly when he suddenly noticed Germain's strange silence and vigilance, and couldn't help but turn to look, only to find Germain staring in another direction. He followed Germain's gaze and then noticed the person and horse, only then understanding the reason for Germain's quietness. The person was entirely wrapped in a black robe, and the horse beneath him was also completely black. If it weren't for the moonlight, their outlines would be almost invisible. The black-robed figure dismounted from the horse and took a few steps forward. The black horse behind him dissipated into a few wisps of black smoke. He stopped about 100 meters from Germain and Jin, not moving any further forward. However, he spoke in a weathered, aged voice. Initially somewhat stiff and stammering, after repeating it several times, the human language became increasingly fluent and clear. "Apologies. I haven't spoken the language of the 6 continents in a long time. Can you understand what I'm saying? I hope the language of the 6 continents hasn't changed too much. My name is Don Freaks. You must be humans from the 6 continents, right? May I ask you some questions?" Chapter 405, Don Freaks needs to prove his identity. In a clearing in the dense forest outside the swamp, a bonfire blazed, its red-hot wood crackling and splitting in two. Germain arranged several logs around the bonfire to serve as temporary seats and invited the man who called himself Don Freaks to sit. "Thank you for your kindness, but I cannot sit there. Are you worried we are enemies? Germain asked. Dawn shook his head. You've misunderstood. I'm not overly wary of you, although such caution is important on the Dark Continent. But that's not why. It's just that if I were to sit there, it would be irresponsible of me towards you. Dawn was tightly wrapped in a black robe, his head completely obscured by a hood, only his eyes, the tip of his nose, and his chin vaguely visible. As he spoke more and more of the six continents' language, Dawn's words became increasingly fluent and smooth. However, every word of what he had just said was understandable, but combined, they were perplexing. After declining Germain's invitation, he sat alone in the shadows, far from the bonfire and the others, dozens of meters away from Germain and the rest. But compared to the initial meeting, when he was over 100 meters away, his current distance could be considered a gesture of trust and closeness, couldn't it? Gon, seeing his long-awaited ancestor, was unexpectedly quiet. He kept observing Dawn with his sharp eyes but didn't say a word, ceding control of the conversation. Bisky and Shizuka were initially engrossed in the Nightolami harvest when they suddenly saw the Dawn Freaks they had been searching for appear, which left them somewhat bewildered. The appearance of Dawn Freaks was truly unexpected. However, given the situation, they still looked at Dawn Freaks with suspicion while quickly and as completely as possible harvesting the Nightolami plants and storing them in Blinky. Upon seeing Blinky devouring the Nightolami, Dawn revealed a knowing expression, and some of the questions in his mind were answered. The swamp was clearly not a good place for conversation, and everyone had just finished a fierce battle and urgently needed rest. So, after harvesting 119 Nightolami plants, everyone moved to this clearing in a strangely silent atmosphere, lit a bonfire, and sat down separately. Was it like the idiom Lord Yi's love of dragons? Germain looked at Gon, then at Bisky, neither of them spoke up voluntarily. Normally, when speculating about Dawn, both of them would speak boldly. Now, seeing the presumed real Dawn, they remained silent. This scene was truly peculiar. Germain, you can hear my inner voice now, right? Gon's voice entered Germain's mind. His expression remained unchanged, and his eyes did not leave Dawn. I hear it. You ask him how he plans to prove he is Dawn Freaks. Okay. But why don't you ask yourself? I want to observe first. He appeared too suddenly. I'm cautious about his identity. Also, if you can hear inner voices, he might have a similar ability. It's too easy for us to be at a disadvantage if we communicate. Bisky probably thinks the same. If it's you, you should be able to have a truly equal conversation with him. Bisky, Shizuku, well, not Shizuku, it's better to be spectators for now. Germain understood Gon and Bisky's concerns through their mental communication. Everyone was unsure if the person in front of them was Dawn, what abilities he possessed, or if he posed a threat to them. There were simply too many unknown factors. At such a time, it was better for Germain to speak with this person than for any of them. So, Germain, sitting on the log, leaned slightly forward, resting his elbows on his knees and interlacing his fingers, looking at Dawn in the shadows dozens of meters away. You say you are Dawn Freaks. Do you have any evidence to prove your identity? Dawn, wrapped in his black robe, was silent for a moment before asking. Judging by your tone, this isn't the first time you've heard my name. Let me guess, it's the New World Travelogue, East Coast Arc. You've read that book, and that's how you know me, isn't it? Yes, we have indeed read that book. How nostalgic! Dawn suddenly drew out his words, his voice wavering slightly, and he produced an ancient-looking book from within his black robe. I gave its copy to those people, it must have been over 300 years ago, right? Gon stared at the book Dawn produced, his eyes widening slightly, his heart pounding. Even without mental communication, Germain could guess Gon's thoughts at that moment were far from as calm as he appeared. Dawn's fingers, clad in black gloves, gently caressed the book's cover, his voice so low it was almost a whisper, yet it subtly reached everyone's ears. It's a coincidence, really. At that time, I had just completed my journey along the east coast of Mobius Lake and finished this New World Travelogue, East Coast Arc. When I wanted to rest for a while, just like today, I unexpectedly encountered a group of people from the 6 continents. They ventured into the Dark Continent without understanding it and thus fell into crisis. I couldn't stand by, and also had a touch of selfishness, so I intervened and rescued them. These people claimed to be an unofficial exploration team and thanked me profusely. I took the opportunity to ask them to do something for me. I asked them to take several copies of the New World Travelogue, East Coast Arc back to the 6 continents. One to my family, the Furukusa family, if there were any living members of that family at the time. The other copies, I entrusted them to spread and print, so that more people on the 6 continents would know about the dangers and beauty of the Dark Continent. Dawn opened the book in his hand, and a subtle red light emanated from between the pages, like the blood-red glow of the setting sun not long ago. He looked up, gazing at everyone, the red light illuminating the area below his nose, revealing markings similar to burn scars. You should have a copy of it, right? Take it out. Even if it's a copy that has been passed down countless times, as long as the content originates from it, they will echo each other from afar. Upon hearing this, Germain turned to Shizuku and nodded. Shizuku, receiving approval, materialized Blinky and reached her left hand into Blinky's large mouth, rummaging around like Doraemon reaching into his 4-dimensional pocket. Soon, she pulled out a photocopy of a New World Travelogue, East Coast Arc fragment. Not long after it was taken out, even though the New World Travelogue, East Coast Arc fragment photocopy was closed, it still emitted a red light from its page seams, just like the New World Travelogue, East Coast Arc original in Dawn's hand. The original and the photocopy were indeed echoing each other. It seems the one you have is incomplete. However, that's normal. It was probably done by the gatekeepers, wasn't it? They wouldn't allow the complete version of it to circulate, so they deliberately took away some of the content. But this should be enough to prove my identity, shouldn't it? Only at this point did everyone understand why the New World Travelogue, East Coast Arc was a fragment. Even if countries like the V5 had immense power, they couldn't recall all copies of the East Coast Arc and then make the leaked fragments fragmented. Because from the very beginning, the complete version had never returned to the 6 continents. Much information not found in the fragments, such as the truth about calamities and hope, was likely secretly passed down by the members of that exploration team who brought back the copies, by somehow preserving the content in their memories. Just as Gon had said before, this was the significance of historical texts, ruins, and relics. For the sake of posterity, even if the content was obscured and distorted countless times, the true meaning contained within would eventually inspire people. Don closed the original, and the red light quickly disappeared. Then he asked with a curious tone. Now, what truly makes me curious is how you managed to come here and defeat the monster boss of this place, relying on an incomplete fragment. I thought the information I left behind helped you, but now it seems that's not entirely the case. How exactly did you do it? Germain did not answer Dong's question immediately. Instead, he used telepathy to communicate simultaneously with Jin, Bisky, and Shizuku, who were beside him. They quickly reached a consensus, and then Germain continued to converse with Dong. We all want answers to certain questions from each other. Since that's the case, why don't we exchange information? The black-robed figure in the shadows fell silent once more but quickly replied, very well, it's settled. You first answer my first question, how exactly did you manage to do it? In fact, it was a gradual process, Germain said. We first went to the ancient labyrinth, the greyish-white desert, and the perilous mountains. We defeated the plant weapon, the undying disease, and the nurturing beast, obtaining the cure-all herb, the alchemy plant, and the nameless stone. Only after overcoming these calamities and acquiring these hopes did we come here to challenge the rainforest swamp, where the twin-tailed snake and the longevity food reside. Dong listened, feeling a slight surprise. He had recorded all these hopes and calamities in the New World Travelogue, East Coast Edition. He himself had walked the entire coastal route countless times over 300 years, knowing it intimately. However, this did not mean the journey was easy. In fact, when he first explored it, he narrowly escaped death countless times until one day he had an epiphany, his strength increased, and it became relatively easier. Over these 300 years, he had seen the remains of many humans from the 6 continents who came to explore the Dark Continent, all having met tragic ends. Some left no bones behind, while others suffered a fate worse than death. Dong often granted the latter mercy. Gradually, he grew somewhat disappointed with the humans of the 6 continents. With his own intelligence, it was a great failure that in over 300 years, the 6 continents had not produced another like him. Perhaps too comfortable a life had caused humans, once considered top predators in the wild, to gradually degenerate. Furthermore, in recent years, due to certain terrifying encounters, Dong's mindset had undergone drastic changes compared to before, so he no longer expected any human compatriots to visit the Dark Continent. Unexpectedly, today he suddenly encountered a group of people who had overcome all obstacles and arrived here, which both astonished and moved him. Especially the man he was speaking with, although the aura he exuded was restrained, it secretly alarmed Dong. Dong lowered his head, thought for a moment, and said, I only had time to see the carcasses of those 2 giant snakes just now, I didn't witness your battle. However, the fact that you defeated the calamities is certain. If you can defeat the calamities here, then I'm not surprised that you defeated the calamities in the other 3 regions. Dong seemed to be pondering something, and after a while, he added. So, you haven't been to the area of the mist-like being AI in the 3 original waters yet, right? Right, Germain replied. That's good, Dong sighed softly and said, don't go, at least not now. That place is quite unstable. If you're not careful, you might become afflicted with a curse. Germain heard a rather interesting word curse. At the same time, Jin and Bisky were also very curious about this in their telepathic communication and hoped he would press for more information. So, Germain asked, Dong, it's your turn to answer our questions now. Dong smiled faintly beneath his black robe and said, since you're willing to call me Dong, you must pretty much believe my identity. Alright, tell me your questions. I will answer all that I can. For some questions, if I don't know the answer or cannot answer, I will ask you to rephrase. Germain voiced the common question shared by everyone. I knew you'd be interested in the curse, Dong mused for a moment, tapping the cover of the ancient book several times with his black-gloved fingers, then continued. If it were an ordinary exploration team, I would never reveal these things to them. But you are different. The fact that you've come this far proves your uniqueness. I am willing to share this knowledge with you. To talk about the curse, I need to first introduce you to the concept of demigods. Demigods. Germain couldn't help but exchange glances with Jin, Bisky, and Shizuku, their hearts filled with uncertainty and speculation. At this moment, Dong suddenly pointed at Germain and said. Actually, for a while now, I've vaguely sensed a familiar aura. Although it's somewhat incredible, yet, what is your name? Germain hesitated for a moment but still replied, Germain. Germain, Dong lowered his finger and asked seriously, are you able to hear the voices of those around you and gain knowledge from the things around you? This time, Germain did not hesitate and directly said, Yes. I see. Dong's eyes lit up beneath his hood. I didn't expect you to become one of us at such a young age. It seems you are also one of the chosen ones. Jin was slightly astonished upon hearing this. Ever since he became interested in the Dark Continent, Jin had been trying to find clues in the ruins. He then found a passage of ancient text in one of these ruins. In a certain era, in a certain region, some chosen ones left records of their visits and artifacts. Jin had always felt that the term chosen ones was profound, so he silently kept it in mind, never expecting to hear it again from Dong today. You must be very curious about what a chosen one is, right? Dong saw through their thoughts and laughed. Actually, it's very simple, it refers to one chosen by a god. And the god mentioned here refers to the one and only true god, as well as the 4 demigods. Dong's voice gradually lowered without him realizing it, as if he was worried about being overheard. As far as I know, the 4 demigods, in order of their birth, are darkness, flesh and blood, deep sea, and Gu resentment. Then, he extended a finger and pointed at the crescent moon in the grayish sky, which appeared to possess an inexplicable coldness and decay. And the one and only true god refers to the one who chose the 4 demigods, the red moon. Upon hearing this, everyone involuntarily held their breath. This knowledge was entirely new to them, filling their hearts with both curiosity and a sense of gravity. Germain, on the other hand, felt a sense of relief. The door to the new world, which had always existed but they had overlooked, was truly opening to them. Dong continued. Demigods are, without a doubt, far more powerful beings than us chosen ones, and the true god is even above them. As far as I know, with the exception of Gu resentment, who has been confirmed to have fallen, the demigods each occupy their respective territories, having completely divided up most of the Dark Continent. Dong's tone slowly turned grim, like an alligator slowly submerging into cold water. If you, like me, rashly intrude into their domains, even if it's just an accidental direct or indirect contact with a demigod, there's a very high chance you will contract a curse. Having said this, Dong stood up and walked into the moonlight nearby, finally removing his black hood. Under the eerie pale moonlight, a hideous and twisted face was revealed. It had no hair, only abnormally crimson muscles, contorted into irregular shapes like dough. His face was contorted like that of a leper, and it seemed to lack skin, like a burn victim. The only thing that could be considered normal were his eyes. Dong's appearance under the moonlight was truly astonishing, leaving everyone speechless for a long time. It is called the flesh curse, Dong said, smoothing his hands and pulling his hood back over his grotesque face. This time, no one would wonder why he concealed his face and body. Dong returned to the long, narrow shadow, like a gargoyle on watch. And the grotesque face beneath his hood was no less terrifying compared to the gargoyle's green face and fangs. The flesh curse makes me suffer physical and mental torment at all times, my skin splitting and burning with pain. Even a tiny, fingernail-sized wound will make me bleed uncontrollably. Dong recounted his terrifying experience in a muffled voice. Besides that, for about 1/3 of the day, the world I see is extremely bizarre and twisted, almost entirely scarlet. It's fortunate that I didn't meet you during the time the curse was active. Otherwise, in my eyes, you would have turned into terrifying monsters with flesh and blood, fascia and organs turned inside out. Everyone listened with furrowed brows, they understood the feeling of being deeply trapped in hallucinations. However, they didn't experience terrifying hallucinations for 1/3 of every day. At that time, it would be very difficult for me to distinguish between reality and illusion, and even more impossible to communicate normally. I once woke up to find that I had killed a harmless beast and was gnawing on its flesh and blood. In its eyes, perhaps I was the terrifying beast that suddenly attacked it. Everyone could hear the heaviness in Dong's voice. It seemed the flesh curse was like a solid shackle, having trapped him for a long time. No one wanted to become something neither human nor ghost. Is there no way to remove the flesh curse? Germain asked. Dong gently shook his head. I've tried many methods, a quantity you can't imagine. The cure-all herb, exorcism, blood transfusions, flesh and blood regeneration, but none of them worked. His tone turned sinister, each word uttered with gritted teeth. Eventually, I discovered that the only antidote to the flesh curse was to eat raw chunks of flesh and drink fresh blood. The fresher it was, the less processed, the more it could alleviate my various symptoms. A dead silence fell around the bonfire, broken only by the crackling of burning twigs. Look, Dong said self-mockingly, after more than 300 years away from human society, I'm almost a savage who eats raw meat and drinks blood, haha. Germain, upon hearing this, had essentially equated the chosen by the gods with his own concept of a legendary level and user. If he and Dong both belonged to the chosen by the gods, then Dong should also possess a legendary physique similar to his, or even stronger. Theoretically, it should be sufficient to resist most inability, curses, and diseases. However, Dong was still suffering torment. This indicated that even the legendary physique could not completely resist the flesh demigod's curse, only serving to alleviate it. In fact, if he hadn't had the legendary physique as a foundation, Dong would probably have died somewhere long ago. Germain asked, is that why you've kept your distance from us? Dong nodded and replied, the flesh curse is contagious to those with flesh and blood bodies. This current distance is a safe distance, I confirmed after many attempts. Although, even if we were face to face, you might not necessarily be infected. However, as the contact time increases, the probability of infection will become higher and higher. I don't want to take that risk. Furthermore, he added, dead objects that have been in contact with me for too long, such as my clothes, scrolls, and paper and pens, could also transmit the flesh curse if touched by outsiders. He looked up at everyone and said, For your safety, I will only stay here for a while longer, and then I will leave. If you were to contract the flesh curse because of me, that would be my sin. Jing frowned. He had originally intended to find a way to obtain the original New World Travelogue from Dawn. Now, with the flesh curse present, it was inconvenient for him to take it. Dawn seemed to have read his mind, chuckling dryly as he said. You must be very interested in the New World Travelogue in my hand, aren't you? I'm sorry, even without the flesh curse, I wouldn't give it to you. Jing, surprised for a moment, couldn't help but ask, why? More than 300 years ago, didn't you give several copies to the members of the exploration team you rescued? Why can't you give them to us? Because the situations are completely different, Dawn chuckled. At that time, people needed information from me, otherwise who knows how many more years it would take for them to come and explore the Dark Continent. If they gave up on this place out of fear, that would be too regrettable and unfortunate. You, however, are different. You have already defeated the 4 calamities and obtained the 4 hopes. Such as you are fully capable of establishing yourselves on the east coast of Mobius Lake. I will not give you the New World Travelogue that I wrote, at least not now. Besides, after more than 300 years, many of my observations and records of the east coast are actually outdated. You should return to the 6 continents and collectively compile your own updated and complete Dark Continent exploration work. This time, try to let them spread more widely, and don't let a portion of people seal them away like forbidden books again. Jing raised an eyebrow in surprise and asked, you know about the New World Travelogue, Eastern Chapter Fragment being sealed? Of course I know, Dawn said, lightly tapping the cover of the ancient book, chuckling, mine ability is called the Chain of Knowledge. Chain of Knowledge. Upon hearing this, everyone already had a vague guess in their hearts. Indeed, Dawn continued. The more diligently I write my literary creations, the stronger the Nen they possess. And this Nen of the original will build a Nen chain with the copies. He extended both hands, connecting his index fingers with Nen. Copies and copies will also form a Nen chain among themselves. In this way, a great chain network will be formed, centered around the original in my hand. To break this chain of knowledge, the content of my original must be completely fragmented in its dissemination. There is also another method, which is to eliminate the source, kill me or destroy the original in my hand. Dawn pointed to the eastern volume fragment in Shizuku's hand and said. Although it is incomplete, it is not yet fragmented. That is why my original can resonate with it. Everyone listened, somewhat enlightened. Dawn continued. Every person who reads a copy will, through the chain of knowledge, transmit a trace of their own life energy, including Nen, to me, for my use. This was my selfish desire back then, to have that exploration team spread the eastern volume for me. Therefore, I already knew that a large quantity of copies were destroyed and the chain of knowledge was broken. I also roughly guessed what happened. After all, there aren't too many new things in the long river of human history. As Dawn spoke, he looked at Jing with some suspicion. A certain spiritual intuition made him realize that Jing, who had just spoken to him, was unusual. Not in terms of strength. Indeed, Jing's strength was very strong, but he was no match for Germain beside him. So, in terms of strength, Jing had nothing special compared to Germain. The unusualness Dawn felt was about other aspects. He couldn't help but stare at Jing and ask, what's your name? Jing. Jing no longer had any intention of concealing it, quite frankly. He paused, then added, Jing Freaks. Dawn's eyes widened sharply, and he re-examined Jing carefully, saying, you are a descendant of our Furukuso family. Yes. I apologize for the concealment earlier, as I hadn't confirmed your identity, Jing said. Now I am certain that you are my ancestor Dawn Freaks. Dawn was stunned for a moment, then couldn't help but laugh twice, saying. So there's a member of the Furukuso family here, no wonder I always had a strange feeling in my heart. Good, good, members of the Furukuso family are still alive, good. Over 300 years, things had changed drastically. The people he knew back then, including members of the Furukuso family, had long since passed away. Having been isolated from the world for so long, it was impossible for him to know the recent situation of the Furukuso family. Perhaps, apart from him, no other members of this ancient family were still alive. Now, seeing Jing, he couldn't help but feel many emotions. Jing then said with a hint of excitement. I think that exploration team back then did indeed hand over one of the copies to a member of the Furukuso family at the time, and it has been passed down through generations. Although it's only a fragment, it was the enlightenment of my hunter's path. It was precisely because I wanted to meet you, who wrote this great work, that I came all the way here. Dong paused, then smiled faintly and said, I hope I haven't disappointed you. Of course not, Jin said, calming down. You are even more outstanding than I imagined. Then do you still need my New World Travelogue? Dong raised an eyebrow and asked. Jin didn't answer immediately. He turned to look at Germain, Bisky, and Shizuku. The group exchanged glances, then all shook their heads. Some of what Dong said was indeed true. At this point, whether they had his New World Travelogue or not was no longer important. They should write their own Dark Continent records. So, Jin said to Dong, no, we don't. We will write our own New World Travelogue. Dong lowered his gaze, a relieved smile on his face, and said, very good, very good. You possess the same firm will as I do, which will make you pioneers, not just people who pick up scraps. However, Jin suddenly added, I have a question that I want an answer to, and I hope you can tell me. Dong nodded and said, ask away. New World Travelogue, West Coast Volume, have you completed it? Jin asked the question that was on everyone's mind. Dong's smile faded slightly. He paused, then shook his head. I haven't completed it, and I can't complete it. Everyone looked at him in surprise and doubt. He slowly explained. After entrusting the East Coast chapter to that exploration team, I rested for a while, then set off for the west coast of Mobius Lake. But at that time, I didn't know that the west coast was teeming with hideous flesh monsters. After the initial shock and apprehension, I still pressed on, venturing deeper without knowing the extent of the danger. However, my initial attempts failed several times, so I voluntarily retreated to the east coast to hone my strength, and then continuously returned to the west coast. This moth-to-a flame behavior, while allowing me to go further and further into the west coast, eventually brought disaster upon me. Finally, after overcoming various hardships and obstacles, I penetrated deep into the heart of the west coast and saw it. Just a brief period of contact caused me to contract the flesh curse, from which I have been unable to escape to this day. After that, I frantically fled that land, almost escaping death from that purgatory, and returned to the east coast. Dong still felt a lingering fear as he spoke. Upon hearing this, Germain turned to Shizuku. He asked Shizuku to retrieve the rubbing, suspected to be a west coast fragment, that they had found in the Moose Centaur tribe from the Blinky. He flipped through the stack of papers to the last page, showed the crude drawing to Dong, and asked, "Is it like this?" The drawing was entirely dominated by a swollen, bloated flesh monster, and the pervasive tentacles brought back many terrifying memories for Dong. "How did it get into your hands?" Dong's voice became a little sharper due to his excitement. "You left them in the Moose Centaur tribe." Dong reminisced for a while, then sighed and said, "Because the west coast was full of flesh monsters, and not every flesh and blood I came into contact with immediately contracted the flesh curse I carried. So, I didn't realize its infectiousness at first. I was almost driven to collapse by the flesh curse at the time, and the cure-all herb from the ancient labyrinth didn't do much good. At this point, I arrived near the tribe, so I decided to rest there for a night. But that night, the flesh curse flared up. I didn't want to harm the people of the tribe, so I left overnight. Perhaps that's when I accidentally left this stack of papers behind. When the curse flared up, my consciousness was hazy, my memory blurry. Therefore, when I woke up, I only thought I had abandoned it on the road. Sometimes, I even felt that perhaps I had never written such a piece of text, that it was probably just my hallucination. It was only after some time that I learned about the infectiousness of the flesh curse. I had no choice but to completely eliminate every life I infected to prevent the flesh curse from spreading. Afterward, I put on this black robe, it has a certain isolating effect. At the same time, I stopped meeting familiar friends like the Moose Centaur tribe and lived a reclusive life." Dong gazed at everyone and said, "What's written on it is a lot of my grumbling. I wrote it spontaneously that night, and perhaps because of that, it didn't transmit the flesh curse to you and the Moose Centaur. That's truly fortunate." Only then did everyone realize that they had actually escaped a disaster. The entire Moose Centaur tribe had also escaped a disaster. "Although you are fine, I still feel sorry for it. I shouldn't have contacted them after contracting the flesh curse." Dong lowered his head in considerable shame. At this moment, Bisky finally spoke, "This cannot be considered your fault, after all, you didn't know that the flesh curse was contagious at the time. Moreover, if you hadn't been physically and mentally exhausted, you wouldn't have sought help from the Moose Centaur tribe either." Dong sighed softly and said, "Since you obtained this stack of papers, you must have become acquainted with them. I hope you can convey this apology on my behalf, even though I was truly unaware at the time, I still put them in danger." Bisky nodded and said, "We will convey it, but based on our understanding of the Moose Centaur tribe, they will definitely forgive and understand you." Indeed, Dong recalled their faces. They are just that kind of people, which is why I have communicated with them for generations. It's just a pity that I can never see them again. Dong's tone was quite sorrowful and lonely. At this point, Germain turned the topic back to the stack of papers. He said, "We know that the first paragraph you wrote was, 'I deeply regret seeing too much, knowing too much. I wish I had never eaten the longevity food Nidaromi.' What does this mean? Also, what is the content that follows?" The others were also curious about this and once again turned their gaze to Dong. "As I've said, it's just my grumbling." Dong shook his head helplessly. "Even though I wrote, 'I wish I had never eaten the longevity food Nidaromi,' I am still here now because I need them to prolong my life. Before I have completely finished traveling and documenting the east and west coasts of Mobius Lake, I don't want to die yet. As for I deeply regret seeing too much, knowing too much, that is my sincere feeling. However, I have to admit, I still long to see more, to know more. My greatest wish now is to satisfy all my curiosity on the east coast as much as possible, and then one day, step into the west coast again for the final journey. As for the subsequent content of this stack of papers, I used various scripts I learned over 300 years, many of which are now lost, so it's normal that you can't understand them. The content I mentioned actually goes back to the matter of the chosen ones by God." Unexpectedly, after all the twists and turns, they returned to the original topic. Dong suddenly looked at Germain, staring at him, which made the latter feel a chill. "Do you feel a calling from some existence, and have you obtained some powerful ability, which led you to embark on the path to the Dark Continent?" Germain recalled various past events, hesitated for a moment, then nodded. "I said, you and I are the same kind," Dong sighed again. "In this regard, we are also the same. I also felt a certain calling. I was never able to confirm where this calling came from, until I ventured deep into the west coast, then I understood, no, I confirmed that it was calling me. Everyone had vaguely understood what was happening. Why are they calling us? Germain asked with a solemn expression. Every demigod needs their messengers and disciples, Dong explained. This is the destiny of the chosen ones by God. Gu resentment has already fallen, so we can set that aside for now. The messengers of darkness are the wall facers, they eternally guard the towering walls for darkness. The messengers of deep sea are the gatekeepers, they eternally guard the solid gates for deep sea. And the messenger of flesh and blood, was supposed to be me, but I refused and fled the west coast. Speaking of this, Dong suddenly became curious and asked, Germain, who is calling you? Although I only confirmed everything the moment I saw it, I have to admit that I had a vague premonition long before that. Since you have reached the same stage as me, you should also, more or less, have an intuition pointing to a certain god, right? Germain recalled the various experiences of the past 2 years, and those dreams. He did indeed have an answer in his heart, but he had never revealed it to anyone. Germain then raised his hand, pointed to the sky, and replied, I think it's probably him. Dong was stunned for a long time before he understood Germain's meaning. Then he widened his eyes and stood up, somewhat flustered. I'm forced to provoke a demigod, but you're provoking a true god. What kind of joke is this? Dong's face was filled with disbelief. Indeed, for anyone privy to the inside story, it would be hard to believe such a thing. In over 300 years, he had experienced various adventures and gathered a vast amount of knowledge, yet he had never heard of Red Moon having apostles. Or rather, darkness, flesh and blood, deep sea and Gu resentment could actually be considered its apostles. So, it was not surprising that Dong was astonished to hear Germain say this so suddenly. Even those who had been with Germain for a long time, like Jin, Bisky, and Shizuku, and who had always speculated about Germain's inability, were caught off guard by his words. Germain looked at Dong, who had stood up, knowing he was half believing, half doubting, so he also stood up. He walked a few steps forward and slowly knelt down. Jin, Bisky, and Shizuku behind him knew what he was about to do. However, none of them spoke to stop him. Germain currently had 7 unused teleportation lanterns, so leaving one here was not a big problem. After all, this place was very close to the respawn points of the Black Serpent of Calumny and Jealousy's Red Serpent, which would be convenient for their next subjugation. If they had to travel back and forth from the Rainforest Swamp special teleportation lantern every time, it would consume too much time and energy. Dong first watched Germain's puzzling actions, and then he saw a faint purple glow, from which a lantern and 4 imps emerged. He quickly felt a strange power emanating from that lantern. This is... Dong involuntarily took 2 steps forward, then remembered the flesh curse on his body, immediately stopped, and even retreated a few steps. This is a teleportation lantern, and an ability I acquired. Germain concisely explained the function of the teleportation lantern on the ground, and then further described his dream. After listening, Dong was speechless for a long time, then honestly sat back into the shadows. This ability leans more towards darkness, and darkness is closest to Red Moon. What appeared in your dream, in order, were Gu resentment, darkness, deep sea, flesh and blood, and Red Moon. Although many parts are strange and there isn't enough supporting evidence, your premonition and intuition will be very important judgment criteria. However, even with the conversation reaching this point, Dong still couldn't understand why Blood Moon would summon a human to the Dark Continent. It wasn't that he couldn't think of possibilities, but rather that there were too many possibilities, making it difficult to fathom. Could it be that Germain was truly meant to become its apostle? Am I witnessing the birth of a new demigod? Dong shuddered. Germain put away the teleportation lantern and asked, you mentioned the fall of Gu resentment earlier. I'm very interested in that. Could you elaborate? Dong was lost in thought, and it took a few calls from Germain to rouse him. Germain repeated the question. Actually, I don't know much either, Dong replied solemnly. The knowledge I obtained is fragmented. I managed to organize and piece them together to get a general idea of many things. As I said before, most of the Dark Continent is divided and occupied by demigods. Inside the wall belongs to darkness, and Mobius Lake belongs to deep sea. And the east and west coasts, sandwiched between the two, belong to flesh and blood and Gu resentment. Roughly 2,000 years ago, during that ancient era when humans still lived on the Dark Continent, flesh and blood occupied the west coast of Mobius Lake, while Gu resentment occupied the east coast. After that, a divine war erupted between them. The details are no longer traceable, but it must have been an earth-shattering battle. The outcome was the fall of Gu resentment. Flesh and blood was also severely wounded, its sphere of influence shrinking to the heartland of the west coast, and it slumbered in even deeper regions. The atmosphere grew heavier. Jin and Bisky were top-tier hunters, each with their own intentions, exploring the new world. However, the truth they learned from Dong was that the new world was already the domain of the demigods. And from Dong's current predicament, it was clear that entering a demigod's territory would be extremely perilous, and one would most likely contract a curse. According to this, humans would not only have to pass through the territory of the deep-sea demigod in the future, but their activity would also be limited to the east coast of Mobius Lake. The east coast of Mobius Lake was indeed much larger than the 6 continents, and its resources were richer. However, this truth of escaping a small cage only to enter a larger one was still too heavy, cold, and cruel. Germain and Shizuku, on the other hand, didn't overthink it. The former was more focused on the present, wanting to extract more information from Dong, while the latter truly didn't care. Who controlled the world, what calamities the world would face, whether the world would be destroyed as long as it wasn't an immediate problem, Shizuku wouldn't care. Germain remembered the knowledge he had acquired not long ago beside the corpses of the twins of jealousy and calumny. These are powerful monsters, yet failed creations. Germain recited this description of the twins of jealousy and calumny and asked Dong for his interpretation of this knowledge. Dong thought for a moment and replied, because they are indeed failed creations. The divine war I just mentioned was actively provoked by Gu resentment, and it made many preparations for it. One of them was to produce more God-chosen ones to participate in the divine war. Dong raised his hand and pointed at Jin. Jin is not a God-chosen one, so his limit for advancement ends here. Perhaps, in a few years, or more than 10 years, he will become stronger, but he can only infinitely approach your current combat power, Germain. His combat power will fluctuate within such a range. Jin's face became very grim upon hearing this. No one wants their potential to be capped by a single sentence. However, these were Dong's words, and their credibility was quite high. Jin felt very uncomfortable. Bisky, on the other hand, thought of Chairman Netero. How long had he struggled within this defined range? Dong further explained. Simply put, Jin, your progress in all aspects has already approached its limit. To break through that limit, you need a promotion ritual. But you are not a God-chosen one, so you cannot initiate the promotion ritual. That's where the problem lies, your path is blocked. Wallfacer, Gatekeeper, myself, and Germain are all individuals who have successfully undergone this ritual. Upon hearing this, everyone couldn't help but recall the fierce battle with the twins of jealousy and calumny not long ago. Jin, Bisky, and Shizuku all burst forth with a silver halo, directly propelling Germain to the legend rank during the fight. This should be the promotion ritual Dong was referring to. Where there are successes, there are bound to be failures, Dong said. The calamities you eliminated, they are the failed creations that couldn't successfully advance. The plant weapon gold and silver ingot and cure-all herb of the ancient labyrinth. The undying disease, Zabi and alchemic plant metal lion of the grayish-white desert. Nurturing beast pap and nameless stone of the perilous mountains. The double-tailed snake hellbell and longevity food Nitolomai of the rainforest swamp. They are all core conditions of the promotion ritual, the chaos ritual of calamities and hope. Not only that, Gu resentment also mixed the power of many demigods into the calamities, hoping they would transform into even more terrifying apostles of God. It's just that these monsters disappointed Gu resentment. After Gu resentment and its apostles of God fell, they were further nailed to their respective regions, eternally cycling. Only then did the people around the bonfire understand the origin of the calamities that humanity had faced for centuries. It turned out they were all relics left by Gu resentment, failed products. Jin and Bisky thought even further. If they truly encountered real apostles of God, or even demigods like Dong, Germain, Wallfacer, and Gatekeeper, could humanity possibly become their enemies? Currently, Germain had only just advanced to legend. Although Dong had been a legend for over 300 years, he still fled in disarray after confronting a demigod, contracting an unremovable curse. The two strongest humans could only go this far. Facing demigods and their apostles, how much could these people accomplish? This was a desperate reality. Perhaps, coexisting peacefully with them, and avoiding them whenever possible, was the way for humanity to survive. Humanity's ancestors, migrating from the Dark Continent to the Six Continents, probably had this consideration in mind. Facts also proved that humanity did indeed multiply and grow strong on the isolated archipelago of the Six Continents. The migration back then was definitely correct, at least preserving the spark of humanity. However, now that returning to the Dark Continent was being discussed, Jin and Bisky both felt some uncertainty. Could they really gain a foothold in such a place? Germain had already sensed Jin and Bisky's wavering, but he offered no opinion on it. He knew this was human nature. Without capital, it was normal to worry about an uncertain, unstable future. Shizuku, Germain turned around. Yes, Shizuku responded, pushing up her glasses, her expression unchanged. There was one abnormal person here. Give me 50 alchemic plant metal lion. Ah? Oh. Shizuku somewhat reluctantly took 50 alchemic plant metal lion from Blinky and handed them to Germain. Everyone quickly understood Germain's purpose through their mental communication. They didn't consider it for too long and all nodded in agreement. Although it was an exchange of information, the value of the information Dong provided far exceeded theirs, and they should rightfully reciprocate. Germain put the 50 longevity food Nitolomai into a box and walked towards Dong, stopping halfway between them. He placed the box there. Dong, please accept this. Dong first glanced at the box, then looked up and asked, why? Germain calmly replied, didn't you say earlier that you came here for Nitolomai? You've provided us with such important information, so we should naturally reciprocate. Dong was silent for a moment, not feigning modesty. Thank you, then I'll accept it. He did indeed need to extend his lifespan. As one of the chosen by God, he was already quite long-lived, but there was still an end. If he wanted true immortality, he had to submit to a demigod and become one of their apostles. However, Dong had already rejected flesh and blood, unwilling to become a hideous monster, so he naturally wouldn't grovel before other demigods. Only when Germain returned to the campfire did Dong get up and solemnly pick up the box. With a touch of his palm, the box transformed into a line of text, imprinted on the open page of his book. Dong walked back into the shadows but didn't sit down. Instead, he turned and gazed at Germain. You haven't given up, have you? He suddenly asked. Germain was silent. Both Jin and Bisky looked up. They already knew what Dong was asking Germain, and at the same time, they could guess Germain's answer. Bisky felt the strangest about this. Initially, Germain and Jin were the most enthusiastic about exploring the Dark Continent, while she and the other members were more cautious. Now, even Jin had concerns about the path ahead, yet Germain remained so resolute. He still wanted to move forward, but not with reckless abandon. Dong also saw through Germain's thoughts. You still plan to continue, even if you encounter them and become a half-human, half-ghost like me, is that right? Even if you don't consider yourself, consider your companions behind you. I wasn't alone from the start either. Dong briefly fell into reminiscence, thinking of his deceased companions. After several hundred years, their faces had become blurred in his memory. He asked somewhat mournfully, do you really want to become like me now? Germain shook his head. We are different people, Germain replied, I will never become you. Dong was stunned for a moment, then let out a wry laugh. He hadn't expected that after saying so much, not only had he failed to dissuade Germain, but he seemed to have ignited the other's fighting spirit instead. What a strange young man. Then I'll say a bit more. I originally didn't intend to say this part, lest it be difficult for you all to accept at once. Everyone was once again drawn in by Dong's solemn tone. Above apostles of God are demigods, and above demigods is the red moon. And above the red moon. Germain frowned. Dong smiled and continued. Have you ever wondered where our ability comes from? A dead silence. Dong looked up, gazing at the crescent moon and the starry sky. Our planet is just one of countless planets in the vast universe, so tiny it can't even be considered a speck of sand. And the true God is in the depths of the universe. He is incredibly powerful, a planet is merely his meal. All ability comes from him. Under his influence, our planet is merely a gradually ripening fruit. The red moon are his loyal servants, guarding this fruit for him, sealing the sky, sealing speed, preventing everything on the planet from escaping its shackles. The doomsday when the planet ripens and is devoured by the god of the universe is probably only about 500 years away. At that time, only the red moon and the demigods will be able to retain their own will and achieve eternal life through their souls during the outer god's devourment. Why did Gu resentment and flesh and blood start a god war? Because they want to maintain their demigod status, and they need more territory and living beings. Facing the outer god's devourment, even demigods are so terrified, seeking self-preservation at all costs. From this, you can understand the horror of the outer god. Germain, even if you do your best, it's not as simple as an ant trying to shake a tree, you're shaking an inescapable, devoured destiny. This heavy truth was the knowledge he gained when he directly faced flesh and blood. Dong was not using them to mock Germain. He was merely reminding Germain that perhaps he should pour all his passion into a future with more hope. He was very worried that if he didn't make it clear to Germain beforehand, when Germain discovered the truth himself, he would also become disheartened, just as he had been at the time. The more one knows, the less joy one experiences. Upon hearing this, Jin and Bisky were both struck as if by lightning, their bodies turning cold. If the truth was like this, then what was the point of humanity returning to the Dark Continent? Anyway, whether on the Dark Continent or on the 6 continents, they couldn't escape the fate of being devoured by the outer god. Returning to the Dark Continent would also sacrifice countless people. What was the meaning of such a sacrifice? Shizuku, however, had no reaction. She understood that there were still over 500 years left. By then, she and Germain would long be dead, their children would long be dead, and their grandchildren would surely be dead. As for what happened after that, she wouldn't care. Germain stood silently in place for a long while before realizing many connections with some surprise. In fact, Chairman Netero had also guessed some of the truth. He had discussed this with Germain on the airship returning to the Hunter Association last year. Why, even with human world development to this day, are airships still the most common means of air transport? Why has the human world so far been unable to launch carrier rockets and orbital satellites into outer space to overlook the entire Dark Continent map? Because he was mentally prepared, Germain was only quiet for a moment before reaching into his embrace. Dong looked at him strangely. He didn't understand why this young man was reacting this way. Could it be that his grief was so profound that his heart was dead, unable to accept reality to the point of collapse? Then, he saw Germain take out a peculiar hard small box. This is a mobile phone, Germain told him. In the 6 continents, no matter how far apart, as long as there's a signal, people can communicate in real time through it. We also have something called the internet, through which we share most of the knowledge of the 6 continents. Our bombs vary in power. One type, called the poor man's rose, is powerful enough to blow up those calamities, allowing them to start their reincarnation early. Dong frowned, shook his head, and said, what you're talking about must be inventions and creations that appeared after I left the 6 continents. I admit they are very miraculous. However, even all of them combined are not enough to defeat the Red Moon, the demigods, let alone the outer god in the depths of the universe. Don't you understand yet? These cannonballs, even if their power increases 100, 1,000, or 10,000 times, are meaningless against the outer god. Dong grew somewhat agitated as he spoke. He quickly realized this and tried his best to calm himself. After he felt a little better, he said. I know that you, upon first hearing the truth of the universe, will feel quite unwell. I was the same, dazed for a long time, but... No, Germain suddenly interrupted him, that's not what I mean. Dong looked up in surprise. If you don't mean that, then what do you mean? Germain lit up his phone screen. The light from the screen was faint amidst the vast darkness, but it was quite conspicuous. The others also looked at him. These human creations have all appeared in a concentrated burst within the last 100 years. They are not accidental products, but the inevitable result of social development. You said we still have over 500 years, right? Dong nodded somewhat blankly. That's good, Germain said calmly. To be honest, I don't understand scientific creation, I only know how to hunt my prey as a hunter. The demigods occupy the Dark Continent and control most of its resources, and all these resources are what human society dreams of. The Red Moon occupies the sky, blocking speed and altitude. If they all die, then all obstacles standing before humanity will disappear. Humans can freely use the resources of the Dark Continent to develop all scientific technologies, and at the same time, break through the atmosphere and reach outer space. Within 50 years, we will surely be able to send people into space. Within 500 years, we will surely be able to leave this planet, just like humans over 2,000 years ago, and undertake a great migration across the universe. Perhaps there's no way to defeat an enemy like the Outer God, but at least we can avoid him. He wants ripe fruit, so give it to him. We'll go find unripe fruit. This is my answer. Dong never expected to hear such a line of thought from Germain, nor did he expect Germain to refer to the Red Moon and the demigods as obstacles. What kind of arrogance was this? But, while Jin, Bisky, and Shizuku were also stunned, Dong burst into laughter. This was the most unrestrained he had laughed since they met. It seems that I, who have stayed on the Dark Continent, may not necessarily know more or see further. Dong took out a silver bell, shook it several times, emitting a crisp sound. Clip-clop. A black horse, moving its 4 hooves, appeared before Dong. Everyone looked and discovered that this horse was actually condensed from black mist. It was a night raid species. Dong leaped onto the night raid black horse. I've been here too long, it's time to leave. He pulled the reins, turned the horse's head, and looked down at everyone. To see enterprising descendants, to see understanding juniors, to see young people with strange abilities, my trip here was worthwhile. More importantly, Germain, I met you. Let me see what you're capable of. If it's just talk, there's no need for us to meet again. If you are serious, when you want to go to the Flesh and Blood Demigods territory on the west coast, I will be your most reliable guide. Everyone, may we meet again if fate allows. Dong pulled the reins again. The night raid black horse stepped silently, carrying Dong away like the wind, giving everyone no chance to stop him. Jin showed a regretful expression. He still had many questions unanswered, but now he could only, like Bisky and Shizuku, watch Dong's figure disappear into the night. Meanwhile, Germain had already looked up at the sky. After the legend, Don Freaks, rode away on his horse, everyone tried their best to digest the information he provided, their expressions varied. Jing's eyes, filled with complex emotions, gazed at Germain. Are you serious about what Don said? Are you really going to hunt demigods, and even the Red Moon? Germain nodded. If this is humanity's only way out, then we have no choice. Jing thought for a moment, then let out a self-deprecating laugh, followed by a sigh. You're right. I've always supported your decisions, but I didn't expect to start wavering here. It's better not to know, but since we do know that this planet only has about 500 years left, we should do something, otherwise, we really can't get past it in our hearts, Bisky also said. Shizuko looked left and right in surprise, not expecting everyone to actually plan on hunting the gods of this planet. She blinked her large eyes but didn't raise any objections. Since Germain had decided, and Bisky and Jing supported it, then it was settled. If they were going to hunt gods, then they would hunt them. Shizuko was very straightforward in this regard. No one intended to spend the night in the rainforest swamp. They gathered around the teleportation lantern Germain had placed there, holding hands with the 4 little imps. After learning that the power of the teleportation lantern likely came from the Red Moon, everyone's expressions were somewhat solemn as they held the imps' cold fingers. They couldn't help but wonder if the imps' pale, shriveled, small bodies and twisted, ferocious faces were caused by the curse. There was no answer yet. Germain reached out and touched the teleportation lantern. Just as he was about to activate the teleportation, his vision blurred, and he saw certain images. This image was very familiar. After observing it for a while, he recognized it. This was clearly a top-down view of the special lantern teleportation point at the top of the ancient labyrinth tower. The faint moonlight in the dark night, the strangely neat floor patterns, the hanging bronze bell. Germain even realized that if he wanted to, he could constantly switch perspectives and observe different areas. After a brief study, he had already concluded that his perspective could move within a 100-meter radius centered on the special lantern teleportation point. This meant that through the lantern, he could see the surrounding scene, and although his perspective could only move within a 100-meter radius, the visible range was clearly much wider. His legendary perception was actually linked to the lantern, allowing for ultra-long-distance lantern perception. This sense of connection quickly reminded Germain of Don's Nin ability, Chain of Knowledge, which Don had mentioned not long ago. In fact, it was more similar to the Nin ability of the deceased Cordopai, only with a much stronger perception range and accuracy. What's wrong? Bisky waited for a long time without Germain activating the teleportation. Instead, she saw him lost in thought and couldn't help but ask. Germain told everyone about his discovery a new branch of his Nin ability. Everyone was surprised again and discussed it for a while, but it was clearly not a good time to discuss it now. Germain activated the teleportation, and as space twisted and changed, the 4 instantly vanished from the rainforest swamp, leaving only the embers of a extinguished bonfire. Buzz. Soon, the four were teleported back to the top floor of the ancient labyrinth tower. Germain confirmed once more that he had not contracted any negative trait or disease, thus affirming the ability of his legendary physique. After putting away the lantern, he looked around, and it was exactly as he had seen it during his perception just now. The night, the moon, the bronze bell, and the patterned floor were all precisely replicated. Thus, lantern perception was a certainty. The four walked down the tower stairs, discussing the applications of lantern perception. The first thing they thought of was using it to observe and monitor the resurrection of calamities. From now on, they wouldn't need to arrive at the resurrection point in advance to wait for the calamities to resurrect. They only needed to place a lantern near the resurrection point, and Germain would be able to observe the signs and progress of the calamities' resurrection from a super long distance. The people remaining in the ancient labyrinth way station castle were soon awakened by their unreserved movements. Knuckle, Menchi, Boera, and Sanbika appeared one after another. Knuckle was even wearing pajamas covered in puppy patterns and rushed over urgently. Seeing that the exploration team members had returned, everyone was both surprised and delighted. It was so fast. Last time in the perilous mountains, they stayed for at least 5 days, but this time it was only 3 days. Then, the remaining people remembered that the team hadn't been streamlined then, but now that it was, the time had been shortened by 2 days. This meant that they had been a burden to the team at the time, which made them a little embarrassed. However, this embarrassment was quickly dispelled by the Nightolami Shizuka pulled out of Blinky. They had given Dawn 50 Nightolami, and there were still 69 here, all plump plants. Everyone hadn't had time to ask Dawn about the effects and consumption methods of Nightolami, there was simply more impactful information in front of them at the time. When Dawn rode away, everyone remembered this, but it was too late then. However, just as they had to organize and write the Dark Continent records themselves, they would have to figure out how to consume Nightolami and what its effects were. Everyone rested well for the night, and the next morning, they gathered early to conduct simple experiments with the Nightolami. At the same time, Bisky, like a storyteller, recounted the exploration team's encounters in the rainforest swamp to those who hadn't joined the trip. Among them, Germain's promotion to legend and the appearance of Dawn Freaks were, of course, the climax of the story. However, Bisky did not mention the Red Moon gods, or even the existence of outer gods. She also vaguely glossed over the curse on Dawn and his departure. Even these members of the exploration team were shaken by such truths, let alone the members who stayed behind. Germain and the others had discussed in advance to temporarily keep it from the remaining members, but they could mention it to Chairman Netero later. However, the edited and modified content was enough to astonish the remaining members. The experiment was currently underway. First, Boera, who possessed a gluttonous stomach, directly ate a Nightolami fruit raw. The taste is average, but the nutritional value is very high, I can give it an A+, or even higher. Boera's eyes widened. He couldn't stop praising the quality of the Nightolami fruit, likely his highest evaluation. Sanbika then used her physical examination and hospitalization records on Boera. After carefully reviewing the materialized medical records, she quickly concluded that Boera's body had indeed become healthier compared to before. This was probably a manifestation of vitality. Subsequently, Menchi managed to cook a delicious dish using one of the Nightolami fruits. Boera tasted it again, his narrowed eyes once more widened and brightened, and he gave Menchi a thumbs up. Delicious, delicious. This Nightolami dish now has both flavor and nutrition, Menchi, your skill is superb. Menchi said proudly, of course, I'm the woman who's going to become the world's #1 gourmet hunter. How could I not have this level of skill? Everyone else also picked up their chopsticks, took a piece or two to taste, and quickly praised Menchi's skill without end. Her ability to create such a dish on her first attempt at cooking Nightolami, relying solely on intuition, indeed proved her to be an undeniable culinary genius. Sanbika, at this time, silently conducted a second physical examination and hospitalization record for Boera, comparing the data from both times. Still a bit timid behind her mask, she said to everyone. Menchi's cooking didn't cause much nutrient loss. I think that small loss is almost negligible. Everyone was quite satisfied with this. As for whether Nightolami can truly grant longevity, that was no longer a question. Dawn Freaks living for over 300 years was the best answer. However, how much lifespan could one Nightolami fruit extend? This required the joint research of Sanbika, Menchi, and Boera. After all, lifespan is actually a very vague concept. Humans face 2 types of death, natural and accidental. How should lifespan manifest in these 2 situations? The best bridge is vitality. The stronger the vitality, the later the natural death limit arrives, the higher the critical threshold for accidental death, and the higher the resistance to fatal injuries. The effect of Nightolami was probably along these lines. While everyone's attention was on Nightolami, Germain planned to go to the top floor of the ancient labyrinth tower to test his lantern perception. However, he then noticed some life activity in the ancient labyrinth castle outpost. It wasn't a plant weapon, nor was it a moose centaur, but some kind of small life form. Knuckle scratched his head a bit awkwardly and stepped forward to explain the reason. It turned out that plant weapons found it difficult to parasitize tiny insects like mosquitoes and flies, which led to tiny insects becoming rampant within the ancient labyrinth castle. Knuckle had previously discovered a small wild beast outside the ancient labyrinth that had a long nose like an elephant's trunk but was as small as a mouse. It loved to feed on insects and was coincidentally their natural predator. Therefore, while everyone was heading to the rainforest swamp, he, after discussing with Sanbika, Menchi, and Boera, raised these small wild beasts in the castle. Germain also saw these small wild beasts with his own eyes and confirmed their harmlessness to humans. Indeed, not everything on the Dark Continent posed a fatal threat to humans. Ultimately, everyone is part of the food chain, there's no need for everything to target the human race alone. Furthermore, humans are scarce on the Dark Continent, if they were the main food source, they would surely starve. At most, humans could be considered a supplement. Since Knuckle could tame these small wild beasts that were beneficial to them, Germain, of course, had no reason to refuse and instead strongly supported him. After this, Knuckle raised many other strange wild beasts in the ancient castle outpost, but that's a story for another time. Germain arrived at the top floor of the ancient labyrinth tower, preparing to try using lantern perception. The target was the lantern near the disease spreader resurrection point in the grayish-white desert. Soon, he once again saw the image, and by continuously adjusting the angle, he observed the disease spreader. The disease spreader was last defeated on May 8, and indeed, more than 3 months had passed, so its resurrection was not surprising. It must have just resurrected a few days ago, and after absorbing resentful spirits, it was only now beginning to move. No matter where it was going, it certainly didn't want to stay put and wait for Germain and the others to come and defeat it. Germain knew he couldn't wait. He only called Shizuku, and the two of them directly teleported over. Half an hour later, the two returned together. The disease spreader was, of course, killed again. Germain could handle it even when he was champion level, let alone now that he was legendary level. Germain obtained an unused teleportation lantern, while Shizuku's Blinky brought back 38 alchemy plants. Alchemy plants did not significantly boost their combat power, but someone would always find a use for them. For example, exchanging them for supplies with the Moose Centaur tribe was a good option. Since no lantern was left in the underground cave of the Perilous Mountains back then, Germain had no way to use lantern perception to confirm the resurrection of the twin calamities. However, calculating the time, the Crack of Joy and the Stealing Tongue should resurrect in late September. This time, on September 28, Germain teleported over alone. Because he knew that in this short time, the Crack of Joy and the Stealing Tongue wouldn't have enough time to produce Nameless Stone, so there was no need for Shizuku to go along. In the end, he indeed did not obtain any Nameless Stone. After slaying the Crack of Joy and the Stealing Tongue, Germain once again obtained 2 unused lanterns. He left a lantern near the resurrection point in the underground cave of the Perilous Mountains for subsequent observation and perception, and then returned to the ancient labyrinth. As for the pain-loving bloodthirsty apostle of the ancient labyrinth, it didn't resurrect until October 8, but this time it wasn't Germain's turn to act. Ever since learning the truth of Outer God Devour, Ancient God Seal, Bisky, feeling a sense of crisis, wanted even more to break through to champion level. She wanted to advance like Jing, by fighting the pain-loving bloodthirsty apostle alone. However, things didn't go so smoothly, she was still stuck at master class, and her struggle with the incomplete pain-loving bloodthirsty apostle was also very messy. In the end, Germain had to help, and only then did Bisky defeat the enemy. Germain obtained an unused lantern, and everyone else harvested 74 cure-all herbs. The only one who didn't really gain anything was Bisky. This was actually normal, Jing's advancement at the time was just one step away, and he himself had that premonition. But Bisky didn't have that premonition, she was merely forcing a gamble and lost. She still needed more hard practice. This made her feel very unwilling, even secretly regretting not being so diligent in her Shinjinryu training in the past, wasting too much time. Dawn, Germain, and Jing all had their unique paths, Bisky couldn't directly imitate them. Speaking of imitation, her biggest role model was clearly Chairman Netero, which was more accurate. Although she was very frustrated inwardly, Bisky didn't show it outwardly, because the pain-loving bloodthirsty apostle had been successfully defeated, which was clearly a good thing. Besides this, everyone also had a more pressing event to focus on today. The colonial voyage set sail on August 8 and would take approximately 2 months to complete. In other words, if all went well, BW1 and its accompanying ships should now be seeing the coastline of the imaginary continent. The topic of conversation at the ancient labyrinth castle dinner party consistently revolved around the colonial voyage to the imaginary continent, as too many people connected to them were involved. Among the zodiacs of the Hunter Association, Germain and Jin, as well as Chairman Netero's disciple Bisky, were not part of the Hunter Association exploration team. However, their relationships with the members of this team were already deeply intertwined. Everyone was eager to know the current status of the Hunter Association exploration team, but this was almost impossible. While it might still be possible to establish contact between the 6 continents and the refueling stations via small airships, beyond the refueling stations, the ocean offered no such aid. BW1 and its accompanying fleet, no matter where they were in the ocean, could not immediately establish contact with human society. The next time information about them would be known would likely be after the colonial expedition team dispatched ships to return to the refueling stations. When the colonial expedition team of over 200,000 humans had established a preliminary foothold on the imaginary continent, the second wave of the colonial expedition team would depart. Of course, there were also many small fleets and airships transporting supplies in between. However, these were far from as massive as the colonial expedition team and would generally not be the focus of historical records in later generations. The discussion at the dinner table not only concerned the recent situation of the Hunter Association exploration team but also the attitude of the Kaken Empire. Are they really planning to establish a second Kaken Empire? Bisky shook her head, her twin pigtails swaying. With over 200,000 people, far from the 6 continents mainland, what exactly does the Kaken royal family want to do? Her words trailed off as her wine-red eyes swept across the long table, meeting the gazes of Germain and Jin, who were privy to the inside story. Don Freaks had once mentioned the Gu resentment that fell during the ancient divine war. And the symbol of Gu resentment in Germain's dream happened to be an important vessel in the Kaken Empire's The Pot of Greed ritual. Could there be some connection between the two? Bisky was hinting at this to Germain and Jin. The two men exchanged glances, they had also considered such possibilities. It was just that by the time they learned some of the inside story of the Red Moon gods from Dawn, the colonial expedition had already begun, and they were powerless to do anything at that point. Germain took a few bites of the food on his plate, then stood up heavily and informed everyone at the long table that he was going out for a walk. Everyone could tell that Germain wanted to be alone and did not follow him. He had always been like this, it was best not to disturb him at such times. Germain walked through the courtyard of the ancient labyrinth castle. A crescent moon hung high, its light hazy, as if draping the area in a layer of light grey gauze. As he walked, unconsciously, he found himself by the towering spire. After a moment's thought, he decided to go up and take a look. Germain climbed the spiral stone staircase, observing each level of the tower, the previously repaired tower floors, and soon arrived at the patterned floor on the top level. A massive bronze bell hung not far away. He sat cross-legged on the ground, his fingers lightly touching the patterns, and a purple light flowed like a stream into the central point, revealing a lantern. The four imps, whether joyful, sorrowful, or indifferent, dared not approach easily without Germain's next command, clinging pitifully to the lantern base. Germain once again attempted lantern perception. He didn't know how many times he had done this since acquiring the ability. He was like a patrolling night watchman, surveying every place he had ever set foot in through the lantern's light. The image projection began to flicker, gradually becoming clear. In the Rimeru Castle dungeon hall, Duan, on duty, was unceremoniously scratching his afro while arguing heatedly with someone through a ring. Judging by the holographic image, it was undoubtedly HxH, currently the strongest AI on Greed Island. Germain couldn't hear what they were arguing about. Duan and HxH were arguing fiercely, never imagining that someone was watching them from the top of the ancient labyrinth tower, far away. Germain watched for a while, then switched to other areas where lanterns were located. Dried River Valley, Muddy Land, Spider Valley Bottom, Ancient Labyrinth, Grayish-White Desert, Rainforest Swamp, Perilous Mountains. As long as he had been to those places and lit a lantern, he could use ultra-long-distance lantern perception. All the ordinary lantern points were among them, while among the 11 special lantern points, only 4 were within this range. The remaining 7 were still dark. When Germain touched them, he would receive the knowledge that read. Unknown territory never trodden, the lantern cannot perceive from this side. Germain felt regret. If he could also perceive the environment around these lanterns, he could certainly obtain some information in advance. Information was always very important. He switched between the lanterns, and after having looked at them all, he was about to get up and leave when he saw a flash of crimson appear in the lantern's projection. Soon, the crimson became even more dazzling, like a drawn blade reflecting a cold glint. Such strangeness could hardly fail to attract Germain's attention. His fingers trembled inexplicably, this was another premonition of danger. Germain did not hesitate, he reached out and touched the crimson light, and soon received new knowledge. Due to an incredible storm and sudden outbreak of chaos, a massive ship crashed onto a rocky coast. Vengeful spirits landed on this unfamiliar continent from the ship's wreckage, and the bloody slaughter feast continues, but the enclosed scope of the Gu is expanding. All of this was expected. Germain then noticed that among the 11 special lanterns, a 6th lantern with a clear location had appeared: Gu Resentment Isolated Island. The other 5, of course, were Ancient Labyrinth, Grayish-White Desert, Perilous Mountains, Rainforest Swamp, and Bay. Germain also almost clearly knew where the so-called Gu Resentment Isolated Island actually pointed. Imaginary continent. Although this continent's area far exceeded the combined area of the 6 continents, from a global perspective, it could indeed only be considered an island. BW-1 and its accompanying fleet likely crashed on the coastline of the imaginary continent due to a storm and great chaos, and it was highly probable that this was currently happening. Something extremely terrifying was unfolding. Germain thought of Chairman Netero, Morel, Garapika, List, and others from the Hunter Association exploration team, wondering what they were currently facing. He no longer delayed, walking directly to the bronze bell and, like the crimson light that warned him, rang the summoning bell. Dong dong dong. The bell's sound spread like ripples, yet subtly brought a sense of unease, and everyone at the dinner party rose to their feet. Early morning on October 9th. Amidst a buzzing sound, a purple column of light shot up into the grey-black, heavily raining night sky. It gradually contracted until only a sliver of light remained, then finally disappeared. A total of 4 figures emerged from the light. They quickly stood up beside the teleportation lantern, drenched in the downpour, cautiously observing their surroundings. At midnight on October 9th, Germain witnessed a crimson light shoot from the teleportation lantern's projection and obtained some fragmented information about the colonial expedition team. He rang a brass bell, summoning everyone to the top of the tower, and explained the situation. Everyone quickly agreed to go to the location of this suddenly appearing teleportation lantern to investigate. Both emotionally and logically, they could not ignore the current state of the Hunter Association exploration team. The team members were still the original 4, Germain, Jing, Bisky, and Shizuku. The others quickly prepared everything for them. Medicines, food, flashlights, binoculars, and so on, the standard amount they carried when pioneering the lands of calamities and hope. At 0:33 am, the German team, after spatial teleportation, arrived directly in this unfamiliar world. Germain looked down at the teleportation lantern stuck there, nestled in a deep pit as if blasted by a bomb. Centered around this deep pit were patterns similar to those on the top floor of the ancient labyrinth tower, except the marble slabs engraved with them were completely cracked into more than a dozen pieces. Each pattern expanded to its end, stopping at a mechanical-looking hibernation pod. These hibernation pods were all of a uniform design, some had their transparent covers pushed open, some were completely shattered, and others were overturned. However, they all had one thing in common, they were all empty. The ceiling was completely torn off and missing. This place was like an open can, exposed to the torrential rain. Ancient rituals unleash ancient gods, weak newborns, surrounded by monsters, feast on mad, tyrannical souls. Germain received this knowledge. 13 in total. Bisky, with her hair in a bun, raised her hand to block the pouring rain, quickly counting. These hibernation pods, 13 in total. It's 14. Jing suddenly pointed to some mechanical shell debris not far from the bomb crater where the teleportation lantern was located. An explosion or something else destroyed it. But it was the center where all the patterns converged, and now its position has been replaced by the teleportation lantern, so its importance is beyond doubt. Germain put away the teleportation lantern, surveyed the surroundings in the rainy night, looked at the hibernation pods at the end of the patterns, and recalled his past life. The end of the plot he had coincidentally seen then was the first casualty among the 14 Kaken Empire princes. The body of that casualty was placed in a hibernation pod on such a pattern. Germain could now confirm that their location was on a yacht in the lake within the ship on the top floor of BW1, which only the Kaken royal family, nobles, and social elites could board. In other words, these hibernation pods were actually coffins. Moreover, in the original storyline, there should have been 14 coffins on the periphery and one at the center, totaling 15. Their existence almost hinted that the majority of the Kaken Empire's 14 princes would end up lying in coffins, becoming cold corpses. But why were there 14 coffins on the periphery? Was it even considering the worst-case scenario of no one survives? However, why was a vertical compartment arranged in the very center then? If it was just to select the heir to the Kaken king, what was the meaning of such an arrangement? Germain reached out and parted the rain curtain, taking a few steps forward, releasing his Nin in all directions. N. The spherical Nin expanded, sweeping over the marble slabs full of patterns and hibernation pods, sweeping over corridors and halls, sweeping over room after room. After a long while, Germain retracted his Nin and gave everyone a rather heavy answer, within the range of my perception, there is no life response. Not only was there no sign of living people, but there wasn't even any trace of pets, livestock, snakes, insects, rats, or ants brought here. This place was completely a dead zone. Bisky, transforming into her muscular form, frowned and said, how can this be? Over 200,000 people. Even over 200,000 pigs couldn't. Not a single one left. Jing added, this place certainly looks like a human creation. Look in the distance. Everyone looked in the direction he pointed. Through the hazy rain curtain, at the end of their vision, were the outlines of mountains, they were steep and majestic, like silent giants. That's probably the mountain range of the imaginary Dark Continent. Jing said. If this really is the BW1, then if there are any survivors, they might have gone in that direction. Germain took the first steps forward, let's first see what happened here, then confirm other things. Jing, Bisky, and Shizuku all followed. They entered the corridor outside the huge room and saw corpses strewn about. These soldiers' corpses were all dressed in uniform bulletproof vests and armed with firearms, but these clearly failed to protect their lives. Shattered skulls, dislodged eyeballs, sunken chests, bones protruding from flesh and blood. Each died a gruesome death. Like the claw marks of a beast. Jing crouched down and examined several of the bodies. They easily shredded their protection. Bisky grew somewhat anxious. These people were probably non-user soldiers responsible for guarding the Kaken royal family, yet they were killed so easily. The ones who attacked them must also be non-users. Jing stroked his chin, which was now stubbled after shaving his beard. But, it's a bit strange. What's strange? Bisky looked at him. Jing paused, then said. If they were all non-users, their Nin would quickly dissipate after death, but some would still remain in the end. Some people with deep resentment, even after turning into white bones, would still have malevolent Nin present, driving the bones to act like evil spirits. Germain already had the answer, it's an ability like mine. Everyone looked at him, thought about it, and quickly realized what he meant. The resentment on these deceased individuals had all been absorbed, only this could explain why no Nin was left. They continued forward, passing countless mutilated bodies strewn about, some in suits, some beautifully dressed, some in uniform military attire. Without exception, all lay in pools of blood, their flesh and blood mixed together, their faces either fearful, ferocious, or bewildered. Everyone pushed aside the reeking mountain of corpses piled at the entrance of the hall and walked onto the yacht's deck. The heavy smell of blood, even after being washed by the rain for over half an hour, had not dissipated. At the bow of the yacht, someone had deliberately arranged a gruesome display of blood-stained, stacked heads. Each head had hollow eyes, pale faces, and slightly open mouths, as if silently screaming in agony. They bypassed this gruesome display and saw the lake within the ship where the yacht was located, filled with planks, iron barrels, and several overturned rubber boats. All the human remains had sunk to the bottom of the lake, and it would be a long time before they floated to the surface, bloated and almost unrecognizable in their hideous forms. And carrying this lake within the ship was the enormous BW1, like a sluggish whale, which was now on fire in several places, emitting thick black smoke. A fierce storm poured down on BW1, making a crisp pattering sound like a drumbeat. Flickering flames licked and coiled around all the combustible corpses and objects, charring, blackening, and melting them. Thick smoke blackened the walls, like a mural under a sky heavy with dark clouds. Whoosh! 2 figures flew out of the distorted space, tumbled awkwardly on the ground, and then both came to a stop. They didn't immediately get up. Instead, like rodents, they cautiously looked around, exchanged glances, and then slowly rose. One pointed in a direction, the other nodded, and then both began to move. They hurried through the rain, then ducked under a large overturned sheet of iron to shelter from the rain. The space under the large iron sheet was quite spacious, both could stand upright. However, the noise of the rain hitting the iron was a little irritating. One of them was a short, stout woman with a mushroom cut, wearing clothes with strange spiral patterns, now completely soaked. The other was much taller than her, a refined man wearing glasses and a suit. I told you coming back here was the right move, Tokaranu, the stout woman said, crossing her short, thick arms. As the old saying goes, the most dangerous place is often the safest. HxH, the man with glasses, wiped off the liquid on his face, whether rain or sweat, and forcefully pulled off his already loose tie. He unhesitatingly threw his favorite tie onto the ground, then gasped for breath. The thrilling experiences of the past few hours had made him completely disregard his image. What time is it? Tokaranu had no intention of comforting him. She rudely pushed him and asked. HxH dared not get angry, nor did he dare glare at Tokaranu. Because he knew that if it weren't for this non-user, he would have died in some dark corner long ago. Without her protection, he would have even less chance of surviving until the day reinforcements from the 6 continents arrived. If the 6 continents really would send reinforcements, even as the Assistant Section Chief of the International Voyage Permit Bureau's Special Affairs Division, he was quite uneasy about it. Tokaranu used Nan to dry her mushroom cut in her clothes, recovering her Nan while waiting for HxH's answer. HxH looked like a dog that had fallen into water, his hair was matted to his face, and his hairstyle was completely ruined. He calmed his breathing as much as possible, straightened his back, adjusted his thin-rimmed glasses, then pushed aside his left sleeve to reveal the expensive watch on his wrist. The watch had abrasions and cracks from the unexpected journey, but fortunately, the hands were still moving. It's just past 1 a.m., he said, realizing his voice was hoarse, and nervously swallowed. Tokaranu, still uneasy, grabbed his left wrist, pressed her plump face close to look for a while, and then nodded in confirmation. HxH wiped the drops of water from his face and looked around again. He especially scrutinized the places where the firelight and moonlight couldn't reach, frequently looking behind him. In just a few hours, the number of terrifying attacks he had encountered probably far exceeded the total of his entire life combined. He couldn't help but voice his confusion and unease to the Hunter Association exploration team member. How did it turn into this? What exactly happened? How should I know? Tokaranu unexpectedly spread her hands. If you core high-ranking officials don't understand the situation, then what about someone like me, a low-ranking person? This was, of course, a joke. Tokaranu held a rather high position in the Hunter Association exploration team, second only to Knuckle as a transmission-type non-user, her importance self-evident. However, her lack of knowledge wasn't a deception towards HxH, everything had simply happened too suddenly. They had already seen the coastline of the imaginary continent, and were supposed to completely end 2 months of increasingly oppressive intense sailing. Yet, an hour before their scheduled docking, a great chaos erupted from the highest point of BW1. And this damned storm, it arrived just in time, as if specifically sent to disrupt things. The Hunter Association exploration team quickly realized that BW1 had changed course, so they devised plans in 3 directions. The first was to seize control of BW1. The second was to regain control of the 4 ships already housed in BW1's internal dock, with one having already sunk halfway due to a sea beast attack. The third was to jump directly into the cold sea. The Hunter Association exploration team took decisive action, but in terms of results, their attempts in the first 2 directions must have failed. Even Chairman Netero and some of the Zodiacs were trapped on the top floor of BW1 due to some unforeseen incident. Afterward, many monsters Tokaranu had never heard of or seen before poured into the ship's cabins from who knows where, biting and killing anyone they encountered. Later, she realized that these monsters were probably once passengers on BW1. In short, a massive chaos erupted on BW1. This time, no one could control the situation, not even Chairman Netero. Death spread. Tokaranu met with some Hunter Association exploration team members, separated, met again, and finally witnessed BW1 violently crashing into the coast of the imaginary continent. Some members of the Hunter Association exploration team appeared and left the exploding, burning wreckage of BW1 with Tokaranu. They sprinted across the reefs, joining the panicked crowds fleeing in terror, like a disturbed nest of rats, surging towards the depths of the imaginary continent. It was then that Tokaranu noticed HxH beside her. She didn't even know when this man with glasses had appeared next to her. Perhaps he had been there from the beginning, but everything was too chaotic, and Tokaranu had no time to pay attention to who was standing beside her. The exhausted group planned to rest for a moment at the foot of the mountains, but unexpectedly, the monsters quickly caught up, giving them no chance to breathe. They soon realized that these monsters were specifically targeting them, the non-users. Killing the ordinary people without Nan was mostly incidental or for catharsis. The monsters' primary target, from beginning to end, was them, the non-users, everything else was secondary. Even when they used Zetsu, it only slowed down the time it took for the monsters to discover them. They would still catch up and pounce in front of them. There were simply too many non-users in the group. The monsters, sniffing the Nen on them, surged forward like sharks detecting blood. They realized they couldn't continue like this. They couldn't possibly protect HxH while fighting the monsters. And HxH's identity was special, his position important. He could not die, nor could he be abandoned. It could be said that whether he could survive and relay information about this place back to the 6 continents was crucial for the Hunter Association exploration team to obtain more funding and personnel support. After realizing that the monsters were targeting their large group of non-users, everyone entrusted Tokaranu with caring for HxH, and to take him away if necessary. When another wave of monsters attacked, Tokaranu did as she was heavily instructed. She took HxH and used her ability emission-type revolving slide to slide back to the BW1 wreckage through a slide that allowed for spatial travel. Before leaving this place, Tokaranu had specifically set up an entrance/exit next to the wreckage, and it now proved useful. It was just a pity that her ability was far less convenient than Knuckles. It neither had the 21 spacious rooms of the 4-dimensional mansion nor a large door that could provide entry and exit for more people. Revolving slide was an ability specifically for transporting goods. When Tokaranu threw an item into one entrance/exit, it would fly out of a designated other entrance/exit. However, if a human entered an entrance/exit, Tokaranu had to enter with them, and the slide could only accommodate a maximum of 2 people sitting front to back. If it weren't for such a restriction in VOW, Tokaranu would definitely have brought another pro hunter, which would have made them safer. After all, she was not a combat-type non-user. HxH couldn't get a definite answer from her. And he, the special envoy of the International Voyage Permit Bureau, was also confused about the outbreak of the entire chaos. The Kaken royal family succession war, which had caused increasing tension, intensifying conflicts, and much distress, had clearly ended, and the next heir had been chosen. The coastline was in sight, and everything should have returned to normal. However, this slightly peaceful atmosphere didn't last long before an uprising, from top to bottom, suddenly occurred and no one could stop it. But, there was no longer any need to think about the situation at the time, or to regret not taking more measures. HxH was a little dejected. Seeing this, Tokaranu vigorously slapped HxH's back, making him almost fall forward. Even after steadying himself, HxH coughed non-stop, then looked at Tokaranu with a puzzled expression. Sorry, Tokaranu withdrew her plump hand, I was trying to comfort you, but I seem to have used a bit too much force. HxH couldn't help but turn his head and roll his eyes, then after his coughing stopped, he turned back and asked, what should we do next? Let me rest for a bit first. Tokaranu rubbed her hands together, using revolving slide consumes a lot of Nen. Nen. HxH hesitated for a moment and asked, I've always heard you talk about Nen ability, and I've also seen related records in the International Voyage Permit Bureau's archives before. Tokaranu nodded absently, what is it? HxH tried his best to recall what he had read. The book said that, in fact, anyone, through diligent training, can sooner or later learn an ability, only the subsequent growth depends on talent, effort, and opportunity. Tokaranu nodded again, there is such a saying. HxH gained confidence from her nod, licked his lips, and continued, then, what if I? Tokaranu glanced at him, seeing longing and pleading in the bespectacled man's expression. She sighed, listen, an ability isn't as simple as you think, and even just getting started, the time it takes varies from person to person. I can learn, and I'll learn diligently, HxH insisted. You've already missed the best age to learn an ability, Tokaranu stated bluntly. What's more, trying to learn it now at the last minute, are you planning to gain self-preservation ability before the next monster attacks? That's simply a pipe dream. HxH's face instantly turned pale, and he hung his head in disappointment. Tokaranu, however, opened her mouth and chattered away, let me think, what's the fastest record for learning an ability now? Ah, yes, it's those 3 newcomers who became pro hunters at the beginning of this year, they're all under 20 years old. Under 20 years old. HxH thought about his own age, he was indeed too old. Tokaranu nodded vigorously as if boasting about herself, one is Kurapika, whom you've met, from the Hunter Association exploration team. Kurapika, him. HxH remembered this young man. He had shone brightly during the 2-month voyage, quelling several small-scale riots multiple times and demonstrating extraordinary composure and strength. HxH knew him precisely because he had seen him repeatedly in the aftermath of riot incidents. It was a pity that even he couldn't have prevented the great chaos that occurred hours earlier. Tokaranu continued, the other 2 didn't come, they're both on the 6 continents, I think they're called Killua, Gon, or something. Do you know? It's said that they learned and mastered an ability in just a few hours. You could say their talent is terrifyingly high. HxH was a little surprised. He wasn't completely ignorant of an ability, and he knew that learning and mastering an ability in a few hours was a terrifying feat. Do you know? Tokaranu unexpectedly added, that's not even the most impressive part, Kurapika's teacher is even more amazing. Kurapika's teacher. HxH blinked, who is it? Zodiac's rat Germain. Tokaranu didn't try to keep him in suspense, I heard it all, it doesn't represent the actual situation. Germain? HxH also knew this name, he had seen it in Overview of Chimera and Extermination of Alien Invasive Species and List of Zodiac's members. Germain was also one of only 2 Zodiacs who didn't participate in this colonial voyage, the other was Borjin. He didn't hear the rest, and when he looked up, he saw Tokaranu looking as if she wanted to speak but hesitated. Go on, Shut-Aina pursed his lips, I won't spread nonsense about what my savior says. Tokaranu chuckled, anyway, I heard that Germain only became a pro hunter at the beginning of last year, and in just 3 months, he became a 1-star hunter. Shut-Aina was truly astonished this time. Before joining this colonial voyage, he had crammed a considerable amount of knowledge and was aware of the Hunter Association's honor rank divisions. Although 1-star hunter is the lowest rank, it's not something every pro hunter can achieve. Yet, there was someone who became a 1-star hunter in just 3 months? It was truly exaggerated. How did he do it? Shut-Aina couldn't help but ask. It's simple, by killing several members of the 10 Dons shadow beasts and the phantom troop, Tokaranu answered as nonchalantly as possible, a smile playing on her lips, as if she were the one who had accomplished it. The 10 Dons. Shut-Aina knew them, these were the heads of the 10 most notorious gangsters' families on the 6 continents. However, he also knew that the International Voyage Permit Bureau and other international organizations were, in fact, intricately linked to the 10 Dons. Corrupt black money always needed a place to be laundered. And such 10 Dons, along with the Kaken 3 great gangs leaders, were all part of the colonial expedition team, living on the same deck as other social elites. According to undisclosed information, the invitations given to the 10 Dons were even personally delivered by representatives of the Kaken royal family. They hoped that both the 10 Dons and the Kaken 3 leaders could establish power on the imaginary continent and collectively maintain order there. The 10 Dons, who boarded BW1 feeling full of sincerity, probably never dreamed that something like this would happen in the final leg of the voyage, did they? And the Shadow Beasts were the assassin group under the 10 Dons, though recently, he hadn't heard of them being deployed anymore. Shut-Aina wasn't very concerned with the organizational changes within the gangsters, after all, he was an assistant section chief in the International Voyage Permit Bureau's Special Operations Division and had his own responsibilities. The Phantom Troop, on the other hand, was more famous than the Shadow Beasts, though their reputation was notorious, they also seemed to have disappeared recently. So, Germain had a conflict with them? Tokaranu said, Germain became the fastest 1-star legend by virtue of his meritorious service in vanquishing them. However, none of us knew that this was just the beginning. After that, the Shadow Beasts and the Phantom Troop were all annihilated by Germain and his companions. The 10 Dons never again mentioned avenging themselves against Germain, the Shadow Beasts organization never recovered, and the Phantom Troop vanished without a trace. Shut-Aina's mouth hung open, just as his expression had been when he first realized the BW1's Great Riot. So, the disappearance of the 2 vicious organizations was all related to that Germain. Wait, Shut-Aina thought carefully again, he distinctly remembered that this Germain became a Zodiacs because of last year's Chimera Ant Extermination War, which meant that this man became a 1-star hunter in the 3rd month of becoming a pro hunter, and then became a Zodiacs in the 2nd year. As he marveled, he also secretly wondered why Chairman Netero hadn't brought such a powerful character along. Although bringing him might not have changed the occurrence of that great chaos, at least they would now have one more reliable support to look forward to. The night storm was like a tireless, roaring beast, bellowing and raging. The large tin roof over Tokaranu and Shut-Aina's heads shook, and they couldn't help but worry it would be blown away by the strong winds. After waiting for a while, the tin roof, though shaking, remained firmly embedded in the mud, and both of them breathed a sigh of relief. Tokaranu's voice rose slightly, otherwise the clanging of the tin roof would have drowned out human speech. It seems you also know a lot about Germain. Yes, Shut-Aina nodded, and after seeing Tokaranu shake her head at him and then point to her ear, he understood and loudly added, I know him. The danger level of the Chimera Ants was a rating set by the professionals at our International Voyage Permit Bureau. I've seen the list of members who exterminated the Ant King last year, and the biggest contributor among them was Germain. However, the experts all believe that Chairman Netero deliberately gave most of the credit to Germain to boost the reputation of a promising young junior he favored. It's just like our Special Affairs Division Chief having me represent the International Voyage Permit Bureau, it's a senior supporting a junior. Tokaranu grinned, is that so? Is that how you view the Chimera Ant Extermination War? Oh, by the way, where are those professionals now? 2 of them broke their necks on BW1, Shut-Aina shouted, frowning. He realized he felt little sadness for the deaths of his colleagues. And some are missing. More are at the refueling station or on the 6 continents, he added. Then they truly are professionals, Tokaranu said mockingly, giving a fat, short thumbs up. She turned to Shut-Aina, her tone becoming sincere, you are braver than them, at least you dared to come here with us pro hunters. Shut-Aina felt no sadness, nor did he feel joy. He merely forced a polite smile as best he could. He wanted to ask more about Rat Germain and Borjin, but Tokaranu suddenly reached out and covered his mouth. Quiet. She pricked up her ears like a hound hearing a rustle, listening intently, and observing with her narrowed small eyes. Shut-Aina could only hear the sounds of the storm, everything was chaotic, and he didn't know what Tokaranu had heard. But Tokaranu was a pro hunter, she knew what she was doing, and Shut-Aina decided to trust her and remain silent. Tokaranu withdrew the hand that had covered Shut-Aina's mouth. What the hell, Tokaranu cursed under her breath, then turned to him, listen, there should be a few monsters nearby. They've smelled venom emanating from me. Shut-Aina's face quickly paled, his eyes behind his glasses revealing fear, then what should we do? Nothing, Tokaranu warned, the more you do, the more mistakes you make. If we stay quiet, perhaps it hasn't pinpointed our exact location. She added, I'm only 4 or 5 minutes away from gathering enough nen for one teleportation. As long as we hold out for that time, we'll move to another place. However, she was unsure if a different location would be safer. Shut-Aina dared not speak, only nodded like a pounding garlic, his thin-rimmed glasses almost sliding off his nose. At this moment, he could also vaguely hear a strange sound in the storm, disrupting the otherwise consistent drumming of the rain. Tokarenua placed a plump finger on her thick lips, signaling silence, then pointed to the ground. The two then lay down together. HxH frantically swallowed the saliva secreted in his mouth. He didn't even know he could produce so much saliva at once. The two lay on the muddy, damp ground. Tokarenua could still steady her breathing, but HxH's breathing was quite rapid. Both were waiting. The strange sound did not leave, instead, it grew closer, with intermittent clanging sounds of debris being turned over on the coastline. Tokarenua frowned tightly, then looked at HxH, only to see the bespectacled man trembling, pursing his lips, and staring at a pebble, as if he had entered another world. She knew she couldn't rely on HxH, and she had to ensure his safety. Tokarenua understood her mission, to deliver HxH as intact as possible to Chairman Netero or a Zodiac's member. Beyond that, if she could deliver him to Knuckle, then HxH's life would essentially be assured. Just 3 or 4 more minutes. Tokarenua thought, maintaining Zetsu to conceal her presence and recover Nin. But things went against her wishes. The sounds grew closer and louder, like the thudding of a staff poking into the mud. HxH had to face reality, he couldn't pretend not to hear and could only grit his teeth and endure silently. Perhaps 2 or 3 more minutes. Tokarenua felt the Nin within her, not entirely sure. Regardless, she reached out and grabbed HxH's wrist, ready to initiate teleportation as soon as she recovered the necessary aura capacity. When she grabbed HxH's wrist, she distinctly felt a violent tremor from him. However, he made no sound, only trembled uncontrollably. He's got some guts, Tokarenua thought. However, HxH's mental state wasn't good. It should be said that the mental state of all the passengers on BW1 wasn't good, and I'm also a bit affected. I need to quickly find the psychologists in the exploration team. I hope they haven't all gone crazy before the patients did. 1 to 2 minutes left. Tokarenua mentally calculated, then suddenly felt something strange, it seemed to have been quiet for a while. Could it be that the monsters had left? No, that's impossible. Even if they left, they shouldn't do so silently. Which means they've stopped. Stop. Tokarenua heard a scream beside her, then watched in horror as the terrified HxH was dragged backward. There were water droplets on HxH's wrist, it was too slippery. Tokarenua struggled to grab him but was still too late, only able to watch helplessly as he was taken away. She quickly looked back and saw a long, hooked claw extending from the rift behind the large tin roof, literally hooking HxH out. Tokarenua quickly scrambled out from under the tin roof, silently praying, please, don't let him be eaten, please, don't let him be eaten. Only 1 minute left. If her protected target died just like that, and she safely retreated, she didn't know how she would face the exploration team members who had entrusted him to her. Tokarenua narrowed her eyes in the pouring rain and indeed saw 3 monsters standing like long, narrow shadows. HxH was on the hooked claw of one of them, bleeding profusely from his struggles, but at least he wasn't dead yet. Not yet. That monster was the tallest of the 3, with quite long, furry clawed feet that supported its body at the highest point. The monster opened its mouth wide, revealing fine, sharp, circularly arranged teeth, enough to chew HxH's flesh and blood. Tokarenua couldn't tell for a moment whether this was a monster transformed from a BW1 passenger or a beast originally from the imaginary continent. She had to save him. Tokarenua scurried forward on her short legs. She wouldn't think about defeating these 3 monsters by herself, she was just a support Nin user. These monsters already surpassed her in terms of Nin alone, not to mention their hard shells. Her attacks wouldn't penetrate their defenses in 1 or 2 hits. But, if she just saved HxH and held out for another half minute, or perhaps a minute. She wasn't sure. As long as they held out, both of them could escape this dangerous situation via the spinning slide. Tokarenua dashed forward, but saw the monster's hooked claw shake, and the hooked HxH was flung off, screaming as he fell into that abyssal maw. Too late, and it's over. Tokarenua reached out, but the distance was too vast, so much so that it might become a recurring nightmare for her in the future. A white flash of light illuminated the coastal cliffs and reefs as bright as day. Then came the rumble of thunder. Tokarenua lost her vision for that instant, and when her eyes refocused, she did not see the monster chewing HxH's corpse. HxH was gone. And that monster suddenly split in 2, like ribs on a chopping block, falling to the ground with 2 thuds. What happened? She couldn't understand what had occurred for a moment. Tokarenua vaguely saw an afterimage, but it vanished in an instant, making her wonder if she had seen an illusion. Thump. The second monster flew up as if struck by an uppercut. My god, such a huge body, it actually flew up and then fell heavily. The third monster was as bewildered as Tokarenua, but at least it instinctively retreated, and retreated again. Until a blue light flashed, and it inexplicably collapsed like a small mountain, splitting into several pieces of flesh and blood. The battle ended in an instant. 3 monsters, quite formidable and terrifying for Tokarenua, fell just like that. She wasn't even sure if 3 seconds had passed. The wailing of the storm once again replaced the other sounds of the night. Tokarenua wiped the water droplets from her round, plump face, narrowed her eyes, and finally confirmed she saw a figure. The rain didn't hit the tricorn hat and long robe, it was vibrated away by Nin, scattering in all directions. A great sword-shaped blue light vanished from the man's hand, like a dream. He adjusted his black hat brim, revealing the eyes in the shadows, like the perfectly still black water of a well. This man was walking towards her. Tokaranu was somewhat at a loss. She frantically flailed her limbs a few times, unsure whether to stay put or teleport away immediately. It was then that she remembered HxH again. That's right, I can't abandon him. She quickly turned her head left and right, trying to find the bespectacled man. As a result, Tokaranu saw a giant almost 2 meters tall appear beside her, so silently that it startled her. You actually react like this? Tokaranu heard the giant utter a rude voice that was both familiar and strange to her. Have you forgotten me after so long? Tokaranu looked closely and realized that the giant's face bore a familiar countenance. Bisky. She was startled. Is it really you? But, you, how are you here? Tokaranu knew exactly who the members of this Hunter Association exploration team were. Chairman Netero's female disciple should not be here under any circumstances. Then, Tokaranu noticed Bisky holding someone in her arms. Bisky placed the person on the ground. The person slumped there, too frightened to get up, but Tokaranu could still recognize it as HxH. He's not dead. Bisky saved him. That's good, that's good. Bisky, however, didn't answer Tokaranu's question at this moment. Instead, she looked down at HxH and sighed, I never thought that the princess Carrie I waited decades for would end up with me carrying someone else. What a letdown. Germain has carried me like that a few times. Another figure walked over, a strange female face with heavy black-rimmed glasses, as cumbersome as the excess flesh and blood on her chest. However, Tokaranu keenly noticed that this young woman seemed to have mentioned Germain just now. How were they involved with Germain again? Bisky turned around, hands on her hips. Shizuku, what are you arrogantly showing off to me? If I want a Princess Carrie, I can have one anytime. How? A third voice joined in. Tokaranu looked in surprise at yet another person who shouldn't be here. Borjin walked over, his bearded face teasing, are you going to use your fists to convince them? Besides, asking them to carry someone with such a strong physique as yours is too much to ask. I can use my fists to convince you to change your disrespect towards me, Bisky threatened. Ho ho, how am I disrespecting you? I'm just stating facts. Enough, the last voice, like a falling hammer, silenced their conversation, even calming the raging storm for a moment. Rat Germain, wearing his tricorn hat, walked over, first glancing at the dumbfounded Tokaranu, then extending a hand to HxH, who was lying on the ground. HxH had calmed down slightly. Looking at the outstretched hand, he instinctively grabbed it, and then was lightly pulled up by a force. He stood steadily, adjusted his glasses, and then looked at the 4 strangers who had appeared in the dark night, then turned to the only person he knew here. Although Tokaranu was full of confusion, she at least awoke from her shock. She fiercely pinched the excess flesh and blood on her waist, confirming she wasn't dreaming. So, when HxH looked at her with a pleading gaze, Tokaranu spread her hands. Weren't you always questioning why all the Zodiac's members weren't gathered for this colonial voyage? Well, the remaining 2 are here too. HxH paused, then reacted, turning to look at the faces of these 4, especially the 2 men's faces. It turned out they weren't strangers. HxH had seen these faces in the publicly available Hunter Association member list photos. Rat Germain, Borjin, Gem Hunter Bisky, A&D. Who is this guy? The young woman with big, blinking eyes and short black hair. HxH didn't remember seeing her on the Hunter Association member list. Perhaps she was a less famous pro-hunter? Just like among the members of this exploration team, HxH had seen many pro-hunter faces for the first time. But hadn't both the Hunter Association exploration team and Tokaranu insisted that Rat Germain and Borjin were not part of the team? So, how could they be here? Did they fly across the vast ocean? Tokaranu herself wasn't clear on the situation, much less able to answer HxH's questions. She just said, all right, now the 2 of us are safe. Let me introduce myself. I am Pro-Hunter Tokaranu, primarily responsible for transporting personnel and supplies in the Hunter Association exploration team. This is HxH, a special commissioner from the International Voyage Permit Bureau. I am ordered to ensure his safety and lead him out of danger. She then turned to the still shaken HxH, these 3 are all pro-hunters, Germain, Jin, and Bisky. Shizuku blinked her big eyes. This one. Tokaranu hesitated, I don't think I've seen her before. Just call her Shizuku, Bisky helped her out, she's an amateur hunter, but, trust me, she's more professional than many pro-hunters. The torrential rain finally ceased at some point, like the end of a war drum, and the air was filled with a damp smell. HxH slightly adjusted his crooked suit. However, after a moment of thought, he took off the water-soaked suit and threw it on the ground. With the thrilling experience just now, he realized that he didn't need more burdens or weight during his escape. Seeing his actions, everyone roughly guessed what he was thinking. No one objected, nor did anyone ask Shizuku to use Blinky to store his expensive suit for him. Taking off his tie and suit was a symbol of HxH becoming increasingly resilient. Everyone was happy to see him become braver, which would be very beneficial for their upcoming actions. Tokaranu, seeing that HxH had sustained some minor injuries, reluctantly helped him treat and bandage them. HxH quickly thanked her politely, then noticed that everyone's gaze was focused on him. He awkwardly adjusted the glasses on his nose and then asked the same question Tokaranu had asked earlier. Why are you here? I've gone through the Hunter Association exploration team member list and seen all the members on BW1, but I've never seen you. After bandaging HxH's wound, Tokaranu also crossed her arms, looking over with a puzzled expression. Bisky was responsible for covering up the lie, that's because we weren't on the list, and we weren't on the top 4 floors of BW1 either, but on the very bottom floor. Tokaranu first narrowed her small eyes and thought for a while, then suddenly raised her hand and clapped her palm in realization. Without Bisky needing to say more, she imagined a series of plans. I understand. This must be a special mission that Chairman Netero entrusted to you. That's why your names didn't appear on the list. Chairman Netero and some core members of the Hunter Association exploration team concealed your existence precisely to make you secret arrows, to be shot only when necessary. I knew Chairman Netero wouldn't leave you 3 behind. I thought you would be leading the next Hunter Association exploration team, but it turns out you've been on the ship all along. Bisky snapped her fingers and gave Tokaranu a thumbs up. That's right, exactly as you said. Then, she suddenly turned her head and winked her right eye at Germain, her expression full of triumphant I told you so. Given the urgent situation, even with numerous loopholes, Tokaranu and HxH couldn't possibly delve into the details and would even help fill in the gaps. Would they really anger their saviors? Mr. HxH, Germain suddenly said, we just saw that BW1 is largely damaged, and several vessels in the internal dock have also been destroyed. In such a situation, does V6 and the International Voyage Permit Bureau have any emergency plans? Yes, HxH said, becoming much more serious when discussing professional matters. We left a group of people at the refueling station. If we don't hear from them within a month and a half, they will use passing small airships to inform V6 and the International Voyage Permit Bureau that they have lost contact with us. V6 and the International Voyage Permit Bureau will hold an emergency meeting to discuss and decide whether to send reinforcements and a search fleet to the imaginary continent. Everyone present must have known that the land beneath their feet was not the Dark Continent, but the imaginary Dark Continent, so HxH didn't need to hide anything. Jin nodded as he listened. It takes about 3 weeks to sail from the 6 continents to the refueling station, and about 5 weeks from the refueling station to the imaginary continent. Adding in the potential squabbling meetings between V6 and the International Voyage Permit Bureau, it might be half a year before the next reinforcement fleet arrives here. This speculation sent shivers down HxH's spine. However, being within the system of the International Voyage Permit Bureau, he clearly understood that such a situation was indeed very likely to occur. Would the original V5 be willing to send another team when the losses were still unclear? Would the various forces remaining in the Kaken Empire still want their king to survive? After all, this was an excellent opportunity for them to rise to power. These were all unknowns. Half a year was not a conservative figure, and could even be considered an optimistic estimate. Germain didn't want HxH to lose confidence before the future was clear. He clapped his black-gloved hands together, making a muffled thudding sound. In any case, let's first search for other survivors, and once more members have gathered, we can then carefully consider the next steps. 1:38 a.m. A young woman, covered in grime with her messy dark hair, crouched behind a bush, carefully pushing aside a small opening, breathing heavily as she looked out. In front of the bush, 2 people stood, covered in wounds. They were confronting a monster that looked extremely ferocious and ugly just at a glance. The 2 people had instructed the young woman to hide there and not make a sound, no matter what she saw. Her name was Oito, the 8th royal consort of King Nesubi of Kaken. She came from a humble background, but now held a revered position. At least on the surface, no one dared to slight her or mention her past. However, not long after the Great Chaos, Oito quickly realized that she, the king's 8th royal consort, had been abandoned. Riots broke out around her, many monsters suddenly burst into the halls and rooms of the BW1 yacht, the situation spiraled out of control, and screams echoed one after another. But none of the Kaken royal family's soldiers came to her aid. They were either busy futilely shooting at the monsters with their firearms or simply fleeing in panic. Oito's only group of guards sacrificed their lives to buy her precious time to escape. She knew in her heart why this was, because she was not yet pregnant and had not yet born an heir for King Nesubi. Perhaps the king, queens, and princes of the Kaken royal family had already safely left, leaving her all alone. She shouldn't have been able to escape alive. Even as the 8th royal consort, she hadn't secured a seat on the crowded lifeboat. In the face of life and death, all beings are equal. However, she soon felt fortunate that she hadn't boarded that lifeboat. Because monsters also appeared in the ship's lake, and the lifeboat quickly capsized, all the passengers screaming as they fell into the lake, which soon turned into a pool of blood. If she hadn't encountered these 2 pro-hunters, she would surely be dead. These 2 pro-hunters had been doing their best to save people, but in the end, they couldn't withstand the monsters' surging attacks. Oito was the last person they saved. Due to the urgent situation and the flickering lights, they didn't realize that the woman they had saved was the 8th royal consort of the Kaken king until they had escaped the wreckage of BW1. The 8th royal consort could see the confusion in their eyes, probably not understanding how a dignified queen could be left here unattended. Oito had nothing to say about it, only silently followed the royal etiquette, bowed to them in thanks, and then followed them as they fled. Regrettably, Oito ran until her legs were weak and she was breathless, only to hear terrible news from the 2 monsters were chasing them, and they couldn't shake them off. The 2 pro-hunters decided to turn back and strike at the enemy. Oito, unable to run anymore, listened to their instructions and hid in the bushes. Initially, everything seemed to be going smoothly. One of the monsters was defeated by the combined efforts of the 2 pro-hunters. However, the other monster crawled on the corpse of the first monster for a while, and somehow became even more ferocious. The mere murderous aura it emitted made Oito tremble all over, her hands and feet turning cold. She wanted to turn and run, but she didn't even have the strength to stand up. This fierce monster was beating the 2 pro-hunters back, leaving them bloody, and it seemed they wouldn't be able to hold on much longer. Oito was powerless to do anything about it, she could only clench her hands into fists, kneel in the mud, and silently pray. The situation for the two pro-hunters was indeed very grim. Ikalgo, dressed in a simple martial arts uniform, with a black belt around his waist and wooden clogs on his feet, wiped the blood from his arm and panted heavily. He looked at the 3 to 4 meter tall monster in front of him, and from the monster's swollen human face, he could vaguely discern its identity from before it became a monster. The monster's predecessor was Sakuro, a member of the Zaidowa family, one of the Kaken 3 great gangs, and a manipulation-type nin-user who could control blood. Ikalgo recognized him because Sakuro had been implicated in multiple disturbances and assassination attempts on BW1, but there was always insufficient evidence. After the Great Chaos, when Sakuro appeared before Ikalgo again, he and his female partner, Lynch, had both transformed into monsters. These two monsters targeted Ikalgo and his companions, relentlessly pursuing them. In the past, Sakuro and Lynch, while formidable enemies in Ikalgo's eyes, were not so strong as to necessitate avoiding a fight. However, after transforming into monsters, they became even more powerful. Several skirmishes left Ikalgo somewhat flustered, and he sustained injuries. Ikalgo couldn't help but be secretly astonished. This was practically a repeat of last year's Chimera Ants invasion, only these creatures were even more ferocious than those Chimera Ants. Realizing it was impossible to completely shake off these two monsters, Ikalgo and another pro-hunter decided to counterattack on the spot. They didn't actually defeat the female monster as smoothly as Oito had perceived. In fact, the entire process was quite perilous. Oito was not an nin-user after all. From her perspective, the battle only lasted 2 or 3 minutes, so it was natural for her to think Ikalgo and his team had an easy time. The situation was quite the opposite, they each paid a certain price to kill one monster. And now, the situation was rapidly worsening. The monster before them had absorbed the resentment from the fallen monster, becoming even stronger. After that, the fleshy tubes extending from its back embedded themselves into several humans, a few unknown beasts, and the female monster they encountered along the way. With gurgling sounds, Ikalgo watched as a large amount of dark red fluid surged from those corpses, through the fleshy tubes, and into the monster before him. With every movement, it would drag these corpses along, refusing to give up until they were completely drained. This monster, like its original form, was still obsessed with blood and blood manipulation, requiring more blood packs. Ikalgo quickly realized that those blood packs were its weakness and used his nin ability to strike at them. Emission type, Wave Fist, this nin releases nin in the form of waves, with astonishing destructive power like a cannonball. However, after he shattered a few blood packs, the bloodthirsty monster reacted. It not only deliberately dodged Ikalgo's Wave Fist but also grabbed several living creatures it encountered along the way to replenish its blood packs. Furthermore, within the bloodthirsty monster's ability range, the blood flowing from Ikalgo's wounds would also be utilized, transforming into sharp daggers aimed at Ikalgo. Ikalgo was already quite fatigued, but he still tried his best to regulate his breathing. If his breathing became erratic, it would greatly affect his mental processing. In such a confrontation, a single moment of distraction would mean the end. Ikalgo cautiously watched the bloodthirsty monster's next move, while also glancing at his companion nearby out of the corner of his eye. The handsome young man with golden medium-length hair, Kurapika, was using materialization type, healing thumb chain to heal himself. At the same time, his beautiful scarlet eyes were already activated. In fact, it was precisely because Kurapika activated his scarlet eyes that Ikalgo and he were able to defeat one of the monsters so quickly. However, Ikalgo knew that activating scarlet eyes was consuming Kurapika's life force in exchange for a temporary boost in all his abilities. As the scarlet eyes persisted, Kurapika was visibly becoming more short of breath and drenched in sweat. Wrinkles, typically seen in middle-aged and elderly people, also appeared on his handsome face. Ikalgo knew very well that this couldn't continue. Even if he didn't die at the monster's hands, Kurapika would be consumed to death by his own scarlet eyes. For some reason, from the moment Ikalgo first saw Kurapika, he felt a strong affinity for the young man, a sense of instant camaraderie. Before this, their only connection was Kurapika's teacher, Germain. Germain had passed the hunter exam under Ikalgo's supervision. During 2 months of thrilling voyaging, the two also collaborated many times, and through their interactions, they quickly became true friends. Ikalgo greatly admired Kurapika's character and abilities, wishing he could snatch him away to be his own disciple. Unfortunately, he knew he couldn't outcompete Germain. This time, they partnered during the Great Chaos, saving many lives, and unexpectedly rescuing Oito. But now, Ikalgo knew they couldn't prolong this. If they did, Kurapika, even if he didn't die, would become crippled. As if sensing Ikalgo's thoughts in his gaze, Kurapika, whose back was bent from fatigue, straightened up slightly. Teacher Germain has warned me many times not to burn myself out for revenge, and to find a new direction in life after revenge. Germain's meaning, of course, wasn't that revenge wasn't important, nor that the lives of the Kurta clan weren't important. His meaning was that Kurapika shouldn't be trapped in a cycle of revenge for his entire life, ultimately losing everything. The Phantom Troop and the Fourth Prince were not worthy of him going to such lengths. What truly deserved to be burned for was something more important, more noble. I think, now is the time, this way. Ikalgo was startled. Because he saw an even more formidable aura erupt from Kurapika than before, it was almost like a final burst of energy before death. Crimson murderous aura surged around Kurapika, and silver chains, like pythons, rose up, coiling around his neck, spitting at the bloodthirsty monster nearby. He wide-eyed with his scarlet eyes, his voice hoarse yet with a hint of tenderness, recited the Kurta clan's prayer, which was also his death poem. Sun in the sky, green trees on the earth. Our bodies are born of the earth, our souls come from the heavens. Sunlight and moonlight illuminate our limbs. Green earth nourishes our bodies, entrust this body to the wind that blows across the land. Thank the heavens for the miracles in the Kurta land. May our spirits forever be safe and sound. I wish to share joy with all my brethren, and to share sorrow with them. Please praise the people of the Kurta clan forever. Let our red scarlet eyes bear witness. They were in a desperate situation, with no reinforcements arriving anytime soon. Kurapika was decisive. If they were to survive, he had to fight with all his might, no matter the cost. Just as he was about to act, he felt a weight on his shoulder and turned his head in shock. Who could have appeared beside me so silently? I have my scarlet eyes activated, how could this be possible? However, when he clearly saw the face under the black-robed person's triangular hat, he was stunned, and the crimson murderous aura on him quickly receded. Why? Kurapika's eyes were bewildered, not understanding why Teacher Germain would appear here. But, if it was Teacher Germain, then his sudden appearance beside him was not surprising. Even the bloodthirsty giant beast, which had been roaring and shouting at them, fell silent, as if it sensed some terrifying approach. Eat this. Germain took out Menchie's Nightolami rice ball and placed it in Kurapika's palm, who was still in a daze but instinctively reached out his hand. Don't die. The bloodthirsty giant beast let out a fearful whimper, and Germain was seen slowly raising a crimson curved bow, knocking a murky black arrow, and aiming it at it. Germain looked up, his black eyes clearly saying to the giant beast, "Aren't you going to run?" The bloodthirsty giant beast reacted almost instantly, shaking its fleshy blood vessels and piling all its blood packs in front, forming a thick wall of flesh and blood. However, with a booming explosion, the wall of flesh and blood was pierced through with a large hole. The bloodthirsty giant beast was astonished to realize that the murky black arrow shot through the hole, its power barely diminished, and in the blink of an eye, it flew before him. Boom! The swollen human face and the entire beast's head exploded, as if gnawed by a celestial dog devouring the moon. Its proud triple defense of blood packs, blood, and hide, none could stop this arrow. The corpse of the bloodthirsty giant beast crashed down, splashing a mixture of flesh and blood and dirt. Silence fell all around.